This case takes us to the small New Mexico town of El Rancho. Home to just 1,500 people, it's a close-knit community full of honest and hardworking families where everyone knows everyone. In 2011, it was home to the well-respected and loved Ortiz family. Mom Dixie, Dad Lloyd, their daughters Sherry and Angela, and their son Stephen. Lloyd and Dixie had been married for 34 years and were described as pillars of the community. Angela said that Dixie and Lloyd were the best parents in so many ways. They never judged, always accepted people for who they were, worked harder than anyone she knew, and supported everyone else as well. Lloyd was a tile contractor. He was usually up before the sun rose and didn't often stop working until after 9 at night. Dixie worked in a nursing home, something she didn't see or describe as work. She just genuinely loved helping people. In 1989, when Angela and Sherry were teenagers, Dixie and Lloyd met 7-month-old Stephen and instantly fell in love with him. They soon adopted him, and his sisters said their family felt so perfect and complete. Stephen had cerebral palsy and his left side was paralyzed. The family were told that it was a tough road ahead. He may never be able to walk or talk and would need assistance with a lot of things in life. Through immense hard work both physically and mentally, lots of love and encouragement, Stephen overcame everything doctors said he never would. He was soon walking and talking, as well as reaching huge developmental milestones. The family would attend church, and Stephen was always the star of the show. His pastor said he would walk in and greet every single person there. He was a joy to be around, and everyone adored him. 2/3 of the Ortiz family home was occupied by Dixie, Lloyd and Stephen, and Sherry and her husband Jesse, and their 2 children lived in the other part of the home, which was separated by a fence. For the family that had always been so close, this was the perfect living arrangement. June 18, 2011. Sherry and Jesse spent some time at the casino before coming home and watching a film. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, Sherry and Jesse heard a noise outside and the dog started barking. Jesse got up, grabbed his gun, and looked outside. He saw a gray car driving away and heard someone shouting, "Hurry up, let's go." He got in his truck and followed the car for a while before losing it. He then drove back home and the family went to sleep, thinking although it was odd it was likely just teenagers messing around. Several hours later, June 19th, Father's Day. Sherry had made some enchiladas for her dad for Father's Day. She walked over to the house and let herself in. When investigators arrived on scene, they discovered Dixie in the master bedroom in her pajamas with trauma to her head. Lloyd was found in the backyard and had sustained 7 injuries to his head and torso. 21-year-old Stephen was dead on the kitchen floor. It was clear that he had tried hard to fight off his killer, but he was struck 17 times in total and succumbed to his injuries. The ferocity and level of rage that the perpetrator had was shocking to everyone there. One officer said it was the worst crime scene he had ever been called to. Everyone in the community was frightened and shaken. Things like this just didn't happen, and the fact that a family like the Ortizes had been subjected to this left everyone fearing that their families could be next. Lloyd's wallet was on the kitchen counter next to Stephen's body, but it was still full of money. So initially it seemed that robbery was not a motive. There was no DNA of an outsider inside the family home, and police knew they were up against it unless they could find the murder weapon. At the back of the property, behind a locked fence, were several marijuana plants. Angela and Sherry explained that their parents had a medical marijuana card for Stephen as well as a license to grow it for him. After 2 brain surgeries, Stephen had been prescribed it to ease his constant and very debilitating headaches. Authorities wondered if the wrong person had found the plants and broken in to try and steal them, rather than the money or valuables inside. But it soon came to light that Lloyd and Dixie had a secret safe hidden at the back of their closet. A safe so secret even their children didn't know about it. And this presented more motive still. The autopsy results soon came in. The wounds were so deep that everyone initially thought it was a gun at point-blank range. But the results later revealed that the family had been killed with a pickaxe. Sherry said when she and her husband had heard someone outside that early morning, Jesse had jumped into his truck and started following the car. But Jesse's first story contradicted this, and he told officers he only went and stood outside. He didn't follow anyone. He then changed his story and said he might have missed that part out. Officers definitely found this odd, as it was a pretty big thing to forget, and they wondered if Jesse had more to tell them. Jesse admitted that he and Lloyd had argued on occasion, but he said it was all over stupid and petty things, and they were forgotten as soon as they happened. Authorities couldn't rule anything out though. No matter how small something seemed, there could always be more to it. They searched Jesse and Sherry's part of the home. Nothing came back forensically, and the CCTV from the casino also lined up. With this, police were officially able to rule out Jesse and Sherry as playing any part in the deaths. Hoping the killer had just dumped the pickaxe somewhere near the home, authorities were looking everywhere for the murder weapon, and remarkably they found it, just a short distance away in a field near the Ortiz family home. It weighed 5 pounds and was still covered in blood. Praying this would be an open and shut case very soon, they sent it off for testing. But sadly, the only DNA that came back was from Lloyd, Dixie, and Stephen. There was nothing else on it. Angela told the police that there was one person they might want to talk to, a 16-year-old called Nicholas Ortiz. There was no relation between him and the Ortiz family, but he was close with Sherry's son and the pair would hang out at school. He went to the same church as the family and his pastor said he was helpful, always staying late to tidy up and friendly. After frequent bouts of difficulty, volatility, and fighting at home, Sherry offered a room to him, hoping it would help and give him some stability. Nicholas would also spend time at Lloyd and Dixie's and they treated him well, often driving him around whenever he needed a lift and cooking him dinner. But this all changed when Sherry and Jesse noticed money was going missing, before walking in on Nicholas going through their things. Instead of asking him to leave, they saw it as a cry for help and decided to give him money for the contributions he was making around the home, hoping this would stop the stealing. But Nicholas's attitude got worse, and his behavior was making Lloyd and Dixie more and more uncomfortable. After finding him hiding in the garden after jumping over the fence, eventually Lloyd told him to leave the family alone and go back to his parents' house. Nicholas was found and questioned. He appeared honest and open about everything, including the tension between them all when he was asked to leave the house. As well as this, he said he was at home that night. He woke up his dad to wish him a happy Father's Day just after midnight and saw his mom off to work at 7 a.m. This was corroborated by the family and the police continued their searches. Time was slipping away fast, and before long it was almost Christmas 2012. The Ortiz family murders was among the state's most disturbing unsolved cases, and police were worrying that with no DNA evidence, it might remain a cold case forever. But one call would finally come in that changed everything. A woman currently serving time in prison told police she had information on what had happened to Lloyd, Dixie, and Stephen. She told law enforcement that there was a reason for the lack of evidence. She actually knew the attacker, and he had been wearing socks over his hands at the time of the assault. This caller was 24-year-old Ashley Roybow. She had a string of convictions including burglary and drugs-related charges. She claimed that on the night of the murders, she was smoking weed with her cousin Jose, who was 15 at the time, and his friend, none other than Nicholas Ortiz. Jose and Nicholas decided they needed more money, so they hatched a plan to steal from the Ortiz family. Nicholas was somehow aware of the safe in the family home and was out to steal $20,000 from it. As well as this, he said he wanted to steal the plants too. Ashley drove them to a road near the Ortiz family residence at around 3 a.m. She then drove home. Ashley said she was in a gray car, a car similar to the one Jesse said he had seen driving that early morning. 45 minutes later, at 3:45, she got a call from Jose. He said he had panicked last minute and couldn't go through with it. He could hear dogs barking and some families were still awake, and although Nicholas had tried to convince him, he refused. He watched as Nicholas walked up to the back door and knocked. Jose said he realized the gravity of the situation and ran and hid behind the house. After this, Nicholas called Ashley, telling her she needed to pick him up from outside the Ortiz's house. As soon as the pair got in the car, it was obvious that something horrific had happened. He had blood on his trousers, a sock on his right hand, and a bin bag tied around his right leg. He was in a panic, saying over and over, "I messed up. I killed them." Ashley said she drove him to her grandparents' house so he could take a shower, His bloody clothes were put in a bag and disposed of, and he was given new clothes to walk home in. The next day, Nicholas called Ashley, saying he killed the family with a pickaxe before discarding it outside the house. But officers did have questions. Not only did Nicholas appear to have an alibi, the car in question had been sold on and later crushed at a scrapyard. 18 months had now passed since Father's Day 2011, and the vehicle was long gone. They started looking into the only thing that had lasted over the years: phone records. Records showed a lot of communication going back and forth between the three of them that night in June 2011. They called in Nicholas again and asked him about the text messages. He quickly asked to stop the interview. Over the next few months, they continued building their case. And 3 years after the killings, 2014, officers turned their attention to Jose to get his side of the story. He told them the same story as Ashley. Eric Zubia, another one of Nicholas's friends, became the third person to tell the officers the same thing. He said Nicholas had said he had killed people but would not specify who. It was only when he heard about the Ortiz family that he thought he had connected the dots. He went straight to the police 2 days later, but the full story was still unknown, and although this was logged, it still took a long time to obtain an arrest warrant. But that day finally came on February 12, 2015. Nicholas Ortiz was placed under arrest with 5 charges against him. When he was read out the charges, he said, "I don't agree with 2 of them." The detective recalled it was very telling that the only 2 he didn't agree with had nothing to do with murder, and he said this was as close to a confession as he could get. Sherry, Jesse, and Angela were in a state of shock. The teenager they had taken in as their own, fed, given money to, and a bed to sleep in, had turned on them all in such an unimaginable way. He was initially denied bail, but this was changed to $100,000, which was made, and he was let out. Both Ashley and Jose were set to testify against him in exchange for plea deals. Ashley pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit aggravated burglary and tampering with evidence and was given 20 years in prison with 6 years of her sentence suspended. So she will remain in prison for 14 years unless she gets parole any earlier. Jose was given full immunity and was never charged with any crimes. Although he was a minor at the time of the murders, given how disturbing the crime scene was, the district attorney fought for him to be tried as an adult, which allowed for them to push for a higher sentence if he was found guilty. To everyone's surprise, in the middle of the proceedings, Jose changed his testimony. He said that Ashley was the ringleader and she had instructed both him and Nicholas to rob the home and killed the family. He said she gave them socks to cover up their hands and plastic bags for their feet and gave Nicholas the pickaxe. Nicholas didn't take the stand the entire trial, leaving Ashley and Jose with opposite statements fighting against each other. After 3 days of deliberations, the jury was stuck. They hadn't reached a verdict on any counts and they simply couldn't agree. A mistrial was declared. Everyone thought that the case was as strong as it could possibly be, but it meant that a new trial would have to take place, leaving the family to go through it all again. The case went back to trial 17 months later, and this time there was a very different result. Nicholas Ortiz was found guilty of 3 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of aggravated burglary with a deadly weapon, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit aggravated burglary with a deadly weapon. Sherry started a petition begging the judge to give Nicholas 3 consecutive life sentences. He got credit for time served since his first arrest and was required to serve 85% of his sentence. Nicholas filed an appeal, but it was denied. It's possible he could be out of prison in his early 40s, being able to apply for parole in late 2036 or early 2037. Angela said it was hard to feel like any closure had been gained and any justice had been served. The district attorney said while he was disappointed, he was happy that it had been categorized as a serious violent offense. The community of El Rancho and the family and friends of Lloyd, Dixie, and Stephen will forever be affected by what happened back in June 2011. Sherry and Angela waited more than 8 years to get justice for them, but they are still left feeling that justice simply didn't happen. Hardworking, giving and doing everything they could for everyone they met. The deaths of Lloyd, Dixie, and Stephen Ortiz was and will always be a huge loss to the community and everyone that knew them. It is only right that they be remembered for the joy and happiness they brought to so many people and not by the tragic way that they left this earth. The case of Christina and Thompson Harris. Christina and Thompson and Jason Thomas Harris, both 40, had been married for 11 years by 2014. They got married in 2003 after dating for about 5 years. In 2009, Christina and Jason welcomed their first child, which brought significant changes to their lives. Despite the daily challenges and responsibilities, they were happy to be parents. Christina took care of the house and the children while Jason worked at a plastics factory. As the children grew up, Christina was able to contribute financially to the family by working. However, in May 2014, she had to take maternity leave because she was expecting their second child in a few weeks. On September 29, 2014, Jason chatted with Christina while at work. Christina was suffering from a cold. She had a bad cough and was not sleeping well, but she reassured her husband that she was fine. A few hours later, Jason called his wife at home but received no response, which worried him. Unable to reach Christina, Jason asked a neighbor to check on her. He explained that Christina was sick and not answering the phone. The neighbor knocked on the front door but got no answer, so she called Christina's name. Receiving no response, she decided to try the door, found it unlocked, and entered the house. When she entered the bedroom, she found Christina lying on the bed and could not wake her. The neighbor called 911 and ran out of the house to call another neighbor, a nurse. The nurse checked Christina's pulse and confirmed that she had died. Thus, on September 29, 2014, for months after the birth of her second child, Christina was found dead at home. When the police arrived, Jason Harris was present. He told the police and paramedics that his wife had been sick but was alive when he left for work that morning. 2 days later, the medical examiner ruled that Christina died from an overdose of a controlled substance, a finding that shocked her family and friends. Most people who knew Christina, a mother of 2, including a newborn, believed that she had never used drugs. Christina's mother, Kathy, told police that her daughter was fine when she saw her the day before she died. Police were therefore skeptical of Jason Harris's claim that his wife had a cold. According to Kathy, Christina said her marriage to Jason was complicated. Jason was unhappy with the marriage but did not want a divorce because of concerns about child support and custody. Neighbors who discovered Christina's body also provided additional information to the police. Jason reportedly told them that the night before Christina died, he had prepared cereal with milk for her. Then Christina passed out and dropped the plate. Police realized that Christina's family and friends had a hard time accepting that she might be involved in drugs. Instead, police suspected that Jason Harris was involved in Christina's death. Christina's mother and sisters insisted that police test her breast milk. According to Kathy, the police ignored the request for 48 hours. However, thanks to the family's persistence, the police finally agreed to investigate. As a result, breast milk was used as evidence for the first time in Michigan history. As confirmed by Christina's family and friends, all drug tests at her workplace and at the hospital where she gave birth to her second child were negative. Her second child was only 4 months old when Christina died. Christina was breastfeeding, and Kathy confirmed that Christina was very careful about what she put into her body because she didn't want to affect her child. Christina often pumped breast milk while at work and stored it in the freezer. Some of the breast milk was left at Kathy's mother's house. They tested 3 bags of breast milk for possible drug residue. These bags were labeled with the date they were put in the freezer so Christina knew which bag to thaw first. Experts tested all the samples, including the ones frozen just before Christina died, and found no signs of drugs. This proves that Christina did not use the substance that killed her. Jason Harris's sister was the only one who suggested that Christina had used drugs, prompting investigators to focus more on Jason and treat Christina's death as a homicide. The investigation was slow, and it is unclear what would have happened if Christina's family had not been actively involved in the search for the truth. Kathy repeatedly reminded Davison police about her daughter's case in August 2016, nearly 2 years after Christina's death. Not seeing the enthusiasm and desire to solve her daughter's case in Davison, Kathy asked Davison police to turn the case over to the Michigan State Police, which had new investigators. From there, the story began to unravel. Police gathered a lot of information about Jason Harris, including how he acted before and after his wife's death. Jason had been having affairs with other women. Christina knew about this and confided in her family and co-workers that Jason had been texting other people while she was giving birth to their youngest child. Christina once told a co-worker that if she died, Jason would be the cause. When asked if she was serious, she said yes. Jason told his co-worker that he suspected the second child was not his biological child. He also complained that after the birth, Christina became depressed, often stayed in bed and did not go to work. Jason often complained about Christina nagging him. A co-worker of Jason recalled that Jason may have told him that he wanted Christina dead. He described the relationship between Jason and Christina as toxic and recalled that they argued frequently. One of the most surprising and shocking things about this case is that Jason Harris did not hesitate to let everyone know that he wanted to get rid of his wife. He tried to do so, but unfortunately, no one paid attention to his words and actions before Christina died. Jason bought poison twice and mixed it into her drink. Both times, Christina felt that the taste was unusual and did not drink it. Jason then asked a coworker to find him a poison that would not change the taste or smell of drinks or food. Jason said he wanted to knock Christina unconscious so she would not feel anything. When he shared with the coworker that Christina would not drink water because it tasted strange, the coworker refused to talk to him further. The coworker testified that Jason had talked about wanting Christina to stop nagging and that the coworker thought Jason was joking. Jason also told a coworker that he had hired someone to kill Christina, but the person was arrested for another reason before the murder. Jason therefore offered the coworker $10,000 from Christina's $100,000 life insurance policy to kill her. The coworker refused the offer, thinking that Jason was just venting his anger by talking about his wife and making inappropriate jokes. According to the colleague, he recalled a conversation with Jason in which Jason said, "I'm bored with her. I'm going to dump her." The police then decided to question the neighbor who discovered Christina's body. The neighbor testified that she saw Christina's family truck in the driveway, but Christina did not come to the door. She entered the house and found Christina lying in bed, unresponsive. The neighbor asked Jason if she should try to wake her up. He replied that Christina must have fallen asleep and that he would come home. The neighbor went back inside and removed the covers around Christina because she felt cold and had foam coming from her mouth and nose. The neighbor called 911 and another neighbor who was a registered nurse. The neighbor, who was a registered nurse, testified that Christina was cold, stiff, had no pulse, and had white foam coming from her mouth. She did not attempt to resuscitate Christina because she believed she was already dead. Jason told the police that he asked a neighbor to check on Christina and that he had to rush home because Christina was unresponsive. However, witnesses said Jason did not appear anxious or in a hurry. What raised suspicions about Jason was that morning he called Christina's supervisor at work. He told her that Christina had died the night before and that he wanted to inquire about the $100,000 death benefit from Christina's life insurance policy through work. Additionally, one of the women, Jason, had an intimate relationship with told investigators that Jason had contacted her on the day of Christina's death and said that his wife had died from an overdose of a controlled substance. This suggests that he knew what caused Christina's death even before the medical examiner's report. That evening, the neighbor he had asked to check on Christina saw him in his driveway. She said that Jason told her that Christina was not the angel her parents thought she was, and that their child would soon learn all the good and bad things about Christina. He said that Christina dropped her bowl of cereal, and he told her to go to bed. Jason also told a neighbor that his wife tossed and turned during the night, and that he heard her coughing before he left for work. Jason wondered if that was her last breath. Jason told a police officer that Christina was coughing a lot when he left the house. He also told the police that Christina fell asleep eating cereal the night before she died. Finally, Jason told Christina's mother, Kathy, that before she died, Christina complained that her water tasted like chemicals. One of the main motives in this case is believed to be insurance money. Within a week of Christina's death, Jason and his mother went to Christina's workplace to inquire about the life insurance money. Additionally, Jason received a $20,000 death benefit from a life insurance policy issued by his company shortly after Christina's death. One of Jason's lovers moved in with Jason and his children. Christina's mother believed that Jason's lover moved in with him after Christina's funeral. However, Jason's neighbor testified that the lover had even moved into Jason's home before Christina's funeral. The neighbor added that Jason's adult children from a previous marriage moved into the home within days of Christina's death. Police also discovered that Jason Harris purchased a plane ticket to Rhode Island 9 days after Christina's death to visit a woman with whom he had exchanged more than 5,800 text messages. County Medical Examiner Dr. Brian Hunter submitted postmortem blood and urine samples for laboratory testing. Dr. Hunter determined that the test results were consistent with Christina being poisoned by a lethal substance. Initially, Dr. Hunter determined that her death was an accident because there were no injection marks on Christina's body, and investigators did not find any powder residue or rolling papers next to the bed where Christina died. In 2016, the Michigan State Police took over the investigation into Christina's death. In 2019, after Christina's family disputed Christina's cause of death, Dr. Hunter later changed Christina's death certificate from an accident to a homicide. Police charged Jason with first-degree murder, solicitation of murder, and delivery of a controlled substance resulting in death. He was denied bail. Jason's attorney, Nicholas Robinson, said his client pleaded not guilty to the charges and wanted to fight them. When he was arrested, Jason had lost his job after testing positive for drugs. Kathy's efforts to ensure that law enforcement would punish the person responsible for her daughter's death were not overlooked. Gina's County Prosecutor David Layton said that a few years ago, he began receiving Facebook messages and emails from a Davidson woman who claimed her daughter had died and that her death was not an accident. "It can't be happening," the woman told the prosecutor. She was certain that someone had caused her daughter's death. Kathy's passionate pleas caught David Layton's attention, prompting authorities to re-examine the death of her daughter, Christina. "I will never forget what she wrote in an email, prosecutor. You are my last hope. This is our last chance to get justice for my daughter. Please help me," David Layton said. "At that moment, and as I spoke to her this morning, I was absolutely convinced that her daughter's death was not an accident. It was the result of foul play. It was Kathy's relentless efforts to seek justice for her daughter's death that led to this situation, and those efforts paid off." The trial began in 2020. The prosecution alleged that Jason put a controlled substance in his wife's cereal bowl to kill her. He then went to work as usual, waited a few hours, and asked a neighbor to check on Christina. According to the prosecution, Jason wanted someone else to discover his wife's body in order to reduce suspicion against him. The direct evidence against Jason was overwhelming. Jason had a motive for killing Christina. He was having an affair with another woman, suspected she was cheating on him, believed the second child was not his, and was tired of her nagging. Jason did not want a divorce because he did not want to pay child support or lose custody of her. Before her death, Jason told a coworker that he wanted Christina dead. On the morning of her death, Jason called her company to inquire about a $100,000 life insurance policy, and in that call, he said Christina had died the night before. The jury heard clear evidence that Jason not only wanted Christina dead, but that he had tried to hire someone to kill her. He planned to do this and knew where to buy illegal drugs. In fact, he had purchased them on multiple occasions to give to Christina. At trial, multiple witnesses testified that Christina did not use drugs recreationally. Christina was very careful about what she consumed because she was breastfeeding. Furthermore, tests showed that her frozen breast milk contained no harmful substances. To support the theory that Jason had poisoned Christina's food, the prosecution presented toxicology reports. For example, Dr. Judge argued that Christina's death could have been caused by ingestion of some kind of poison. The prosecution ruled out injection because no traces of injection or needles were found at the scene. Dr. Judge also testified that inhalation was unlikely because no rolled-up dollar bills or snorting paper were found at the scene. The court gave Jason Harris a chance to speak, but he did not apologize or show remorse. Instead, he insisted that he was innocent. The judge said the jury did not believe your lies, ultimately exposing him as a selfish and deceitful murderer. On November 17, 2021, the jury found Jason Harris, 47, guilty on all charges. 3 weeks later, The court sentenced him to life in prison without parole. He has appealed the verdict, however. After the trial, prosecutor David Layton expressed his condolences to Christina's family and friends, emphasizing that this was a tragic case. Layton went on to say, "While this case has many unique and media-driven details, the most important thing is the family's loss. I hope this verdict helps them find comfort in knowing that justice has been served." Jason requested a new trial on the grounds that his defense attorney did not do a good job. He introduced evidence in the form of his attorney's testimony, showing that his defense attorney failed to seek an independent expert opinion on the prosecution's evidence and failed to consult with an independent toxicologist. Jason's defense attorney explained this decision as part of a trial strategy because he had thoroughly questioned Dr. Hunter N. was able to show the jury that Dr. Hunter had changed his opinion about the cause of death based on information from a related civil lawsuit. In February 2024, the Michigan Court of Appeals upheld Jason Harris's conviction. He remains in prison for life without the possibility of parole. Kent in the UK is home to New Ash Green. The post-war development harbors a strong feeling of community and a sense of belonging. One of the residents was 46-year-old Sarah Wellgreen. Sarah enjoyed a close relationship with her family, and they would regularly meet up for lunch, shopping, and go on holiday together. Her mother said she cared deeply for other people and would always stick up for the underdog. Sarah was a devoted mother to her 5 children who were the center of her world. She would go all out for birthdays and other holidays. She had 2 sons, Jack and Lewis, from a previous relationship and 3 children with her partner, 39-year-old Ben Lacomer. She worked hard as a beautician and would work on evenings and weekends alongside bringing up her children. Her partner Ben Lacomer had been born in Greenwich, and in the early 2000s he moved to Majorca with dreams of becoming a pilot. The pair had met in December 2004 on a dating website. He made a good impression with Sarah's 2 sons, and Sarah decided to leave her job, and she and her 2 boys would move to Majorca to start afresh with Ben. But the happiness didn't last long. Due to her being unable to speak Spanish, she couldn't find a job, and this, coupled with her homesickness, made it very difficult for Sarah. Ben also wasn't able to become a pilot, so instead worked at the airport. They subsequently decided to move back to the UK, having already welcomed their first child. After settling into a new 4-bedroom home, 22 Bazes Shore and New Ash Green, Ben began working as a taxi driver, and Sarah would work as a beauty therapist. But the issues in the relationship began to show, with the pair arguing often. Sarah eventually decided to call time on the relationship, and in response, Ben threw her and her 2 sons out whilst keeping the 3 children they had together with him. Ben had arranged a court hearing for the very next morning in which he said Sarah had abandoned her children and consequently he was awarded custody. Sarah was unable to defend herself as she was unaware as to what was happening. Sarah was devastated. She and her eldest 2 children went to live with her mother and stepfather. Family saved every penny so they could be able to go and see a solicitor for legal advice. And in August 2016, she would be awarded full custody of the children. It was also around this time that her personal life began to move in a more positive direction when she met Neil James. Sarah met Neil on a dating app in 2016, and their relationship would go from strength to strength, culminating in an engagement. But Sarah was worried that if she tried to move in with Neil, Ben would battle her for custody. In 2018, she offered Ben the opportunity for them to live in the house together and cope her and their children despite their romantic relationship coming to an end, something her family had begged her not to do. This wasn't by any means an ideal solution as emotions between them were still running high. So Sarah decided to try and buy Ben's share of the house from him. Sarah had taken her children to school in the morning before heading to work to see her clients. She was also incredibly excited and happy as she had been able to secure a new, higher-paying job. At around 8 p.m., Sarah was seen coming home and heading inside. She sent several text messages, including to Neil. One message to a friend read, "There's always something to look forward to. You've just got to open your eyes and dream." The last text message was sent at 10 p.m., before she headed to bed. The next day was an incredibly special one, as it was one of her children's birthdays, and like always, she had planned for it. As the morning rolled around, Neil sent her a text message, but Sarah didn't reply. As the hours continued to tick by, still hadn't responded. Neil decided to reach out to Ben to see if he had seen her. Ben replied saying he thought Sarah was with him, as he hadn't seen her either. Neil called Sarah's family and explained that he had been trying to get hold of Sarah since the morning, but hadn't been able to make contact with her. Sarah could sometimes forget to charge her phone or accidentally leave it in the car, so her mother decided to call her too. But like Neil, she couldn't get hold of her. One of Sarah's sons used text messages, social media, and calling her work phone to try and get a response, but there was still nothing from Sarah. By the next day, she still hadn't come home. Her mother kept trying to get hold of her, but as Sarah continued to not respond, her mother knew something was seriously wrong. Everyone was becoming extremely concerned for her. They agreed that if by the next day she hadn't made contact with anyone or come home, they were called the police. It had now been 48 hours since Sarah Wellgreen had been seen, and she still had not been in contact with anyone. Ben contacted the police. DCI Ivan Beasley, senior investigating officer with Kent Police, was assigned to investigate her disappearance. Ben told the officers that after Sarah had arrived home on the 9th, he had put the children to bed and gone into his room, which was the loft conversion one, and she had gone to her room on the first floor. He explained that when he had woken up the next morning, Sarah wasn't home, but the car was still parked in its spot. As it was one of her children's birthdays, he said he had expected her to come home. A missing persons investigation was quickly underway, and a search of her bedroom was conducted. One thing immediately stood out. All of Sarah's personal effects were still there, including her money, bank cards, keys, and handbag. These were not things Sarah would have left without. For DCI Ivan Beasley, this was extremely concerning. As she had left her car keys at the house, one theory that was considered was that maybe she had gone out for a run or walk and become injured and unable to get help. A 5-mile search radius was set up around Sarah's home, going through fields and woodlands to try and find her, even checking hospitals to see if she had been admitted to any of them. In spite of all this, and after an extensive search, there was still no sign of Sarah. There were no phone records to indicate that she had agreed to meet up with anyone that night. DCI Ivan Beasley noted Ben Lacomer's demeanor. He said, "Ben didn't seem to be that concerned. The way he was presenting to us was described to me by my officers as quite odd. He didn't really want to engage with us. He didn't really want us at the house," which for somebody who had reported Sarah missing, he didn't seem to be acting in that way. He also said that officers discovered that Sarah's family had had to pressure Ben into contacting the police in the first place. Sarah's son utilized social media, and the close-knit community immediately came together to look for her. Hundreds of people from the local area came in to help. One of the volunteers, Sharon Bryan, noted Ben Lacomer's behavior. She said, "We were very baffled with Ben when during day 3 or 4 of our searching, he went into the village office to book the village hall, and we thought it was completely bizarre. There's half the village looking for the mother of his children, and he's trying to arrange a kids' game in the village." Sarah's oldest 2 children attempted to visit their siblings, but were told they weren't allowed. Lacombe had taken the 3 youngest to his aunt's house, and he had also started court proceedings to gain custody of them. DCI Beasley said, within a few days of her disappearance, Ben had gone to the family court and was trying to have an urgent meeting so he could have primary custody of the children. In order to generate any leads, the police issued a press appeal to get information about Sarah out to the public. But as the days continued to pass, Sarah Wellgreen still hadn't been found. Concerns continued to escalate that she may have been met with foul play. Detective Superintendent Paul Fotheringham said, "Police went back to speak with Ben again to try and gain a better understanding of the dynamics and ins and outs of the family home. He told them that Sarah would often go missing, disappearing without telling anyone to go and meet other people. The police went to Neil's house to search the property and ask him further questions, as he was one of the last people she had had contact with. He explained that he had called her at 924 on the night she had last been seen. They spoke for around 15 minutes and then sent a few text messages back and forth. Before they said goodnight, phone records showed that this was true, and as he was at home with his daughter at the time, He told the police to check the M25 cameras to prove he hadn't driven to Sarah's. His story checked out and Neil was in the clear. It had now been a week since Sarah Wellgreen had seemingly vanished, and police decided to check the local cameras, and more than 15,000 hours of footage would be searched. At around 2 a.m. on the 10th of October, the same time Sarah went missing, CCTV cameras picked up a car driving around. One of the images picked up on camera showed the vehicle with a logo on the driver's side door. Why did this pique the interest of investigators? Because it was similar to the vehicle driven by Ben Lacomer, a red taxi with a logo on the driver's side door. But the police had to be sure. They brought in an expert to compare his vehicle to the grainy one on the footage. The expert determined that the footage did show Ben's vehicle. Around 2 hours after it had first been captured on CCTV, the same vehicle was seen coming back. This appeared to contradict his annotations that he had been at home in bed when Sarah had gone missing. The home had an extensive CCTV system which was operated from Ben's bedroom so he could see the goings-on throughout the house. DCI Beasley said, "It was quite an elaborate setup. He had cameras at the side, at the front, and at the back of his house, all controlled by an assistant which was kept in his bedroom, which was in the converted attic part of the house. They checked the footage from the day Sarah had vanished. Ben was seen coming home, and nobody else was seen entering the property before Sarah came back. It wasn't just their home that had security cameras. Their neighbor's home did too. The neighbor's home had 3 months' worth of footage to watch. They could see that the CCTV camera from Ben and Sarah's home had been on almost constantly in the time leading up to Sarah going missing. The footage from the neighbor's house showed the infrared lights coming from Ben's cameras, and also showed that after midnight on the day she had last been seen, Ben's cameras had been switched off. Ben said the files from the cameras at his house weren't usable as they had been corrupted, and that the complex system in place actually hadn't been working for the past year. Another piece of footage that stood out to investigators showed him coming home. In the footage, his vehicle was clean. After taking the children to school the next day, the car was caught on CCTV again, and this time there was mud and dirt on the sides and wheels. At around 10:30, he went to the office where his taxi company operated. When the car pulls in, the dirt is gone. Another element that stood out was after watching the neighbor's camera. The police learned that he would always park his car in the same spot until the night Sarah had gone missing. That night, he parked it at the back of the property, somewhere not covered by the neighbor's CCTV. The task in front of the officers was huge. They didn't know where Ben had driven to that night and what he had done in the 2-hour window, and Sarah still hadn't been found. The police believed that he had murdered Sarah and then driven her body to a deposition site. On the 20th of December, the decision was made to arrest Ben Lacomer on suspicion of the murder of Sarah Wellgreen. He was then taken to the station to be questioned. Over the next 7 hours, he was interviewed by investigators. LaConva was silent and refused to answer any question put to him. During a search of the house, a shovel was found in the garden shed that appeared to be brand new. They needed to find Sarah, ascertain the cause of death, and prove that this had been done deliberately by Ben Lacombe. Specialists from the fire service and marine units from all over the country were drafted into the extensive searches to try and find her, including part of the Thames and land near the Blue Water Shopping Center. Roads were closed off while searches were conducted and 1,400 sites were searched, but none led to Sarah's body. In spite of this, and on the basis of the case that had been built on the 28th of December 2018, Ben Lacomer was charged with the murder of Sarah Wellgreen. At Woolwich Crown Court, the trial of Ben Lacomer would begin. Prosecutor Alex Morgan QC would say in a documentary about the case, "Having a trial with no body presents unique challenges." One of the key moments for the prosecution was revealing a conversation that Ben had had with police several days before his arrest. They had requested his phone. He signed the consent form, but then refused to give consent for deleted data to be retrieved. He told them that he would give it to them the next day at the station, because it was late and he wanted to go to bed. But CCTV revealed that Ben hadn't gone to bed. His car was spotted parked by the River Thames late at night, trying to get rid of something. Something police believe was his mobile phone. Following Sarah going missing, Lacombe was captured on a CCTV camera in a shop, buying a new phone in the exact same make that he put his old SIM card into. DCI Beasley said, especially when there are concerns for a loved one, but actually Ben was more interested in the information we could retrieve from his phone and refused to give us his phone. Another element of the case that they argued was evidence of planning was the hours in between him leaving the address and coming home, indicating he had already chosen the deposition site for Sarah's body. When it came to the shovel that had been found during the search, the defense argued that it was there for his mother, so she could look after the flowers that were in front of the house. But the flowers of the home did not require such a big shovel, adding to the theory that it had been potentially used to dig a grave. Allison Morgan, QC from the prosecution, said that the idea he had bought what she referred to as a grave digger shovel as a present for his mother was complete nonsense. Over the course of the trial, more information would be revealed that painted a clearer picture of Ben and Sarah's relationship. When she arrived home from work on the 9th of October, she told Ben that she was planning to buy his share of the house, as her new job would leave her in a financial situation where that was feasible. This meant that in more ways than one, Ben Lacomer was losing control, and if she were to leave him for good and sell the house, he would have been left with virtually nothing. The judge, jury, counsel, court clerk, and ushers were given a police escort to the family home to help them contextualize the evidence and see the inner workings of the home, including the intricate CCTV system. Defense barrister Rebecca Trolak, QC, concluded their case by saying, "What I ask of you is a lot less than what the prosecution asked. They are asking you to convict a 39-year-old man with no criminal convictions, not even cautions, of the carefully planned murder of the mother of his children. That is a big ask." After 30 days of the trial, it was time for the jury to deliberate. They would soon return their verdict. On 28th of October 2019, Ben Lacombe was found guilty of the murder of Sarah Wellgreen. He received life in prison with a minimum term of 27 years. He has never revealed what happened to Sarah or where she is. Should he continue to refuse to divulge any information, it could mean he remains in prison for a longer time under Helen's Law. Helen's Law, named after murder victim Helen McCourt, makes killers ineligible for parole if they do not tell police where they've hidden the body of a victim. This followed the tireless campaigning of Marie McCourt, mother of Helen, a 22-year-old insurance clerk who was murdered in 1988. Her murderer, Ian Sims, has never revealed her body's location. The petition calling for Helen's Law had gained more than 600,000 signatures and high-level government support. In November 2020, Helen's Law received royal assent. Under the law, killers could still be released if no longer deemed a risk to the public, even if they refuse to disclose information. But the parole board will be legally required to consider whether they have cooperated with inquiries as part of their assessment. One of Sarah's elder sons said, "There's still that missing piece, and it will always be like that because there'll always be that missing piece because of what he has done. I believe he's withholding that because that's the only sort of power he has left." Sarah's ex-husband also spoke about him wanting her body to be found. In the year that followed her disappearance, nearly 3,000 potential deposition sites have been identified, but none have led to Sarah. The community in New Ash Green has never given up on their search for Sarah Wellgreen. They have said they will never stop their search for her, and a Facebook page called Search for Sarah Wellgreen was set up too. For those who knew and loved Sarah, the agony of not knowing where she is and what happened to her is devastating. It is the hope of Sarah's family that he will one day reveal her whereabouts so that she can finally be brought home and laid to rest. The case of Shanynthia Gardner. Shanynthia Gardner was born in the late 80s in Memphis, Tennessee, USA. Not much is known about her childhood except that she was the daughter of Eleanor Snodgrass, who lived in a cozy wooden house in Madison, Alabama. Shaninthea's childhood and youth passed as normally as any other girl of her time. Shanynthia was a young girl with curly brown hair, slim and beautiful. She was always surrounded by loyal friends and showed outstanding talent. Shanynthia was full of creative spirit, had a unique talent for songwriting and a passion for music. She expressed herself through singing and attracted the attention of the local people. In addition to singing, Shanynthia was fascinated by the world of fashion and photography. She had the ability to turn everyday moments into works of art in front of the camera. Despite her diverse interests, Shanynthia was a charitable woman who attended church regularly and took good care of her family. Everything in Shaninthia's life seemed to be preordained and promised a bright future. Shanynthia was 14 when she met Daryl Clayton through mutual friends. They quickly became friends, and their relationship became more serious after graduating from high school, becoming an official couple. They spent a lot of time together and were considered serious and stable young people. However, their crime records had some questionable details. Both had minor crimes such as traffic violations and disorderly conduct on the street. In 2008, Daryl was charged with assaulting a woman, even though the act was unintentional. He faced severe punishment, but all charges were later dropped. Shanynthia and Daryl were not officially married but lived together. In 2008, they had a son named Dee. Shanynthia became a caring mother, taking care of not only her son but also Daryl's 2 children from a previous relationship. Daryl's mother, Sonia Clayton, considered Shanynthia a family member, not just her son's lover. However, their relationship did not last. Although the reason is unknown, they kept in touch after the breakup. For Daryl, Shanynthia was still a good wife and a caring mother. When her son Dee was only 2 years old, Shanynthia was involved in a small incident, possibly a parking ticket or a small argument. This was insignificant compared to what would happen in her future. Marrying Martin Gardner opened a new chapter in Shaninthia's life. This union brought joy and stability to her life. Shanynthia won Martin over with her kindness and love for her children, which was reflected in her gentleness and intelligence. Their love story developed rapidly. In September 2013, they decided to live together and moved into an apartment complex in southeast Shelby County. The wedding marked the beginning of a new phase in their lives. After the celebration, they had their first son, Talon, followed by baby Sia in 2014. Soon after, their 2 daughters Savi and Yazzie were born, bringing happiness to their family. In total, Martin and Shanynthia have 4 children together and 1 child from Shaninthia's previous relationship. As a young mother, her children have always been her number 1 priority. She enjoys working part-time at a children's hospital and is actively involved in a fundraising organization to help children. It is her passion and purpose in life. On a normal Friday, July 1st, 2016, around noon, Shanynthia called her husband, Martin. Her voice was completely calm. She told him that she was going to take the children to the movies. There was no indication that something terrible was going to happen that day. At that moment, they were having a quiet conversation when a sudden and confusing event occurred. Shanynthia suddenly changed her attitude and took a kitchen knife into the living room. She attacked her 6-month-old daughter, Yazzie, leaving her defenseless and in a terrible situation. Yazzie's life was cut short abruptly by the person she loved and was closest to. Dee, the eldest child, was only 7 years old and witnessed this horrific scene. He was too young to understand what was happening, but he knew that he needed to act to save his younger brother and sister. Panicked and desperate, Dee ran out of the house. Shanynthia continued to hold the knife and chase her son. She rushed after Dee, but he screamed loudly, attracting the attention of the neighbors. Several neighbors heard his screams and rushed outside to see what was happening. They witnessed a horrifying scene that they could not forget in their minds. They realized that Dee was being chased, but Shanynthia stopped. However, the horror was not over yet. Shanynthia returned to the house, where Savi and Talon were waiting for her. Distraught, she went upstairs to the bedroom where the children were lying. Those were the last moments of their innocent lives. Meanwhile, those who witnessed the horrifying scene quickly called the emergency services, asking for help and rescuing Dee and his siblings. None of them could have imagined the tragic consequences that awaited this peaceful street. The sheriff arrived at the scene and witnessed a strange scene inside the house at 7449 Southern Hill Road. They found Shanynthia covered in blood and her 4 children lying motionless, lifeless. The scene left everyone in shock. Shanynthia sat there, holding her cell phone and slowly dialing her husband, Martin. Her voice was soft but cold as she confessed to killing her children. The tragedy that had happened in their lives was a horrific event that would forever be remembered in this quiet neighborhood. By the time the prosecutor's office and the special forces arrived at the scene, everything was over. There was only an eerie silence in the house that had once been home to the happy Gardner family. Blood and horror were everywhere. Investigators found a bloody knife and witnessed the horrific incident. Chaplains came to help and were shocked by what had happened. Professionals were also ready to assist Dee, who was suffering from a horror that required immediate intervention. Shanynthia was arrested and held without bail. Her trial was scheduled for July 5th. The horrific events unfolding in Shanynthia Gardner's life have left society unable to remain indifferent. Although she has been portrayed as a monster, Shanynthia is still a mother and partner who radiated love, care, and joy. Her co-worker, Michelle Jymond, defended Shanynthia on social media and spoke out about the injustice of the charges. Michelle also emphasized the importance of considering postpartum depression in cases like this. Dr. Joel Rissman, a psychiatrist at the University of Tennessee Medical Center, confirmed that infanticide by mothers is rare and often accompanied by mental illness. He also pointed to the lack of mental health funding in the state, which leaves many families without the support they need. Dr. Diane Barnes, an expert in postpartum psychology and health, explained the difference between postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis. She emphasized that the two conditions are completely different with different symptoms. In Shaninthia's case, Dr. Diane doubts that women with postpartum depression would commit such acts. Instead, she favors the possibility that Shanynthia suffered from psychosis. The investigation into Shanynthia Gardner's case has been fraught with difficulties. Her defense attorney, Craig Morton, chose not to comment on the case to the media in its early stages, saying it was too early to discuss it. On July 5, 2016, Shanynthia did not speak at her trial, appearing only via video. Judge Lambert questioned her, but Shanynthia did not respond. After the trial, she was taken to the Institute of Mental Health. Shaninthia's family members were present in court but declined to comment to reporters. Morton's attorney and prosecutor, Jennifer Nichols, planned to file a motion to preserve evidence in the case, including information gathered from social media. In January 2017, Shanynthia was formally charged with 4 counts of aggravated child abuse, aggravated murder with a weapon, aggravated child abuse, and child neglect. The mysterious and chilling investigation continues, leaving the community waiting for justice and answers to many unanswered questions. The hearing was attended by Shaninthia's family members on the day of the tragedy. Sonia, Daryl's mother, must have been devastated when she heard the news of the horrific tragedy. She rushed to the scene in a search for her nephew Dee. Sonia asserted that this action was completely unlike the Shanynthia she knew. Initially, she believed that something supernatural or demonic had caused the tragedy. However, as time passed and the initial shock subsided, Sonia began to consider possible reasons. She theorized that the couple may have been in the process of divorce. Shanynthia, fearful of raising 5 children on her own, may have made the terrifying decision to end it all. However, despite these speculations, Sonia found it hard to believe. To her, the Shanynthia she knew was not the person capable of such a terrible act. Dee's father did not believe Shanynthia was guilty. Although he was not the official guardian, he visited his son regularly after his separation from Shanynthia. However, the last time he saw his son was in November 2014. He noticed that Shanynthia was becoming more extreme in her actions and decisions. All attempts to contact his son failed, and he was banned from interfering in her life. Shaninthia's friends and family soon noticed a sudden change in her. She began to show unusual symptoms, from feeling irritable to deep anxiety, paranoia, and panic attacks. Her behavior became erratic and unpredictable, leading many to suspect that she was suffering from postpartum depression. The sudden change in Shaninthia's behavior shocked those around her. She had been a strong, dependable woman who had everything under control. But now, she seemed to have lost her temper, leaving many wondering what had happened. The first signs of trouble appeared in March 2015. Friends and family were puzzled. One day, Shanynthia left work early, picked up her 5 children, and drove off in an unknown direction. Her husband, Martin, thought his wife was just taking the children for a walk and relaxing in the park, as was her usual routine. However, after several hours, Martin was confused and decided to call the police. Shanynthia drove from Memphis to Corinth, 74 miles east, with her 5 children. She did not know anyone there and had no apparent reason for being there. She was later found in the emergency room at St. Francis Hospital, but police did not disclose any details. She had superficial cuts on her neck and wrists, possibly from a suicide attempt, but her children were too young to understand what was happening. After being brought home, Shanynthia began to act strangely. She told her husband Martin that someone had threatened their family, but did not provide any further information. This shocked Martin, who had never had any previous threats. When she was with family and friends, Shanynthia complained about her job and felt bad about it. She then began to say that some of her coworkers wanted to hurt her. Despite the unusual signs, Shanynthia did not exhibit abusive or violent behavior toward her children or others. The wait for trial was long and difficult, with significant delays due to multiple psychiatric evaluations of the defendant. In 2021, the final non-jury trial took place. The defense focused on Shaninthia's mental illness argument. The prosecutor acknowledged her mental condition but argued that the defendant still had the ability to distinguish right from wrong and was aware of the illegality of her actions. Ultimately, Shelby County Criminal Court Judge James rejected the defense. In December 2021, Shanynthia Gardner was found guilty on all charges against her. In February 2022, Shanynthia, 34, appeared in court to receive her sentence, with her husband Martin present. Judge James sentenced her to life in prison for each count of murder and 15 years for each count of child abuse and neglect. Shanynthia will only be eligible for parole after serving 51 years, including the 5 years she has already served before sentencing. She will be eligible for parole at age 80, about 46 years from now. After the hearing, the prosecutor expressed approval of the sentence, saying it satisfied Martin's desire for justice for his children. Martin also felt relieved to know that Shanynthia would no longer have the opportunity to harm any more children. An evening vigil was held at the family's apartment complex to remember the victims. Sonia stood among a crowd of neighbors, relatives, and police. Attendees held red and white candles, praying for the souls of the deceased. The Baptist minister said this was the first step in healing the community, and everyone could only support the surviving child and his father through this difficult time. Martin did not attend the memorial service because he was too sad. Sonia spoke to the press on his behalf. The leadership of the Children's Hospital where Shanynthia worked also sent condolences. Martin's colleagues set up a social media page to help him arrange the funeral for his 4 children. During the service, Martin spoke about his family and children in an emotional and noble way. His words showed admirable resilience. At the end of his speech, Martin emphasized that he would always remember the happy image of his family, with Shanynthia and the children by his side. This is a precious memory that he will cherish forever. The case of Vicky Glass. Vicky Glass was born on September 21, 1979 in Stockton-on-Tees, a small town in the northeast of England on the banks of the River Tees. She has an older sister named Claire, who is 1 year older. When Vicky was 6 years old, her parents, Deborah and Anthony, decided to divorce. Her mother, Deborah, later married another man named Colin Goodall, and Vicky had a half-sister named Cheryl and a brother named Thomas. Although her parents divorced, they continued to live in Stockton. Vicky developed a passion for music from an early age, becoming a big fan of Michael Jackson and the musical Cats. Between the ages of 13 and 18, she joined a local jazz band and often performed with her friends. After graduating from Blackstone High School, Vicky continued her studies at the academy and earned 5 college degrees. However, her life changed dramatically. At 18, Vicky fell in with a bad group of friends and began her drug addiction. Her illegal activities were mainly in the Cannon Park and Gresham areas of Middleborough, near her hometown. In 1999, Vicky became homeless and contracted severe pneumonia. During this difficult time, her friend introduced her to a man named Patch Claus. This man provided her with a temporary place to heal. For months, Vicky lived with Patch, who cared for her and provided her with medication. However, this support was not enough to help Vicky escape her addiction and unhealthy lifestyle. On September 23, 2000, A few days after her 21st birthday, Vicky left Patch's house with her friend for the last time. She had initially stayed at Cannon Park in Gresham. Vicky also worked as an escort on Set Road in Middleborough, and they drove to Main Road. Main Road was notorious for escorting and illegal activities. After staying there for a while, Vicky and her client left and hailed the ring taxi. The taxi driver then took them to a man's house in Norton, only 3 blocks away from where they had left. Vicky stayed there once more before hailing another taxi to return to Middleborough. The taxi that picked her up was a white Vauxhall Vectra, registration number 790. At 4 a.m. on Sunday, September 24th, she got out at the intersection of Union Road and Ashwood Square, near a pub called The Colleague. From there, Vicky was only a 5-minute walk to Patch's residence, where she lived with the man. However, she did not return home. Patch became concerned when Vicky did not return and began calling, visiting friends and going to places she frequented. But there was no news of her. After 3 days, he contacted the police. And on September 27th, an investigation into Vicky's disappearance was launched. A week after Vicky went missing, on October 5th, the local paper, the Northern Echo, published an article headlined "Missing Young Woman." In the article, Vicky was described as being about 5 feet 1 inch tall with blonde hair tied in a ponytail. She was wearing a white t-shirt, light gray trousers, and white trainers. The article also quoted a police officer as saying that Vicky was a known prostitute and frequented hot spots. Vicky's family refused to give up and were determined to find out who was behind the incident. In 2018, the police received additional funding to try to find a criminal. On Friday, November 3rd, a man was walking his dog in the village of Demi, 20 miles southwest of Middleborough. At 6 a.m., he walked past a ditch near the main road in the village and discovered the decomposing, unclothed body parts of a woman. He quickly called the police, who arrived and identified the victim as Vicky Glass, a 21-year-old woman who had gone missing. The cause of her death has not yet been determined. North Yorkshire and Cleveland police immediately began an investigation. A team of 40 police officers were sent to the scene to collect evidence and conduct forensic examinations. However, no traces were found at the scene, and the clothes Vicky was wearing when she went missing were not found. Detective Brian Dan, who is leading the investigation, has appealed to journalists to contact anyone who knew Vicky, spoke to her, and has any information that could help the investigation. As Demi was a popular tourist destination, police appealed to anyone who might have been in the area to contact. Police noted that the car that brought Vicky to the village may have stopped on the roadside outside the village before entering the village and asked people to be aware of this stop. On November 13, 2000, Vicky's mother Deborah addressed the press appealing for witnesses to her daughter's disappearance. Police placed a picture of Vicky in the pub where she was last reported missing, as well as in other areas of the city where sex workers were known to operate. By November 20th, police had interviewed nearly 500 people and received more than 150 statements. Those interviewed included former clients of Vicky and drivers who used the Cannon Park overnight car park where Vicky and other sex workers often worked. The police laid flowers on her grave where her body was found. They then appealed to the public for any information that might help them find the culprit. 2 men in Vicky's family tried to stay calm, appealing for the public's cooperation in the investigation. Meanwhile, Vicky's mother, Deborah, was extremely distraught and could not attend the ceremony. After questioning many people, the police found important information. They said that about 12 prostitutes may have information related to Vicky's disappearance. The police began a more thorough investigation. In March, the police began to closely monitor lorry drivers stopping at Cannon Park car park. Next, the police arrested a 39-year-old man from Grimsby, but he was released on bail and his identity is still kept secret from the public. On January 9, 2002, police arrested a 47-year-old man on suspicion of being involved in Vicky's case. 2 days after his arrest, on January 11th, the man's name was given as Eric Coates. He was a resident of South North Yorkshire and lived about 45 miles south of Middleborough. Eric regularly used the services of prostitutes and was a client of Vicky. This was the 3rd time Eric had been questioned about Vicky's disappearance. police searched his home where he lived with his parents. Police said Eric could not provide an alibi for his whereabouts on the day Vicky went missing, although he did mention that he may have been at his home because it was his father's birthday that evening. Eric Coates later gave an interview to the Northern Echo saying that, according to rumors, Vicky had been murdered over a drug debt and that he did not want anyone else to die like that. He also expressed hope that a criminal would be found. Police found no clear evidence and Eric was released without charge. In July 2002, Cleveland police announced their intention to question another suspect, John Taylor. John had been sentenced to life in prison for the kidnap and murder of 16-year-old Leanne Turner in Leeds, West Yorkshire. He kidnapped Leanne Turner while she was shopping in the city center on Christmas Eve 2000, took her home, and brutally murdered her. Leanne's body was found 9 months later by Cleveland Police Inspector Jim Tate. Policeman Jim Tate told the press about the progress of the investigation, but no further information about John Taylor was available in connection with Vicky's case. To mark the second anniversary of Vicky's death, in September 2002, her mother, Deborah, held a press conference appealing for help from the media. In her heartbreaking speech, she shared the pain she had suffered since losing her child and how she had considered suicide because she could not bear the pain. After a long delay, a further investigation into Vicky's case was launched. However, when this investigation was carried out in August 2003, the results of Vicky's autopsy could not determine the cause of death. This was because Vicky's body had decomposed so badly over time that many of her body parts, including major organs and some bones, were missing. The subsequent investigation also found no signs of injury or abuse to Vicky. Later that year, Vicky's mother, Deborah, and stepfather Colin visited the site in Denny where Vicky's body was found to pay their respects. They were followed by reporters from ITV. In a 20-second video, Deborah can be seen fighting back tears as she says Vicky did not deserve to die like that. Gordon Lamp from Cleveland Police also said that despite 10 years having passed, they would continue to try to find the criminal responsible for Vicky's death. 10 years after Vicky's death on September 24, 2010, her parents spoke to reporters for information and discussed the emotional pain caused by the decade-long hunt for her killer. Her mother, Deborah, said she thinks about Vicky every day and cannot get over her loss. Vicky's mother, Deborah, died in 2015 at the age of 55 and will never know who was responsible for her daughter's death. In 2017, Cleveland Police, along with Crime Commissioner Barry Coppenshaw, applied for special funding from the Home Office to fund the investigation of 3 old criminal cases, including Vicky Glass's case. The story of Vicky Glass, it all started with her disappearance. But the reason why she was killed is still a big question. Currently, the mystery of Vicky's death is still unsolved, and this causes unbearable pain to her family and friends. People continue to search for answers and hope to catch the culprit responsible for Vicky's tragic death, but unfortunately, after all these years, the culprit is still not found. 87-year-old Gladys Godfrey lived alone in a bungalow on Devon Drive on the Ladybrook estate in Mansfield, England. The estate was mainly populated by elderly people. There was a strong sense of community and everyone knew each other. As she was housebound, she used to sleep in a chair in her living room, and as she struggled with her mobility, she would use a walking frame to get around. She was friendly and kind, well known in her local area, and a much-loved member of her community. She could often be seen standing on her front doorstep saying hello to people who passed by. She had no children but was very close to her niece Sandra. Sandra would visit her aunt once a week and the pair enjoyed a fantastic relationship. When Sandra was a child, her mother had had to work and Gladys was a huge part of her life and had helped to bring her up. Sandra had said she was like a second mother to her. On April 28, 2001, Gladys's bungalow was broken into. At roughly 3:30 in the morning, Gladys was asleep in the living room. She was awoken by a knocking at the front door. After Gladys got up from her chair and opened the door, a man stood in front of her. He pushed her back in and forced his way into the property. She was sexually assaulted after he had knocked her over. She was frail, standing at 4 feet 11 inches and around 6 stone, but she was able to hit the attacker with a bottle of lemonade. She scratched him and also pulled an earring from his ear before he took her bag and ran away. When the police arrived at the scene to take her statement, she was able to give them a description. The person who had attacked her was a slim, young, white man with dark hair. As she had scratched the offender during the struggle, samples were taken from underneath her fingernails, and these, coupled with the earring, were sent away to be analyzed. A partial DNA profile was found and compared against the National DNA Database. The National DNA Database, formed in 1995, holds DNA profiles and samples taken from police suspects and samples taken from crime scenes. When this partial DNA profile taken from under her nails was put through the database, it came back with no matches. Over the days that followed, her handbag and other items that had been stolen from her house were found. Her bag was discovered on Arundel Drive, and they were able to plot the other items on a map, illustrating the direction the attacker had gone in. Paul Bacon was a solicitor and former president of the Nottingham Law Society. He said this demonstrated how caring the community was, as they had all worked hard to get Gladys' items back to her. He also said that based on the location of the stolen items, it was apparent that this was a local person who knew the area. But as time went by, the police were unable to identify the offender. On Saturday, September 7, 2002, Gladys had spent time at home whilst also seeing her best friend during the day. At 5:15 a.m. the following morning, the panic alarm was triggered. The warden at her complex did not go to her bungalow. A few hours later, a neighbor went round to deliver a paper and found that Gladys' home appeared to have been ransacked. Police officers were called to the Ladybrook estate at around 9:30 a.m. When officers entered the property, they found the body of Gladys Godfrey. It was apparent that she had been subjected to an appalling attack. A postmortem revealed a catalog of more than 20 injuries. Clumps of her hair had been viciously pulled out. Her neck and skull had both been fractured. She had died from manual strangulation as well as head trauma. So severe were her injuries, her family were not allowed to identify her body. Her walker that she had used to get around was tipped over on its side, and there were blood stains near the fireplace in the living room, and on the base and pillow of her bed. Based on the evidence at the scene, it appeared that the initial attack had taken place in the living room of the bungalow. As there was hair and blood by the fireplace, it appeared that she had been pushed to the ground. There was one blood mark that immediately got the attention of investigators. Footprint. Footprints can often be key pieces of evidence at a crime scene. The crime scene manager was able to ascertain that the footprint most likely belonged to a Euroland shoe, and this coupled with the fingerprints found in the bungalow added to the pile of evidence being gathered. After being beaten viciously, it appeared that she had been dragged into her bedroom. Whilst in her bedroom, she had been raped. Those who were known to Gladys had their fingerprints taken to compare with the fingerprints found at the crime scene. After doing this, there were still fingerprints inside the bungalow belonging to an unknown person. The community was in shock. How could a frail pensioner, who was known and loved by many, have died in such an appalling way? Detective Chief Superintendent Phil Davies said there was no evidence of items being stolen, nor was there sign of a forced entry. He said, during a press conference, Detective Inspector Stuart Bailey said that they now believed the person who had committed the first attack in April of 2001 could also be responsible for her murder. Bradley said, because of the similarity in the two offenses, which were both in the early hours of the morning and at a weekend, we believe there could be a connection. We are considering a link. We are not saying there is definitely a link, but there is a strong possibility that these offenses could be linked. Kevin Flint, the senior investigating officer for Nottinghamshire Police, said, the partial DNA profile from the attack on Gladys in April 2001 was compared to the full profile taken from the scene of the murder. This came back as a match. Whoever had attacked Gladys before had come back and murdered her. The task before the officers was huge. They needed to speak with neighbors and people in the area to try and gain any knowledge that could help catch her killer. A detective constable who was knocking on doors, Phil Cumberpatch, said, every time you thought you were having a bad day, you thought of what happened to Gladys and cracked on. Although they had a DNA profile, this soon proved fruitless. Whoever had raped and murdered her had not been arrested before, and their profile was not on the National DNA Database. Not only had this offender's crimes dangerously escalated and increased in brutality, but people had no way of knowing if he would attack again. 2 months after the murder of Gladys Godfrey, her niece Sandra spoke at a press conference and appealed for anyone with information to come forward and talk to the police. Somebody must know something, and we just hope it will shake the memory to come forward for the slightest little thing that might be interesting. The whole family is devastated by it all. Detective Inspector Stuart Bradley said, "The DNA is absolutely vital in that it will be able to take us forward, and we will be able to eliminate people who are put forward to the incident room very, very quickly." Nearly 5 months after Gladys' murder, Crime Watch ran an appeal on her case to try and generate any new leads and as much publicity as possible. Sandra told the show she was poorly and she was very frail. "We did not expect her to carry on many more years, but for her to live the life she has led and then die in these circumstances, it was devastating to us all." The police kept in contact with Sandra to keep her up to date, but they still seemed no closer to closing the case. As they were still struggling to catch the killer, the police decided to change their strategy. As they had a DNA profile of the killer, they decided they would take DNA samples from all over Mansfield. It would be one of the largest elimination screenings in their history. It was voluntary, and more than 1,000 men gave samples over the following months, demonstrating how desperate the local community was to catch the killer. Unfortunately, after the mass screening was completed, the officers were back at square one. None were a match to the killer. In 2003, the Forensic Intelligence Bureau, known as the FIB, was established. Work was being carried out by scientists in Birmingham to conduct further research into familial DNA searching, aiming to find families a DNA sample could be from. Nottingham Police Force volunteered to be one of the first to trial this new investigative tool. Francis Bates, the senior intelligence officer, led the work on familial DNA testing. The FIB worked in collaboration with the police and visited the area. They were able to produce a list of people that could have been related to the murderer. Richard Pinchin, the head of the FIB, said, "We established the first forensic intelligence bureau in the world, which primarily was concerned with looking at DNA from scenes of crime and analyzing that and trying to forward investigations when no other information was available. The FIB would run the sample from the crime scene through the familial DNA search engine. Doing this reorders the DNA found on the DNA database in order of similarity to the sample." Richard Pinchin said, "Familial DNA is the same as an eyewitness. It narrows down a list of people for the police to talk to." Nearly a year had passed since Gladys had been attacked and murdered in her own home, and the police were still searching for whoever was responsible. More than 2,500 men had been compared to the DNA sample, and they still had not been able to find a match. Those in the local community were living in fear, terrified that the killer could strike again. The police had followed more than 8,000 lines of inquiry, but had still not caught the murderer. In response to the feelings of fear, more than 2,000 free security alarms were given to older people living on the estate, and more than 1,000 personal alarms were given out too. Alongside this, Nottinghamshire County Council also issued leaflets to vulnerable people in the area, according to a BBC report urging people to check the identity of everyone who calls at their door before they let them in. Don't let anyone in unless you know who they are, and if you are in any doubt, call the police. The police appealed once again to the public for help, with Gladys's niece saying, "I just hope somebody out there, if they know the slightest little thing, even if they think it is not important or irrelevant, then please come forward." 15 months had now passed since the brutal sexual assault and murder of 87-year-old Gladys Godfrey. When it came to the familial DNA testing, the first thing the intelligence team did was look at anyone on the familial DNA lists who was local to the area and draw up family trees to eliminate as many people as possible. 2 families became the immediate priority. It was voluntary for the men in these families to offer their fingerprints and DNA to rule them out of the inquiry. These samples were compared with the killer. Just 24 hours later, the news would come in that would blow the case wide open. They had finally had a match for the DNA taken from the intimate swabs, the partial profile taken from underneath her fingernails from the first attack, and the fingerprints matched 12 of the fingerprints found in the bungalow. This was a bittersweet moment for those involved. Gladys Godfrey had been subjected to a sustained and brutal attack and had died under unimaginable circumstances, but the person responsible had now been identified. An arrest plan was drawn up and their prime suspect was soon in custody, 22-year-old Jason Ward. He was arrested at work on the 5th of December and was swiftly taken to the police station to be processed and interviewed. In spite of the plethora of forensic evidence, he denied that he had anything to do with the sexual assault and murder of Gladys Godfrey. A search of his home was conducted to help build the case against him. In the search, they found a Euroland shoe. Analysis showed that it matched the footprint found at the scene. Traces of blood were found on the shoe also. This came back as a match for Gladys Godfrey. As the evidence continued to mount, he admitted to being the person who had gone into her bungalow and carried out the sexual assault. Jason Ward was charged with sexual assault and murder. After he was charged, he finally confessed to everything. Jason Ward was remanded in custody. He was also charged with the attempted rape of Gladys in April 2001. He was given the date of the 28th of May when he would have to go to Nottingham Crown Court. Ward had worked as a machine operator and had lived on Bentonk Street, less than 2 miles away from Gladys Godfrey's home. His previous address had been a quarter of a mile away. Just before the mass DNA screening had started, Ward had moved to just outside of the priority screening perimeter. According to a BBC article, he lived with his mother and father and had few friends, choosing to spend much of his time alone. He had had substance and alcohol abuse issues and had received a fine for being drunk and disorderly. Someone who knew him in school told the BBC Ward was strange, weird, and easily led. Paul Bacon, who had worked on more than 50 murder cases, was appointed as Ward's defense. He would later say in a documentary that it was really difficult to understand his motivation for the offense, adding, "I think he found it difficult to understand his motivation too." It was arranged for psychiatric evaluations to be carried out on Jason Ward. At his first court appearance, he entered a plea of guilty to the burglary, indecent assault, rape, and murder of Gladys Godfrey. Jason Ward was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 22 years for the rape and murder of Gladys Godfrey. The judge took the psychiatric evaluations into account when deciding the punishment. Frances Bates from the Forensic Intelligence Bureau, who led the pioneering familial DNA testing that helped catch Ward, was there for the sentencing. She said, "I was sat in the public gallery near the family, and to see the family's reaction, and to see that they had got closure in this case meant a great deal to me. I was only a small part of the case, but to know that I had helped provide that closure was really important to me and something I still think about to this day." When talking about the vital work of familial DNA testing that had helped catch Ward, Richard Pinchin said, "Without that case and without those people working together, we would not have been able to prove how effective this was. This was a landmark case. It was the first time anywhere in the world that familial DNA searching had solved a murder. The murder of Gladys Godfrey shocked the close-knit community and devastated her family. Through the pioneering work of the FIB, familial DNA testing, and the commitment of investigators, her killer was finally brought to justice." The case of Belinda Temple. Belinda Temple was born and raised in Texas. In 1986, Belinda went to college in her hometown while her twin sister, Brenda, left to study at Stephen F. Austin University. Belinda decided to stay with her parents because she was dating Marshall Comer, who was 3 years older than her. She was completely absorbed in the relationship. However, Belinda's parents were not pleased. They were concerned that the relationship would disrupt her studies, leading to her having children early and dropping out of school. This caused a lot of tension in the family. Belinda's mother, Carol, did not agree to her daughter living with Marshall. Belinda was a strong-willed and determined girl, and she may have taken her mother's advice as a threat. So at a family dinner when Marshall was invited, Belinda and Marshall, despite their mother's objections, announced that they were getting married. The atmosphere at the dinner table became heavy and quiet. Belinda decided to get married to prove to her parents she was an adult. Her boyfriend wasn't eager, but didn't refuse. They married without a grand celebration, with Belinda wearing her sister's white dress and spending the day with friends drinking champagne. The next day, she moved in with him at his parents' place. The marriage was mainly to stop her mom's criticism and gain independence. But not 6 months later, Marshall began to spend little time at home, saying he was working late, but was actually with another woman. Belinda found out when she noticed that her husband was acting strangely one day. She waited until his workday was over and followed her husband. And that's when it all came to light. Marshall was walking hand in hand with some strange woman, most likely with his colleague. Belinda didn't start any arguments or jealousy. She just packed her things and went back to her mother. Marshall kept trying to ask for Belinda's forgiveness, but she wouldn't budge. After that, they soon divorced. In 1987, Belinda had nothing to keep her in her hometown, so she decided to follow her sister to Stephen F. Austin State University. Her time at the university was a positive experience for Belinda. It seemed that she had found her purpose. In addition to studying, Belinda also worked part-time as a basketball coach, and the young girl had very high expectations. At the same university, Belinda met David Temple. Like Belinda, he was also a part-time coach, but in soccer, and he was also a member of the university soccer team as captain. For David, soccer was an integral part of life. He had started practicing soccer since he was a child, and from that time on, it was clear that he had the potential to become a star at school. He often played soccer very successfully for the team and was respected by all the teachers, despite his unpleasant personality. David can easily insult or even hit someone, but he gets away with it easily when he is on the field during a match. He often starts the match in a heated situation and then takes a long time to calm down. One of David's teammates said that he has an aggressive nature because of his steroid use. However, in their relationship, David acts completely differently from Belinda. He becomes a caring person and loves her very much. As soon as someone smiles at Belinda, David becomes jealous and tries to clarify his relationship. Belinda met David's family and they were impressed with her. They thought that Belinda and David had a lot in common. But Belinda's sister was not happy about the relationship. They knew Belinda as a strong-willed and independent person before, but as the relationship began, they noticed a change in her. Belinda became withdrawn, quiet and modest, and her life seemed to revolve around pleasing David. Belinda also began to distance herself from her family. She called her parents less often and stopped visiting home as she used to. This was a worrying sign in a toxic relationship. However, David and Belinda continued their relationship. They bought a bull terrier and named him Shaq. After graduating from college, they decided to get married. In January 1999, David and Belinda Temple were expecting their second child. Belinda was nearing her due date, and doctors predicted that she would go into labor in a few weeks. As a pregnant mother, Belinda often felt tired and fatigued. She also had to care for her son Evan. To give his wife some rest, David decided to take Evan for a walk in the park that evening. They walked in the fresh air, but soon felt tired and hungry. They then went to a restaurant for a bite to eat. When they got home, David was shocked to find the front door of his house broken. To keep Evan safe, David quickly took his son to a friend's house who lived nearby, and when his son asked why he couldn't come home, David lied and said his mother was in the hospital. One of David's neighbors, Quentin Harland, had just opened the door to the unexpected visitor, David. He carried his son straight into the living room and quickly returned to the house. Quentin was confused by this and yelled for his wife to watch the child and ran after David. He asked David what's going on, but when he saw the broken front door of the Temple house, Quentin realized that David probably had no idea what was waiting for him inside. When he entered the house, Quentin saw a horrible scene. Everything was in ruins. The cabinets were open. Furniture was scattered on the floor, and especially there were blood stains on the floor leading to the stairs. Quentin quickly pushed David aside and saw under the stairs, in the dressing room, Belinda lying face down with her arms outstretched in a large hole in the back of her head. David seemed too shocked to say anything or rush to his wife's body. He took out his cell phone and called the police. Police immediately rushed to the scene but did not enter the house immediately because the Temple family's dog, Shaq, was aggressive. The dog growled and barked at the uniformed officers, prompting one of them to draw his gun. However, the situation was calmed when David Temple came out of the house, then led the dog into the garage. When the officers entered the house, they investigated the scene and concluded that it appeared that a robbery had occurred. They speculated that the burglars did not know that the homeowner was in the house at the time, so they shot her to avoid exposing witnesses. The police began investigating the crime scene. They wondered how the burglar could have entered a house guarded by a ferocious bull terrier. They began to investigate carefully. At the main entrance, the police found broken glass. But this glass was not broken by someone trying to unlock it from the inside, as the glass fragments would have been concentrated near the threshold. Instead, the glass fragments were located far from the door to the right of the entrance. This indicated that the main door was unlocked and the glass was broken, and it was unclear why the burglar did so. The police opened the box on the nightstand in the living room and found several pieces of jewelry that appeared to be gold. It was unclear why the burglar did not take these pieces of jewelry. The more they investigated, the more suspicious the police became that something was not right around the case. The police's experience with robberies had taught them that the criminal would usually take whatever was valuable and could be found. But in this case, nothing seemed to have been taken. And the fact that the dog was still in their minds was a big deal. Something was wrong with the case. In the murder, the wound suggested the victim had been shot in the back of the head. It is likely that the weapon used was a 12-gauge shotgun since the victim was kneeling with his back to the killer. But shotguns were uncommon in robberies and were difficult to carry or transport without being detected, which made the police even more suspicious. In the murder of Belinda, it happened at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. A typical criminal would not dare go out with a shotgun in the daytime. David mentioned that he owned a few rifles. However, when the police came to search, the handgun involved in the case was not among the weapons that David had reported. The police asked David to come to the police station to file a report and confess the stolen items. Although worried, David agreed to participate. Police began investigating Belinda's relationships. A young boy named Riley Joe Sanders came to the attention of the police. Riley is a student of Belinda's at school. He has an explosive personality and is especially fond of skipping school. Belinda was not one of those teachers who turned a blind eye to student absenteeism. So when she noticed that one of her students, Riley, had been absent from class for months, she immediately reached out to her colleagues. She wanted to know if this was her problem as a teacher or if the boy was a systematic truant. Her colleagues answered that it was not her problem. Boy was brought up in a bad family and no one cared about him. He appeared at school only rarely. Belinda couldn't leave it at that. That same evening she visited his mother, who lived nearby, and had a serious talk with her, which later bore fruit. However, it wasn't quite what the young teacher had expected. Riley Joe Sanders came to class. But during a basketball game, when Sanders pushed his opponent and Belinda pointed out Riley's disgusting behavior, he insulted her with the last words and even said something like, "You'll answer to me for this. You better look around, especially in the evenings." Riley had no explanation for where he was on the day of the murder and had also threatened Belinda. He was brought in for questioning. His father had a 12 caliber gun, but when the police searched the house, they did not find a weapon. When Riley realized that the police suspected him, he confessed that he had been with friends on the day of the murder. He had kept quiet because he had been in a large group and did not want to hurt anyone. The charges against Riley were dropped. Beside that, the police began questioning Quentin Harland. David and Quentin were not only neighbors but also co-workers at the same school. They had a close friendship and often met outside of work to watch sports on TV or attend family barbecues. One day, David and Quentin discovered a new young teacher at the school named Heather Scott. Quentin showed special interest in her, even asking her out to dinner, but Quentin's efforts were unsuccessful because Heather declined the invitation. Quentin accidentally discovered a secret relationship between David and another woman. This made Quentin very angry and resentful because David was married and had a son. However, Quentin kept it a secret and did not reveal anything to others. In the work environment, David and this woman seemed to be a happy couple, and many people in the teaching staff had the same impression. However, no one knew that David had another wife named Belinda. Belinda did not suspect that her husband was having an affair. In fact, she even shared with Quentin that she suspected that David was cheating. But Quentin reassured her that David was a good man and could not do such a thing. However, the way David treated Belinda also changed over time. In the past, he was very respectful and loving towards her. But now he often insulted and hurt her. He called her fat, even though she had only gained the little weight after giving birth. He also often asked her to go to another room when there were guests in the house, as if she did not deserve to be with everyone. Belinda felt extremely unhappy and lonely when faced with this treatment from David. She did not dare to talk seriously with him about this, but cried at night and felt bad about herself. Meanwhile, David was in a very happy new romantic relationship with Heather. David increasingly distant from his family. The psychological pressure he put on his wife was increasing. Although he never raised a hand to hit her, their interactions consisted almost exclusively of insults. At this time, Belinda learned that she was pregnant. When she received this news, she forgot all of David's previous mistakes and felt very happy. It seemed that David also tried to present himself as a happy father, but he was unsuccessful. Sometimes David did not come home at night, and Belinda was afraid to ask him why he was absent at night. She was afraid that her husband might become very angry and cause a scandal. Therefore, Belinda often had to do everything herself while preparing for the birth of the child. She went shopping, painted the walls herself, and assembled the furniture she had bought. David seemed unconcerned and made no effort to help his wife. Belinda prepared everything for the upcoming baby herself, while David seemed to be only concerned with his new relationship. Christmas was approaching, and Belinda was 8 months pregnant. She decided to discuss with her husband David what gifts they would give each other for the occasion. However, David suggested that they skip giving each other gifts this year. He thought it would be better if they used their savings for the upcoming baby, as the doctors had warned that she might go into labor early and the baby might be born before the new year. When Christmas came, although they had agreed not to give each other gifts, David did not give Belinda any small gifts. Instead, he suddenly packed his things and said that he would spend the New Year holiday hunting with his friends. Belinda felt disappointed and shared the situation with her sister. Her sister decided to help Belinda feel less alone. She also wanted to be there to care for Belinda, as doctors had warned that labor could start at any moment. What Belinda did not know, however, was that David had not gone hunting with his friends. Instead, he had spent the holiday with Heather, who was wearing a gold necklace that was said to have been a Christmas gift from David. After the death of Belinda Temple, David remarried Heather in 2001 and they had a son, Evan. But in November 2004, David's peace was shattered when the police came knocking on his door and arrested him on suspicion of murdering his ex-wife. David continued to deny any guilt. Investigators discovered that his new relationship with Heather may have been the motive for the crime. David's co-workers said that when Belinda became pregnant, David often bragged that he had found a younger, more beautiful woman to replace his wife. According to the prosecution's report, David killed Belinda as soon as she got home, still wearing her uniform and work boots. He then staged the crime scene to look like a robbery by making a mess of the house and quickly taking his son to the park to create an alibi. The prosecution also added that nothing was stolen from the house, and there was a vicious dog in the yard that would not let any stranger in. The murder weapon was probably dropped by David in the rice paddy, as witnesses saw David's car stop near the paddy, with only Evan in the car at the time. However, the shotgun was never recovered in that area. Heather's testimony claimed that before Belinda's murder, her relationship with David was not serious and she did not even love him. These words certainly did not please Temple and introduced confusion into the jury's decision. Could David kill his wife for a non-serious relationship? Or was Heather lying to save her husband? It wasn't until 2023 that the case was revisited. David was found guilty after all and was sentenced to life in prison with parole after 17 years. His son Evan, while the trial was ongoing, did not believe that his father was capable of such a cold-blooded murder and supported him until the last moment. This case takes us to Memphis, Tennessee, a part of the world with a big history, one that is rich in creativity and culture, with many a talent coming out of there, and many big moments that contributed to the history books. One person that saw their career catapult to new heights after moving to Memphis was 34-year-old Lorenzen Wright. Born in 1975, Lorenzen was a sprightly child with an abundance of energy and a huge smile. His mother Deborah lived with her mother, who helped her to raise him. And although his father Herb didn't live with them, he was very much a big part of his son's life. From a young age, Lorenzen's dream was to play professional basketball. His family said they knew he had a natural gift for it, saying this was helped further by how tall he was. His mother Deborah said he was such a long baby she couldn't lie him down on her lap because his head would go off her knees. The minute Lorenzen started playing, he showed an instant flair for basketball, with people describing him as a force of nature on the court. His parents were just as passionate about helping him succeed and making his dreams a reality. Lorenzen split his time between his mother's home in Oxford and his father's home 80 miles away in Memphis. He started off playing for Lafayette High School in Mississippi before he moved to Memphis permanently and spent his senior year playing for Booker T. Washington High School. With an array of college scholarship offers, Lorenzen had some big choices to make. Ultimately, he decided to go with the Memphis Tigers at Memphis State University and threw absolutely everything he had into it. Straight out of university, his life would change forever. He entered the 1996 NBA draft and was the 7th overall pick in the first round, being drafted by the Los Angeles Clippers. Lorenzen soon married Shara Robinson, who he had known since his junior year. They had met through a basketball game. Her father was one of his coaches. Over the coming years, the couple would go on to have 7 children together. In 1995, their first child, Lorenzen Wright Jr., was born. After this came their eldest daughter, Lauren. Twins, Lamar and Shamar, their daughter, Sophia, a son called Lawson, and a daughter, Sierra. Lorenzen doted on his children, with those that knew him saying nothing was more important than them. In 1999, he moved from the Los Angeles Clippers to the Atlanta Hawks before being traded to the Memphis Grizzlies in 2001. His friends said he loved his newfound fame, embracing his fans and never turning anyone down for an autograph or a picture. Although overwhelming, he enjoyed this side of his career and used it as a way to give back to everyone that had supported him along the way. Professionally, he was reaching highs some could only dream of, but personally, his life would soon take a devastating turn. Sierra was born in 2002, but tragically, just 11 months later, she passed away in their family home from sudden infant death syndrome. This fueled Lorenzen to found the Sierra Simone Wright Scholarship Fund, named after his baby girl. The scholarship fund granted an annual scholarship to a Memphis high school senior who had plans to attend a Memphis area college or university. His philanthropy continued with him contributing to numerous children's charities, hosting basketball camps, contributing to children's reading programs, and visiting St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. In 2006, he made the move back to the Atlanta Hawks. 2 years later, he was involved in a multiplayer trade, moving from Atlanta to Sacramento Kings. And shortly after this, he moved to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Lorenzen Wright had well and truly had a very successful career, playing in over 770 NBA games, spanning an incredible 13 seasons and garnering around $50 million in contracts. But as 2010 came around, a bad thumb injury, Lorenzen Wright retired from professional basketball. Those that knew him said that over the last few years, he had played as hard as he'd worked, and a lot of the huge fortune he had amassed during his time in the NBA was all but gone. As well as buying lavish homes and new cars, a vast amount of money had been given to various family members, friends, and the community that loved him, with one of his friends saying he was a giver. He gave to anybody who put their hand out. He bought people cars and houses, helped them open businesses and enter colleges. His custom-built 17-room home in Tennessee was repossessed, as was his $1.1 million home in Atlanta. He was also in arrears on his $26,000 a month alimony and child support obligations, and Shara claimed they often had creditors knocking at the door. After years together, in January 2010, he and Shara divorced. Lorenzen moved to Atlanta, while his ex-wife and children remained in Memphis, Tennessee. He still had a home in Tennessee and would come back and forth to see his family. Many sources state that he and Shara still had an intimate relationship, but remained separated. Sources said that Lorenzen was a serial cheater, whilst others say the infidelity definitely came from both sides. At one point in Atlanta, Lorenzen phoned a friend and told him he wanted to come back to Tennessee permanently and get back together with Shara, expressing how unhappy he was away from his family and ex-wife. Needless to say, Things did appear to be on the up for Lorenzen career-wise. He had 2 NBA teams inviting him to try out, and he was scheduled to fly to Israel to try out for a team there. His friend and roommate Michael said that Lorenzen was planning on traveling back to Memphis mid-July, but in the days leading up to it, he seemed a bit on edge and not really himself. His children had already spent a lot of time with him in Atlanta over the summer, and Lorenzen was telling everyone how much fun they were all having. Watching films as a family, visiting amusement parks and water parks, and practicing basketball together. But the plan was, Lorenzen was to visit Memphis for a short while and take his children back to Atlanta with him so they could spend the rest of the summer there. On July 18, 2010, with this plan in mind, Lorenzen flew back to Memphis. He had hopes of attending his sister's baby shower and proudly watched his eldest son, Lorenzen Wright Jr., play basketball. Throughout the day, he caught up with some friends and even took a picture of himself on one of his friends' phones. He then spent some of the evening at Shara's house, leaving late into the night. Germantown police receive a disturbing 911 call. 11 gunshots could be heard in quick succession, but the words coming from the caller were unclear. When the call was silent, the dispatcher assumed it was a hang-up. The person on the end of the line would later turn out to be 34-year-old Lorenzen Wright. Lorenzen never showed up to his sister's baby shower, and after repeatedly trying to get hold of him, his mother Deborah was starting to worry. He was also set to be his friend's best man, and his failure to turn up to that rang even more alarm bells. Although some of his friends thought he might have just wanted a break, when Deborah learned that her son wasn't even returning his daughter Lauren's calls, she knew she had to talk to the police. On July 22nd, Deborah filed a missing persons report, and officers arrived at Shara's house to take some statements. Shara told police that Lorenzen had left the house on the night of July 18th with a random man she didn't know, some drugs, and an unspecified but considerable sum of money. He was on the phone at the time and said to the person on the other end he was going to flip something for $110,000. Shara said after this, he got into his car with the man and was not seen or heard from again. Rumors began to circulate that Lorenzen was deeply involved in drugs, possibly even a cartel, and people wondered if this was behind his disappearance. But if he left the house with a vast amount of cash, the possibility of a robbery being at the root of what had happened was also something to be considered. Lorenzen's disappearance became a high-profile and well-publicized case straight away, and media outlets started running with the story. 8 days would pass with nothing from Lorenzen. Although she was holding out hope, Deborah said that every day that went by, she knew the outcome was looking less and less positive. Finally, the police caught a break. The 911 call that had come in would soon finally be followed up on, and the link was made to the missing Lorenzen. The dispatcher that had answered the call did not report what she had heard to her supervisor, nor was the call tracked in any way to try and find out the location. Failure to report the call would result in a payout to Lorenzen's family, and police acknowledged the 9 days that had come and gone had hindered the investigation massively. After finally following up on the call and pinpointing the location, on July 28th, a terrible discovery was made. Lorenzen's body was found in a grassy area of southeast Shelby County. The road near his body was called Callus Cutoff, a shortcut that only people that knew the area well would be aware of. It was a route that Lorenzen would often take to visit his mother, as it was a lot quicker. The severe decomposition due to the time that had lapsed and the hot summer weather had left him weighing just 57 pounds, and police said that if you knew him well, visually identifying him would have been almost impossible. When Deborah got the call, she was desperate to see her son. She thought if she followed his route and went to the location, she might find some clues as to how this had happened. Despite police trying to stop her, she forced her way under the tape and ran to where he was. The autopsy revealed that he had been shot at least 5 times, but possibly more, and the 911 call he had made that night had definitely picked up his final moments. There were 2 shots in his head, 2 bullets in his chest, and bullet fragments in his right forearm. Officers reported that there were 2 different shell casings nearby, implying there could have been multiple murder weapons, but no guns were found at or near the scene. Despite this, would be some time before police officially ruled it foul play. Fans, family, and friends gathered around the scene of the crime, including Lorenzen's former teammates, and tributes began pouring in. Investigators said the area Lorenzen was found in was so quiet, so remote, and so dark at night, no matter how many times he drove down that road, he must have felt something was wrong unless he was forced or lured out there or his car was followed. Several days later, on August 1st, Memphis police conducted a search of Shara's home. They found burned pieces of metal and a burnt letter addressed to both Lorenzen and Shara. But law enforcement did not confirm if this meant anything. Neighbors said that Shara had been burning things in the garden several nights before with an unknown male, which seemed out of place given how swelteringly hot the weather was. Lorenzen had a close group of friends, some of which he saw the nights he went missing, and all of them were trying to piece together what had happened to him. The only thing that sprung to mind was that Lorenzen had received a phone call at some point during the evening from Shara. The call was described as unpleasant and very heated, with lots of shouting coming from Shara's end. Lorenzen told his friend that he would go and see his ex-wife, hopefully calm her down, then call him later to meet back up. But Lorenzen would never make that call. A few days later, a public memorial service was held for him. Hundreds of fans, family members, and friends poured into the FedEx Forum in Memphis to show their love and pay their respects. Each one of Lorenzen and Shara's children was wearing a different team hat to honor their father's 13-year NBA career. Memphis Grizzlies owner Michael Heisley said, to make sure things like this don't happen again. That's the biggest service you could pay him. After this, things went very quiet. A year would pass with no arrests being made and no substantial movement being made either. Investigators were finding it tremendously tough to solve a high-profile case with actually very little evidence to go on and no clear motive as to why someone could want him dead. Crime in Memphis was most definitely not uncommon. In 2001, 2005, and 2007, Memphis was ranked the second most dangerous city in the nation among cities with a population of over 500,000. And according to the FBI, in the same year Lorenzen was killed, Memphis was declared the third most dangerous city in the United States. With various types of crimes being so prevalent and widespread for a long time, police were concerned they may never get the answers they need, as the reality was it could just be completely random for no real reason. In 2011, a reward for any information in the case stood at $21,000. Crime Stoppers had had less than 50 tips come in, and the fear about whether or not the case would reach a conclusion loomed over everyone. One officer recalled they weren't sure whether people were staying quiet because they genuinely didn't know what had happened, or because they did know and were scared to talk. A year later, however, in 2012, a man who was already in prison asked to talk to the FBI. He said he had information regarding the case and the people involved. In 2009, he was acquitted of murdering his girlfriend and was out on bail at the time Lorenzen was killed. He was finally convicted on the lesser charge of second-degree murder and sentenced to 20 years behind bars. He said he could tell police exactly where to find the gun that killed Lorenzen and spoke about a failed plot to kill him once before. Authorities kept this very quiet, but started to look into these claims carefully and thoroughly. While this was going on, Shara was involved in a legal issue herself. As part of their divorce settlement, Lorenzen took out a $1 million life insurance policy, which was paid to Shara 1 year after his death. Lorenzen specified the policy was intended for their children, but according to one source, within months of receiving the $1 million, Shara had spent all but $5.05. Lorenzen's father and executor of his estate, Herb, proceeded to sue Shara on behalf of his grandchildren. The lawsuit claimed that Lorenzen had directed the money be spent on their children, but it was reported that the money had been spent in various other ways, including almost $100,000 on new cars, $69,000 on furniture, $346,000 for a new home and renovations, $5,000 for lawn equipment, and $11,750 for a trip to New York. Shearer, however, insisted the family was financially sound, with $1.4 million in assets to fall back on, but she later agreed to a confidential settlement. That same year, Shearer published a book called Mr. Tell Me Anything. Part of the description read, with the constant chaos surrounding women, new acquaintances, family, and greed, their efforts would soon appear to be ultimately in vain. Combined with the newfound lies and deception, she finds herself questioning his commitment. A breaking point is reached. She makes a life-altering decision. Does it work out for her good? Did all his lies finally catch up to him? Would he or she pay the ultimate price? It painted a picture of a marriage shrouded in vengeance, greed, volatility, and violence. Eyebrows were raised, and people were left wondering if this work of fiction was far more than that. While some believed this was all based on truth, painting the relationship as toxic, others said it was nothing more than fictitious and damaging lies, and wasn't based on reality and the person Lorenzen was. Scherer was interviewed by several journalists after the release and had in part this to say: "It had now been 7 long years since Lorenzen's body was found. The investigation into his death had become one of Memphis Police Department's most high-profile, unsolved cases." Scherer had since married and divorced and briefly dated a journalist called Kelvin Cowens, who interviewed her about her book. The pair eventually moved to Houston together with Scherer's children. Kelvin said the relationship eventually crumbled because he couldn't get past what he described as an obsession with Scherer getting money from Lorenzen's estate. November 9, 2017 Operation Rebound. Thanks to the tip-off from the man imprisoned 5 years before, officers finally located the gun, believed to have been the murder weapon. It was found in a lake in Walnut, Mississippi, about 45 miles away from where Lorenzen was found, and just as the man had said. Major Darren Goods, who was helping to lead the investigation, would dub this find as Operation Rebound, describing it as a fresh look into the case. "In basketball, when you get a rebound, that gives you a second chance," he said. "This would give us a second chance to bring some closure to this case and give this grieving family some relief." The man that had tipped investigators off about the gun and the plan to kill Lorenzen would soon be revealed to be Jimmy Martin. Jimmy Martin was actually Scherer's cousin. A month later, in December 2017, huge and shocking new developments were announced. Billy Ray Turner, a Shelby County landscaper and church deacon, was indicted on first-degree murder charges and held on $1 million bond, which would soon be upped to $15 million. The gun that had been found at the bottom of the lake was traced back to him. Billy was a deacon in Scherer's church and had done some yard work for the Wright family before. Rumors had been swirling that Billy and Scherer were actually romantically involved. For days later, Scherer Wright Robinson was also arrested in California and would be held on a $20 million bond. While a lot of people were left shocked that Lorenzen's ex-wife could be involved, those close to Lorenzen said this revelation came as no surprise. Officers believed that Scherer had tried to kill Lorenzen before, and according to Jimmy's statement, this happened when Scherer went to Atlanta to see Lorenzen. While she was in his home, she had left a window unlocked, with the intent of Jimmy and Billy entering the home at night and killing him. According to Jimmy, this is exactly what he and Billy did. As they opened the window and crept inside, they noticed Lorenzen's roommate Michael happened to be asleep downstairs. They also realized that Lorenzen was not home. The pair quickly left and a new plan was laid out. According to everything police knew, Lorenzen was somehow lured into the grassy area where he was met with Scherer and Billy. Officers felt strongly that they could put Sherry at the scene, but it remains unconfirmed as to whether or not she pulled the trigger on either gun. After he had been killed, Jimmy said the pair confessed to him and he said he would help them clean up the crime scene. Jimmy said that he used a metal detector to help find one of the guns that had been dropped in the commotion, and after Jimmy and Billy cleaned everything up, the gun was thrown into the lake miles away. A trial date of September 16, 2019 was set for both Scherer and Billy. They were expected to be tried at the same time as co-defendants. Scherer and Billy's defense would center heavily around Jimmy's credibility as a witness, with Scherer going as far as to claim Jimmy had more evidence pointing to him as the killer than she did, and both legal teams saying that Jimmy's violent history was enough to prove that he himself was probably behind all this. When Billy was arrested, he had a good on him, so he still had the charge of an illegal possession of a firearm hanging over his head, as well as the first-degree murder charge. The firearm charge alone carried a potential sentence of up to 20 years. Billy and his lawyer decided it was safer to plead guilty to the firearms charge. After Scherer's lawyers learned about the plea, they started to worry that Billy and his team could use this as leverage to testify against Scherer. Her legal team described this as being disastrous if it were to happen. After this, in an unscheduled court hearing, Scherer walked into the courtroom. Scherer entered a plea of guilty to the lesser charge of facilitation of first-degree murder and the attempted facilitation of first-degree murder. She said, "I'm just going to say because of my children, I have made this decision, and because of them, I'm not going to go into many more details right now. But I'm just going to say everything is not what it seems. In exchange for her plea, she was sentenced to 30 years in prison and will be eligible for parole after serving 30% of her sentence, roughly 9 years, a possibility that left those who knew and loved Lorenzen very upset. Despite many pushbacks due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Billy Ray Turner was next to face the courts. He pleaded not guilty to all counts. Jimmy, who had been granted immunity, along with many other witnesses and experts, took to the stand. The lead prosecutor, Paul Hagerman, painted a picture of Billy as a key participant in the plan to lure Lorenzen from his home. He did, however, acknowledge that Billy could have been left vulnerable to share his manipulation because she was his trusted friend. An alleged secret love interest. Flare-ups between the lawyers and the judge in the courtroom would also happen on occasion. In March 2022, after just 2 hours of deliberations, Billy Ray Turner was convicted of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and attempted first-degree murder. He was handed a life sentence. Judge Lee Coffey, who had presided over everything, was praised for his work throughout the hearings and trial. With 3 different versions of events and one story that will never come to light, it is likely that the full truth of what happened that night and the reason behind why it happened will never be known. The former director of Memphis Police, Tony Armstrong, said, "The only motive is, he was worth more dead than he was alive. These kids, they suffered. Not only was their father taken, their mother's gone too. There are no winners." Lorenzen's pastor said, "Not only was he physically murdered, but his character was assassinated. I want people to know who Lorenzen Wright was, the kind of human he was. Too many people bought into the lies. We're trying our best to cleanse the name of Lorenzen." Lorenzen's children still work to keep their father's name and legacy alive. Lorenzen Wright Jr. was a basketball player too, and worked as a coach training high school students. Lauren Wright is married and resides in Charlotte, North Carolina, and some sources say has the guardianship of his sister Sophia. Lorenzen's twin boys Lamar and Shamar are also basketball players, playing for the SIU Edwardsville Cougars in the NCAA. Little is known about Lawson apart from the fact he resides in Texas and supports his siblings in everything they do. They all believe their mother's innocence and they remain a tight family unit. Sadly, the relationship between Deborah and her grandchildren became distant after the arrest and conviction of Shara. Deborah has since reconnected with Shamar, hopes one day to gain back the closeness with her other grandchildren. She said for now, she will love them from afar. Lorenzen's parents were such a driving force in pushing the case and continuing to keep their son's story alive in the media. "I knew I couldn't give up," Deborah said. "If I gave up, who was going to take my place?" Michael Haight was born on January 7, 1980 in Seattle, Washington, and later moved to Cedar City, Utah with his family after his father finished dental school. As a child, Michael was very active and enjoyed playing sports like baseball, basketball, and soccer. He also excelled in school and achieved the rank of Eagle Scout. After graduating from high school in 1998, Michael worked at a fish plant in Alaska for the summer, where he quickly proved himself as a leader, rising to the position of line manager and overseeing a team of over a dozen men. This experience showcased his strong work ethic and dedication. Michael then embarked on a mission trip to South Brazil with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which deepened his faith and commitment to his religious community. When he returned to the United States, he pursued a business degree at Southern Utah University, graduating in 2004. During his time at the university, Michael met his future wife, Tasha Earl, and they fell in love. They got married in the St. George Temple on May 10, 2003. Michael appeared to be a devoted husband and father, often spending quality time with his family at sports events, school concerts, and working on projects together in the garage. On January 4, 2023, a shocking discovery was made at the Haight residence in Enoch. 8 bodies were found, leaving investigators and neighbors stunned. The events leading up to this gruesome finding began when Tasha Haight missed an online appointment and her husband Michael failed to show up for work. Their concerned colleagues contacted the police to perform a welfare check at the Haight residence. When officers arrived, they knocked on the door but received no response. As they surveyed the property, it seemed empty. Considering the Haights had 5 children, the police reached out to the Iron County School District to check if any of the kids were in school that day. However, it was found that none of the children were present. Before entering the home, the police cleared the premises to ensure it was safe to do so. After a thorough search, authorities confirmed that no one required medical attention, and there was no active threat. The Haights' single-story residence with a basement was declared a crime scene, and detectives arrived shortly after. In the main bedroom, detectives found 4-year-old Gavin lying on his stomach. His head turned to the left, with one arm under his head on a pillow and a blanket covering part of his body. Tasha, Gavin's mother, was also partially covered by the blanket. On the other side of the bed, detectives found an older woman, later identified as Gail Earl, Tasha's mother, lying on her back with her head resting on a pillow and partially covered by a blanket, similar to her daughter and grandson. In Bree's room, the 12-year-old girl was found lying in bed, slightly inclined and partially covered with a blanket. In Amon's room, a 7-year-old boy was found lying face down in the corner, without a pillow or blanket. His twin sister Sienna was discovered in her bedroom, lying on her left side in bed, with her head on a pillow and covered with a blanket. The eldest child, 17-year-old Macy, was found in her bed, with her head on a pillow and her body covered with a blanket. In the exercise room of the basement, the detectives found Michael Haight lying on top of a sleeping bag. Sadly, all 8 family members were found dead from gunshot wounds. It quickly became clear to the detectives that Michael Haight was the main suspect, and they believed he had killed his wife, mother-in-law, and 5 children before taking his own life. When detectives started investigating, a neighbor provided vital information that helped them reconstruct the crime's timeline. The neighbor told police she woke up at 3:30 a.m. to use the bathroom, and as she left her room, heard a loud bang that sounded like fireworks. However, realizing it was after the allowed date for fireworks in the neighborhood, she felt annoyed rather than alarmed by the noise. The neighbor reported hearing an initial loud bang, followed by 2 more in quick succession, then a short pause, another bang, and a longer pause before the final bang. Based on this testimony and the condition of the 8 bodies found inside the house, the detective inferred that the loud noises heard around 3:30 a.m. were directly connected to the events that unfolded that night, leading them to believe that Michael Haight committed the brutal killings during this time frame. During the investigation into the Haight family murders, detectives discovered a 2020 report from an unnamed individual who had notified the Utah Division of Child and Family Services about abuse in the Haight household. According to the report, 14-year-old Macy had confided in this individual about her fear of her father sparking a further investigation. The authorities then interviewed Macy and her parents separately. During Macy's interview, she revealed disturbing information. Her father had choked her on multiple occasions, and she lived in fear of being killed by him. She reported that the violent attacks began in 2017, and recounted an incident where her father grabbed her by the shoulders and pushed her into a wooden piece of furniture. Michael Haight denied hurting his daughter when questioned by detectives, passing off the incidents as misunderstandings and attributing his emotional state to his father's recent death and his brother's divorce. He claimed to have taken out his frustrations on his older daughter. Despite this, Tasha chose not to press charges, and the Utah Department of Children and Family Services, the Enoch Police Department, and the Iron County Prosecutor's Office also declined to pursue the case, as it did not meet the legal requirements for prosecution. A lethality assessment was conducted with Tasha, which indicated that her relationship with Michael was not life-threatening. As a result, victim services were made available to Tasha and her children for several months. Further investigation revealed a different side of Michael, unknown to the community. According to Tasha's friends, they had to speak quietly or turn on the kitchen water when visiting Tasha, as they suspected Michael was monitoring and eavesdropping on their conversations. Tasha's friends would often help her clean the house when they visited, which prevented Michael from finding fault with her. When texting Tasha, her friends noticed that she would respond with brief, positive messages, likely to maintain a positive image in case Michael read them. This suggested that everything was fine in their marriage. The detectives investigating the case discovered that Michael exhibited highly controlling behavior towards Tasha. For instance, he would take away her car keys and phone to restrict her freedom. Another red flag was his overreaction when Tasha bought a $30 rug from Walmart to replace a dirty one, which was a legitimate need. Michael's anger was unwarranted, and he claimed the purchase was excessive. Tasha confided in her friends that her 7-year-old son, Aman, was increasingly imitating Michael's bad behavior. When Tasha gave Aman instructions, he would respond, "That's not my job," which concerned Tasha, as it showed his lack of responsibility and disregard for authority. Tasha's friends reported that in 2022, Tasha attempted to prioritize her own well-being by getting her nails done, a rare treat for her given her many responsibilities. However, her husband Michael refused to let her do so, imposing strict limits on her autonomy and freedom. Moreover, Michael frequently disregarded or ignored Tasha's instructions, and their friend Aman often followed his lead in doing so. Tasha felt more confident in her appearance after indulging herself, and she decided to get her nails done every month. However, Michael was unhappy about this decision and expressed his disapproval, worried about the cost. Tasha explained that it would only cost $25 per month, but Michael was unconvinced, arguing that the money could be better spent on their children. Michael's reaction was rooted in his need for control and sense of financial responsibility towards their family. Around the same time, Tasha started prioritizing her self-care and began losing weight, which had been a sensitive topic for her since Michael had often called her fat and ugly. However, instead of being supportive, Michael became furious and accused Tasha of cheating on him, trying to explain the sudden change in her appearance. Michael's controlling behavior escalated as he tried to manipulate Tasha's weight loss, pleading with her to stop losing weight because he was worried that other men might find her attractive. This demand was driven by his own insecurities and desire for complete control over Tasha's body and behavior. Tasha's friends also told the police about an incident where the kitchen table broke and Tasha needed to buy a new one. However, Michael refused to give her the money, further demonstrating his controlling behavior. Tasha was fed up with the old table and decided to take initiative by refinishing it to make it look better and more functional. However, Michael was unhappy with her decision because she didn't ask for his permission first. Michael was extremely frugal during the holiday season. Despite earning a good income, he only gave Tasha $100 for each of their 5 children to buy presents, which was not enough in Tasha's opinion. Tasha always made sure her children had a wonderful Christmas, but Michael refused to provide more funds, claiming that he worked hard for his money and saw no reason to give more to his family. He believed that his income was rightfully his alone. Michael's passion for reducing waste and conserving resources led him to implement strict rules on household habits. He forced Tasha to wash and reuse plastic bags, even if they had been used only once or multiple times. This excessive demand for reusing bags added to Tasha's responsibilities, leaving her feeling burdened and overwhelmed. Michael's controlling behavior extended to every aspect of Tasha's life, including her daily routines. For instance, he demanded that she use baby wipes for cleaning, claiming it was better for the environment and more cost-effective. However, this requirement caused Tasha discomfort, hygiene issues, and unnecessary stress. If Tasha failed to follow Michael's instructions, she would face severe consequences, which he made clear would lead to serious trouble. This threat instilled fear and submission in Tasha, leaving her no choice but to obey Michael's demands. Natasha confided in her friends that while Michael had been cruel to her throughout their marriage, he had never directed this cruelty towards their children until the late 2010s. However, over time, the abuse towards their daughter Macy escalated, driving her to consider suicide. Michael had unrealistically high expectations for his daughter Macy, demanding she earn perfect grades despite her struggles, which were exacerbated by the emotional burden of his abusive behavior. This pressure was crushing for Macy. Macy's friends shared a disturbing incident with the detective. One evening, Michael returned home to find Macy comforted by her mother. He became enraged and ordered Macy to clean her room. This event left Macy deeply disturbed, remembering the hatred and evil she saw in her father's eyes. The detectives also discovered an incident where 7-year-old Briley disobeyed Michael while playing with a changing table. Michael responded by blaming his wife Tasha for their children's behavior, calling them the worst and most disrespectful in the world. He then humiliated Tasha, calling her fat and ugly in front of their 5 children. This painful incident prompted Tasha to plan her escape and file for divorce after 20 years of marriage. Tasha realized she had to leave her husband Michael after witnessing his abusive behavior and lack of self-control. She knew staying in the marriage would negatively impact her children, and their well-being was more important than her marital commitment. In December 2022, Tasha filed for divorce but asked for the papers to be delivered after Christmas to give her children one last normal holiday before the separation. When Michael received the papers, he tried to act normal, but Tasha saw through it. He told her to leave the children behind, but she refused, taking them to her mother's home in Lynn, Utah. Michael showed up at his mother-in-law's house trying to convince Tasha to go for a ride with him, but she refused, sensing danger. After filing for divorce, Tasha's mother moved in to support her and the children. However, Michael's actions worsened the situation. He refused to leave the family home, instead moving into the basement. Tasha discovered he had secretly transferred $220,000 from their children's savings accounts without her knowledge or consent. She also found that her inherited firearms were missing, leaving her family vulnerable. The couple's children, Macy and Briley, were affected by the constant drama at home. Macy had a secret phone to record her father's outbursts as evidence for the divorce, while Briley found solace at a neighbor's house. Both girls were relieved about their parents' divorce. On January 3, 2023, Tasha met with her attorney, expressing concerns about her divorce and Michael's volatile behavior. Although she had relocated him to the basement, the attorneys pressed her about feeling safe. Tasha reassured them she never feared for her or her children's well-being. But in hindsight, her optimism was tragically misplaced. A disturbing discovery emerged from the digital evidence found on the family's computers and cell phones. Just days before the tragic shooting, Michael made a series of concerning Google searches on December 30th at 10:41 p.m. These searches focused on firearms and shooting-related topics, revealing his sinister intentions. The search results showed Michael had asked alarming questions such as the loudness of a 9mm gunshot and what a gunshot sounds like. Before taking his own life, Michael wrote a note expressing his desire to end the controlling behavior he felt he was subjected to by his wife. He stated that he couldn't handle the situation for another day and wanted to escape the manipulation. Michael's note conveyed deep frustration and desperation as he repeatedly asked for help but felt ignored. He emphasized his determination not to be a burden to society. The details of this case have left many in shock, revealing a deeply dysfunctional family plagued by violence. Michael's actions were premeditated and calculated as he carefully planned the murders to catch his wife and children off guard. This case started on a freezing Saturday night in December 1991 in Austin, Texas. Two 17-year-old girls named Eliza Thomas and Jennifer Harbison were co-workers at the I Can't Believe It's yogurt store at the North Cross Mall. It was almost 11 o'clock at night and their shift was about to end. A little bit after 10 o'clock, Jennifer's sister, 15-year-old Sarah Harbison, and her friend 13-year-old Amy Ayers were hanging around the store. They were waiting for the girls' shift to end since the 4 of them were going to a slumber party together that night. To avoid being late to the party, Sarah and Amy entered the store to assist Eliza and Jennifer close up in time. However, when the clock struck 12 o'clock, Officer Troy Gay of the Austin Police Department was on patrol that evening when he saw smoke coming from the yogurt store. Firefighters quickly arrived on the scene after the officer called in. They soon discovered a horrifying scene while putting out the fire. In the store, the lifeless bodies of Jennifer, Sarah, Amy, and Eliza were strewn across the floor. It was obvious that they had been ruthlessly murdered. The teenagers were all bound and gagged in their own clothes while completely naked. Jennifer, Sarah, and Eliza were found in the rear of the back room, huddled into one corner while Amy's body was recovered in the middle of the back room. Sarah and Eliza were piled on top of one another and Jennifer was lying nearby. The girls' legs were wide open and one of them had an ice cream scoop tucked in between it. The killer or killers had gathered napkins and other combustible materials from about the shop, doused the victims with lighter fluid, and then set the place on fire before escaping, leaving their bodies almost completely burnt beyond recognition. Their autopsy results revealed that they had all been shot execution style in the back of the heads. Additionally, 2 or more of the girls had experienced sexual assault. Authorities also disclosed to the media that 2 firearms had been used in the killings, raising the possibility of at least 2 killers. Police investigators and the management of the yogurt shop determined that $540 or so was taken from the shop. It was unclear if the girls had been targeted particularly because someone knew they would be alone inside the store that night, or if the intended purpose had been a robbery and the culprit had then recognized a chance to take advantage of them. Lead Detective John Jones and his partner, Mike Huckabee, launched an immediate investigation into the case. There were several problems with the investigation right away. First of all, the firefighters who responded to the crime scene did their jobs, but ultimately washed away important forensic evidence in the process. Furthermore, the city of Austin had only 1 fingerprint unit at the beginning of the 1990s, which lacked forensic expertise. Additionally, there was only 1 homicide investigator working the shift the night of the murders due to the limited number of the city's homicide squad. Despite the police department's shortcomings, Detectives Jones and Huckabee had quite a large number of suspects. The police station's phones were ringing nonstop as tips poured in. When faced with 342 suspects and scores of fake confessions, the investigators became overwhelmed. The investigators started by looking into possible local serial killers, due to the graphic nature of the crime and the staging of the teenagers' bodies. This led them to Kenneth Allen McDuff. Kenneth Allen McDuff was a Texas serial killer who is thought to have committed at least 14 murders. On August 6, 1966, he was found guilty of killing 3 teenagers named Robert Brand, Mark Dunman, and Edna Louise Sullivan. These killings were known as the broomstick murders, because Edna's neck was broken like a broomstick after she had been sexually abused numerous times. For his crimes, Kenneth Allen McDuff was given a death sentence, but in 1972, the U.S. Supreme Court decided to end the death penalty in a 5-4 ruling, and his sentence was altered to life in prison with the chance of parole. He was granted parole in 1989 as a result of prison overpopulation. It is believed that Kenneth Allen McDuff further committed numerous killings upon his parole, including the 1992 slaying of Melissa and Northrup, a 22-year-old Texan. After many years of eluding authorities, McDuff was ultimately apprehended and put on death row. On November 17, 1998, the day before he was put to death, he admitted to killing the 4 teenagers at the yogurt store. He was foolish if he believed that making this last-minute confession would save his life. That day, as planned, he was put to death. Detectives looked into McDuff's confession, but disregarded him when fingerprints and hair taken from the yogurt store could not be used to identify him as the killer. About 8 days after the brutal killing of the girls, investigators received a tip to look into a teenager named Maurice Pierce. Maurice Pierce was a 16-year-old boy who was spotted with a gun that night at the North Cross Mall, where Sarah and Amy were hanging out before going to the yogurt store. The weapon was a handgun with a .22 caliber, the same caliber as one of the weapons used to kill the girls. However, nothing came out from the lead when Detectives Jones and Huckabee questioned Pierce, along with his 3 friends who accompanied him to the mall. Ballistics analysis of Maurice Pierce's gun revealed that it did not match the murder weapon. Additionally, just like with McDuff, none of the 4 suspects were identified by the fingerprints and hair samples taken from the crime site. The detectives eventually moved on from this. The case was given to new detectives after years went by without any arrests. Then in 1999, Forrest Wellborn, Michael Scott, Robert Springsteen, and Maurice Pierce, the 4 earlier suspects now in their 20s, were apprehended for the killings at the yogurt store. These were the same suspects who had been questioned 8 days prior to the girls' deaths and had been let go due to a lack of evidence. Michael Scott, one of the suspects, admitted to the murders. He wasn't alone, though. Robert Springsteen also admitted to killing the girls and raping one of them. The police were sure they had their killers after these confessions. According to the theory, the 4 boys had intended to rob the yogurt shop. Forrest Wellborn waited outside and kept watch as Michael Scott, Robert Springsteen, and Maurice Pierce entered the store. The theft went horribly wrong, though, and all of the females were killed. The allegations against Wellborn were dropped after the authorities made 2 attempts to indict him for the killings, but were unable to do so due to a lack of evidence connecting him to the crime. Charges against Maurice Pierce were also dropped due to a lack of evidence, which was extremely difficult for the police and the families of the victims to accept, because he was thought to be the mastermind behind the crime and the subsequent killings. Both Robert Springsteen and Michael Scott were found guilty of capital murder after separate trials for the yogurt store killings. The state of Texas had approved a new death penalty statute, making it feasible for Robert Springsteen to receive the death penalty even after the Supreme Court decision in 1972. But Michael Scott received a 99-year jail sentence. However, shortly after their trials, grave questions were presented that showed Springsteen and Scott might not have been guilty. In the beginning, there was no tangible proof connecting any of them to the crime. Both men added that their confessions had been forced upon them, and there was some proof to support their assertions. One of the detectives working on the case was reassigned after it was claimed that he had forced confessions in an unrelated case. Additionally, a picture of another Austin police officer aiming a gun at Scott's head during questioning surfaced. Both convictions were overturned by the courts after they determined that they had violated Springsteen and Scott's Sixth Amendment right to confront their accuser. This came 15 years after the yogurt shop killings were perpetrated. During the trial, Michael Scott and Robert Springsteen's confessions were used against each other, but their attorneys were never permitted to cross-examine the accuser. It was determined that their constitutional rights had been violated as a result. Later, in 2008, DNA testing on the evidence gathered from the crime scene revealed that neither Scott nor Springsteen's DNA, nor that of any other persons accused of the crime, matched the results. According to then Travis County District Attorney Rosemary Laneberg, the yogurt store murder was committed by Scott and Springsteen. But the men would not be charged again until the unknown man linked to the DNA evidence at the crime scene was located. The majority of law enforcement officials continue to believe that the original 4 suspects were the culprits, and that the DNA evidence implicating a 5th suspect was a fabrication. The 5th suspect argument, according to Michael Scott and Robert Springsteen's defense attorneys, is absurd, and they emphasized that no one ever brought up a 5th suspect before the inconvenient DNA results came in. According to some attorneys, investigators, family members, and armchair detectives who have studied this case, the killers of the teenagers may have been 2 unnamed customers who were at the yogurt store right before it closed. Although 52 customers who had come into the store on the day of the murders were reportedly questioned by the police, 2 individuals who witnesses said were present at closing time have never been located. 3 customers left the store shortly before it closed, and on their way out, they reportedly saw 2 males seated in a booth, and they didn't appear to be planning to leave anytime soon. Perhaps the men ordered a soft drink. When Jennifer and her coworker decided to close the store, at least one of the customers witnessed her lock the front door and post a closed sign to prevent any additional customers from coming in. After all the other customers had left, only the 2 men in the booth remained. Witnesses gave the following descriptions of the persons of interest. One is around 5 foot 6 inches tall and has lighter hair, maybe like a dirty blonde. He seemed in his late 20s through early 30s. The second man is noted as being larger. Both were dressed in larger jackets, one of which was green, an army fatigue kind of looking jacket. The other had a black jacket. Neither of these males has been named as of yet. In the end, it is debatable if robbery was really the true motivation in this instance. It is difficult to believe that these killings were just the outcome of a robbery gone wrong, given the meager sum of money seized and the high level of violence. The likelihood that the murder was committed with sexual motivation and that the murderers only grabbed the money as an afterthought is substantially higher. It's possible that one of the girls knew the murderers, or it's possible that Sarah and Amy were followed from the mall to the yogurt store. Linking the DNA evidence discovered at the scene to the 2 male customers who were observed by witnesses lingering in the yogurt shop after closure could hold the key to solving this case. The 1991 murders at the yogurt business altered the city irrevocably. The murders were referred to by the then mayor as the crime where Austin lost its innocence. Residents of Austin began to doubt the safety of their community after the brutal and untimely deaths of 4 young girls who still had their entire lives ahead of them. The "I can't believe it's yogurt" store was converted into a nail salon, but a plaque honoring Jennifer Harbison, Sarah Harbison, Amy Ayers, and Elijah Thomas still stands in the parking lot beneath a large oak tree, serving as a reminder to anybody passing by that the murder case is yet to be solved, and that justice is yet to be served. The case of Kira Stager. Kira Stager was born on November 19, 1982, in Des Plaines, Illinois. She was the daughter of Marcy and Jay Kira, who described her as a bubbly, dedicated, and sweet person. Kira worked at the Mall of America, where she held positions at 2 stores, Wet Seal and, most recently, Delia's. Her co-workers were not only her best friends, but also her family. She had a unique ability to see strengths in others that they had not yet seen. Kira had planned a bright and peaceful future. Unfortunately, her dreams came to an abrupt end when Kira mysteriously disappeared. On Thursday, February 21, 2013, Kira had a shift. Her co-workers said she was feeling well and had plans to go out to dinner at a fancy restaurant with her husband, Jeffrey Trevino, after work. Kira and Jeffrey met 3 years ago and quickly fell in love. Kira and Jeffrey began a romantic relationship and eventually married, forming a happy and stable couple. Although they sometimes disagreed, they resolved everything in private without letting anyone know about these disagreements. 2 days later, on Saturday, February 23rd, when Kira failed to show up for work, her co-workers became concerned because this was unlike her. Kira was always punctual, strict with herself and others, never late, and always kept to a schedule. When Kira could not be reached, her co-workers called Jeffrey, but he did not know where his wife was. Jeffrey said that Kira had left home the morning before and had not returned. He was not too worried because Kira had a habit of occasionally being absent for a day or two, often staying overnight at friends' relatives' houses without notice. However, the bad weather with heavy snow that day may have worried him. Jeffrey thought that something might have happened to her on the road. Perhaps her car broke down and her cell phone ran out of battery. That same day, not receiving any news from his wife, Jeffrey reported her missing and contacted Kira's family. Her family was shocked by the mysterious disappearance of their loved one, and this was a huge shock for them. After receiving the report of Kira Stager's disappearance, detectives immediately began investigating. Investigators began by questioning Jeffrey and searching the nearby area. Detectives went to Jeffrey's home to talk to him. Jeffrey said that on Thursday, he and Kira wanted to spend time together. They had dinner, talked, went bowling, and then left the mall. According to Jeffrey, they both went home soon after because Kira planned to watch a. Jeffrey also told the detectives that his wife had left the house the following morning, Friday, around 8:30. A meeting had been scheduled at work that she had to attend. Kira was acting normally, and Jeffrey did not notice anything unusual. Jeffrey did not find anything unusual about Kira's occasional disappearances, although he did not know where she went or who she was spending time with. Jeffrey said that they had been having relationship problems for the past few months. However, he did not find it serious or alarming, but rather viewed it as the usual small arguments that occur in every family. The detective asked Jeffrey about who Kira might be seeing and whether she was in any other relationship. Jeffrey dismissed this idea, as he had asked Kira directly and she had denied it. According to Jeffrey, he truly loved Kira and trusted her. Investigators turned over all the information they had gathered about Kira and her car to the patrol team. Detectives also went directly to the Mall of America to verify Jeffrey's statements and look for clues. The Mall of America, located in Bloomington, is one of the largest malls in the world, with 520 stores. An amusement park, an aquarium, a movie theater, a golf course, and many other amenities. The mall has numerous security cameras, so detectives reviewed the footage of Kira leaving the company on February 21st. The video did not show anything unusual. Jeffrey's initial statement was very credible. He met Kira after work. They stayed in the mall for a while, then went down to the parking lot and left. There was no argument, and the evening went smoothly. Waiting without knowing what had happened was difficult, and each passing day made Kira's family more and more worried about her safety. With no word from her, Kira's family traveled to Bloomington to help with the investigation. They printed flyers with Kira's picture on them, posted them on utility poles, and handed them out to passers-by. Their goal was to attract as much attention as possible to find Kira. They knew they couldn't just stand by and had to take action to find their loved one. While Kira's family was handing out flyers, the investigators continued their investigation. While interviewing neighbors, the police discovered a surveillance camera on a neighbor's home. The camera was pointed at Kira and Jeffrey's home. The investigators asked the homeowner to copy the footage from the camera because they hoped to find clues in it. Meanwhile, records from a cell phone company provided them with a new lead. According to phone records, Kira was in a relationship with someone other than Jeffrey. That person was Ryan Wendt, the manager of the chain of stores where she worked. They had a deep relationship and corresponded frequently. Police determined that Ryan had left the state and that when the search for Kira began, Ryan was driving to Colorado. This man was closely related to the investigation because, in addition to his relationship with Kira, he was out of state at the time of her disappearance. Could be a coincidence, or there could be something else going on behind his departure. Investigators needed answers. After several attempts, detectives were able to contact Ryan. He said the last time he had contact with Kira was when he was driving through South Dakota and texting her. These messages were sent shortly before Kira went missing. After reviewing the timestamps, detectives determined that Kira had contacted her new lover while she was having dinner with her husband. The messages showed that Kira had become increasingly distant from Jeffrey. Investigators ran a cell tower location check on Ryan's phone and checked his credit card statements. The results showed that he was indeed out of state that night and had no connection to Kira's disappearance. As a result, Ryan was released and cleared as a suspect. The timestamps on the messages showed that Kira was still texting Ryan even after she returned home to her husband. However, after 11:44 p.m., their conversation stopped and Kira's phone was no longer active. Meanwhile, another investigation team was preparing to review video from a surveillance camera installed at Kira's neighbor's home. The camera captured most of the street scene from left to right. However, it rotated so quickly that it was difficult to observe. If the camera saw something suspicious, it immediately moved in another direction. Jeffrey and Kira's house was only visible for a few seconds when the camera panned to the right. Jeffrey said that after dinner and bowling, he and Kira went home, watched a movie, and went to bed. However, when investigators reviewed the footage, they discovered that just after 2 a.m., Kira's car backed into the driveway. Because the footage was poor and the camera kept moving, it was difficult to determine exactly what was happening at that time. The car then left the house. Jeffrey explained that Kira had asked him to fill up her car with gas for work the next day, so he went to the gas station. Surprisingly, this story was true. He was seen at the gas station around 3:30 a.m. However, detectives discovered that after leaving the gas station, he headed toward the highway instead of home. It is unclear where Jeffrey went next. The neighbor's camera did not record him returning, but this may have been a coincidence since the camera was always moving. Therefore, in theory, Jeffrey could have gotten home later since the camera was capturing a different angle. When investigators reviewed the video, they saw Kira's Chevrolet leave at 9:21 a.m. Unfortunately, they couldn't determine who was driving. A missing person report was filed on Saturday, February 23rd, and on Monday, February 25th, police received a call about a suspicious car parked near the shopping center where Kira worked. There are 2 multi-story parking lots there. A security guard found the car parked for several days and asked for it to be towed. When the driver inspected the car before towing it, he noticed suspicious red stains on the trunk lid and immediately called the police. That car turned out to be Kira's white car. Although there wasn't much blood, just a few small stains, it was still very concerning. In the car, they found Kira's wallet and a divorce form downloaded from the internet. Additionally, a dark object in the snow behind the car caught the attention of the investigators. As they approached, they found a rolled-up trunk mat with dark stains. DNA testing confirmed that it was Kira Steger's blood. The investigators were devastated to realize that Kira was most likely dead. This heartbreaking news was a huge shock to her family and friends. Their last hope of seeing Kira again was dashed, leaving them with questions. How did she die? Was she in pain? Who could hate her enough to take her life? The fact that Kira's body had not been found added to the confusion, as the endless grief seemed unlikely to be alleviated. The detectives made it a top priority to find out who had left the car in the parking lot. The car left the house at 9:21 a.m. and about 20 minutes later, it was caught on a mall camera. There were no cameras in the parking lot where the car was found, but another camera recorded the road leading to the lot, which was located near where Kira's car was parked. After reviewing the camera footage, detectives found that a hooded man appeared a few minutes after Kira's white Chevrolet pulled into the lot. It was cold enough that it was not unusual for him to be wearing a hoodie, but detectives wanted to learn more about where he went. The hooded man was seen walking across the street and approaching a taxi stand. He briefly chatted with a driver, then got into a cab and drove away. Police were able to determine the company that owned the taxis in the mall parking lot. Based on the time he spent talking to the drivers, police were able to determine the license plate numbers. All of the taxis had GPS tracking devices, which showed that the man ended up about a block away from Kira and Jeffrey's house and left after paying in cash. As the taxi left the neighborhood, it was caught on camera, the same camera that had filmed part of Kira and Jeffrey's house. 2 minutes later, a man in a hoodie entered the frame. The low resolution of the video made it difficult to identify his face, but the white logo on his shirt was clearly visible. As investigators continued to examine the video, they saw the man enter Kira and Jeffrey's house. Kira was missing, leading to suspicions that the hooded man might be Jeffrey. After obtaining a search warrant, the police went to the house. At first, the house looked normal and unremarkable. However, upon closer inspection, forensic experts discovered dark red stains in Kira and Jeffrey's bedroom. There were several on the wall near the bed and about 100 on the mattress. It was clear that the bedroom had been rearranged and cleaned recently. When the forensic team sprayed luminol, the carpeting glowed. Were blood stains throughout the house that were not visible to the naked eye. The blood stains originated in the bedroom and extended to other areas of the house. Forensic testing confirmed that the blood belonged to Kira, leading investigators to believe that she was no longer alive. In addition to searching the house, police also searched Jeffrey's car. There were no blood stains or signs of a struggle. However, they found one interesting detail: a gas station receipt in Jeffrey's car, dated 1 hour and 40 minutes before Kira's car was abandoned in the mall parking lot. According to the receipt, the transaction was made using Jeffrey's card. Detectives went to the gas station to review the security cameras. The camera recorded Jeffrey filling up with gas, then going inside to withdraw money from an ATM. The video clearly showed Jeffrey's face and a logo on his jacket that looked similar to the logo on the man in the earlier footage. With video evidence and all the evidence in the house, Jeffrey Trevino, 39, was arrested. He was taken to the police station for questioning and is now the prime suspect. Immediately after being released from the interrogation room, Jeffrey contacted a lawyer and was advised to exercise his right to remain silent. The police had enough evidence to charge him, but the most compelling evidence was Kira's body. No one suspected Kira was dead at the time. Police, Kira's family, and volunteers searched for her for months. In late March, as the snow melted, a volunteer found a strange bag on the edge of Keller Lake a few miles from Jeffrey's house and called the police. The bag contained a bloody pillow, a shirt, and a bra. The forensic team linked these items to Kira because her DNA was found on them. The lake remained frozen, hampering the search. However, when divers surveyed the water, they found no remains. The area around the lake was searched several times with 4 cadaver dogs, trained to find dead bodies, but to no avail. 2.5 months after Kira's disappearance, on May 8, 2013, the St. Paul Police Department received a disturbing call. The caller reported that he had seen what appeared to be a body in the Mississippi River. Police discovered and recovered a body. The body was naked. Dental records identified it as Kira Stager. She had suffered severe trauma to the forehead and a broken left index finger. Because the body was so badly decomposed, the medical examiner was unable to determine the exact cause of death. Using new evidence, investigators attempted to reconstruct a timeline of the events leading up to Kira's death and the events that followed. They believed that when Kira and Jeffrey returned home, Jeffrey found her texting with someone else. When Kira refused to show her husband the messages, he snatched the phone from her and broke her fingers. After reading the romantic messages, Jeffrey became even angrier, and in a fit of rage, he killed Kira and tried to cover up the crime. He drove Kira's car to the house, put the body in the trunk, then went to the gas station before taking the body to the riverbank and dumping it. He then returned home, discarding the bag containing Kira's pillow and clothes along the way. The next morning, he went to the gas station to withdraw cash from an ATM, knowing that after leaving Kira's car in the shopping center car park, he would need cash to pay for a taxi. After leaving Kira's car, Jeffrey went home and spent the day cleaning. He tried to make it look like Kira had driven away that morning and that nothing had happened. However, this plan was foiled by surveillance cameras. In October 2013, a jury convicted Jeffrey Trevino, 39. They accepted that his actions were not intentional and that they were the result of a heated after discovering that his wife was having an affair. Before the judge handed down his sentence, Kira's family spoke out. "This monster was a calculating criminal," said Carrie and Stager, Kira's sister. "He deserves no mercy." Kira's mother, Marcy, said Jeffrey showed no sympathy for her daughter. "He dumped my daughter like a piece of trash into the most polluted water in the country," she said. But her father, Jay, said, "No punishment can ever make up for the pain Jeffrey has caused our family. No amount of time for Jeffrey is enough, never enough," he said. In November 2013, Jeffrey Trevino was sentenced to 27.5 years in prison. He will be eligible for parole in 2031. The case of Samadi Fonseca Fernandez. Samadi was born in Costa Rica in February 1975. Information about her family and childhood is limited. She grew up in the Cuban with her mother, Sonia Fonseca. From a young age, Samadi attended a local school and showed a complex personality. Samadi stood out for her beauty and knew how to take advantage of her appearance. However, due to her ambition and vanity, she put material and personal interests first, disappointing many people. She was also very jealous and aggressive when she was young. Thanks to her doll-like appearance, Samadi Fonseca worked for many years as a Barbie in a large bookstore of the Universal Company. The nickname Barbie stuck with her ever since. After graduating from high school, Samadi began a relationship with Osvaldo Fernando Baller, a successful journalist working for a local television station. Osvaldo was 16 years older than Samadi. This was Samadi's longest and most serious relationship, but Osvaldo never proposed to her. In 1996, they had a son, Christopher, and a year later, a daughter, Christina, was born. Due to scandals and jealousy, Samadi and Osvaldo divorced in 2012. In 2013, Osvaldo died at the age of 53 without leaving a will for Samadi. Not accepting this, Samadi decided to take matters into her own hands. She went to Osvaldo's old house, occupied it, and changed the locks to prevent his family and heirs from entering. In addition to seizing the property, Samadi also took some of Osvaldo's valuables. Osvaldo's family was extremely angry and immediately sued Samadi for theft. The police forced Samadi to leave the house, but no criminal proceedings were initiated against her. Samadi had several relationships, most notably with Miguel Angel Perez, with whom she had a third daughter, Maria. Some sources claim that they were married but divorced after a few years. However, other sources claim that Samadi was not married, simply gave her youngest daughter her lover's surname without his consent. Many strange events have been discovered. Some Barbie lovers have gone missing or died under mysterious circumstances. However, this has not been noticed for a long time. For example, one of Samadi's lovers went missing after breaking up with her. To this day, this person has not been found. Many suspect Samadi's involvement, but there is no concrete evidence. Another case is Diaco, also Samadi's former lover. He was murdered after breaking up with her. The case looked like a failed robbery. The perpetrator was never caught. Again, people suspected Samadi was involved, but there was no clear evidence. The most famous victim believed to be linked to Samadi was Gerardo Cruz. Gerardo Cruz, a Costa Rican native, was born in December 1992 in San Jose. He did not know his biological father because he left the family before he was born. Gerardo's mother, Ana Patricia, later married a man named Hermes Rodriguez. Hermes adopted Gerardo and loved him as his own son. A few years later, Gerardo had a younger sister named Milena. His childhood and youth were quite peaceful. He attended a normal school, loved motorbikes, and soon found true love with a girl named Carol. At the age of 23, Gerardo, his wife and 4-year-old daughter Genesis Cruz, moved to live with his aunt and uncle in the suburbs of San Sebastian. He worked at a local bakery to support his family. Gerardo and Carol was happy and were expecting a second child. In the summer of 2015, Gerardo met Samadhi, a regular customer at the bakery. Samadhi was 40 years old but still attractive, liked to dress provocatively and flirt with men. Notably, she started having affairs with much younger men, probably because she enjoyed the attention they received. Despite the age difference of nearly 20 years, Gerardo quickly became infatuated with this beautiful woman and began dating her secretly. She often came to the bakery, almost every day, to meet her young lover, attracting the attention of other employees. Samadhi was often accompanied by his eldest daughter Christina, who was 19 at the time. Initially, Gerardo skillfully balanced his family life with his secret meetings with his mistress. Both women were unaware of each other's existence. However, Gerardo gradually became careless and began telling his friends and colleagues about Samadhi, praising her as a great mistress and giving him gifts. Rumors of Gerardo's relationship soon reached his mother, who tried to convince her son to leave his mistress. However, Gerardo and Samadhi's relationship only lasted a few months and ended in October 2015, when Samadhi discovered that Gerardo had a pregnant wife and a young daughter. Samadhi was furious and began calling and texting Gerardo's wife, Carol, insulting her and threatening to kill Gerardo if he did not stay with her. Gerardo begged his wife for forgiveness and wanted to keep the family together. He did not take Samadhi's threat seriously, thinking that she would quickly cool down and find a new boyfriend. He did not expect how vengeful Samadhi would become. Just a few days after the breakup with Samadhi, while walking on a downtown street, Gerardo discovered an older man secretly filming up a young woman's. Gerardo was angry and decided to record the incident with his phone. He then approached the woman, explained the situation and advised her to call the police. Next, he chased the man for about 2 minutes trying to capture his face. Finally, the man fled in a taxi. That evening, Gerardo posted a video of the incident on his personal website. After just one night, the video went viral online. Netizens quickly identified the elderly man in the video as Luis Solmano Delgado, a former finance ministry official. The video quickly spread across media, turning Gerardo into a national celebrity. He was repeatedly invited to interviews in newspapers, on television and on radio to recount the incident, condemn the former official's actions and affirm that he had no regrets about what he had done. Meanwhile, a team of talented lawyers hired by Luis began to legally attack Gerardo. They accused him of violating the law by distributing the video and were preparing to sue him. Gerardo was surprised and confused by the situation, not knowing why he was being tried instead of the man who had committed a depraved act with an innocent girl. On October 7th, Gerardo gave his final interview on a local radio station. He was confident in his views and did not feel nervous. The next day, Gerardo planned to meet his friend Oswald after work, but canceled, citing an emergency. It was later revealed that Gerardo had received a text message from Samadhi that day. In the message, she had lured him to the park that evening with the promise of another interview. Gerardo trusted his ex-girlfriend completely and did not suspect anything. After work, he went to the meeting place, but instead of meeting the journalist, he was attacked by 2 strange men. They robbed him of his bag, beat him and stabbed him several times in the chest and stomach before running away. Before losing consciousness, Gerardo called his friend to tell him the news. The friend immediately called the police and an ambulance. Thanks to timely treatment, Gerardo was taken to the hospital. Doctors tried to save his life for 42 days. During this time, Gerardo underwent many surgeries, but ultimately did not survive. On November 19th, Gerardo passed away in the intensive care unit. Since Gerardo had just become famous before the tragedy, the news of his condition attracted national attention and was not exaggerated. Gerardo's family gave interviews, asking people to pray for his recovery. They did not understand why someone would attack Gerardo. Many people attended the funeral to express their condolences to the family. People hoped that the police would soon catch the culprit and give him a fair trial. There were initially many theories about the case. One theory was that it was a robbery murder because Gerardo was attacked in the park in the evening. His bag was stolen and he was stabbed with a knife. However, a few days before, Gerardo released a shocking video involving a famous former official, which could be related to the case. Therefore, the second theory was that it was a revenge murder. The media reported that Luis Salmano Delgado may have hired a hitman to kill the young man who had damaged his reputation. The case caused a heated debate in the press and people protested to demand the arrest of the culprit. The police began to investigate various theories and look for Gerardo's enemies. The investigation went dormant for months until May 2016, when a security camera video was discovered. The video showed two men running away from the crime scene. They immediately became prime suspects, but the police needed to identify and arrest them. The video became crucial evidence and, when released, helped move the investigation forward. The video was repeatedly shown on the news, urging viewers to look out for dangerous suspects. Police sketched the suspects and their physical features. Not long after, one suspect turned himself in and cooperated with the investigation, hoping for a reduced sentence. Thanks to his information, the investigation quickly identified other accomplices and the masterminds. All those involved were arrested, including Samadhi and his daughter Cristina, the masterminds Ronald Arce Barrientos, the taxi driver, Cesar Chavez Cerdas, who acted as an intermediary, Omar Costa, the young miner who directly participated in the attack and followed the victim. The roles and connections of the participants in the case were determined through phone calls and text messages. Samadhi was the mastermind who planned the entire incident in detail and recruited his daughter Cristina to participate. They asked their friends Ronald and Cesar to find an assassin to kill Gerardo, disguising it as a robbery in the park at night. Omar also participated with the task of ensuring that the victim arrived at the right location. Samadhi chose October 7th as the date of the murder. On that day, she contacted all the participants several times, assigning roles and ensuring that everyone followed the plan. The young woman also asked them to bring her some of her ex-lover's belongings as evidence after the crime. Gerardo, after finishing his shift, went straight to the park. He thought he was going to an interview, so he tried to arrive on time. However, at the meeting place, he was attacked and stabbed multiple times. The attacker took Gerardo's handbag and jacket, then gave these to the Samadhi as evidence. The most important evidence against Samadhi were text messages detailing the murder plan and the roles of each participant. She was so confident that she did not delete these messages. The motive for this serious crime was jealousy. She did not want to share her lover with his wife and decided that if she could not have him, no one could. She carefully planned and executed the criminal conspiracy with the help of her daughter. They were immediately arrested and denied bail due to concerns that they might flee the country. The other co-defendants were also detained before trial, except for Omar, the supervisor, and the youngest participant was handed over to the Juvenile Justice Department. The investigation lasted about a year and a half. It was not until December 2017 that the trial of all those involved in the criminal conspiracy began. Samadhi has a criminal record and was once arrested for falsifying documents to receive state benefits, but was only fined. She assigned the surname of a former lover to the child without his consent. She then used the court to receive child support from this man for more than 3 years, until the fraud was discovered. Samadhi was sentenced to 3 years in prison and fined a large sum. However, because she has a young child, her sentence was reduced to 5 years of suspended imprisonment. At the trial, the victim Gerardo's wife confirmed that she knew about her husband's relationship with Samadhi. She also said that Samadhi had threatened to kill Gerardo, but he was not too worried about these threats. The main motive for the case was Samadhi's jealousy and hurt, as she could not accept that her young lover wanted to stay with his wife. Through phone records, police discovered that Samadhi and her daughter Cristina had planned the crime together. After the security camera footage of the murders was released, Christina had a mental breakdown. She called her mother in tears and wanted to turn herself in, but Samadhi reassured her that the investigation would never lead to them. The verdict was announced on January 23, 2018. The court sentenced Samadhi to 30 years in prison, Christina to 25 years, Ronald to 25 years, and Caesar to 25 years. Of the killers, one was sent to a juvenile detention center, while another was still at large at the time. Omar, who had been stalking the victim, was acquitted. The victim's family received $140,000 in moral compensation. After the trial, they expressed their gratitude to the court for giving Gerardo's killers a fair sentence. Samadhi and Christina's lawyers appealed to the Court of Appeals for a reduced sentence. The appeal hearing took place in November 2019. At the same time, according to the testimony, Ronald participated in the massacre but did not know the details of the plan. Ronald and Caesar also appealed in hopes of having their sentences reduced. As a result, each participant in the crime had their sentence reduced by 5 years. Samadhi is currently serving a 25-year sentence in a women's prison in Costa Rica. In the summer of 2020, she registered her marriage to a woman named Lindsay Diaz Lopez, whom she met in prison. At the time of the registration, Lindsay had been pardoned and released from prison, while Samadhi still had to continue serving nearly 2 more decades of her sentence. Sarah Evelyn Isabel Payne was the third of 4 children. Her mom Sarah said she was the imagination of the family, all pixies and fairies and dolls. She was very much a girly girl. Around her family, she was full of energy, lively and playful. But Sarah said she could be quite timid with others. Sarah had a big heart, was kind, caring and considerate, loving nothing more than going to school and playing with her siblings. On the first weekend of July, the Payne family decided to visit Michael's father and stepmother, Leslie and Terry, in West Sussex. It was the peak of summer and they lived by the coast, with plenty of space outside for the kids to play. On the evening of July 1st, the family ate dinner together, before they took a walk down to the coastline. After this, the children, having so much fun, asked to stay out and play. Michael and Sarah put the oldest brother, Lee, in charge, and they went to play in the cornfield, just meters from their grandparents' house. Sarah, Michael, and Terry took a stroll themselves. They soon headed back home, wanting to settle in for the evening and get the children into bed. As soon as they approached the house, they realized something was wrong. 13-year-old Lee, 12-year-old Luke, and 6-year-old Charlotte were stood outside with Leslie, but Sarah was not. Leslie was clutching Charlotte's hand tightly, panicked, and asked, "Have you got Sarah?" "No," they tentatively said. The children said that Sarah had fallen over and hit her head while playing. She then ran off crying, heading for a gap in the harvest with the intent of going back to the house. Her oldest brother Lee turned around for a split second and lost sight of her. The children had looked for her for a few minutes before they knew they needed to get home. Everyone started running around the fields and beach, gathering neighbors along the way who wanted to help. As soon as the search started, it became clear that this was not simply a child that had run off and become lost. This was not in Sarah's nature, and everyone knew it. Codenamed Operation Napalm, everyone was invested and joining in the search, doing anything and everything they could to help. By all accounts, from everyone that lived there and knew the place, it was a very safe area. There was little traffic, lots of countryside, and all the houses were very separated, but everyone knew each other. One reporter said it was more a place where wealthy holidaymakers would rent out little seaside cottages. There was no trouble there. The last place she was seen had one road in and one road out. The reporter said, "You really have to have a reason to need to go down there." The police hit the ground running, and along with volunteers in the area, they started searching, but there was simply no evidence to be found. None of her clothing and nothing she dropped on the way. There were no leads and no clues anywhere. As the police started taking more detailed statements, Lee told his mother he had seen something, but didn't know if he should say or not. After encouraging him to tell her anything, no matter how small, he said that he had seen a white van on the road. He said the driver was a scruffy man, and he had smiled at him and waved as he had gone past. He remembered and watched the van speed off so fast, the tires were screeching against the ground. Lee said he was just seconds behind her, meters away. He gave a description of the van and the man inside. Authorities started going door to door and questioning known pedophiles in the area. Over the next 48 hours, 2 arrests were made. But both times they were swiftly released. Michael and Sarah were making every appeal they could, and every media outlet was running Sarah's story. Sarah was spearheading the media campaign, making sure everyone was talking about and looking for her daughter. She wouldn't hear any talk of her daughter being anything other than alive and well, and always addressed Sarah directly in the appeals, telling her she would be safe and back home soon. The picture of Sarah wearing her red school uniform became a famous and widely circulated picture, one many will remember seeing in the papers and on the news to this very day. But with nothing turning up, the military was soon brought in as well. Everyone was making appeals, including the pop group Steps, Sarah's favorite band. Reconstructions were put out, and before long, Sarah's case had become the biggest in Sussex Police's history. After the appeals and reconstructions, thousands of leads came in, and every single one needed to be looked into. Someone believed they saw Sarah with a man at a service station getting fuel. The girl was in the toilets, crying and saying her name was Sarah. But this lead turned out to be false. Another witness said she had seen what looked like a white transit van come hurtling down the road that day, the same van that Lee described seeing that evening. This lead had a lot more weight to it. It was now more than 2 weeks since Sarah was last seen, and family liaison officers arrived at the family home with terrible news. The body of a little girl had been found by a farm worker. She was naked and buried in a shallow grave. Her body was severely decomposed and had been attacked by animals. As the liaison officer Sean was telling Michael and Sarah to prepare for the worst, the media was already publicizing the story, and Sarah's brother and sister came running outside, asking their parents if it was true. Testing confirmed it was Sarah Payne's body. Sean offered to go and see her first. When he returned to the house, Sarah said he was the shadow of the man who had left the house that day, and she said looking at how broken he was, she knew she couldn't face seeing her little girl like that. The pathologist said that Sarah had suffered a violent death and it was probably asphyxia in a sexually motivated attack. But due to the decomposition, it was impossible to determine any injuries. Crime Watch soon ran a story too. A lady came forward and told police that she had seen a shoe at the side of the road, near to where Sarah's body was found. This was the lead they were looking for. The shoe was collected and they started searching that area for more clues. Detectives circled back round to a man they had spoken to just a day after Sarah went missing. Convicted pedophile, 41-year-old Roy Whiting. Roy was described as a loner and an outcast. He had a string of past convictions and he had given them a false alibi. He had scratches to his body and answered no comment to everything he was asked. Roy Whiting was suspect number 1. Back in 1995, Roy had abducted and sexually assaulted an 8-year-old girl in Crawley. He was arrested and sentenced to 4 years in prison. A psychiatrist assessed him said that he was likely to reoffend once released and could possibly even kill his next victim. He was released after serving just half of his sentence, and in 1997, he became one of the first people in Britain to go on the newly launched sex offenders register. He moved to Littlehampton on the West Sussex coast and started renting a flat just miles from where Sarah was last seen. As he was on the sex offenders register and lived in the area, he was one of the first people to be questioned in Sarah's case. When the police went to his flat, he said he was out all day at a fair 21 miles away. His flat was forensically searched, but nothing turned up, and with this, the officers left. They did, however, keep him under surveillance over the next few weeks, monitoring everything he did and everywhere he went. At one point during the surveillance, police saw him get into a white van, a van they didn't know he owned. They asked him to step out and did a quick search. It turned out he had purchased the van just a week before Sarah was last seen. Inside, they found a receipt for fuel that was purchased on the day Sarah went missing, and this completely exposed his alibi. Other items in the van included children's blankets and toys. Sarah's body was discovered within 3 miles of the service station where Roy had bought the fuel and near to his flat, but there was still insufficient evidence to charge him. What had drawn police to Roy Whiting for a second time was that he had stolen a car and taken off. Police chased him at about 70 miles an hour before he crashed. He was arrested for theft and dangerous driving. This gave them more time to question him about Sarah again. Police believe that no matter how well he thought he had covered it all up, Roy Whiting was behind what had happened to Sarah Payne. But he still wasn't talking and was released pending his court date for the car theft. One of the officers leading the investigation said something about Sarah's abduction and death touched a nerve throughout the body of the United Kingdom. I think since that time, there's been some really notable cases that have followed suit, but this was really the very first that was so enormous in the eyes of the public, he recalled. A funeral was finally held for Sarah. Sarah said when they buried her, they gave her the funeral a princess should have because she could never give her the wedding. Princess should have. Sarah said she owed it to the public and everyone that had been there supporting, searching and appealing since July. It's very hard when the entire country has ownership of your daughter, she said. You want to go away to a little corner and just mourn and deal with life. But knowing how much this meant to everyone else, many a mourner flocked to say goodbye to Sarah. Sarah and Michael believed early on that Sarah had been snatched and killed by a sex offender, although they had no idea who. Sarah started channeling her energy into researching the laws on sex offenders, and they vowed that they would change the system. When the News of the World newspaper gave their backing too, they all started calling on law enforcement to adopt the British version of what is known as Megan's Law in America. This law would require police to make information about known local sex offenders available to the public. It would allow parents, carers, or guardians to formally ask the police for information about a person who has had contact with their child or a child close to them if they are concerned the person poses a risk. A decision was made to publish the names and faces of 50 pedophiles convicted of offenses against children in the News of the World. It was an extremely controversial decision. Critics accused the newspaper of inciting vigilante justice. There were many attacks off the back of this. But things got confused and people that share the same names as those in the paper found themselves attacked. More than 1 million people signed the petition to make Sarah's law happen. In September 2000, 2 months after Sarah went missing, Roy Whiting pleaded guilty to stealing the car, and he was sentenced to 22 months in prison. 22 months gave police a substantial amount of time to forensically analyze as much as they could and build a good case against Roy. They started running tests on his van. The van was made to carry furniture and was full of plywood that went around the inside. The plywood was easy to strip out and burn, and it was clear that any evidence that may have been inside could be long gone. But the fear of not finding anything quickly dissipated when a single blonde hair was discovered on a red sweatshirt. It was a strand of Sarah's hair. The shoe found on the side of the road was soon confirmed to be Sarah's as well, and the Velcro strap on the shoe had picked up fibers that linked to the inside of the van as well. On the February 6, 2001, following 7 months of testing and gathering evidence, Roy Whiting was finally charged with the abduction and murder of Sarah Payne. Shockingly, he pled not guilty, and the family were faced with the pain of a trial that could end up presenting more evidence and facts than they ever wanted to hear. During the trial, Roy Whiting's previous convictions were withheld from the jury and media. Police worried that although absolutely relevant to Sarah's case, any knowledge of these convictions could jeopardize the outcome of the trial, and if he was convicted, Whiting could appeal, claiming he had been tried on the evidence of earlier crimes and not the ones linking to Sarah. But in December 2001, after a 4-week trial, Roy Whiting was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 50 years. After the trial was over, his previous convictions were laid bare, and the jury and media now knew the full truth. Michael and Sarah sadly announced their separation in September 2003. They both said that the stress and emotional turmoil brought on by what had happened to Sarah had put too much strain on their relationship. Sarah gave birth to another daughter shortly after this, giving them 4 surviving children together. All of Sarah and Michael's hard work with Sarah's law finally started to make tracks. It was trialed in 2008, and Sarah was awarded an MBE for her tireless efforts in making this happen. In 2009, just a week before Christmas, Sarah had a stroke brought on by a brain aneurysm. She underwent 2 brain operations in less than 2 days and was given a 50% chance of survival. She made it through it all and didn't ever slow down. continuing her campaigns after she recovered. She endured relentless abuse and harassment from online trolls, including a convicted pedophile, but she never once wavered. And Sarah's law, also known as the Child Sex Offender Disclosure Scheme, was finally extended across England and Wales. But another blow for the family came after Roy Whiting successfully appealed his sentence, and it was lowered to 40 years instead of 50. He is now eligible for release in 2041 and will be 82 years old. He is despised in prison and continues to face multiple attacks from other inmates. In 2010, a huge story hit the headlines. The News International phone hacking scandal involved the now-defunct News of the World and other British newspapers, owned by media tycoon Rupert Murdoch. Various employees of the newspaper were accused of engaging in phone hacking, police bribery, and exercising improper influence in the pursuit of stories. Thousands of people were targeted, and victims and their families, actors and performers, politicians and members of the royal family, sports stars, solicitors in high-profile cases, and high-ranking members of the police force, among many others. Almost 5,000 victims were identified. In 2002, Millie Dowler was abducted and killed by serial killer Levi Belfield. In 2011, Scotland Yard discovered Millie's voicemail had been accessed by journalists working for the News of the World, and the newspaper's private investigator, Glenmore Kerr, was also reported journalists had deleted some of her messages on the phone in order to free up space for new messages, so they could obtain those as well. The deletions of the messages had actually led her family and police to believe she was still alive and active on her phone. They also deleted what could have been potential evidence. The Leveson Inquiry was a judicial public inquiry into the culture, practices, and ethics of the British press, and over the following years, a series of public hearings were held, and the truth about what had been happening over the years started to unravel. Many came forward to speak at the Leveson Inquiry, including Kate and Jerry McCann, Christopher Jeffries, who had been wrongly accused of the murder of Joanna Yates back in 2011, numerous powerful and public figures, and those accused of crimes. Sarah Payne was also amongst those told by Scotland Yard that there was evidence to suggest that she was targeted as well. She was given a phone by Rebekah Brooks so she could contact her supporters, and it is thought that this phone was hacked. Rebekah Brooks was the editor for the News of the World at the time. Sarah said if this was true, it was devastating and disappointing. But she said the News of the World had been a force for good in her daughter's case and helping with Sarah's law. Rebekah Brooks said, "The idea that anyone on the newspaper knew that Sarah or the campaign team were targeted by Mr. Mockhair is unthinkable. The idea of her being targeted is beyond my comprehension. It is imperative for Sarah and the other victims of crime that these allegations are investigated and that those culpable are brought to justice." Rebekah herself was soon charged with 5 different counts: conspiracy to hack voicemails, 2 counts of conspiracy to pay public officials, and 2 counts of conspiracy to pervert the course of justice. She was cleared of all charges in 2014 and resigned as the chief executive of News International, but was later reappointed CEO of the company, which is now named News UK. The phone hacking scandal brought down the News of the World and saw the resignation of a number of senior members of the Metropolitan Police Force, as well as many people working for the News of the World and News International. Rupert Murdoch resigned as News International's director, and his son James resigned as executive chairman. But those affected were undoubtedly left in incomparable positions and forever will be. Although she spoke of her upset at the affair, Sarah Payne contributed to the final issue of the News of the World. She said in part, she also said Rebekah was always in the foreground of the campaign. Payne family was soon struck with yet more heartbreak. Sarah's dad Michael sunk into severe depression and alcohol abuse after the loss of his daughter. He would have recurring nightmares and blamed himself every day for what happened to Sarah. Tragically, in 2014, Michael was found dead in his flat in Kent. He was just 45 years old. He spent his final days alone, drinking, telling everyone and anyone he spoke to. He should have been able to save his daughter that day. The coroner reported he had died of natural causes, and his father said, "We don't know exactly what he died of, but we think it was drink-related." Her siblings also bear an emotional burden. Sarah's family have always been determined that her death would not be in vain. Officers described Sarah as one of the most resilient and extraordinary women they had ever met, handling every second of the painful case. with nothing but control, strength, and grace. She has gone on to win numerous awards for her work in child protection and became Britain's first ever Victims Commissioner. She was then academically acknowledged for her work in social engineering with an honorary doctorate, becoming Dr. Sarah Payne, MBE. I talk to her every day, always as an 8-year-old. She will always stay out forever. I can see through my other children what she would look like, and I have a good idea of what she would be like personality-wise, Sarah said. Letters to her has helped to make up, in a small way, for the teenage years and beyond that I didn't get with her. It has made her more real. I can hear her giggling. I can see her mischievous smile. For me, I want to always remember her as that lovely, sweet, 8-year-old girl. A statue stands in Sarah's old primary school in memory of her. It symbolizes childhood, happiness, and innocence. A beautiful and fitting tribute that reflects the happy, loving, and kind-hearted little girl that Sarah Payne was. Her family work hard to make sure Sarah will never be forgotten, and the hope is always that Sarah's lore will continue to help protect children and their families for many years to come. The case of Pam Hupp. Pam Hupp was born on October 20th, 1958 in Delwood, Missouri, as the second child of the Newman family. She married Mark Hupp and they had 2 children together. In 2001, the family moved to Fallon, Missouri. Pam had a varied work history, including a job as a life administrator at State Farm until 2010, when she stopped working due to disability claims related to leg and back pain. Despite some past legal issues, including 2 charges of forgery, Pam's acquaintances would never have suspected her of being capable of murder. However, on August 16, 2016, Pam shot and killed Louis Gumpenberger, a mentally challenged man who had been struggling with physical and mental disabilities since a 2005 car accident. Pam claimed that Louis had attacked her with a knife after jumping out of a passing vehicle, and that she had defended herself by slapping the knife away and then shooting him 5 times with her Ruger LCR, which she retrieved from her nightstand. However, this account of events seems suspicious, and it is uncertain what really happened that day. Pam accused Louis of instructing her to drive him to the bank to withdraw money belonging to Russ Verrier, a man wrongly convicted of murdering his wife Betsy in 2011. According to Pam, Louis became agitated and excited, saying, "We're going to the bank, we're getting Russ money." However, evidence later revealed that Louis's true intention was to have Louis Gumpenberger attack and kill Pam. A handwritten note found at the crime scene contained instructions for Gumpenberger. First, he was to obtain Russ money from Pam's apartment. Next, he was to kill Pam and make it look like Russ' wife was responsible. The note included gruesome details, such as ensuring the knife was left sticking out of Pam's neck. The perpetrator was willing to pay Gumpenberger a large sum of money for carrying out this heinous act. Pam Hupp was arrested for the murder of Lou Gumpenberger. However, a question arose. Was Gumpenberger a hired assassin, or did Pam manipulate him, using a mentally disabled man as a scapegoat? The truth began to unravel when Pam went to the O'Fallon Police Department voluntarily. During her interview, Pam asked if it would be recorded, mentioning that she normally appeared with Chris Hayes, a KTVI news reporter. She even blamed Hayes for attracting criminals through his reporting. Pam had a history of pretending to be Kathy, a producer of an NBC TV show. According to the O'Fallon police chief and the St. Charles County prosecutor, Pam used this persona to lure Gumpenberger into her home, where she tricked him into recreating a 911 call, providing a cover for the brutal crime she was about to commit. After killing Gumpenberger, Pam Hupp planted evidence to incriminate herself, including writing a note found on his body. The police had a strong case against her due to the overwhelming evidence they uncovered. They found $9 bills on Gumpenberger's body, which Pam had placed there. The 10th 9 bill was later discovered in her dresser, and its serial number matched 3 of the $100 bills also found on Gumpenberger. Pam Hupp was arrested on August 23, 2016, and charged with first-degree murder and armed criminal action. When she requested to use the restroom on the day of her arrest, she attempted to commit suicide by stabbing her wrist and neck with a ballpoint pen. Fortunately, she did not succeed. On January 30, 2017, Pam appeared in court for the first time. The prosecutor, Phil Groyne, argued that her actions demonstrated a consciousness of guilt. A grand jury convicted her of all charges. In December 2016, her bail was set at $2 million. Pam's trial began in 2017, during which she pleaded not guilty, prompting the prosecutor to pursue the death penalty. The prosecutor's reasoning was that Pam had seemingly chosen her victim, Gumpenberger, at random. In June 2019, Pam entered an Alford plea, which allowed her to plead guilty while maintaining her innocence. This move nullified the death penalty charge and led to a jury trial being cancelled. As a result, Pam was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole in August 2019. Following her sentencing, she called her then-husband Matt Hupp and explained that she had confessed to killing Louis Gumpenberger to avoid putting their family through a lengthy and distressing trial. During the trial, disturbing facts about Pam's past came to light, shocking the police, judges, and the public. In June 2016, Judge Cunningham ruled that evidence related to the brutal murder of Betsy Ferrier could be presented in court. This ruling led to the reopening of the Betsy Ferrier case. Betsy, born Elizabeth Ferrier, worked with Pam at State Farm as a life insurance administrator and lived in Troy, Missouri with her husband Russ Ferrier and 2 daughters from a previous relationship. Betsy was diagnosed with cancer in 2010. In October 2011, she discovered that the cancer had spread to her liver and she only had a few months left to live. Sadly, she passed away on December 22, 2011. Before her death, Betsy changed the beneficiary of her $150,000 life insurance policy from her husband to Pam Hoff, without informing her husband or daughters. Pam claimed that Betsy had instructed her to set up a trust fund for her daughters, but later alleged that Betsy wanted her to keep the money because they had a romantic relationship. Betsy's daughters took Pam to court in 2014, trying to reclaim their mother's life insurance fund. However, their case was dismissed in 2016. In the same year, Russ, Betsy's husband, sued State Farm. On December 27, 2011, just 5 days after making Pam the beneficiary of her life insurance policy, Betsy attended a chemotherapy session at the Alvin J. Sitman Cancer Center. Weakened from the treatment, she went to her mother's house, where it was agreed that Russ would pick her up or she would stay overnight. However, Pam unexpectedly showed up and insisted on driving Betsy home. Claiming to have dropped her off around 7 p.m., Betsy's daughter reported that her mother didn't answer her call at around 7:21 p.m. Later, at 9:40 p.m., Russ, Betsy's husband, desperately called 911 to report that his wife had taken her own life. However, Russ had been at his friend Michael Corbin's house, watching movies from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Afterward, he drove to Arby's Lake in St. Louis before returning home. When the emergency responders arrived about 10 minutes after Russ' call, they quickly realized that Betsy's death was not a suicide. Her body was found lying on her right side, with 55 stab wounds and a deep cut on her wrist. Kitchen knife was lodged in her neck, and another knife was discovered under her pillow. Notably, there were no blood stains or footprints around the entrance of the house. The investigation determined that Betsy died between 7:20 p.m. and 9:41 p.m. Suspicion immediately fell on Russ Ferrier, who became the prime suspect. The authorities believed he had a motive, as his wife had refused to give him access to $150,000. Russ was arrested and charged with his wife's murder, while the real killer remained at large. Russ Ferrier was arrested the day after Betsy's death. He became the prime suspect due to his 911 call, in which he claimed her death was a suicide. However, a glance at the body immediately ruled out this possibility. Additionally, a pair of blood-stained slippers were discovered in his closet, incriminating evidence against him. Russ was subsequently charged with first-degree murder and armed criminal action in court in January 2012, just a day after his wife's funeral. The investigation revealed more damning evidence against Russ. He performed poorly on a polygraph test, leading police to regard his behavior as suspicious and erratic. Furthermore, at Pam's request, the police searched Betsy's laptop and found a disturbing Word document, in which she expressed her fear of losing her life at the hands of her husband. Russ was held on a $250,000 bail, which he couldn't afford, so he was kept in county jail until his trial on November 18, 2013. During police questioning, Pam revealed that Russ had a history of violence, heavy drinking, and had previously threatened Betsy, making it easy to suspect him of the murder. The prosecution argued that Russ had a strong motive to kill his wife. She had received a large sum of $150,000 for her friend, bypassing him in the process. According to Judge Christina Menem, this motive was enough to implicate Russ. At the trial, Russ' lawyer, Joel Schwartz, defended his client's innocence. Schwartz claimed that Russ had spent most of the night with friends, who corroborated his alibi. Additionally, Russ had purchased food at a store that evening, which made it physically impossible for him to stab his wife 55 times within the given time frame. Furthermore, there were no blood stains on his clothes or body. The prosecutor counted that Russ' friends might have been involved in the crime and had lied about his whereabouts that night. The prosecutor suggested that Russ' friends had accompanied him to buy food at ABY and stage an alibi. The presiding judge, Christina Menem, refused to allow Joel Schwartz to present crucial evidence that implicated Pam as an alternative suspect. This evidence included phone records showing Pam was still near Betsy's apartment 30 minutes after she claimed to have left, as well as the fact that Betsy had made Perry a $150,000 life insurance policy just 5 days before her death. Despite Pam having a clear motive, the judge chose to ignore it. In a closed hearing, Pam claimed to have put $100,000 of the insurance money into a trust fund for Betsy's daughters. However, in a later civil deposition, she admitted to keeping the money for herself, stating that she didn't want her daughters, mother, or sisters to have it. Meanwhile, Detective Mike Merkel of the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office reported that a crime scene camera had malfunctioned, resulting in important photographs being unable to be developed. Despite the mounting evidence against him, Russ was convicted of first-degree murder and armed criminal action in November 2013. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole for 30 years. Before Farrer's second trial, Attorney Schwartz finally obtained the photos that showed no blood trail. "Sent me those photos, but I've been unsuccessful." Fox 2 News was present in the courtroom when Schwartz dramatically revealed that he had uncovered evidence that police and prosecutors had been hiding. After this, was transferred to the Jefferson City Correctional Center, a welcome development for Pam's sister Betsy. During the trial, Russ' wife testified that he had once pressed a pillow against her face, whispering, "This is what it feels like to die," because she had removed him from her insurance policy. Schwartz pointed out that this story originally came from Pam, but the judge ignored this. Throughout the trial, Russ's friends were falsely accused of being accessories to murder, thanks to the prosecutor's closing speech. Fortunately, no charges were brought against them, even though Russ spent nearly 4 years in prison. In February 2015, attorney Joel Schwartz appealed Russ' conviction. However, back in 2013, Judge Christina Menem had already rejected Schwartz's request to review the case. In 2014, KTVI and the St. Louis Post-Dispatch revisited the case, uncovering some suspicious facts about Betsy's death and her true killer. Their investigation found that Pam Hupp had given contradictory statements to the police, including a false claim that she had left the Faria residence immediately after dropping Betsy off. The Faria murder case was marred by controversy and deceit. A police officer recalled being shocked that nobody suspected Pam, with everyone focusing on Russ instead. A 911 operator testified that Russ seemed genuinely shocked and agitated during their call. However, 2 jurors revealed that crucial information had been withheld from them, raising questions about why the sheriff's department would deliberately hide evidence that favored Russ. The media uncovered a disturbing web of relationships between the prosecuting attorney, ASI, and key figures in the case, including the captain of investigations and a lead investigator. This information led to Russ' retrial in February 2015. The Missouri Court of Appeal transferred the case back to the 45th Circuit Court, where a new judge, Stephen R., took over. He granted a new bench trial due to new evidence and released Russ on bond pending the trial. During the retrial, Russ was allowed to present incriminating evidence against Pam. Some police officers admitted that Pam had told them she saw Russ with another man in a car while she was dropping off Betsy, The CSI agent who handled the crime scene believed that Russ' blood-stained slippers were a setup, and that the blood stain was not from stepping in blood. Russ was acquitted of all charges and released on November 7, 2015. He later filed a lawsuit against ASI and 3 deputy sheriffs for ignoring exonerating evidence and fabricating evidence. In 2020, he was awarded a $2 million settlement. The case also led to repercussions for the officials involved. ASI faced a bar complaint, although it was rejected. She later announced that she was willing to cooperate with the U.S. Attorney's Office and the Lincoln County Commissioner to review her conduct. Judge Christina Menem was suspended for misconduct in a different case and was voted out of office in 2018 for her role in the Ferrier murder case. In 2019, Lincoln County appointed a new attorney, Mike Wood, who reopened the Betsy Ferrier murder case. He confessed that the wrongful conviction of Russ had inspired him to take the job. Pam was eventually interrogated as a suspect in the murder and was charged with first-degree murder. The new prosecutor would sought the death penalty due to the heinousness of the crime. Betsy Ferrier was brutally murdered, stabbed 55 times, and her wrist was almost completely severed. Detective Mike would condemn the act as animalistic and charged Pam Hupp with the crime. Wood had strong evidence against Pam, including a $150,000 life insurance policy that named her as the beneficiary just days before Betsy's death. Pam had promised to put the money in a trust fund for Betsy's daughter, but instead kept it for herself, claiming that Betsy had wanted her to have it. In an interview, Pam claimed that she and Betsy were lovers, but Wood believed she was lying. Pam had also loaned her son $120,000 from her company in 2021, contradicting her earlier claims. Wood was convinced that Pam murdered Betsy by stabbing her with a kitchen knife while she slept on the sofa. He believed Pam tried to make it look like a domestic violence incident by walking around the room with socks on. The evidence against Pam included a text message she sent to Betsy's phone at 7:20 p.m. claiming she was home, but her call records showed she was still at the Ferrier residence. The fact that Betsy was found lying on her side suggested to Wood that she was killed by someone she trusted. Pam pleaded not guilty of the crime, but her trial was delayed multiple times due to her attorney's death and other issues. Finally, in 2023, the trial was scheduled to start in 2025. Wood was not only determined to bring Pam to justice, but also criticized the Lincoln County prosecutors for mismanaging the case and showing bias against Russ Ferrier, Betsy's husband. He pointed out a 2015 destruction order that could have led to the destruction of evidence, which would have made it impossible for Russ to be released from prison. The case of Carrie Leah Farver. Carrie Leah Farver was born on November 30th, 1974 in Macedonia, Nebraska, USA. As a single mother, she raised her son, Max Maxwell, after experiencing failed relationships in the past. Raising Max was challenging for Carrie. Despite her immense love for her child, she struggled with depression, which led to a period where she spent a month in bed. During this time, her mother, Nancy Rainey, took care of Max. Carrie's difficult relationship with Max's father and unstable living conditions contributed to her mental health issues. At the age of 20, Carrie's struggles led to a diagnosis of bipolar disorder. This condition causes extreme mood swings ranging from euphoria, increased productivity, and excessive friendliness to depression, bitterness, and feelings of powerlessness. Although bipolar disorder significantly complicates daily life, Carrie's doctor found an effective treatment for her in the early 2000s. With this treatment, Carrie was able to manage her condition and live a relatively normal life. Whether Carrie wanted to settle her personal life is an open question. On one hand, what woman doesn't dream of a suitable partner? On the other hand, why commit to someone who might bring worries and misfortunes? Carrie was raised in a loving family and had an active lifestyle. She played sports and aspired to become a doctor. However, her dreams were cut short during her first medical practice when she fainted at the sight of blood. Deciding not to risk her health or her patients, she pursued a career in programming instead. In the fall of 2012, Carrie received a job offer in Omaha with good prospects and decided to take it. However, her son Max was in middle school and preferred to stay in his familiar surroundings. so he remained with his grandmother in Macedonia. According to Amy, a friend of Carrie's father, Carrie had a radiant smile that drew attention whenever she entered a room. It was likely this quality that caught Dave Kropa's eye when they met at an auto repair shop in November 2012. As Carrie showed him something inside her car, a Ford Explorer, Dave felt an instant attraction. Their first date arrived soon after, but their time together was interrupted by numerous calls and messages from a woman named Liz, who eventually stopped by Dave's apartment to collect something she had left there earlier. Dave told Carrie about his past relationship with Liz, whom he met on a dating site 6 months prior. They had been together for a while, but he ended things because she was extremely clingy. Carrie was understanding and wasn't fazed by Liz's presence in Dave's apartment, recognizing that everyone has past relationships that can resurface. 2 weeks after moving in, Carrie started dating Dave. They had discussed their expectations beforehand and agreed to a brief, casual affair. Liz, whose full name is Shawnanna Elizabeth Govlier, was the first person Dave met online in 2012. Dave and Liz had children around the same age. However, Dave felt Liz wasn't a suitable long-term partner due to her limited education and lack of shared interests. Their relationship focused more on physical intimacy than meaningful conversations. Over time, Liz grew increasingly interested in what Dave was doing when she wasn't around, particularly in regards to who he was seeing. However, Dave consistently reminded her that they were in an open relationship, implying that she shouldn't be concerned about his interactions with others. He also reassured her that she had the freedom to date other men if she chose to do so. Despite Dave's openness, Liz couldn't shake off her feelings of dissatisfaction and jealousy, particularly towards Dave's children and their mother, Amy. She struggled to understand the close bond that persisted between Dave and Amy even after their breakup. As a result, Liz's behavior became increasingly possessive, prompting Dave to create distance between them. It was during this period of separation that Carrie entered Dave's life. Carrie was not only beautiful, but also stylish, intelligent, and a great conversationalist. Dave found himself lost in conversation with her for hours, feeling an undeniable connection as they shared common interests and perspectives. Liz noticed that Dave was becoming increasingly distant, so she tried to rekindle their connection by sending messages, emails, and making phone calls. However, he had no intention of stopping his interactions with Carrie or anyone else for her sake. Meanwhile, Carrie and Dave were spending more nights together, which was convenient for Carrie's work schedule and enjoyable for Dave. Carrie seemed to be taking things lightly, focusing on having fun and not looking for anything serious. In December 2015, Liz was shot and non-fatally wounded, leading her to suspect who might be responsible and realize she needed to take action. 2 years prior, on November 13, 2012, Carrie had kissed Dave goodbye before he left for work, expecting to see him later. However, that would be the last time they saw each other. At 9:45 a.m. that morning, Dave received a surprising text message from Carrie stating she wanted to move in with him permanently. Dave found this message disconcerting as they had previously discussed and agreed not to rush into a relationship, being happy with their current situation. Dave replied that he wasn't ready for such a change, but Carrie's response was unpleasant and filled with profanity. He was shocked to discover that all of Carrie's belongings were gone from the apartment. This led him to believe she had left him for good. That same day, Carrie also removed him as a friend on Facebook, which seemed like the end of the matter. However, Dave started getting multiple rude texts and emails from Carrie daily, containing curses and threats to ruin his life. Carrie sent a large number of these messages, all of which were aggressive. Uncharacteristically, she also stopped showing up for work, despite being known for her punctuality. Strange messages weren't only sent to Dave, but also to her mother and 15-year-old son, Max. She claimed to have found a job in Kansas and planned to take Max with her, but wanted to be alone for the time being due to worries over her failed romance. In May 2013, Carrie posted on Facebook that she'd left of her own free will and was tired of criticism. She wasn't missing her old life but wasn't ready to return home. Carrie asserted her independence as a grown woman, stating that she had the right to leave home if she chose to. She apologized for hurting everyone by leaving abruptly. However, as time passed, Carrie failed to reappear. Her mother became increasingly concerned when Carrie missed important family events, including her own birthday, Max's birthday, and other celebrations. The final indication that something was seriously wrong was when Carrie missed her father's funeral. Liz began receiving messages from Carrie, which were insulting, humiliating, and even threatening. Carrie warned Liz to stay away from Dave. Confused by Carrie's behavior, Liz reached out to Dave, who revealed he was facing a similar situation. Carrie was sending him messages and emails, accusing him of wrongdoing, calling him a liar, and vowing revenge for the pain he allegedly caused her. The messages were sometimes ominous, with Carrie claiming to know what Dave was doing at the moment. The shared experience brought Dave and Liz closer together, but also made Dave feel guiltier about the trouble he had caused. The messages from Carrie grew more menacing and were filled with grammatical errors and illogical content. This was unusual, as Carrie's mother claimed that her daughter had always been a calm person who wrote coherent and well-structured letters and documents. Carrie was known to be meticulous about spelling and writing style. It's possible that she had experienced even more severe mental health issues. Her actions seemed to be driven solely by her uncontrolled mental state. A key indicator of dissociative identity disorder, also known as split personality, is the presence of separate, simultaneous self-consciousness in each ego, each with its own distinct memories, thoughts, behaviors, and inclinations towards specific actions. This might explain Carrie's unusual behavior and altered writing style. Everything suggested she was unstable, which is why the police didn't initially consider her missing, instead focusing on stopping the pursuit of Liz and Dave. They tried to track Carrie's cell phone, but it was unsuccessful due to blocked signals. Meanwhile, Liz and Dave continued to receive hundreds of texts and emails, sometimes simultaneously receiving nasty messages when they were together. Dave and Liz continued dating, but he felt uneasy around her as she became increasingly demanding. Despite claiming to be fine with their no-commitment relationship, Liz's behavior suggested otherwise. Every time Dave tried to end things with Liz, Carrie would start texting him, bonding with him over their shared victimization. This common ground drew Dave and Carrie closer together, causing them to reunite repeatedly. In January 2013, a missing car was surprisingly found in Dave's front yard. However, the fingerprints on the steering wheel didn't match Carrie's, and the car showed no suspicious signs. The police eventually returned the car to Carrie's parents. Carrie continued to message Liz and Dave, escalating her behavior by sending pictures of their children and threatening to harm them unless Dave left Liz alone. As time passed, Carrie's stalking persisted, and Liz's jealousy grew, frustrating Dave. He became exhausted with the events unfolding in his life and eventually found the strength to end his relationship with Liz. This decision came shortly after a tragic incident in August 2013 when Liz reported a fire at her home that resulted in the death of all her pets, including a snake, a cat, and 2 dogs. Liz suspected Carrie was responsible, citing repeated threats made via texts and emails. The incident marked a significant turning point in the case of missing person Carrie Farver, leading to Carrie's placement on a federal wanted list. Tens of thousands of messages were meticulously analyzed. Law enforcement seized cell phones from Dave and Liz, as they believed Dave was also in danger. Someone had vandalized the auto repair shop where he worked and thrown a brick through his window. It appeared that Carrie's anger was directed at anyone in Dave's life. Consequently, Amy Flora, Fave's ex-wife, began receiving threatening messages from Carrie. As Dave spent time with his children, he also saw Amy regularly. The police were perplexed as to why Carrie, who had dated Dave for less than 2 weeks, was now stalking Dave and his ex-wife. The investigators decided to focus on Dave Kuppa, as Carrie's disappearance raised many questions that needed to be answered. It was a mystery that didn't add up. Carrie Farver's family was also tirelessly searching for her, exploring every possible lead to find her. Their efforts finally paid off in the spring of 2015 when detectives Ryan Avis and Jim Doty took on the case. Unfortunately, they found no evidence that Carrie was still alive. One of the detectives shared their thoughts with ABC News. "It's unusual for adults to suddenly leave without using any money. No one saw or heard from her, which doesn't make sense. She had a good income and a nice home. I've come to believe that I have no proof she's alive. With the help of a digital forensics expert, the detectives analyzed data from Kropa and Gore's phones from 2013. Kawa discovered that Carrie had sent over 50,000 texts and 15,000 emails to Dave in just 3 years. Whoever was impersonating Carrie became increasingly sophisticated, trying to hide their IP address and true identity. Somebody with expertise in computer programs seemed to be behind the strange occurrences. In December 2015, Liz Gart contacted the police again, this time reporting that she had been shot in the leg on her own doorstep. She claimed her attacker was Amy Flora, not Carrie. Coincidentally, Dave was missing a gun that Amy may have had access to. This new development raised suspicions that Amy might be involved in Carrie's disappearance. The investigation uncovered a lead that suggested Amy's motive. She may have been seeking revenge against women connected to Dave Kraut. Amy's relationship with Dave had been complicated, and the presence of other women in his life might have prevented them from reuniting. The police promptly questioned Amy, but surprisingly, she had a solid alibi. Multiple witnesses confirmed that she was not at Liza's house when the shooting occurred, so no arrest was made. The investigation became increasingly puzzling. New details emerged from the analysis of Liza's cell phone data. Investigators found fake email addresses using variations of Farver's name and an app used to schedule messages. This discovery shed light on how Liz and Dave received simultaneous messages from Carrie. The investigation led to suspicion of Liz Govlier, which intensified when her fingerprint matched those on Carrie's car steering wheel. It was now clear who the culprit was, and the priority was to prevent further harm. To catch Liz off guard, detectives devised a plan to create a fake narrative, pretending to still consider Amy the prime suspect, aiming to prevent Liz from escaping or destroying evidence. Liz fell for the trap. She was thrilled at the opportunity to eliminate another rival who was threatening her relationship with Dave. Soon after, Liz Govlier gave the police an email supposedly written by Amy. The email included a confession to kidnapping Carrie, along with specific details about the crime. According to the confession, Carrie had been stabbed in the stomach or chest area before her body was disposed of. The email also revealed information about Carrie's car and home that had not been publicly disclosed. According to an investigative spokeswoman, Liz provided detectives with information that only someone intimately involved in the crime could have known. In doing so, she inadvertently implicated herself in Carrie Farver's murder. The letter made it clear that the crime occurred in a car, prompting authorities to re-examine the victim's vehicle. Upon removing the seat covers and fabric, specialists discovered a blood stain belonging to Carrie Farver. Liz managed to send messages posing as Carrie without arousing suspicion, but it's unclear how. Reports suggest that Liz Govlier led a double life, dating both Dave and a man named Garrett. Notably, Garrett's IP address was linked to messages sent under Carrie's name. When questioned, Garrett revealed that he had been in a long-term relationship with Liz. Out of kindness, Garrett invited Liz to move in with him and his children after a fire. However, their relationship became complicated and deteriorated significantly once they started living together. Garrett would often take care of Liz's children while she isolated herself in her room or left the house. Garrett was shocked by what the police told him. It was discovered that Liz spent 40 to 50 hours a week pretending to be a missing woman. Although her room was messy, no significant evidence was found. However, investigators did discover several cell phones and electronic devices in the last place she stayed. In late December 2016, Shawnana Liz was charged with first-degree murder. The county prosecutor commented on the complexity of the investigation, stating that most murders are dark, but this crime was particularly bizarre. It would take some convincing to make someone believe it actually happened. Liz's actions, including letting her dog die in a fire she set herself and shooting herself in the thigh, were attempts to deflect suspicion from herself. Liz's attorney, James Martin Davis, believed the case against her was weak, since it was largely based on circumstantial evidence. Key pieces of evidence were missing, including Carrie's body in the crime weapon, and Liz had not confessed to the crime. In fact, there was no conclusive proof that Carrie was even dead. The defense team requested a mistrial, which would allow a judge to determine the extent of Shanana's guilt. The prosecution presented a substantial amount of complex electronic evidence, as well as physical evidence. They argued that the amount of blood found on the passenger seat of Carrie's car supported the theory that she had been stabbed. Investigators also found a direct link between Sean Anna and Carrie's murder by analyzing a memory card that Sean Anna had used around the time Carrie went missing. The memory card, which was found in a tablet stored at Dave's residence, contained deleted images. It was clear that the foot belonged to a people who had been deceased for several years. Notably, Carrie had a similar tattoo among her distinguishing features. Her mother later confirmed that the tattoo indeed belonged to Carrie. The photo solidified the conviction of Sean Anna Liz was predator. The judge ruled her guilty of first-degree murder and handed down a life sentence without parole, stating that Carrie Farver did not disappear by choice but was tragically murdered. Authorities suspect that Sean Anna murdered Carrie, allowed her body to decompose, and then burned the remains to eliminate all evidence. Motivated by jealousy, she decided to eliminate her rival. After disposing of Carrie, Sean Anna took her cell phone and used it to send messages that would make Farver appear unstable and win back Dave's favor. When this plan succeeded, Sean Anna wanted to eliminate Amy as well, but she became too entangled in her own scheme and ultimately fell into her own trap. Sean Anna, also known as Liz, was also found guilty of arson for setting fire to her own home in August 2013 and attempting to blame it on Carrie. The fire destroyed the house and killed pets, resulting in an additional 20-year prison sentence. She is currently serving her sentence at the Nebraska Correctional Center for Women, despite maintaining her innocence. Dave revealed that he received thousands of emails and text messages signed by Carrie over the years. However, he claimed that he never noticed Carrie stalking him during their relationship, which contrasts with his experience with Sean Anna. So what happened to Carrie's son, Maxwell Farver? According to his LinkedIn profile, he followed in his mother's footsteps and became a computer programmer. He graduated from the University of Iowa with a degree in software engineering data science and is now married. Although it's unlikely he's forgotten the past, he may have found some peace with his new family. As for Dave Kropa, he now lives a private life away from the public eye. He doesn't have a public account on any social media platform. This disturbing crime story is a harsh reminder of the complexities and manipulation that can occur in human relationships. It highlights how vulnerable we can be in our own surroundings, unaware of the true nature of those around us. On September 4th, 2012, at 5:35 p.m., Yonkers Police Department officers responded to a 911 call regarding a suspicious package discovered in the woods. First responders discovered a decomposing human body wrapped in a large black garbage bag when they arrived at the scene. After taking over the investigation, detectives from the department's Major Case Squad and Crime Scene Unit identified the victim as 26-year-old Pamela Graddick, a resident of the Bronx. In an effort to hide the crime, Pamela's killer had shot her twice in the head outside of Yonkers, according to investigators, and then dumped her in the woods. Early in the investigation, Wanda Verhila was marked as a person of interest by the police. She was Pamela's girlfriend and they shared an apartment together. Wanda Verhila informed Pamela's family 1 month prior to her body being discovered on August 13, 2012, that although Pamela had vanished over the weekend, the things she was supposed to have taken with her remained in their apartment. Pamela's family reported her missing to New York City police when they discovered she hadn't shown up for work either. According to the investigators, the smaller Wanda Vigila could not have moved the larger Pamela's body from their apartment to the isolated spot in the woods. After a 2-year investigation, the case was turned over to the Yonkers Police Department Cold Case Unit because the investigators were unable to find enough evidence to bring charges upon anyone. In January 2022, Wanda Vigila, who was then 41 years old, was interviewed by investigators. In the course of the interview, Vigila admitted to killing Pamela. She claimed that because of their continuous domestic problems, she had shot Pamela inside their shared Bronx apartment. She claimed that John Torres gave her the weapon. Additionally, she had also moved the body from their apartment to the woods with Torres' assistance. Wanda Vigila and John Torres were both placed under arrest in March of 2022. Torres was accused of hindering and tampering with physical evidence, first-degree prosecution, second-degree criminal facilitation, and other felonies. After the arrests, City of Yonkers Police Commissioner John J. Mueller issued a statement in which he said, "The passage of time only reinforces our commitment to solving these heinous crimes. The Yonkers Police prides itself on focusing on victims and their families and doing whatever we can to deliver justice for them. I hope that these arrests bring some degree of closure to Pamela's family and friends, and I applaud the extraordinary efforts of our cold case detectives in closing out this case after so many years. Well done." Wanda Vagila was given a 20-year to life sentence in June 2023 for killing Pamela Graddick. In court, Tawana McClellan, Pamela's sister, said, "You took my sister from me. You took my sister from all of us, and I hope that burns in your soul." In 2002, 23-year-old Cheryl Taylor lived in Weldon, North Carolina. She was married to John Olsby, her high school sweetheart. They had a 7-year-old daughter named Justice. On the morning of August 16, 2002, Justice woke up and realized that Cheryl had not woken her up in time for the school bus and she missed it. She went to her mom's bedroom, and it was there that she discovered that someone had taken Cheryl's life. An autopsy showed that she had been strangled and presumably assaulted. It was not made public if there were signs of forced entry or if investigators were able to collect forensic evidence from the crime scene that belonged to the perpetrator. Despite an extensive investigation by authorities, no arrests were made and the case went cold. Justice and John grieved together for 17 more years. Tragically again, by December 2019, after going missing, John Osby was found fatally shot and rolled up in a blanket near Sycamore Street in Weldon. Investigators were unable to track down the person that shot him, and for years the family was left wondering if they would ever get answers to what happened to John and Cheryl Taylor. That changed when Sheriff Tyree Davis hired Detective Sergeant Rich Summergy as Halifax County's dedicated cold case investigator in January 2023. His job was to pore over the office's unsolved cold cases, looking for anything that investigators may have missed in the past, and using new technology to find clues that were out of reach before. Detective Rich Summergy first looked into John Osby's case, before realizing Cheryl's life had been taken by someone years earlier. He identified the person responsible for what happened to Cheryl. Finally, on July 21, 2023, 46-year-old Lewis Turner Jr. was arrested and charged with taking Cheryl Taylor's life. He was living in Northampton County, North Carolina. It is not known yet if he is responsible for shooting John Osby. It was revealed that Turner was a friend of Cheryl and her family back in 2002 when he took her life. Turner was 25 years old when the crime took place. He has 2 other criminal charges on his record: assaults from when he was a teen. In both of those cases, he got probation. After being arrested and charged with voluntary manslaughter, Turner was held at the Halifax County Jail under $250,000 bond. Scott Hall, patrol captain of the Halifax County Sheriff's Office, outlined the reasoning behind the voluntary manslaughter charge. This was not a premeditated crime with malice. Based on the facts of the case and elements of the crime, we charged accordingly. Sheriff Tyree Davis remarked how he cried tears of joy at being able to arrest a suspect in connection with Cheryl's case. "I received the call that we were able to solve one of our cold cases. A cold case from over 20 years ago. No one knew about this information and we could not say anything until we notified the family first. However, I was instantly overcome with emotion and tears started to flow. As a member of the state commission, I was sitting up front with the other board members and I tried to hold things together. I did so just by wiping the tears away. But once I started sniffling, I knew I needed to leave the room. Folks, I can tell you that these tears were tears of joy. These were tears of excitement. Excitement not only for Taylor's family, but also excitement for her friends, co-workers, schoolmates, and anyone that she had ever crossed paths with. I was excited for the community because this is a beacon of hope for all those families that need closure too." Cheryl's daughter, Justice Osby, had this to say after the arrest. "Unbelievable. We never knew this day was coming." Justice said she is grateful to everyone who helped bring Turner to justice, and she is glad that she can finally have some closure. She said, I am just so thankful for everyone that participated and helped me get closure for my family, because today is a good day. The case of Antonia Barra. Antonia Barra was born on December 3, 1999, in Tomoco, Chile, to a wealthy family. She was the youngest of 5 children, with 2 older brothers, Sebastian and Ignacio, and 2 sisters, Catalina and Carla. Antonia was particularly close to Catalina, whom she considered her best friend and confidant. Her parents valued education and encouraged their children to pursue their interests, including sports and music. As the youngest child, Antonia was especially loved and spoiled by her parents. Despite this, she was a diligent student and dreamed of studying tourism and traveling the world. At the age of 15, Antonia met Martín Perdinas on social media in 2015. Martín was 8 years older than Antonia and lived in the same city. He was divorced and had a child from a previous marriage. Little is known about Martín's early life, except that he was born in February 1992 in Tomoco to Ivan Pronis and Paula Dare. When Martín was 20, he got a girl from his school pregnant, and to avoid scandal and punishment, he married her. However, the marriage ended shortly after the birth of their child. Martín and Antonia were acquaintances who knew each other from socializing with young people on social networks between 2015 and 2017. However, their relationship remained purely platonic. After Antonia graduated from high school and enrolled in university, she relocated to a different city, and they lost touch. At university, Antonia focused on her studies in the travel industry, formed new friendships, and explored new hobbies. Martín was no longer on her mind. During her breaks from university, Antonia would return to her hometown but primarily stayed in touch with her family, including her parents and siblings. During her time at university, Antonia developed a close bond with a fellow student named Consuela Herb, and they became nearly inseparable. She also started a romantic relationship with a student named Rodrigo Aguad, which lasted for approximately a year. However, they got into a dispute at the beginning of the new semester in September 2019 and decided to take a break from each other. Antonio had recently gone through a breakup and was feeling down. Luckily, the Chilean national holiday was just around the corner, offering a long weekend and a chance to take her mind off things. She and her best friend decided to attend an electronic music festival in the charming town of Pucón. They carpooled with 3 classmates using Consuela's car. As it happened, close friends of Antonio's family owned a summer house in Pucón, and since the owners were out of town, they kindly offered Antonio and her friend the use of their house, even providing them with the spare key. Upon arrival, the group split up, and the friends settled into the spacious and cozy house, looking forward to a relaxing weekend getaway. On the evening of September 18th, Antonia ran into Martín while walking around the city, and they struck up a conversation. As it turned out, Martín was also in town for the festival with his friends and was staying in a large rented house just outside the city center. They hit it off and made plans to meet up the next day at a party at a popular nightclub. Antonia called her parents to fill them in on her plans, and her father warned her to be careful and not to drink too much. Antonia laughed it off and promised to be responsible. The next day, Antonia and her friends spent hours getting ready for the party, choosing outfits and doing their makeup. Before heading out, they shared a bottle of wine and then took a taxi to the club. When they arrived, they ordered a bottle of champagne at the bar and drank it together before hitting the dance floor. It was after midnight when Martín and his friends arrived at the club. Antonia was already quite drunk by then, but she continued to drink and dance with Martín. According to her friend, Consuela, Antonia was advised to slow down, but she didn't listen. At one point, Consuela lost track of Antonia and spent half an hour searching for her. When she finally found her, Antonia was in another room with Martín, barely able to stand due to her intoxication. Consuela saw her classmate Benjamin Morales at the club and asked for his help in getting her friend Antonia home. However, Antonia refused to leave, saying the night was still young. A short while later, she started to feel unwell, and her friends took her outside for some fresh air. After she felt a bit better, she returned to the club. Consuela went to Antonia later that night and told her that she was exhausted and ready to head home. However, Antonia declined, wanting to stay and continue having fun. Consuela then left the club, giving up on convincing Antonia to leave with her. She took a taxi home and went straight to bed. Benjamin saw Martine escorting Antonia out of the club, holding her because she was swaying from side to side. According to Benjamin, Antonia was too drunk to fight back, and Martine took advantage of her state. They waited near the entrance for a while, allowing Antonia to recover a bit. Soon, Martine's friends arrived and suggested they continue partying at their rented house. The company ordered a taxi, but Martine and Antonia decided to walk, as she was unwell and disoriented. Surveillance cameras captured their walk, showing the man supporting a drunk student who was trying to break free from his grasp. Along the way, they stopped at a 24-hour supermarket, where Martine purchased beer. Inside the empty store, Martine attempted to kiss she, but she pushed him away and turned her back on him. It was clear she was uncomfortable, but her intoxication left her unable to resist or escape. Martine, being stronger, continued to lead Antonia, and they eventually arrived at the rented house around 8 a.m. The people in the living room saw that she was upset, but she was too drunk to clearly communicate her distress. Despite Antonia's obvious unease, Martine continued to hug and try to kiss her. The other friends, also heavily intoxicated, failed to intervene. Eventually, they retreated to a bedroom, where the man assaulted she while she was in a dazed state. Antonia was confused and disoriented as Martine ignored her attempts to resist and stop him. After the incident, he rejoined his friends in the living room and continued the party, leaving Antonia alone in the bedroom. Later, around 9 a.m., she managed to call Benjamin, but her speech was slurred and she was crying uncontrollably, making it hard for him to understand her. She was unable to explain what had happened or where she was. Benjamin became concerned and called Consuela, telling her that Antonia was in trouble and needed help. Antonia then called Consuela herself, struggling to communicate, and eventually found out her location, prompting Consuela to go to her aid. When Consuela met Martine at the doorstep, she asked him what had happened, but he just smiled and claimed that everything was consensual. However, when Consuela found her friend, Antonia, in one of the rooms, she was shocked by her condition. Antonia was crying and begged to be taken away from the place as soon as possible. They left shortly after and went home, where Antonia immediately took a shower. Despite her friend's advice to preserve the evidence and report the incident to the police, Antonia insisted that no one should ever find out what had happened. She tried to act normally when she spoke to her parents later that day, hiding her true emotions. The next morning, Antonia and her friends returned to the student dormitory. In the aftermath, Antonia struggled to cope with the trauma. She tried to forget the nightmare and resume her normal life, attending classes and socializing with friends. However, only Consuela noticed that Antonia was not okay. As time passed, Antonia's mental state deteriorated, and she gradually fell into a deep depression. Antonia was traumatized and didn't want to talk to anyone about what had happened to her. She refused to file a police report, fearing that it would only spread the news and make things worse. However, rumors about her began to circulate quickly. They would whisper, point, and laugh at her. One of her classmates even had the audacity to ask her about the rumors in front of everyone. However, what sent Antonia over the edge was a phone call from Rodrigo, her ex-boyfriend, with whom she still had strong feelings and had been holding on to the hope of rekindling their relationship. During the call, Rodrigo repeated all the rumors he had heard and told Antonia that he never wanted to see her again. Antonia broke down in tears, trying to defend herself and explain that the rumors were not true. But Rodrigo was unforgiving, using derogatory language to describe her and calling her promiscuous before hanging up. This conversation was devastating for Antonia, and she couldn't cope with the emotional pain. On Saturday, October 12, 2019, Antonia went to her parents' house, seeking comfort and solace with her family. Concern for Antonia's well-being grew as her relatives noticed a deep sadness in her eyes, despite her claims that everything was okay. Later that evening, She posted old childhood photos on social media, accompanied by a distressing message. The following day, after dinner with her family, Antonia retreated to her room on the 3rd floor. Her sister Catalina checked on her about an hour later, but Antonia asked to be left alone, saying she wanted to sleep. Catalina granted her wish, turned off the light, and bid her a loving goodbye before leaving the room. 2 hours passed before their mother, Marcela, came to Antonia's room to announce that dinner was ready. After knocking on the door with no response, Marcela entered the room and initially thought Antonia was asleep. However, upon touching her hand, she was met with an unsettling stillness. Devastated, Marcela screamed for help, and the rest of the household rushed to the room. In a state of panic, they called for emergency services while attempting to revive Antonia on their own before medical professionals arrived. Antonia's situation had become hopeless, and she tragically took her own life by overdosing on sleeping pills. The investigation into her death and the first attempts to hold the perpetrator accountable began. The news shocked her family and friends, as many were unaware of the severe emotional distress Antonia had been experiencing. As Antonia's parents sought to understand what had happened to their daughter, they spoke with her friends and classmates. They were shocked by the rumors and gossip that had been circulating about Antonia. Consuela, in particular, shared everything she knew, but the parents felt that more needed to be done. They hired a top private detective to help reconstruct the events leading up to Antonia's death and gather evidence to bring the person responsible to justice. Alejandro, determined to seek justice for his daughter, used his connections to organize a press conference. In front of dozens of cameras, he shared the devastating truth. His daughter had been the victim of forced bullying, which she had been unable to survive. The person responsible, he emphasized, remained at large. The detective reconstructed the timeline of events from that fateful night and gathered statements from several key witnesses, including Consuela, Benjamin, and a few other university students who were willing to testify in court. With all the evidence collected, the Antonia family petitioned the court to arrest and prosecute Martin for his actions. However, the police determined that the evidence presented was insufficient to warrant taking him into custody. Martin claimed that everything that happened was consensual, although he admitted that both parties were intoxicated. Furthermore, the victim did not report the incident to the police. As a result, Martin remained free, and he and his family subsequently filed a lawsuit against the Antonia family, accusing them of defamation, harassment, and the unauthorized disclosure of their personal information. According to the Martin family, Antonia's relatives had slandered their son and brother, Martin. In response, the Martin family decided to hold a press conference to defend themselves publicly. They argued that Martin's reputation had been harmed without justification and presented themselves as the ones who had been wronged. The Martin family also accused Antonia of sharing their personal contact information, including their home address, phone numbers, and social media handles. As a result, Martin and his family received daily insults and anonymous death threats. The Martin family maintained that Martin's guilt had not been proven and that everything had happened by mutual consent. They expressed their willingness to defend Martin's case in court. Surprisingly, after the statement, the police supported the Martin family, causing Antonia's relatives to stop making negative comments about them and to stop sharing personal data. This sudden change was a major blow. This unexpected turn of events was a significant setback. Despite this, Antonia's relatives continued to seek justice with the support of the public. Victims who were initially silent about their experiences began speaking out after Antonia's case gained widespread public attention. Within a month, 8 more girls came forward to the police, claiming they too had been harassed and assaulted by Martin. They had previously remained silent, fearing they would be condemned and censured. One of the victims was just 13 years old at the time of the assault. As more girls who suffered at the hands of Martin began contacting the police, he was eventually taken into custody. Martin was arrested in June 2020 and held at Tomoko City Prison on suspicion of committing assaults between 2011 and 2019. However, Martin was released on his own recognizance less than a month after his lawyer intervened and was allowed to remain free for the duration of the investigation. Furthermore, Several lawsuits filed by the injured girls were rejected due to the statute of limitations having expired. There was a high likelihood that many cases would be disregarded. Out of 8 appeals, only 2 were registered by the court. The release of Martin from custody and the rejection of the victims' claims sparked widespread outrage. Protests and rallies erupted nationwide, with thousands demanding justice. In response, the prosecutor's office re-examined the case and pushed for a change in Martin's bail conditions, seeking to return him to custody. Meanwhile, the statute of limitations was lifted for all cases of violence committed by Martin. During his trial in February 2021, his social media messages were revealed, in which he boasted about his actions to friends. It was also discovered that Martin kept a collection of his victims' underwear at home, taken as trophies. This collection included items from victims who had previously reported him to the court, as well as a belonging of Antonia's. On August 26, 2021, Martin was charged with 9 counts of crimes involving sexual misconduct. 3 of the victims were minors when the incidents occurred. The Antonia family appealed to the public to speak out against violence and bring those responsible to justice. The trial began in June 2022, allowing Martin's lawyers sufficient time to prepare. They presented witness statements and surveillance footage showing that Antonia left with the defendant voluntarily and did not attempt to resist him. The defense challenged the testimonies of other victims, but in August 2022, the court delivered a guilty verdict against Martin. He was convicted of 8 crimes involving sexual misconduct and causing Antonia's nervous breakdown, which ultimately led to her death. Martin was sentenced to 20 years in prison. However, his lawyers, led by Pinus, promptly filed an appeal. On December 29th, the Supreme Court ordered a new trial. In March 2023, Martin's case was assigned to the Public Defender's Office. During the new trial, Martin maintained his innocence, attributing the events leading to Antonia's death to the large quantity of alcohol they had consumed together. Despite this, on July 7, 2023, Martin was found guilty again. The court reduced his initial 20-year sentence to 17 years, considering the 3 years he had already spent in prison. He had only 14 years left to serve. However, Antonia's family expressed dissatisfaction with this decision in an official press release made by her father. They noted that no punishment could bring back their daughter. During the ongoing lawsuits, Antonia's family and other victims affected by Martin's actions joined forces with public figures to advocate for women's rights. Together, they to amend the criminal code, specifically the sections related to sexual offenses. Their objective was to protect the rights of victims of harassment and sexual violence. On May 30, 1966, a father and his son were fishing on the bank of the Westfield River in West Springfield, and they discovered something larger than a usual fish floating just below the surface of the water. Out of curiosity, they tried casting their fishing net just to be sure it was not a fish. Shockingly to them, a dead body surfaced. That body was 10-year-old Betty Lou Zukowski, who had gone missing for a few days. The fishermen quickly informed the police, who rushed down to the crime scene to investigate the matter. At the time, Mildred and Stanley Zukowski had filed a missing person report of their daughter with the Chicopee Police Department. The police then informed them to come identify if the found body was their lost daughter. The worst fear of a parent is having to bury their own child. Mildred and Stanley prayed for Betty Lou's safety and hoped that she wouldn't be the one found dead in the river. Unfortunately, it seemed luck was far from them because, on getting to the crime scene, they discovered that the dead body was indeed their daughter, Betty Lou Zukowski. On Thursday, May 26, 1966, approximately 57 years ago, 10-year-old Catholic schoolgirl, Betty Lou Zukowski left her family's house on 293 Front Street in Chicopee, Massachusetts around 6 p.m., right after getting a phone call from someone whom she told her mother was her girlfriend. She was supposed to meet up with this girlfriend and hang out for a cup of ice cream. Her parents, being used to their daughter leaving the house often, gave her the permission to go. They never knew that would be the last time they would see their daughter alive. Betty Lou Zukowski prepared to head out as she dressed in a green checkered blouse, blue pants, a jacket, and white sneakers. She also took along with her $2. Later that evening, when Betty Lou failed to return home, her parents, Stanley and Mildred Zukowski called the Chicopee Police Department around 11:15 p.m. to report her missing. For some reason, they told the police not to declare her publicly missing for a significant amount of hours. Some sources said they were probably used to her staying away from home for that long. However, the Chicopee Police Department quickly issued an all-states alarm in their attempt to find her. They later learned that the girlfriend Betty Lou talked about was not real. The search for her continued for 3 days without progress, but sadly, 4 days later, on the 30th of May, 1966, which appeared to be a Memorial Day, Betty Lou's battered and mud-covered body was found offshore by 2 young men fishing in the Westfield River in West Springfield. According to autopsy results, her cause of death was determined to be multiple blunt force injuries to her head, a skull fracture, and terminal drowning. Betty Lou was still alive when she went into the Westfield River, and she had not been sexually assaulted. The police believed that she was beaten within 15 minutes of her drowning. After discovering Betty Lou's remains, there was a joint homicide investigation led by the West Springfield Police Department and assisted by the Chicopee Police Department. These police departments initially assigned their entire detective bureaus to the case. The Hampton County District Attorney's Office and the Massachusetts State Police were also involved. In order to find clues, there was a thorough search along the shore where Betty Lou's body was found. Also, divers searched the river for any helpful evidence that could pinpoint the perpetrator. Nothing was found, not even the murder weapon. The investigators then interviewed Betty Lou's family, friends, and classmates to determine who she may have met up with at the time of her disappearance and eventual murder. Her Chicopee friends had told police that she liked exploring the caves that were dug into the bank of Chicopee River behind the Chicopee Electric Light Company. Police, however, checked all the places she loved to explore but found nothing that could lead them to her killer. According to police and news reports from the time of her death, Betty Lou was portrayed as a loose girl. Her friends described her as smart, kind, funny, adventurous, energetic, and spunky. They said she had dyed her dark brown hair to blonde at the age of 10. She wore makeup, had pierced ears, and often wore cross-shaped earrings. According to her close friends, she had been seen at times with teenage boys, hanging out with them mostly in their cars. Some people said Betty Lou was probably in a hurry to grow up at the age of 10, and her free-spirited nature must have made her trust an older person who eventually took advantage of her and murdered her. Betty Lou's friend had told investigators that she had once said she was seeing a boy named Ralph. Back in 1966, according to her friend's description of Ralph, he was a white, 17 or 18 years old male with black hair, brown eyes, medium complexion, and often wore black framed glasses. He was said to be 5'5" and weighed between 125 and 135 pounds. He drove either a Chevrolet that had a dark blue bottom with either a white or light blue top or a dark green Chevrolet sedan. However, the police discovered that the name Ralph was non-existent. Betty Lou had either lied about Ralph's real name or Ralph had lied to Betty Lou about his name. The police believed that Betty Lou knew the person who killed her. Otherwise, she would not have left her home after receiving the phone call on Thursday night. Detectives claimed that she met up with this person and ended up in West Springfield after riding in a vehicle operated by someone she knew. However, in the days following the discovery of her body, there was no significant leads. On June 2, 1966, Betty Lou Zukowski was buried on her 11th birthday. Her funeral was held at Holy Name Church in Chicopee and was conducted with high mass honors. Several schoolmates from her 5th grade class at the Valentine School in Chicopee were pallbearers. Those who attended her funeral were made up of her entire class and her teacher. Betty Lou was free-spirited and was deeply loved. A week after Betty Lou remains were found, detectives developed a sketch of the suspect from 2 witnesses. One of these witnesses was the last person to have seen Betty Lou alive few hours before she was killed on May 26, 1966. This sketch, however, was similar to Ralph's description. The sketch was later released to the public and was highly publicized in local newspapers at the time. It brought investigators some tips, but none led to the identity of the killer. Having exhausted all leads, the case went cold for years, but after the formation of the Hampton District Attorney's Office's Unresolved Cases Unit in 2019, Betty Lou's homicide case was reopened. Officials then got to find out that in November of 1997, a man named Donald Mars was brought up as a suspect when investigators of the West Springfield Police Department received information from multiple sources that linked him to Betty Lou's killing. However, he was never arrested due to lack of sufficient evidence to pin him to the crime. 25 years later, in 2022, Betty Lou's case gained an intense focus, and on Tuesday, November 1st of 2022, Donald Mars was charged with first-degree murder in the death of Betty Lou Zukowski. A warrant for his arrest was issued. Donald Mars was then taken into custody on the 2nd of November 2022. The evidence that linked him to the murder has not been disclosed yet, but at the press conference, Hampton District Attorney Anthony Guglielmi did mention that significant statements led to Donald Mars' arrest. Someone must have seen something and confessed, or Donald Mars probably implicated himself during interrogation. Donald Mars came from a well-known family in Chicopee. His father, Roger Mars, owned Mars Heating and Service and had 5 sons. Roger Mars served in Korea, and at least 2 of his sons were in the military. Donald Mars was probably one of those sons in the military because at the time of his arrest, he was living at a Veterans Administration facility in Bedford. Donald Mars seemed to have quite a number of crimes in his life book. According to the State Sex Offender Registry Board, in 1995, Donald Mars had been convicted of 2 counts of child rape with force and 3 counts of indecent assault and battery on a child under 14. He is classified as a Level 3 sex offender, which means he is considered most likely to reoffend. When he was convicted in May of 1995, he was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison and was released in June of 1997 and given probation. He violated the probation and was given a 5 to 7-year sentence at Cedar Junction. After his convictions, Donald Mars was determined to be sexually dangerous and was civilly committed to the Massachusetts Treatment Center in Bridgewater from 1994 to 2015 before finally landing in a Veterans Administration facility, a hospital in Bedford, Massachusetts, where he was living before his arrest. At the time of Betty Lou's murder, Donald was 17 years of age, and the sketch made from the description of Ralph by Betty Lou's friends is similar to the high school yearbook photo of Mars. Also, at the time of murder, Donald Mars was somewhat familiar with the area where Betty Lou's body was found. According to a newspaper archive, his family used to visit his grandparents' house at 102 Woodmont Street in West Springfield. They went to their home for Christmas, Thanksgiving, and other occasions. This address is a 4-minute drive from the murder scene at the end of Dewey Street. Donald Mars, who is now 73 years old, was arraigned to a Hampton Superior Court indictment charging him with first-degree murder for the killing of Betty Lou. In a proceeding conducted via Zoom, when he was asked to enter his plea, Donald Mars pleaded not guilty while sounding as if he wanted to burst into tears. His criminal history was described, and he was asked to be held without right to bail. This didn't sit well with Donald Mars, as he appeared disdainful. The case was adjourned to May 1, 2023 for a pretrial conference. Sadly, Betty Lou's parents are no more, as they died in the 1980s. Mildred Zukowski, who died at the age of 61, was said to have fell off from her room's window. Some source said she committed suicide since she probably could not take the pain of losing Betty Lou Zukowski, her only child. A year later, Stanley Zukowski died at age 64 from an unknown cause. No siblings of the Zukowski family is recorded alive. However, the Hampton District Attorney, Anthony Guglielmi, has this to say after Donald Mars was finally arrested. Many cold cases had been left unsolved for ages without the perpetrators being brought to book. But recently, families of murder victims now have glimmer of hope, as most of these cases are being truly solved, giving them closure and finally finding peace and rest for their deceased loved ones. We hope that all perpetrators of murder and other horrible crimes be apprehended even before they get a chance to go 6 feet under the ground. Case of John Thomas McGuire. Amanda and Anna Marie McClure were 2 sisters who lived in an orphanage. Living in an orphanage can be extremely challenging. You don't have a place of your own or time to yourself, and if you're unable to stand up for yourself, you're at risk of being bullied by kids who have been there longer. Typically, bullies target children who are loners. Sisters Amanda and Anna Marie McClure were luckier than most, because they can always protect each other. They feel comfortable being around each other and don't try to make friends with anyone. Unfortunately for Anna Marie and Anna Marie, Their family secret is about to be revealed. Their father, Larry, has been convicted and imprisoned, and this news has been widely broadcast on television by various news sources. One day, the McClure sisters, Amanda and Anna Marie, helped a new girl named Meredith who was being bullied. Meredith had been living with her mother, who was addicted to drugs. After her mother's death from an overdose, Meredith was too afraid to call for help and stayed with her mother's body for a few days. It wasn't until a friend visited and found her mother's body that emergency services were called. Meredith soon became friends with the McClure sisters, and the three of them had a lot of fun together. Amanda and Anna Marie never told anyone why they were living in an orphanage. And when Meredith asked, Anna Marie made up a story about their father being a police officer who died while on duty to catch a dangerous criminal. Meredith was so impressed with Anna Marie's story that she told it to the other children at the camp. Overnight, the McClure sisters became heroes and were admired by everyone. Most of the kids in the shelter had parents who had died from substance abuse or were in prison, so the McClure sisters' story made them stand out in a positive way. The sisters' secluded life at the orphanage came to an end when all the children wanted to befriend them. However, this marked the beginning of a difficult period in their lives. A heartbreaking truth comes to light. Their father, presumed dead, is actually alive and serving a prison sentence for violence and sex crimes he committed against minors. The sisters' lives became a nightmare. However, they got a second chance when two different families decided to adopt them. This meant they would be living apart and their bond was eventually broken. Amanda, who had previously worried her adoptive parents, they were worried that she would be single forever, and that not having a biological family had a profound effect on her mental health. Amanda's adoptive parents were relieved to learn that she was in a serious relationship with a man named John Thomas McGuire, who was 38 years old. This would be his second marriage, and he had 2 sons from a previous marriage. What reassured them even more was that John seemed to be a perfect partner and always supported her. He also had a friendly relationship with his ex-wife, which was a good sign for Amanda's future with him. After serving his sentence, Larry McClure was pardoned and settled in Virginia. His first priority was to find his daughters. He went straight to Amanda's foster parents, Glenn and Alex, said hello and introduced himself. He asked to see Amanda and requested her contact information, including her address and phone number. Although Larry appeared disheveled and intimidating, with deep wrinkles and dark circles under his eyes, he didn't seem intoxicated. However, his behavior was not quite right. Glenn, Amanda's foster parent, refused Larry's request but promised to inform Amanda that her biological father was looking for her. Larry was taken aback by the term biological father, but he thanked Glenn and left. Glenn did keep his promise. He told Amanda that her father was free and was looking for her. Amanda was torn with a part of her wanting to reject her father, given his past mistakes, and another part wanting to give him another chance. Amanda reaches out to her father, Larry, after many years of separation. Amanda initiates the conversation by calling her father, who is overjoyed to hear from her. Larry asks about her well-being, and she shares that she's doing well, married, and happy. Larry was very happy for his daughter and invited her and her husband to have dinner with him. Amanda is initially uncertain about meeting her father, but he senses her hesitation and reassures her by telling her to forget the old grudges, and he has lived all these years with only one thought: to see her and Anne-Marie. This suggests that Larry has been thinking about his daughters and wants to see them again. Larry's meetings with Amanda and John led to their introduction to the world of illegal substances, which he manufactured himself in his camper. Initially, their financial situation was stable, but Larry manipulated them into funding his substance production. As their addiction deepened, they both lost their jobs. Larry persuaded John to register as a drug addict to receive $180 in state assistance. However, this amount was insufficient to support their habit, and Larry continued to exploit them for money. Meanwhile, Larry met Anna Marie and repeated the same pattern, getting her hooked on substances and taking her money. Amanda and John's situation spiraled out of control. They accumulated huge debts, lost their house, and were forced to move into Larry's camper. John's parents, who were unaware of the situation, were told that they was going on a trip together. In reality, Amanda and John had become entrenched in a cycle of substance abuse and alcohol consumption with Larry, and John's parents have never heard from their son since. On Valentine's Day, John, still reeling from the effects of substance abuse, planned a romantic evening for his wife Amanda at the family circle. He cooked a fancy dinner, inviting Larry and Anna Marie to join them. However, under the prolonged influence of the drugs, a disturbing situation unfolded. Amanda and Larry, who were supposed to be father and daughter, began to develop an inappropriately close relationship. Sadly, John was unaware of this, and as a result, he became redundant in their twisted relationship. During the meal, John spoke very many warm words to Amanda, which made Larry extremely anxious. As the tension increased, Larry interrupted John's speech and asked if he could be completely honest with his wife. John agreed, and Larry suggested a game. They tied John's legs and instructed him to answer truthfully about his life. Initially, the questions covering topics like childhood and school. However, under the influence of drugs, Larry began to accuse John of being an undercover FBI agent. When John denied this, they hit him, although John begging for mercy, but he was ultimately struck on the head with a bottle of wine, the same wine he had brought for the family dinner. Over the course of 2 days, Larry, Amanda, and Anna Marie subjected John to torture while using illegal substances. When they thought it was time to end things, Amanda put a black bag over John's head and tightened it around his neck until he stopped breathing. They buried John in the backyard and then celebrated the engagement of Larry and Amanda, father and daughter, with more drugs and alcohol. On the 3rd day, their mental health worsened. They began to hallucinate, seeing John's ghost, hearing police sirens, and imagining that the ground where they buried John was disturbed, as if he might escape and report everything to the authorities. The situation was chaotic, but the father and daughters still decided to take more drastic action. They dug up John's body, checked his pulse, and examined his pupils' reaction to light, even though he showed clear signs of decomposition. This, however, did not convince them that he was truly gone. In a frantic bid to prevent John from coming back to life, they dismembered his body with a wood axe and drove aspen stakes into each piece. They then buried the remains in different locations and covered them with lime to accelerate the decomposition process. 3 weeks later, Larry and Amanda got married. To conceal their relationship, Larry changed his name. The new family aimed to start afresh, moving to Kentucky. They promised each other to stop using illegal substances for good. To avoid suspicion, they even hung an American flag over their front door, just like their neighbors did. By this time, John's ex-wife and parents were becoming increasingly concerned about his lack of contact. In 2019, John's mother even filed a police report regarding his disappearance. Meanwhile, Larry failed to inform the police about his move to another state, which violated his probation terms and led to his return to prison. Larry's mental state deteriorated, especially after long-term substance abuse and alcohol use. This sent him into rehab, leading to anxiety and confusion between what was real and what wasn't, reflected in his disturbing behavior. Larry suspected that the parole violation was merely a pretext for authorities to search his backyard for John's remains. He felt an urgent need to contact Amanda or Anna Marie and instruct them to dig up the body parts and rebury them far from their home. Since all prisoner calls are monitored, he had to find a discreet way to communicate this information. Larry meticulously prepared a speech to convey his message, but ultimately, he was denied the opportunity to make calls. Unable to cope with the situation any longer, he decided to confess to the police. Larry thought that if he confessed to the murder before being charged, he might avoid the death penalty. He even considered blaming his daughters to make his situation better. However, the police officer did not believe him. First of all, what murder? What body parts were buried in the backyard? What crazy idea did this man have? Legally, they had to verify his claims. Initially, the police planned to conduct an investigation. They took his statement, and they found out that John was indeed missing. Police unit was sent to Larry's house. First on the scene, investigators found evidence that Larry had mentioned, confirming all of the criminals. The McClure sisters were quickly apprehended. Amanda and Anna Marie were in shock, unable to believe that their father and stepfather could confess to such a brutal murder. They were even more stunned to learn that Larry was trying to portray himself as an innocent bystander, claiming in his testimony that it was his daughters who killed John, and he was just unwittingly involved in the crime. As the investigation unfolded, each the family McClure member sought to protect themselves and convinced the police that their involvement was purely accidental. This situation was particularly difficult for John's relatives because there was no body, only remains were found. Those remains had to be carefully collected by forensic experts, transported to his parents, and ultimately buried in a closed coffin. It has been mentioned many that John was a kind person. Despite the challenges they faced, his parents were able to arrange for his burial. Some friends contributed financially, while others assisted with transportation and funeral planning. John was laid to rest at a Lutheran church on October 25, 2019. On February 15th, the day after Valentine's Day, a member of the McClure family posted on Facebook, claiming it was a message from John. The post stated that he was going on a long trip and would be out of touch, asking friends not to worry about his absence. This raised suspicions that the family McClure had planned to kill John, and they wanted to deceive others to avoid causing panic. Despite the severity of the crime, but during the trial, Larry and Amanda received an additional 6 months in their sentence due to their illegal father-daughter marriage, which is prohibited in the state. The trial began and Larry testified. He revealed that he had always felt remorse for his children throughout his life. He explained that when they were very young, he committed a serious crime that led to them being placed in an orphanage. Their birth mother had abandoned them, and he was the only one left feeling heartbroken. Larry expressed deep gratitude towards the families who adopted his children, mentioning that he had even prayed for their adoptive parents in churches. He desperately wanted to make up for the years gone by with them and admitted that this might be why he made the choices he did. He describes John as a wonderful young man and expresses his grief for him. He says that if he could change the past, he would, but emphasizes that no one can bring the dead back to life. He mentions his deep love for his daughter Amanda. However, he notes that Amanda does not care about John. Her only concern is taking money from his account. He questions whether anyone would consider killing someone for $180 and that people should recognize Amanda for what she was. He called her a monster, not a human. He stated that he, Amanda, and Marie were addicted to drugs and that they deserved to be punished for their actions. He expressed his desire to speak to the jury and said that regardless of his sentence, he was aware of his health problems and believed that he might not live more than 10 years. He expressed regret for John's passing and again apologized to all of John's loved ones. The trial dragged on because the defendants kept changing their statements about whether they killed John or not. Amanda, unable to bear the long trial, made a deal with investigators. In return, she was assured that she would be charged with involuntary manslaughter at her next trial. Larry then gave another speech. He said, "The 4 of us bought the ingredients to make illegal drugs. Amanda came to me and shared her wish to get revenge on John. The reality is that John, while high on drugs, assaulted Anna Marie, which led to her becoming pregnant. For me, I needed to regain my daughter's trust after years apart. I felt I could not refuse their demands. I often blamed myself for what had happened and thought about ending my life. But I wondered, why should I suffer when this crime was committed by them?" After Larry's speech, it was John's family's turn to speak. John's mother cried uncontrollably and could not express her emotions. She expressed, "Even if one day I can forgive the McClure family, I will never forget what they did. I also hope I live long enough to see one of them die before me." Next, John's children spoke, cursing the killers and declaring that they would never forgive them. The judge delivered the final verdict, sentencing Larry McClure to life in prison without the possibility of parole. When the sentence for Amanda was revealed, her adoptive parents regretted telling her that her biological father was looking for her. They had always raised her with the freedom to make her own choices, unaware that this freedom could lead to such dire consequences. At the time the verdict was announced, Amanda stated that her father's jealousy was the root cause of the situation. Her adoptive parents pleaded with the judge to consider that Amanda's involvement in the crime was heavily influenced by Larry's negative impact, asserting that she would never have committed such a violent act otherwise. However, the prosecutors argued that the murder was a planned act, suggesting that Amanda and Larry were conspiring to be together as a couple. The initial hearing focused on Amanda, who was sentenced to 40 years. The judge said Amanda could serve only 20 years. During Anna Marie's sentencing, she attempted to speak out against John's murder. However, she felt pressured by her father and sister to do what they wanted, and she only attended Larry and Amanda's wedding out of concern for her own future. Ultimately, Anna Marie was sentenced to 40 years. This case takes us to North Webster, Indiana. In 1975, the little town of North Webster was known to be quiet, peaceful, and safe. It was a place where residents often kept their doors unlocked. Back then, parents would often give their children the freedom to go ride bikes up and down the traffic-free streets. North Webster was a community where everyone knew each other, and people spent hours hanging out on their front porches. But when Laurel Mitchell was murdered, the news of her death sent shockwaves throughout the small town, and residents were faced with the unsettling possibility that the killer could be someone they knew. The small lake community of North Webster had never before seen a crime like the 1975 murder of Laurel Jean Mitchell. Even today, with the case solved, the community still remembers the case. Laurel Jean Mitchell was born on the 24th of May, 1958 to Richard Dick Mitchell and Wilma Mae Mitchell in Whitley County, Indiana. At the time of Laurel's murder, Dick Mitchell was a well-known public figure in North Webster. He was a U.S. Marine Corps veteran. On the other hand, Laurel's mother, Wilma Mitchell, operated the North Webster Food Pantry at Augsburgers for several years. Apart from Laurel, Dick and Wilmer had two more children named Bruce and Sarah, who were 18 and 12 respectively. Laurel and her siblings had a tight-knit bond despite the occasional siblings' rivalry. Laurel grew up to become a loved personality in North Webster. Her friendly nature and heartwarming smile won over the hearts of everyone she met. She often went out of her way to make other people around her happy and feel loved. Laurel had many talents, in which one of them was her love for singing. This made her join the local church choir. Her love for music did not stop there. She was a good dancer who brushed up her skills by taking dance lessons at a local studio. She found a sense of accomplishment in singing and dancing. By the age of 17, Laurel Mitchell was set to begin her senior year in Wawasee High School. Before the school year began, she decided to take up a job at the Cokesbury Inn, a small restaurant in Epworth Forest, located on the shores of Webster Lake. For her, taking up a job at the restaurant means having the opportunity to gather experience and add value to her life, while she makes a couple of extra bucks. On the 6th of August, 1975, the Mitchells family started their day unaware that a tragedy awaits them by the end of the day. Laurel, Sarah, and a friend of Laurel who stays with them, woke up to tackle their morning chores. Bruce, the oldest child and the only son, was not around at the time because he was already married and was serving in the Army in California. Dick and Wilmer got ready for work and bade their daughters goodbye as they headed out to their respective workplace. Later that afternoon, Laurel, who was on a night shift, also headed to work with plans of meeting up with her friends at Adventureland when her shift was over. Oftentimes when she works the night shift, either her mom or dad would pick her up after work. But on the 6th of August, 1975, since she had plans to meet up with her friends, she didn't see the need for her parents to come pick her up. Around 10 p.m., Laurel Mitchell began to wrap up her work for the day, and at exactly 10:15 p.m., she left her workplace and headed out to Adventureland, a once popular amusement park about half a mile away from the restaurant where she worked. On her way there, she passed by a classmate who waved at her as she walked by the entrance to the Epworth Forest, and that appeared to have been the last time Laurel was seen alive. She never made it to Adventureland. Neither her friends nor family knew she was missing or in danger. Her parents believed she was with her friends at Adventureland, when in reality, her friends for some reason had changed location and gone to the county fair that evening. Thinking that Laurel had just gone home after work, the midnight curfew for the Mitchells family passed, and Laurel's family became worried because Laurel had not come back home. They waited through the night, checking the door to see if she would walk in, but Laurel never did. In the early hours of August 7, 1975, at exactly 4:16 a.m., Dick and Wilma Mitchell called the police to report their daughter missing. Neighbors, friends, and the police started out for a search, but Laurel couldn't be found in all the areas they looked for her. However, few hours later, at around 10:30 a.m., a man named Glenn Dixon and his son, Hager Dixon, were about to start fishing in the Elkhart River near Diamond Lake Road Bridge in Noble County when they found a dead body floating in the water. The police were called to the crime scene, and the body was quickly identified to be Laurel Mitchell. The news of Laurel's death shattered her family and the whole community of North Webster, who saw Laurel as a kind, decent, and beautiful person. Laurel was described as smart, boisterous, and motherly, often doting on the neighborhood children. Due to her involvement in the local church choir group, dance classes, and other community events, she was a well-known face in the small town of North Webster. And this was why residents in North Webster were shocked. They wondered who could kill such a sweet girl who wouldn't hurt a fly. On the day Laurel's body was discovered, Dr. Peel Sonk from the Goshen General Hospital in Goshen, Elkhart County, Indiana, performed an autopsy on her. The cause of Laurel's death was determined to be drowning. She showed no obvious signs of trauma aside from several bruises on her hands and shoulder. She was said to have resisted her attacker, fighting for her life. When Laurel was discovered, she was fully clothed, however. The autopsy determined that she had been sexually assaulted. The police ruled the case to be homicide, and the search for Laurel's killer began. Indiana State Police, along with the Kosciuszko County Sheriff's Department, the Noble County Sheriff's Department, and the Noble County Coroner's Office opened an investigation into Mitchell's death. Investigators spent thousands of hours trying to solve her murder. They followed every lead. They interviewed neighbors who lived around the crime scene. A woman named Catherine Flynn, who lived at the area at the time of Laurel's murder, told the police that around 10 p.m. on the 6th of August, 1975, that she heard a loud car turn around next door. She said she heard voices say, "Let's get," or "Let's get her." Another resident with the name Frank Overmere told investigators he also heard a loud vehicle in the neighborhood, possibly an Oldsmobile. The police followed these leads and tried all they could, but the killer of Laurel could not be found. Over the next 5 decades, numerous detectives continued to work on her case. With no improved DNA technology in the 1970s, the Laurel Mitchell's case was gradually getting cold. After waiting for years to get answers, sadly, Dick and Wilma Mitchell couldn't cheat nature as they passed away from natural causes at the age of 82 in 2012. However, despite the case growing colder by the day, Laurel's sister Sarah Mitchell never gave up hope of finding answers. Every year she would appeal to the media to once again cover her sister's story and always maintain contact with Detective Kevin Smith, who was assigned to Laurel's case. During one of her chats with the detective, Sarah mentioned that a family friend had told her a small band from Delphi, Indiana called Celebrate the Sun, consisting of several boys and girls around the ages of 16 to 20, had played a show that evening at the Cokesbury Inn and had left around the same time Laurel was last seen alive. The family friend also mentioned seeing the same group at the fire station later that evening. He described seeing a woman having a panic attack and hyperventilating outside of the fire station. He said the woman was accompanied by a group of guys all around the ages of 16 to 20 who were trying to calm her down. The detective then told Sarah that this tip had never been reported and felt it was worth investigating. Investigators then tracked down the members of the band. It was, however, discovered that they were a performing church group who were not from Delphi and had never stopped at the fire station that evening. The case went cold again, but in June 2013, a year after Laurel's parents died, Renee Sexton, a Florida woman who was 16 years old and living in Noble County in 1975, contacted the county sheriff's department to inform them that she had gone on a date with a man called John Wayne Leffman, and as he was driving her back home, he admitted his involvement in a crime that he committed with his friend, Fred Bandy. John Wayne Leffman had told the woman details that were consistent with the police findings when Laurel's body was found, including the anatomical findings from the autopsy results. In 2014, Bill McDonald, who was a high school sophomore at the time of Laurel's murder, told police that he socialized with a man named Fred Bandy while in high school, and that Fred Bandy told him after Laurel Mitchell's murder that he had committed the crime and also provided details of the location where her body was found. In 2019, another man told the police that he and Bill McDonald had attended a high school party with Fred Bandy, John Wayne Leafman, and others. When Mitchell's murder came up, Fred Bandy then stated that he and John Wayne Leafman committed the crime of killing Laurel Mitchell together. These multiple confessions were what the investigators needed to pursue the case vigorously once again. After the last witness came forward with the same information, in 2019, Laurel Mitchell's clothes and other evidence preserved from the crime scene in 1975, where he submitted for DNA testing at the Indiana State Police Laboratory. The forensics developed a profile for a possible suspect. 3 suspects who were initially on the list of the investigators were eliminated and attention was shifted to Fred Bandy for a buccal swab. On December 5, 2022, authorities visited Fred Bandy at his residence, explaining to him the reason they were there and asking for a sample of his DNA. Surprisingly, Fred Bandy did not put up a fight. He voluntarily provided the DNA sample. Fred Bandy's buccal swab was then taken to the lab for testing, and the results showed that Fred Bandy is more likely to be the contributor of the DNA found in Laurel Jane Mitchell's clothing than any other unknown person. A search warrant on Fred Bandy's home was issued, and during the search, investigators later discovered that Fred Bandy had a 1971 Oldsmobile. In 1975, it is believed that the Oldsmobile was used by him and John Wayne Leafman to bring Mitchell to the Mallard Roost public access site in Noble County, where they forcibly removed her from the vehicle and deliberately drowned her. Additionally, information from the Indiana court database shows that Fred Bandy is a twice-convicted child molester, deemed a sexually violent predator in Elkhart County. On Monday, 6th of February 2023, 47 years and 6 months after her death, the Indiana State Police and the Noble County Sheriff's Department arrested Fred Bandy and John Wayne Leafman in their respective homes and charged them with the murder of Laurel G. Mitchell. Both suspects are being held in the Noble County Jail without bond. Following the arrest of Laurel's killers, her sister, Sarah Nicely Mitchell, said, "They basically blew up my family. For a lot of years, it was rage. If I could have killed them myself, I would have. If they gave them the electric chair, I would have thrown the switch. I'm glad they are going to be punished, that they won't be able to hurt anyone else. But she's still dead." She remembered her sister and said, "She was just a good, kind, decent person. She was an awesome person. Wherever she went, she had to take me with her. That wasn't fun for her, but it was for me. She didn't deserve this. She was just in the wrong place at the wrong time." A woman's body was found beaten, strangled, and burned on Staten Island, New York's East Shore in 1991. It was a passerby that found the victim's body in the weeds off a South Beach road just after dawn on September 20th, 1991. She was found face up, handcuffed, partially clothed, and burnt in a vacant lot. She had 17 blows to her head, and a hammer was recovered at the scene. Investigators believe the hammer was used to commit the crime. On the woman's body, authorities also found a black dress, 2 gold chains, a ring watch, 30 cents, and a pack of Newport cigarettes. Police were initially unable to identify the perpetrator or the victim, leaving the case unsolved. An individual with the name Lloyd L. was identified, but that was as far as it got. There was no other indication that he was involved. He could not be prosecuted or exonerated at that time. Given the circumstances, the victim became known as the girl with the scorpion tattoo for decades, referring to a distinctive scorpion tattoo found on her body. In 2008, the district attorney's office revisited the case and submitted her DNA and her dental records to the FBI that did not result in any new leads. The case was revisited again in 2019 when Staten Island District Attorney Michael McMahon decided to use forensic genealogy technology in a joint effort with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, New York Police Department, and New York Medical Examiner Office. In March 2023, at a press conference, Michael McMahon announced that the victim had been identified as 30-year-old Christine Belusco. Christine was placed for adoption when she was an infant and was raised by a New Jersey couple. She lived in Clifton and worked for a clothing store. After she found out she was adopted, she left home in 1991 and briefly stayed at the Mount Airy Lodge in the Poconos in Pennsylvania. She had a 2-year-old daughter named Krista Nicole. Christine and Krista were both last seen at the resort in September 1991. None of Christine's family members knew she had lost her life. They assumed she was safely living in Florida. Michael McMahon said, "We have already notified Christine's family of her tragic end, and we continue to make all efforts to also locate Krista Nicole so we can let her know about who her mother was and what has been done to bring justice to this case." Despite the incredibly dedicated work of the New York Police Department at that time, authorities were unable to identify her or locate the person who took her life so savagely and viciously at such a young age. Nearly 30 years later, in a joint effort with the FBI and New York Police Department, detectives picked up the case and employed the use of forensic genealogy technology, which was unavailable in 1991, but invaluable in today's law enforcement world to bring closure to the victim's family. While the investigation into the case is ongoing, Michael McMahon said investigators believe the perpetrator was known to Christine. There is absolutely no indication that this was done by anyone other than someone who knew her, given the facts of the case and what transpired in the way that her life was ended. That certainly makes us think that this was someone who knew her. It is an intimate type of slaying, McMahon said. An age progression photo of Krista Nicole was released and the search for her whereabouts continues. There is currently no known information on who Krista's father is. If you recognize Krista Nicole or know anything about the slaying of Christine Belusco, call the Richmond County District Attorney's Office. The case of Wendy Trapaga Yolanda Cirillo was born in Miami, Florida. She was a 28-year-old single mother who lived a quiet life away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Yolanda had devoted herself to raising her daughter and being a model mother, giving up the party life. After a while, Yolanda was ready to find stability and a new partner. She began a relationship with Michel Escoto, a man known for his good looks and impeccable grooming. Their relationship, which started out innocent and harmonious, gradually developed into love. Yolanda and Michel met at a computer engineering school. Although they had opposite personalities, she was calm and practical, while he was a romantic, adventurous, and gregarious person. Despite their differences, they found each other and began a promising relationship. Michel and Yolanda Cirillo seemed like an unlikely couple. However, after a year of living together, they started building a family. Yolanda, who already had a child from a previous relationship, was very happy to see her boyfriend Escoto loving her daughter. Everything seemed fine, but Michel still had one unfulfilled dream. He wanted to build a successful career and start his own business. Yolanda fully supported Michel's dream because she knew that his success would ensure a stable future for her and her daughter. She also hoped that they would get married and start a family. Michel promised Yolanda that he would give them the dream life they both craved when he achieved financial success. When looking at the most lucrative industries in Miami, Michel realized that there was a great demand for cosmetic services. So he decided to delve into this field. With a basic knowledge of hairdressing, he wanted to learn more about business to open his own salon. His goal was to create a space that was welcoming to everyone. Michel found a beauty school near where he lived and enrolled in February 2002. While studying at this school, Michel found himself different because he was one of the few men in the beauty industry while he was surrounded by young, dynamic women. These women were very interested in Michel because he was charming, easily won their hearts. This made him popular among the female students. However, despite his relationship with Yolanda, Michel could not resist the charms of Wendy Trapaga, a beautiful 21-year-old girl. He began to flirt with her and often behaved inappropriately around her, but he still did not tell Yolanda about these things. Every night, Michel still returned to Yolanda, maintaining the appearance of a normal family life, but the more time he spent with Wendy, the more he felt guilty towards Yolanda. Wendy Trapaga was different from the women Michel had met before. Wendy was sweet, charming, and had the figure of a model. Wendy was born on April 29, 1981, the daughter of Miriam in Ernest. She grew up in a normal and loving family. Wendy had always been loved by her father, Ernest, who had always made sure that Wendy had grown up in an environment filled with love and respect. Ernest had been a cargo pilot, and his job had required him to travel frequently, which had made Wendy always look forward to his return from each trip. Every time he had returned home, Wendy had been extremely happy and had received a gift from him. March 31st, 1988, had been an unforgettable day in Wendy's life when she had been 16 years old. Wendy's father's plane had exploded at an altitude of 150 feet above the ground and had crashed into a barren land near the runway. This tragedy had taken the lives of all passengers on board. The deep sadness that Wendy had experienced that day had followed her throughout her life. Ernest had been 61 years old when he had passed away, leaving Wendy's mother, Miriam, deeply saddened. After becoming a widow, Miriam had devoted herself to supporting her family and had secured a position as a school administrative assistant. She had worked hard to be able to supervise extracurricular programs at an elementary school in Miami-Dade County. Eventually, Miriam had found love again and had married Juan Bonet. Wendy had had half-siblings who had warmly accepted her, providing her with the much-needed affection she had been missing since her father's death. During her teenage years, Wendy had developed a strong passion for aesthetics and high fashion. She had possessed a captivating beauty with deep brown eyes, long hair, and a radiant smile, attracting everyone's attention. Despite this, Wendy had remained humble and kind, making those around her admire her even more. After completing her studies, Wendy had gotten married, but unfortunately, this marriage had soon fallen apart. This had motivated her to pursue her passion and learn from her relatives who had run beauty salons. So she had enrolled in Label Beauty Academy in Miami. There, Wendy had met Michel Escato, a man who could make her smile. Michel's charm and compliments had captivated her. Michel had introduced himself as an executive in the web design industry, with a degree in technology. Perhaps the loss of her father at an early age had made Wendy more sympathetic to older men, considering them safe. However, Michel had not revealed to Wendy that he had a girlfriend, Yolanda. Instead, he had spent more time with Wendy. The feelings between Wendy and Michel had grown deeper and deeper, and they had spent more time together. While Yolanda had thought that Michel was focused on his career, the relationship between Wendy and Michel had naturally turned from emotional to physical. Wendy and Michel had gradually become inseparable. However, Yolanda had felt confused by the changes in her relationship with Michel, even though they had been together for more than 2 years. She had not known that Michel often met other women, one of whom had even sponsored his studies. Initially, Michel had only seen Wendy as a friend, but over time, he had begun to feel deeper feelings for her. He had appreciated the freedom and lack of pressure in his relationship with Wendy. However, Michel had always kept his relationship with Wendy a secret. Even though Michel and Wendy had been entering their second month of a romantic relationship, Michel had hidden it from everyone, which had made Wendy feel confused. Yolanda had also felt that Michel seemed to be growing more distant, and their relationship had started to feel more like best friends than lovers. Yolanda had become suspicious of Michel's schedule, and the silence had made the two of them grow more distant. Michel had eventually decided to end his relationship with Yolanda because he had fallen in love with Wendy. In August 2002, Michel and Yolanda had had an argument, and to express his dissatisfaction, Michel had packed his things and left. Yolanda could not believe it. Yolanda had dreamed of a future with Michel, but he had left without giving any explanation. Yolanda had tried to understand her shortcomings and the reason behind his departure. Yolanda had kept calling Michel, but he had not answered. Eventually, Yolanda had deciphered his voicemail password and had discovered messages revealing that he had moved in with another woman named Wendy. Yolanda was shocked to learn of Michel and Wendy's relationship and was furious. Michel and Wendy had moved into a modest apartment in Miami. Unexpectedly, in that small space, the two began a life filled with dreams and satisfaction. Although some of Wendy's family objected to her decision to live with Michel, Wendy's mother, Miriam, was concerned that Michel was almost a decade older than Wendy and, on top of that, he was still unemployed. She wondered if Wendy and Michelle had ever shared their jobs or incomes. She was also extremely surprised to find that their house was almost bare, to the point that Wendy and Michelle had to sleep on the floor. The most important thing to her was Wendy's happiness. While Wendy was always careful about her finances and kept a tight budget, Michelle, on the other hand, was wasteful and unclear about how he earned his money. Miriam simply thought that Michelle made money through IT to explain her doubts. Because there were so many questions about Michelle, Miriam, and her daughter, Wendy disagreed about Wendy's marriage. Miriam did not agree with Wendy's hasty decision to get married. Ignoring her mother's advice, Wendy and Michelle decided to go ahead with the wedding. They planned to hold a wedding ceremony at the City Hall in October 2002, with a simple legal procedure and a not-so-complicated wedding ceremony. When Miriam asked why they got married so quickly, Wendy revealed that she was pregnant. On October 10, 2002, Wendy and Michelle exchanged vows at the Miami Beach City Hall. They then planned a simple honeymoon in Key West, Florida. Michelle and Wendy left on Friday, October 11th, planning to return Sunday evening. Their two-day adventure in Key West was filled with fun times. However, on Sunday, Michelle and Wendy were reluctant to let their short vacation end. Michelle had booked a luxurious suite in a prestigious romantic hotel. Wendy was thrilled to have their honeymoon extended unexpectedly. Wendy informed her mother of the decision to extend their stay. Wendy's mother, Miriam, was also delighted to hear the news. Although she was concerned about Wendy's health due to her pregnancy, Miriam was happy for her daughter's happiness. Michelle and Wendy envisioned a romantic evening that included dining out, perhaps watching a movie, or dancing the night away at a nightclub. Michelle and Wendy arrived at the hotel close to midnight and spent some time alone together in their room. Little did they know that this would be Wendy's last night on Earth. At around 5:30 a.m. on Monday, Miriam was awakened by a surprise phone call. When she looked at the clock, she felt anxious about such an early call. Miriam picked up the phone feeling even more nervous. It was Michelle on the other end of the line, asking her if Wendy was with her and speaking in a cryptic tone. Michelle explained that they had gone out drinking the night before, and Wendy had wanted to stay even though he had been worried about their unborn child. This had led to their first argument in the car on the way home. He had gone back to the apartment alone while leaving her outside. When he had checked back after 5 to 10 minutes, she had disappeared. All attempts to contact her by phone had failed. After her conversation with Michelle, Miriam had agreed to give Wendy some space even though she was extremely worried about where Wendy might be at the moment. She had tried not to panic, but she had known that Wendy did not act that way. At 6 a.m., a sanitation worker walking his routine route through a commercial warehouse complex in the Northwest Dade area had contacted Miami police after noticing something unusual in the parking lot between two cars. As he had gotten closer, he had come across a woman wearing a blue evening gown lying face down in a pool of blood. The forensic experts had been stunned when they had arrived at the scene and had seen blood splattered on a nearby vehicle. An autopsy later revealed that the woman had been struck multiple times with a heavy object, leaving her body disfigured beyond recognition. Although no weapon had been found at the scene, the deceased had been quickly identified as Wendy Trapaga thanks to a driver's license and a wallet containing identifying items found next to her. When Miriam had received the devastating news of her daughter's death, she had been plunged into a deep depression. Tears streaming down her face, Miriam, who had lost her husband, now had to deal with the sudden loss of her daughter. As the detectives had worked to determine the cause of Wendy's death, Miriam had received a call from Wendy's husband, Michelle, asking for any updates on Wendy. Miriam had been speechless and had struggled to convey to Michelle that Wendy was no longer alive. A detective had intervened, taking over the call to inform Michelle that they would be visiting his home to discuss the matter in detail. Michelle had been completely stunned and unable to speak. The police had taken Michelle to the police station to gather more information. During a 14-hour interrogation, Michelle had recounted the events of the evening leading up to Wendy's tragic death. As they had left the hotel and driven home around 3 a.m., Michelle and Wendy had gotten into an argument over drinking. During the argument, Wendy had unexpectedly admitted to Michelle that she was not pregnant, which had added to the tension of the argument. As they had approached their apartment, Michelle had decided to go inside to give them both time to calm down, leaving Wendy in the car. That had been the last time he had seen Wendy. The autopsy report later revealed that Wendy had died from being repeatedly beaten with a blunt object, causing 15 to 20 severe injuries to her face and neck. Her face had been unrecognizable due to the injuries. There had also been signs of strangulation. Investigators had also found strange DNA on Wendy's dress. A physical examination had revealed that Wendy had had alcohol and sedatives in her system. Her estimated time of death had been between 3 and 5 a.m. on October 14th. Some strange points had also been discovered. Wendy had been found without shoes, but her feet had been clean. In addition, there had been no injuries to her hands and feet, suggesting that she might not have resisted during the attack, or that she might have been unconscious or restrained. The medical examiner had also confirmed that Wendy had not been pregnant at the time of her death, raising further questions about the reason behind her lie. Authorities had found a new lead. They had discovered that Michel had made a phone call at 3:15 a.m. the day his wife had died. Detectives followed up on a crucial lead and discovered that Michel's last call had been made to his ex-girlfriend, Yolanda. When informed of Wendy's death, Yolanda shared her love story with the police. She admitted to having had deep feelings for Michel and was heartbroken by his sudden passing. Despite attempts to contact him, he remained unresponsive until the fall of 2002 when he returned her call. When questioned, Michel admitted to having had an affair with another woman but maintained that he had no feelings for Wendy. He said that he still loved Yolanda and hoped to reunite with her. Yolanda, who still loved Michel, trusted him again and hoped that this would rekindle their romance. However, Michel continued to live a double life. The investigation was hampered by the lack of solid evidence, including DNA, fingerprints, surveillance camera footage, or even a murder weapon. All they had were unsubstantiated statements. About 2 months after Wendy's death, Michel reemerged as a prime suspect in the case. After being caught planning to cash in Wendy's life insurance policy, questions were raised about the true motives of Michel, who was the primary beneficiary of the policy. After this discovery, detectives suspected that Michel had a strong financial motive, seeing as the insurance policy was worth $1 million. The investigation team continued to pursue this theory. On the other hand, an unexpected aspect of Michel's personal history was revealed during the investigation. Michel had previously been arrested and charged with armed robbery. He was also charged with unlawful possession of a firearm and possession of drugs. 3 years after Wendy's death, detectives decided to interview Yolanda again, suspecting that she had more information than she had previously disclosed. After Wendy's death, Michel and Yolanda reunited and moved in together, but their life together was not a happy one. When Yolanda was brought in for questioning, law enforcement officers presented evidence that Yolanda had been the one who had funded Michel and Wendy's vacation after they had married. The police forced Yolanda to reveal the truth by warning her of the consequences of lying. Yolanda gradually opened up to the police. According to her testimony, when Yolanda and Michel resumed their relationship in the fall, Michel told her that he had to marry Wendy because Wendy was pregnant. However, in reality, Michel was indifferent to Wendy and planned to get rid of her to get the $1 million insurance money. Michel and Yolanda's ultimate plan was to kill Wendy and take her huge insurance money. Yolanda was blinded by her love for Michel and decided to go along with Michel's plan. The only thing she cared about was that Michel would reunite with her. According to the following testimony, after failing to get rid of Wendy during the holiday, Michel decided to take drastic action. Michel had laced Wendy's drink with a sedative in their hotel room. When Wendy began to fall asleep, Michel took her outside and put her in the car. In the middle of the night, Michel went to Yolanda's house and asked her to let him use her car. Michel then went to a parking lot far from the residential area in Northwest Dade and asked Yolanda to stay in the car for a while. Yolanda then witnessed Michel returning to her car with blood on his hands and a crowbar. They continued to Biscayne Bay, where Michel removed the murder weapon and washed away the evidence of the crime. Yolanda then drove Michel back to the residence she shared with Wendy, where Michel disposed of his bloody clothes. However, Yolanda's testimony may have been unreliable. Yolanda may have been more directly involved in the murder of Michel's wife. If Michel had not used the crowbar to kill his wife, it was possible that Yolanda herself was responsible for the brutality and disfigurement of Wendy's body. Unfortunately, the truth of this case may have remained unknown due to Yolanda's immunity agreement that protected her from arrest or prosecution. This was used by Michel's attorney to place the blame entirely on Yolanda in order to protect his client. However, after deliberating for just 2.5 hours, the jury convicted Michel Escoto of first-degree murder and sentenced him to life in prison without parole. While Wendy's family finally felt that justice had been served after years of waiting, they were not entirely satisfied that Yolanda Cirillo would continue to walk free. In 1993, Jennifer Renee Odom was a 12-year-old 7th grader at Wesley Chapel, Florida's Thomas E. Waitman Middle School. She was a competitive barefoot water skier who placed highly in competitions, and she played clarinet in the school band. She was usually the skier who glided above the water, reaching the summit of the human pyramid. She was born on August 25, 1980. She was Renee Converse's oldest daughter and Clark Converse's stepdaughter. She was the granddaughter of Jim and Margie Denny, and she had a sister named Jessica and Odom, who was 9 years old. Their home was in St. Joseph, a little town close to Dade City, Florida. The rabbit owned by Jennifer and Jessica was named Beanie. Jennifer also had a deep affection for her Springer Spaniel named Gypsy. On the family's 15 acres, the two sisters constructed forts, went four-wheeling and swam in the creek behind their home during the summer. On Friday, February 19, 1993, which was a cold morning, Jennifer Odom dressed for school by putting on her white turtleneck and white jeans. She wore her grandmother's red cashmere sweater over her shoulder-length chestnut hair. She had spent a lot of time outside, which is why she was tan and skinny. She and her mother got into the car that same morning after she had put on her black boots. In order to wait for the school bus near their mailbox, the two drove 200 yards up the narrow Lime Rock driveway before Renee Converse, who was riding a shotgun, turned left to go to work. Jennifer got onto her school bus and settled into her usual spot in the back seat, where she and her mother could see each other. After school hours, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jennifer got off her school bus, said goodbye to her friends, and began the 200 yards walk home. When Jennifer's sister got home from school at around 4 p.m., their house was locked and she couldn't get inside. After waiting for a while, she informed their mother over the phone that her older sister had not returned home. That's when Converse realized Jennifer probably hadn't made it home. Michelle, Jennifer's closest friend, told her that she had witnessed Jennifer get off the bus and start walking home. Jennifer's mother called the police because she knew something was seriously wrong. In a matter of hours, deputies began a thorough search. About 400 volunteers joined a search party to assist in combing through an area of about 60 square miles known as countryside. Volunteers, neighbors, family, and friends looked for Jennifer. The small Pasco County town of Dade City was surrounded by rolling pastures, woods, and groves that could be thoroughly searched by law enforcement using police dogs. Some of her classmates had seen a blue truck in the area, and it was the focus of every law enforcement agency in the Bay Area. The school bus children who accompanied Jennifer recalled seeing an older light blue pickup truck of an unidentified make and model slowly following her down the road in the direction that she was walking. The kids said it had a trailer hitch with pipes or a ladder in the back and a silver-painted rear bumper instead of a chrome one. The kids described the driver as a white man in his 40s with brown hair that reached his shoulders. Search teams concentrated on the blue truck because they thought the driver might have been connected to Jennifer's disappearance. The FBI Nando Police Department and Pasco County Sheriff's Office personnel worked from a dock in Boathouse to locate the truck as a last resort, while divers combed Lake Jovita for the same truck. On Thursday, February 25th, 6 days after Jennifer disappeared, a man and a woman going through an abandoned orange grove, roughly 10 miles north of Jennifer's school bus stop, discovered her severely decomposed nude body. Her body was discovered in the orange grove, close to a horse trail off Powell Road, south of Brooksville, surrounded by a stand of pine trees. She had been brutally attacked and had suffered a head injury from blunt force trauma. According to the detective, she most likely died there in the woods not long after going missing. Neither the blue truck nor its driver could be located. Jennifer's clothes couldn't be found either. On Monday, March 1st, 1993, country music icon Vince Gill was scheduled to perform at the local Strawberry Festival. This was while Jennifer's family was still busy organizing her funeral. According to Clark Converse, Jennifer's stepfather, the girls had been anticipating Gill's performance for weeks, hoping to get him to sign pictures. Clark Converse and Jessica attended the festival prior to the concert. In order to grant Jennifer's request that Gill sign a picture that she and her sister had taken of themselves with the singer earlier that year, Vice President Joe Newsom gave Gill, who was having dinner, the 3 photos in between the festival performances. Gill was asked by Jessica's stepfather to sign 3 copies, 1 for Jennifer, 1 for Jessica, and 1 for both girls. Newsom later remarked in an interview, "I told Gill this young lady had been killed and her dad was outside." In response, Gill said he was aware of the incident and that he also had a small daughter. He signed the pictures, writing "May God be with you" on the one for Jennifer. Gill went to the second show of the evening. He gave a brief speech to honor Jennifer to the audience before the final song. His voice cracked while he said, "I'm going to try to get through this the best I can." His Grammy-winning song, "I Still Believe in You," was performed by Gill and dedicated to Jennifer, who was sadly taken from this world too soon. Gill asked the audience to assist him in finishing the song as tears streamed down his face. Almost 15,000 people raised their voices. Jeff Moore, a radio personality, stood backstage and observed the thousands of faces covered in tears. It was extremely painful. He remarked later, "Regretfully, her case remained unresolved because no one in the community was able to provide investigators with pertinent information." On January 16, 1992, a 17-year-old girl was abducted in north-central Pasco County as she got off a school bus 13 months prior to Jennifer's kidnapping. She had been viciously beaten, assaulted, and found in a pool of blood behind an abandoned house. Investigators said she had very serious injuries to her skull and head. She lived, but her left side paralysis left her permanently altered. She was a real victim who had previously been on the honor roll and participated in track and field. She didn't lead a dangerous lifestyle. At the time, DNA could be obtained from the crime scene by law enforcement. Detectives thought there might be a connection between the cases because of the similarities between Jennifer's and the unidentified girls. The 2 victims were adolescent girls in Pasco County who were kidnapped after getting off the school bus, brought to a distant field, beaten, and left there in the hope that they would die from their wounds. Jennifer's body was discovered a mere few miles away from the location of the other victim. 16 months after the incident, the police called psychic Nancy Meyer to help them track down the person who caused the incident after they ran into several dead ends. For many years, Pennsylvania-born psychic Nancy Meyer has collaborated with law enforcement agencies across the nation. Nancy claimed to have consulted on over 300 criminal investigations and to have provided crucial leads over 80% of the time. Nancy thought that Jennifer's death was carried out by 2 men. She said one of them might be a smoker with a strong cough. She also characterized them as white muscular mechanics. The photos taken at the crime scene were under seal. Nancy Meyer was thus prohibited from viewing it. In spite of this, she could clearly picture 2 men. She was brought to the location where Jennifer's corpse was discovered. Nancy mentioned that there were items in the neighborhood that had not yet been found. She was able to provide details about a number of Jennifer's still missing belongings, such as her cousin's clarinet case bearing the initials LO. She persisted in providing details about the offenders in the hopes of cracking the case. Nancy Meyer was very accurate about certain things, according to Hernando County Sheriff's Office Detective Carlos Douglas. This accuracy caused the investigators to look in previously unconsidered areas. She provided a wealth of information to the detectives. On a national television program called Unsolved Mysteries, Jennifer's unresolved case was featured on December 2, 1994. The Hernando County Sheriff's Office received over 50 phone tips and additional investigative leads via mail after the show aired from all over the nation. According to a Sheriff's Office spokesman, the program accomplished their goals. It increased the case's exposure. Major Gary Zorn Smith, a former Hernando County sheriff, who oversaw the investigation in its early stages, claimed that the investigators were at a loss for words despite the new revelation. He stated that there was a good chance the crime would go unsolved, and even in the event that it might take another crime to solve it. Jennifer's missing book, bag, and clarinet case were found by a couple searching for scrap metal in a rural Hernando County on Thursday, January 5, 1995, about 2 years after her body was discovered. It was discovered a few miles away from where her body was found. The person thought to be responsible for her murder had fingerprints on her clarinet case and backpack that the police were able to collect. Sadly, there was never a match for a suspect with these fingerprints in the database. The Tampa Bay area was plagued by the case, which attracted national attention over time. Tipping was rewarded with money in the thousands. Jennifer's family awaited words as detectives spent tens of thousands of hours following leads. As the years grew into decades, Renee Converse, Jennifer's mother, questioned if it was someone Jennifer knew. Jennifer's stepfather, Clark Converse, stated that there was a good possibility perpetrator was someone the family knew. As each year goes by without any resolution, Converse claims to cry a little bit more. The reality is that Jennifer is gone and will never be in our lives again. Nothing is going to change that, she said. Additionally, according to Converse, the family is appreciative of what they do know. That we have this much closure is a blessing. We know where she is, so we're not searching for her. It's going to be a very bittersweet ending, she said. Converse could still see her slender, sun-kissed 12-year-old daughter waving farewell from the back window of the Pasco County school bus. She would never again get to see her firstborn daughter, who had brown eyes. "I love you" was the last thing Converse remembers the two saying to each other. The couple claimed to have exhausted all avenues of collaboration in the hunt for Jennifer's killer. In order to prevent any more tragedies, they wanted the person found. The St. Petersburg Times announced on Monday, February 19, 2007, that it had been 14 years since Jennifer was kidnapped and her murder was unsolved. During the same year, Hernando County Crime Stoppers members gave special playing cards with a hotline number and a brief description of an unsolved case from around the state to inmates at the Hernando County Detention Center. Jennifer had 2 color photos on her Queen of Diamonds card. The Hernando Sheriff's Office has a web page featuring images and details about Jennifer. Additionally, a slideshow featuring Jennifer's pictures is assembled. George Lloydgren, a detective from Hernando County, later led the cold case division. Along with some unsettling theory, he had access to the newest DNA technology. "I believe that there is probably one person, if not more, that would know who is responsible for this," he stated. Additionally, he thought that the person might be an ex-spouse or family member who is either afraid to come forward or is protecting the offender. "I think the reason people do not want to get involved is they may not want to sit there and have to testify against that individual." Investigators believed there were multiple people out there with more information, and they wanted them to come forward after receiving a few anonymous tips over the years. They experimented with a number of strategies to get fresh leads, including billboards, a $20,000 reward, and a national TV documentary. Over time, investigators gathered approximately 1,000 pieces of evidence, received thousands of tips, and conducted hundreds of interviews in an effort to identify Jennifer's killer. The sheriff's office was contacted by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, which offered to scan all of the case files for Jennifer so they would be easily accessible. Over 75,000 pieces of paper were involved. There were hints found throughout every investigation, such as the fingerprints found on Jennifer's backpack and clarinet case. Suspects were also present. Frank Daniel Potts, a serial offender, was one potential suspect. In 1993, he sexually assaulted a 10-year-old girl in Lakeland. He had a blue pickup truck that he had allegedly dismantled, and he was employed at a construction site in Pasco County at the time of the killing. The authorities were unable to connect him to the case of Jennifer, but Walter Duchesne was residing in the neighborhood at the time of the murder, was also a potential suspect. According to his ex-wife, he could be the offender. Her testimony was contradictory, though. He was not indicted when the case against him was brought before a grand jury. It was no longer thought that he was connected to the case. Detective George Lloydgren received a call from Pasco County Sheriff Chris Naco in February 2015. He said the case of the teenage girl found alive in 1992 had a good lead thanks to new technology. Investigators thought the case was connected to Jennifer's. Naco stated that there was a 1 in 7.7 nonillion chance of discovering another match. As with any of the previous cases, Lloydgren remarked, "I believe DNA will play a significant role in Jennifer's case because artifacts were gathered. The advancement of technology is relatively recent." Before February 2015, the biological evidence uncovered during the 1992 case investigation was tested and investigators obtained a complete DNA profile. By comparing male DNA left at the scene with that of family members, investigators can identify a suspect through a DNA technique called familial searching. A standard DNA search's drawback is that it requires the offender database to have a suspect's genetic fingerprint on file in order for law enforcement to match. In order to determine whether any close matches between the DNA and local DNA might be family members, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement compared the samples. A jailed Jeffrey Norman Crum was identified by the sheriff as the person whose DNA was found to match. DNA samples from Crum's father, grandfather, and brother were acquired by investigators. There was a clear match between the DNA found on the victim and Crum's father's DNA. Investigators came to the conclusion that Jeffrey Crum grabbed the girl from the 1992 case by the arm, led her around the side of the abandoned house, and struck her head very forcefully with a blunt object. She lost a portion of her brain and part of her skull, which left her partially paralyzed. After that, Jeffrey Crum, who was 53 at the time, was eventually taken into custody in relation to the 1992 case. Authorities claim that Crum became a person of interest in this case because of his arrest. The detective in charge of Jennifer's case said that when Crum was linked to the 1992 case, he nearly immediately rose to the top of the suspect list in Jennifer's case due to the similarities, which revived the investigation. He added that although there had been suspects over the years, Crum was not on the list. Marking the 25th anniversary of her death, Jennifer's mother told The Times in 2018 that she and other family members tried to have faith that her daughter's case would eventually be solved. Crum's 1992 crime left his victim partially paralyzed, and he was sentenced to life in prison. During the sentencing hearing, the victims testified in court and described the harm he had caused that would last a lifetime. Her aunt said that day was the end of her life. She brought up Jennifer as well. A year later, a young lady, Jennifer Odom, was killed. She continued, and that brought back so many different things. That today the perpetrator still has not been caught. Detective Lloydgren gained new resolve after Crum's arrest and sentencing, and Jennifer's family felt hopeful that the culprit would be apprehended. Following that, detectives launched a thorough investigation and spent the next few years speaking with everyone they could locate. They might have been connected to Crum at the time of Jennifer's abduction. The state attorney received this information, and a grand jury was given the facts and circumstances. A month before Jennifer would have turned 43 on July 27, 2023, authorities declared that they had made an arrest in the case and that the prosecution intended to seek the death penalty for the defendant. Bill Glass, the state attorney, announced the news at a press conference. This occurred shortly after the Hernando County Sheriff's Office declared that 61-year-old Jeffrey Norman Crum has been charged with Jennifer's kidnapping, assault, and death. After spending years looking into Jennifer's case, Detective George Lloydgren said that shock is probably the best word to describe how Jennifer's family responded when he informed them about the arrest. He claimed that he acted swiftly to avoid becoming emotional. They had a lot to process, and he anticipates that it will take some time for it to fully register. The sheriffs claim that every credible lead for the previous 30 years, whether from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Pasco County Sheriff's Office, or private citizens, has been thoroughly investigated. This investigation has involved countless detectives, sworn law enforcement officers, civilians, and tipsters. More victims are being sought after by investigators. Authorities worry that Crum might be involved in more offenses. A 1993 photo of him was made public along with a request for anyone who knew him in the 1980s and 1990s to get in touch with the sheriff's office. We urge anyone who had interactions with this individual to come forward with information on other crimes he may have committed and/or may have themselves been a victim of Jeffrey Crumb to reach out to the Hernando County Sheriff's Office and speak to our cold case unit. Authorities maintain a tight lid on details, but they did reveal that in 1992, Crumb lived on Somerset Lane in Spring Hill, the Pasco County region, where Jennifer was kidnapped and he worked as a drywall installer in the construction industry. His home was roughly 12 miles from Jennifer's body discovery location, and 21 miles from the location where she was last seen. He drove a blue truck at the time, according to officials. The case's lead detective repeatedly stated during a news conference on Thursday, July 27, 2023, that Crumb had not been on the investigators' radar until recently. According to records, Crumb has a long history of convictions for violent crimes. The sheriff said that Crumb had been taken into custody for armed robbery in Hillsborough County in 1985. In Hillsborough County, he was accused of kidnapping, assault, and false imprisonment. In 1987, he was taken into custody by Tampa police for carrying a concealed weapon. When he was discovered carrying a concealed weapon once more in 1988, he was accused of aggravated assault. He was taken into custody 3 times in Hernando County in 1998 on charges of domestic abuse. He was arrested in Hillsborough County in 2001 for violating his probation. A few years later, he was taken into custody in Hernando County on charges of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. He was detained in Pasco County in 2015 on suspicion of aggravated assault against a child under the age of 12. According to the detective, he was a violent person who liked to do bad things. For the assault and kidnapping case out of Pasco County that was prosecuted around 2015, Crumb is already serving 2 life sentences. At present, he is housed in the Hernando County Jail. Judge Kurt assigned a public defender to represent him and directed that he be held without bond. Following the kidnapping and murder of Jennifer Odom, residents of Pasco and Hernando counties were on edge. When the news of the arrest broke, they talked about their feelings and thoughts. The general manager of Brooksville's Papa Joe's Italian restaurant, Jeannie Cameron, said that she and other residents recall hearing about her disappearance all too well. Joseph Gyraton, the owner of Papa Joe's Italian restaurant, stated back then, 30 years ago as a parent, I was very angry that someone could do something like that to a child and then leave her there in the middle of nowhere. Jessica Ellis claimed to have attended Whiteman Middle School with Jennifer and to have participated in band class together in the clarinet section. I would say we saw each other a lot. We weren't like close friends, but we knew a lot of the same people. We rode the school bus every day, and I just remember her always being nice with me and everyone else that rode her school bus. In the days, months, and years that followed Jennifer's death, there was fear and grief. For many people in the community, Jeffrey Norman Crumb's arrest provides closure. On June 21, 2021, a groundskeeper, while clearing ground cover, discovered a human body close to a trail on the southeast side of Metsun Lake in Golden State Park, San Francisco, California. The white male was lying on a blanket and sleeping bag, surrounded by trash and miscellaneous items. The man was wearing a tank top, dark jeans, underwear, and leggings. A small partial can of chewing tobacco was located in his rear pants pocket. During the autopsy, the San Francisco chief medical examiner estimated the man to be about 45 years old. There was no evidence of trauma on the body. Based on the condition of the body, authorities estimated that the man passed away 2 weeks before he was found. When detectives were unable to identify the man who became known as the Metsun Lake John Doe and the case seemingly going cold, they reached out to the DNA Doe Project for help. The DNA Doe Project is a non-profit investigative genealogy research outfit that says on its website that it has become a go-to organization for law enforcement agencies and medical examiners across North America, helping them solve their most intractable cases. Right away, the DNA Doe Project team had an important clue. There was a match in the range of a first cousin that was on the John Doe's maternal side. From this, the team was able to identify the specific branch of the John Doe's family tree and determined he was one of 6 children. Only 2 of the siblings were male, and a proof of life study ruled out one of the brothers. This meant that in March 2023, the John Doe was positively identified as Kurt Jerome Aiken. After the identification was made, people came forward to shed light on Kurt's life. He was a homeless man living in Golden Gate Park. Like many people experiencing homelessness, Kurt was disconnected from his family. He carried no identification and no one came to claim his remains. Area residents knew him to be a local terror. One person stated that Kurt was friendly in the past, but developed some sort of hatred towards dogs and was known to verbally and physically attack people, especially women walking their dogs in the area. Dog walker in the park named Rainer said in an interview, "He escalated to charging us on the trails and kicking the dogs. She even shot video of him jumping out of the bushes, armed and threatening to end her and her dog's lives." She also mentioned an incident in which he threw a rock through the window of her van, shattering it and sharing the animals in glass. He was allegedly arrested in 2019 for throwing coffee on a woman, her dog, and her stroller. "I am one of about a dozen women with dogs that he has attacked over the years. I was not a fan of the man," Reiner said. It's still unknown what caused the demise of Kurt Jerome Aiken. Investigators didn't detect any foul play. Many are of the opinion that he died from natural causes. Case of Jessica Camilleri. Jessica Camilleri, the second daughter of Rita and Vince, an Australian Maltese couple, was born with a mild mental disability. Her IQ was between 55 and 60, placing her in the bottom 1% of the population. People with mild intellectual disability like Jessica learn to communicate and express themselves, but at a slower pace than others. They may take longer to develop skills like speaking, reading, writing, and math, but they can still adapt to daily life. Due to her condition, Jessica was slow in reaching developmental milestones like walking, talking, and coordinating movements. She started school much later than her peers, which made her a target for teasing, discomfort, and bullying from her classmates for being different. As a result, Jessica developed stress, anxiety, and anger, particularly towards females. She also struggled with intermittent explosive disorder, characterized by sudden repeated outbursts of impulsive, aggressive, and violent behavior, as well as angry verbal eruptions that were disproportionate to the situation. At school, Jessica exhibited aggressive behavior towards both students and teachers, including a notable incident where she punched a male student and refused to release her grip, leading to her indefinite suspension, and subsequent confinement at home under the care of her mother, Rita, who received a disability pension to support her. Jessica's behavioral issues were symptomatic of her intellectual disability and struggled with irrational outbursts of anger. Furthermore, she was diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, a chronic brain condition that affects millions of children worldwide, making it challenging for her to regulate her behavior. In addition to these conditions, Jessica also suffered from severe bipolar disorder, depression, anxiety, and autism spectrum disorders, which impacted her judgment, self-awareness, and empathy towards others. She had obsessive tendencies such as fixating on her 3 favorite numbers, 2, 3, and 5, each of which she associated with a specific color, yellow, green, and purple. Respectively, Jessica would often repeat these numbers to generate random phone numbers, which she would then use to call and talk to men. In one instance, starting in 2018, she began harassing the staff of a meat company in Daylesford, England, even going so far as to threaten the owner's family, claiming she would decapitate them with a chainsaw. Jessica had a persistent fascination with horror movies, particularly the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. She would spend hours re-watching disturbing videos, and this obsession often led to furious outbursts when her mother, Rita, tried to restrict her access to these films. Jessica and her mother lived together in a house in St. Clair, a suburb of Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Jessica's father, Vince, had divorced Rita during her teenage years due to the strain their daughter's behavioral problems had put on their marriage. Jessica struggled with low self-esteem and a childish, naive outlook, but she also displayed strong narcissistic tendencies. Deep down, she felt she was one of a kind and entitled to special treatment due to her mental disability. This occasionally led her to be exploitative and egocentric. Despite this, Rita remained devoted to caring for her daughter, acknowledging her issues, but feeling a strong sense of responsibility to look after and protect her. Rita even went so far as to reach out and apologize to one of the recipients of Jessica's harassing phone calls, confessing that she was at a loss for how to manage her daughter's behavior. Jessica was very close to her mother, who dedicated her life to taking care of her and meeting all her needs. Instead of sending her to a psychiatric institution for full-time care, her mother chose to keep her at home. In fact, Rita's life revolved around Jessica. The tragic event of July 20th, 2019 was not a standalone incident. In the 6 years leading up to it, Jessica had been convicted twice for assaults that caused actual bodily harm. She had also physically attacked her aunt and her sister's mother-in-law by pulling their hair. But she avoided jail time and was always placed in the care of her mother Rita, the one person who could tolerate her behavior. Jessica had also exhibited aggressive behavior towards women she encountered in the streets and shopping centers, lashing out at those she perceived as looking at her wrongly or making her feel ashamed. On one occasion, she was even barred from a doctor's office after becoming violent towards another patient in the waiting room due to paranoia. In early 2018, Jessica's aggressive behavior continued when she attacked a nurse during a hospital visit with her mother Rita. As a result, she was admitted to a mental health unit for 9 days to treat a severe episode of mood disorder. She was prescribed lithium for her supposed bipolar disorder, along with antipsychotic medications. However, by the end of 2018, about 6 months before the tragic event, Jessica had stopped taking her medication and instead began using natural remedies to manage her conditions. Rita was at her wit's end and paid $2,500 to a medium on Queen Street in St. Mary's, a western suburb of Sydney, in a desperate bid to exorcise the demon she believed was possessing her daughter Jessica. Despite her family and friends warning her about the dangers of living with Jessica, Rita remained adamant that her daughter wouldn't hurt anyone. According to Christy, Jessica's older sister, their mother Rita had a heart of gold, always putting others before herself, including Jessica, who continually refused to seek professional help. Rita's sister often voiced her concerns that Jessica might harm her, recognizing Rita's unconditional love for her daughter. However, Rita's motherly love made her oblivious to these warnings, even on the day before the tragic attack when she had to take Jessica to a police station due to her threatening calls to strangers. Jessica felt humiliated by her mom in a parking lot after visiting her sister due to a stranger's brief presence. Later, when her mom refused to order food from Red Rooster, Jessica called the restaurant 3 times. She then demanded her mom call a doctor, but Jessica's erratic behavior scared him off. At wit's end, Rita called an ambulance to take Jessica to a mental health facility. On the night of July 20th, 2019, Jessica's most severe episode of rage was about to unfold. In a brutal attack, Jessica dragged her 57-year-old mother Rita by the hair to the kitchen of their own home. There, she savagely attacked Rita with 7 meat cleavers, 4 of which broke under the force of her blows. In total, Jessica stabbed Rita over 100 times in the head and neck, driven by a morbid curiosity fueled by her daily obsession with horror films. The autopsy revealed the full extent of Rita's injuries, which included massive trauma to her head and neck, and death by multiple stab wounds that resulted in decapitation at the second vertebrae in her upper neck. Furthermore, Rita's body showed over 90 defensive wounds, indicating that she was conscious for a significant part of the attack. Enduring extreme physical pain and emotional terror at the hands of her own daughter, whom she had lovingly cared for. Jessica's 4-year-old nephew, the son of her older sister Christy, was present during the attack. The boy had been in Rita's care for a few days due to Jessica's apparent improvement. However, he was forced to witness Jessica repeatedly stabbing his grandmother and ultimately decapitating her. When the boy tried to intervene, Jessica attacked him, causing a minor head injury. The traumatic scene was so disturbing that the young boy began vomiting in response. Jessica called the emergency number from her mother Rita's cell phone, confessing to her murder and claiming self-defense, stating that Rita had attacked her first. However, this was not true, and Jessica had actually committed the brutal act. In reality, after killing her mother, Jessica panicked and repeatedly stabbed Rita's lifeless body, ultimately decapitating her and inflicting over 100 wounds. She then dumped Rita's head in a nearby neighbor's front yard. When the police arrived at their St. Clair, Sydney home, Jessica was outside, her clothes stained with her mother's blood, holding a water bottle. She showed no remorse for her actions and was more concerned about her own fate. Jessica asked the police officers and detectives if it was possible to bring someone back to life after decapitation, believing in the possibility of medical miracles that could reattach her mother's head. The police officer responded that this idea was unrealistic, but Jessica insisted, thinking that doctors could perform miraculous surgeries and reattach her mother's head. She also inquired about the potential consequences of her actions, specifically asking if she would face the death penalty. Upon learning that Australia does not have capital punishment, Jessica felt relieved. Furthermore, Jessica confessed to the police that the idea of decapitating her mother came from the horror movies she obsessively watched. A police officer's body camera recorded a chilling conversation at the crime scene on July 20, 2019, at 11:43 p.m. The first responders described the scene as one of the most horrific they had ever seen. The next day, July 21, 2019, Jessica appeared in court but didn't apply for bail. A friend explained that this was not surprising, as Jessica probably didn't understand the bail process. After a trial that highlighted her long history of mental illness, Jessica was found guilty of manslaughter in December 2020. She had pleaded not guilty to murder due to her disability. In early 2021, Jessica was sentenced to a maximum of 21 years and 7 months in prison. She will be eligible for parole after serving 16 years and 2 months, which would be September 19, 2035. The prosecutor argued that Rita's brutal murder was the culmination of a lifetime of escalating violence by Jessica, which started with hair pulling and eventually led to a deadly explosive attack. The prosecutor also stated that Jessica posed a moderate to high risk of reoffending and remained a danger to the community. Christy, Jessica's older sister, said that Jessica had killed and butchered their mother, and for that she could never forgive her. However, Rita's sister held a different view, hoping that Jessica would get the help she needed and that Rita could finally rest in peace, knowing that Jessica was being cared for by a system that had failed her when she was alive. The judge presiding over the case offered counseling services to the jury members, recognizing that the disturbing evidence they had heard could haunt them long after the trial. The judge also admitted that selecting a jury for Jessica's trial was difficult, as many people were reluctant to participate in a trial involving such a disturbing crime. The judge described Rita's murder as one of the most brutal and cruel cases of homicide a court could encounter, emphasizing that the crime's severity was exacerbated by its occurrence in the victim's own home. Jessica's lawyer revealed that his client had expressed regret in a letter to her family after the crime. In the letter, Jessica accepted responsibility for her mother's death, acknowledging that Rita had not provoked her and taking blame for her actions. However, one of the psychiatrists who evaluated Jessica noted that she struggled to communicate through social gestures and displayed a relatively flat affect. The psychiatrist found no evidence of schizophrenia or hallucinations in Jessica. The conclusion was that Jessica's risk factors could only be managed in the long term with a comprehensive mental health support plan. Since entering prison, Jessica has persistently caused trouble. Only 2 months after her arrival, on September 9, 2019, she got into a fight with another inmate over food trading and threw a teacup at them. Although she was charged with assault in local court the next day, she did not receive any additional punishment. On October 14, 2019, Jessica attacked another inmate, which resulted in her being placed in solitary confinement in her cell for 5 days. On November 3, 2019, she disobeyed an order, and on July 31, 2020, she damaged property, incurring a fine of $200 Australian dollars. Jessica was involved in another assault on November 21, 2020, which led to her being placed in solitary confinement for 7 days. In January 2021, she was convicted of common assault again, but did not receive any further punishment. Jessica has explained her behavior, saying that other prisoners make her life difficult, regardless of what she does or where she goes. She has also stated that prison life is tough and very different from the outside world. On May 15, 2023, Justice Peter Hamill of the Sydney Supreme Court rejected claims that Callery's original sentence was too harsh, and that the judge who sentenced her had misjudged the severity of her crime. However, Justice Hamill did rule that Callery should be resentenced, a decision supported by Justices Christine Adamson and Richard Kavanaugh. The basis for this decision was Callery's bizarre behavior, including walking into the street with her mother's head and asking emergency responders if they could reattach it, which demonstrated how out of touch with reality her actions were. After considering the opinions of multiple psychiatrists and a psychologist, Justice Hamill found that Callery's intellectual disability and autism spectrum disorder meant she only had a basic understanding of what was morally wrong. As a result, he ordered that she be resentenced to 16 years in prison, with a minimum of 12 years before being eligible for parole. 71-year-old Robert Herron lived in Jackson, Mississippi with his 73-year-old wife, Annie Laurie. Annie was from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. She had grown up on 14th Street, and according to her cousin, she was one of the most popular, beautiful girls in Tuscaloosa, outstanding in every way. Robert and Annie had met while they were students at the University of Alabama. While at university, she had worked as the women's editor for the school newspaper Crimson White. Robert had also worked on the paper too. In 1940, Robert and Annie would marry. After the wedding, they moved to Jackson, Mississippi. During World War II, Robert joined the United States Navy, and upon his return, he worked for the U.S. Gas Company until 1955. The pair had 2 children together, a son, Robert Jr., and a daughter, Laurie. Robert Herron was one of Mississippi's wealthiest residents. He was worth roughly $200 million. He was in charge of Mississippi Valley Gas Company, the largest gas distribution company in the state, Lamar Life Corporation, the second biggest insurance company, and the second biggest bank, Trustmark National Bank. Annie was frail, weighing 120 pounds and standing at 5 feet 4 inches, suffering from both arthritis and scoliosis. But she didn't let any of that stop her from being a huge part of her community. She devoted much of her time to various civic causes, making her popular and well-liked. She was the president of both the Jackson Junior League and the Jackson Opera Guild, was the co-chair of the Mississippi Arts Festival and the patron of the Jackson Symphony. She and her husband also funded scholarships and colleges. Another one of Robert's business ventures was being the president of School Pictures, which sold franchises across the country. People would buy the franchise and then take and publish children's picture day photographs. The business ran into problems. In the early 1980s, they filed lawsuits against 12 franchise owners from across 8 different states. They were owed money and so started legal action to recover it. July 26, 1988 began as any other. Although he was in his 70s, Robert would often wake up at 4 a.m. to go to work. Both he and Annie were up early and the pair had breakfast together, just as they had done for the past 48 years. Every 2 weeks, Annie would host a bridge club at the house, 139 Woodland Drive, and on this day, this is exactly what happened. Bridge began at 10:15 and went on for several hours. The group spent their time playing, talking, and eating blueberry ice cream cake. At 2:30 p.m., her last guest left and the housekeeper left at 3. 90 minutes later, at 4:30 p.m., Robert came home and saw her car was still parked on the drive. After checking the house, however, she wasn't there. He assumed that she had gone with her friends, however. By 7:30 p.m., she still hadn't come home. He called his son-in-law to help find her. They searched the house and the outside, but she was nowhere to be found. Robert called around other friends and family to see if they had seen or heard from her. Nobody had. She was a creature of habit, which made her sudden disappearance even more unusual. She always took her handbag with her whenever she went out. Worryingly, her bag and shoes were by her reading chair, as was the paper and her glasses. At 9:49 p.m., Robert called the police. They quickly descended on the scene. A sinister discovery was made. A letter by the door. It had been written on a typewriter, was littered with grammatical errors, and was directly addressed to Robert. It read, "Robert Herron. Put these people back in the shape they was in before they got mixed up with school pictures. Pay them whatever damages they want and tell them all this so they can know what you are doing. But don't tell them why you are doing it. Do this before 10 days pass. Don't call the police. If any is dead, pay his children. It then went on to list 12 names. They were the people that school pictures had taken legal action against regarding the unpaid debts. 11 of them were living and one had since died. The contents of the letter made it clear. His wife had been abducted. As it was apparent that the kidnapping was linked to Robert's business, the police needed to know of any enemies and any that held a deep enough grudge that they would hurt his frail wife. Jackson Chief of Police J.R. Black said, "The note said not to call the police. However, Mr. Heron notified the police prior to the note being discovered. What was unusual about the letter was that the kidnapper was not demanding money for himself. He was demanding payment for other people. It didn't give a figure that needed to be paid. The lawsuits had been filed from the county court in Mississippi. Their names were a matter of public record and were easily available to the public, meaning the kidnapper didn't necessarily have to be one of the people listed on the ransom letter. Their son Robert Heron Jr. said, "We wanted to comply. We wanted to do everything we could to get mother back." Searches throughout the house continued. Drops of blood were found on the carpet alongside a smear of blood on the front door. It was discovered that the blood type was the same as Annie's. Investigators theorized that she had been overpowered by someone and potentially hit over the head with something that the smeared blood also pointed to. Alongside having arthritis and scoliosis, Annie suffered with a chronic intestinal disease called Ehrlich teeth, which causes inflammation of the small intestine. If she failed to take her medication, she would die within a matter of days. Her medication was still in the bathroom. The case involved multiple law enforcement agencies, and they called on the help of the FBI that very night. Across the investigation, more than 100 FBI agents were brought in. The FBI contacted attorney James Tucker, who could advise them on the complex legal issues as the case continued to unfold. As day broke, evidence technicians and FBI officers were still trawling through the house, gathering as much evidence as possible, including handwriting samples and notepads, to see if the letter had been written using paper from inside the home. It also meant they could rule out any handwriting if more communications came through. They had officers tap the phone just in case the kidnappers called. Due to the nature of the case, the media put a 24-hour blackout on the story, and her abduction was not reported on. 36 hours had now passed since the abduction, and police were hopeful that the test carried out on the ransom letter would give them a solid lead. The paper didn't match any paper found inside the Heron residence. They also compared the typeface of the letter to every single typewriter manufactured in the 20th century. Tests confirmed that it was a royal typewriter that had been made between 1912 and 1927. No other information or evidence could be garnered from the letter, including fingerprints. One of the Heron's neighbors, a doctor who lived down the street, reported to investigators that he had seen a white van parked near his house. He said he initially thought nothing more of it, but found it strange when he came home later and it was still parked in the same spot. He approached the driver of the van, who was reading a map, and asked if he needed anything. The driver was agitated and responded by asking if it was illegal to park in the neighborhood. A few minutes later, the van drove off. Another neighbor also had something interesting to tell the police. 3 months earlier in April, they too had seen a white van driving around. Both times, the van would have had a clear view of Robert and Annie's house. This neighbor found the van to be so out of place and odd that they made a note of the license plate. Officers ran checks on the plate, but discovered it had been stolen from a vehicle at New Orleans Airport. So this lead went nowhere. So determined were the FBI to find Annie, agents would actually move in with Roberts and live with him as the investigation continued. The police asked school pictures to go into their files and look at the records of the 12 people listed on the letter. They sent letters to the 11 surviving people asking what monetary damages they had and what, if anything, they wanted. They only got a handful of responses, with those who replied saying they didn't want anything. Within 3 days of the abduction, the FBI reached out to officers from areas that the 11 living people listed on the letter resided in to gather more information, and they began conducting surveillance operations on them. They needed to know if any of them had been in the area at the same time as the van or kidnapping. On the 3rd of August, the police made an announcement. They were looking for a Newton Alfred Wynne in connection with her disappearance. Wynn had been one of the names on the letter. Neighbors said that Wynn generally did match the driver of the van. And that very day, he went in front of a grand jury and said he had no knowledge of what had happened to Annie. The investigations continued. As the days passed without any more leads, agents spoke to Robert Heron, and it was agreed that a press conference would be held. More than 10 days after her abduction, Robert made an appeal to the kidnappers. The story quickly became news across the country, with major news outlets including the New York Times, Time magazine, and the Washington Post reporting on it. Following the press conference, the hope was that the kidnapper would be spurned into giving more information on how Annie could be released. It seemed to work. August 15th, 1988. A letter arrived, postmarked from the 12th of August and from Atlanta, Georgia. The letter was dated August 10th. It said, "Bob, if you don't do what these people want you to do, they are going to seal me up in the cellar of this house with only a few jugs of water. Please save me. Annie Laurie." FBI experts said it was her handwriting. The language on the letter was unusual. Family members said she would have used the word basement and not cellar and bottles of water instead of jugs of water, making it apparent that the letter had been dictated to her. But this threw up another problem. If the wording of the letter had been decided upon by someone else, they had no way of knowing if the date of the letter was even accurate. It again was vague, and so in a desperate attempt to comply, Robert Heron had his lawyers find out exactly how much the people in the lawsuits had been sued for. He then sent them all checks. The amount paid out totaled $931,000. Half of the checks would be returned. With every check, he added a note begging for his wife's return. This lead would also go nowhere. Dr. Rodrigo Galvez, a pathologist and psychiatrist, was also brought on board to analyze the letter and help investigators determine what kind of person they were dealing with. He said, "I am absolutely sure she is dead." They got in touch with the behavioral science units where profilers determine the characteristics of people to help officers in their investigations. One of the profilers who examined the ransom letter confirmed that whoever had taken her was likely one of the people listed on the letter. The grammatical errors the profiler believed was a deliberate attempt by the kidnapper to throw investigators off the fence, as was the old typewriter. One particular phrase stood out to the profiler: "Pay them whatever damages they want." The use of the word damages was odd. It's a legal term indicating whoever had written it had some sort of legal background or knowledge of the law. According to the profiler, this was revenge against Robert Heron. Whoever the kidnapper was, they were paranoid and willing to go to any lengths, including murder. It was most likely a white, middle-aged male, someone working alone, or if they were working with someone, this man would have been in charge. Tom Montgomery, a special agent in Jacksonville, was drafted in to look at the one lawyer on the letter, Newton Alfred Wynn. After conducting the routine background checks, it was discovered that he had no criminal record. As part of the legal action taken by School Pictures for the unpaid debts, Wynn had been ordered to pay $153,883 in 1984. Wynn either wouldn't or couldn't pay. So Robert Heron had gone back to court to seize property to pay off the debt. March 11th, 1989. Finally, the news came through that everyone had been waiting for. The FBI had made an arrest in a car park in DeLand, Florida. Newton Alfred Wynn was taken into custody. But who was he and what had led to this? Over the last few months, the FBI had been tracking him and had launched an elaborate undercover operation to catch him. He had been on their radar from very early on. Newton Alfred Wynn was a 65-year-old civil lawyer from St. Petersburg, Florida, who lived alone above his office. Officers had gone to interview him initially, and he said he had nothing to do with the case and gave an alibi for the day of the kidnapping, saying he had been in a bar with a sex worker. He said he had called one of his paralegals and asked him to bring the money to the bar so he could go home with the sex worker. The paralegal arrived and handed the money over. Wynn said he didn't know either the sex worker's name nor the bar they had been in. The next day, they visited the paralegal, who confirmed Wynn's version of events. The paralegal said he too didn't know the name of the bar. Wynn had paid for the paralegal's training, and the paralegal was working on a very small salary, leaving officers to believe that there was a great deal of loyalty between them. Despite their protestations, agents would doubt for that they were being honest. The paralegal said that the issues between Wynn and School Pictures had started around 7 years before, when they had foreclosed on him. To try and avoid his debts, Wynn had tried to declare bankruptcy, not once, but 3 times. A court order was issued to pay off the debts. A U.S. Marshal seized items in stock, including his prized car. 3 weeks before Annie Laurie Herron had been abducted, had been told about an eviction hearing, but he put his foot down and said he wasn't going to leave. The paralegal said that becoming involved in School Pictures had ruined Wynn's life. They pulled information on the paralegal's vehicle and vehicles that belonged to friends and associates of Wynn. They found that the paralegal had a white van registered to him, a white van that Wynn had used. An agent went to speak with the previous owner of the van. She revealed that the person who had bought the van was Wynn. She described his behavior as strange, and he told her he didn't want his name linked to the van in any way, so she had left the buyer's name on the receipt blank. It was revealed that the van had been in a repair shop on the day Annie Laurie Herron had vanished. 1 week after the kidnapping, officers had the doctor who had seen the van driving around the area come to the station to see if he could pick out a photograph of the driver. He identified Newton Alfred Wynn. The other neighbor who had seen the van was also able to pick Wynn out as being the driver. They kept him under surveillance, hoping he would lead them to Annie Laurie Herron. When Robert Herron had sent the checks out following the handwritten letter from Annie, according to Wynn's paralegal, when Wynn opened the check to the sum of around $145,000 and read the note begging for Annie's return, he responded saying, "This is not what I wanted." What he wanted was his property back. Wynn sent the check back and added a note saying he hoped Robert would find his wife safe and well. 2.5 months after Annie's abduction, her case would be featured on the hit show Unsolved Mysteries. After the episode went out, hundreds of tips began to come in, and one in particular stood out. An anonymous caller contacted the police and told them that if a man called Newton Alfred Wynn was on the list, they needed to look at him. When agents realized she was a spiritual advisor, they weren't entirely sure, but soon learned she had a strong reputation amongst law enforcement and had helped them before. She explained to them that she had met Wynn 4 years ago. He had sought her advice about the issues he was having with School Pictures. She told him that the courts were the best way for him to pursue action against the company. He said he had already tried that. He said to her, he wanted to abduct the company's head and hold them hostage until his demands were met. He said he was looking for an accomplice and called her 6 weeks later to ask if she would do it. She refused. She gave the agents the record she had for her meeting with Wynn. She also agreed that she would contact him, arrange a meeting, and her office would be bugged. He agreed, and the meeting took place in December. She explained to him that she had seen that Annie Laurie Herron had been kidnapped and asked if he had played any part in it. He denied it, saying he had changed his mind. As soon as he left the office, FBI agents were hot on his tail, but he didn't lead them to Annie. The FBI also found out that he was the owner of a cabin located in swampland, and so they headed straight there hoping they would find her, but she was nowhere to be found. The FBI searched other properties and swamps in the vicinity, but there was no trace of Annie Laurie Herron. Newton Alfred Wynn sent thousands of documents to the IRS and told them to search for any disputed financial documents. Attorney James Tucker would say that this appeared to be an attempt at intimidation. In amongst all the paperwork, something sinister was found. Letters talking about a kidnap and murder plot. The IRS informed the FBI immediately. They were sent between Wynn and his ex-girlfriend and detailed a plan to abduct and murder her former husband. They even made reference to using an old typewriter to type out the ransom letter. They went to talk to her, and at first she denied any knowledge or involvement. She then came clean. She said that the plan to kill her ex-husband had been Wynn's idea, and when she realized he wasn't joking, she ended their relationship. She said that she had last spoken to him on August 6, 1988, when he asked to meet with her in DeLand, Florida. He asked her if she knew or thought she had been followed there, and he asked her if her car had been tapped. When she confirmed that she hadn't been followed and the car wasn't bugged, Wynn offered her $500 to travel across state lines to the state capital of Georgia, Atlanta. He wanted her to put a letter in the post for him. He had used gloves to remove a manila envelope from his pocket. This, he said, contained the letter to be mailed. It was wrapped in a gray napkin. Wynn told her to pay for a one-way flight to Georgia from Daytona Beach, in cash and to use an assumed name. She explained that he had told her to change her appearance once she got to Atlanta. She was to talk to nobody and take public transport instead of a taxi to a post office in East Point. He told her to book a flight back to a different airport in Florida, also to be paid in cash. He told her not to touch or even look at the letter. All she had to do was put it in the mailbox. Based on his instructions, she had even used a fake Scandinavian accent to avoid detection. Despite his orders, however, she had seen the address on the envelope when she posted the letter, and was later able to confirm that the letter Robert had received from Annie was the one she had put in the post. This was just over 2 weeks after the kidnapping of Annie Laurie Herron. She told agents that she had got rid of the napkin on a deserted road and agreed to take them there. The chances of finding it there were slim, but unbelievably, the napkin was still there. His ex-girlfriend agreed to meet with him again at the request of the FBI. She would be wearing a wire. They had told her to be more forthright with him and tell him that she knew she was now implicated in a crime. Wynn denied everything and made no mention of Annie or the plot. When he got out of the car, officers moved in and took him into custody. A search of his office was conducted and a vintage typewriter was found, but tests determined it was not the one that had been used to write the ransom letter. It was believed that a different typewriter had been left at the office to confuse the investigation. In his office, they also found a business card for a car rental company. The company confirmed that he had rented white vans on 3 separate occasions. Whilst the dates of the rentals didn't match the day Annie was kidnapped, one of them did coincide with when the doctor had spoken to the man in the white van who was parked near the Herron home. Wynn was held at the Simpson County Jail while he awaited trial. He refused to have the court appoint a lawyer, but said he couldn't afford one of his own. He told Magistrate John R. Countess 3, "I used to have some money. I have nothing now." Judge Countess told him, "If I appoint you a lawyer, I'm going to appoint you one who will be competent and I believe will do you a good job." Judge Countess did appoint a local lawyer to advise Wynn, but he said he would represent himself. Judge Countess told him this was not a wise thing to do. Although he was a lawyer, he had never tried a federal criminal case. By this point, FBI agents still hadn't questioned him. Jackson FBI spokesman J. Stuart Murphy said, "We don't have a right to talk to him. He has a right to an attorney before he talks to anybody. He does not have an attorney appointed right now. It's kind of confusing." Judge Countess didn't set a bond for Wynn. Hinds County District Attorney's Office said they were considering if it was possible to file capital murder charges despite having no body. But this didn't happen. The federal trial began in Mississippi on January 29, 1990 and would last for 2 weeks, on federal charges of extortion by mail, perjury, and conspiracy to kidnap. Both the paralegal and his ex-girlfriend were told they would face no prosecution if they testified truthfully. It was revealed that by July 1988, papers had been filed by school pictures to evict Wynn from the apartment he lived in and the office he worked from. The prosecution said that the closer the eviction date came, the more determined he was to carry out the plan. The paralegal had taken 4 trips to Jackson. Wynn told him to watch the Herron house and take photographs. The paralegal admitted he had fabricated the alibi of the bar and the sex worker to protect Wynn, but said he knew nothing of and played no part in the kidnapping. The jury deliberated for 3 hours and 40 minutes before they returned their verdict. Newton Alfred Wynn was found guilty on all 3 counts. When the jury's verdict came back, Wynn gave a slight smile and said, "What is there to say?" He was sentenced to 19 years and 7 months in prison. Her family and loved ones cried as the verdict was read out. Her son said, "We're informed that the investigation into whatever happened to my mother is continuing, and on that basis we're very pleased with the result reached today." Wynn's sister said, "It's not always the right verdict. I don't think he's guilty. He's not that kind of person." Prosecutor James Tucker said it could not be proven that Wynn had actually been the one to commit the abduction, but they were sure he had played a part in the plot. Wynn would appeal his conviction. It went before the U.S. Court of Appeals, but was flatly denied. Wynn would be released in April 2006, but maintained he had nothing to do with the kidnapping of Annie Laurie Herron. nor the extortion plot against her husband. Newton Alfred Wynne died in 2012. 2 years after the disappearance of his wife, Robert Heron sadly died in November 1990 at the age of 73 following a heart attack. He died without ever finding out what had happened to his beloved wife. Annie Laurie Heron was declared legally dead in 1991. A memorial bench was put up by her husband's grave in Lakewood Memorial Park. Robert Jr. spoke about the complex emotions they were all dealing with as a result of his mother's abduction. It has been nearly 34 years since Annie Laurie Heron disappeared. She has never been found and her whereabouts remain unknown. It is the hope of her family that she will one day be found and they will finally have some comfort in knowing her fate and being able to lay her to rest. The 1980s marked a period of growth and development in Tampa Bay, Florida. In 1989, Tampa was already a popular tourist destination with beautiful beaches and diverse attractions like Busch Gardens and the Salvador Dali Museum. The region experienced economic growth with sectors such as tourism, agriculture, shipping, and manufacturing contributing to its prosperity. And amidst this prosperous tourism hotspot, some tourists noticed 3 dead bodies floating in the sea on June 4, 1989. Joan Jo Rogers was born on November 12, 1952, to Wilhelm and Virginia Etzler. Later, she married Hal Rogers, and they settled on a farm in Wilshire, Ohio, living an idyllic life. On February 22, 1972, their first daughter, Michelle, was born. And on October 6, 1974, their second daughter, Christy, was born. Hal and Joan Rogers regularly took good care of their animals. Their daughters, Michelle and Christy, loved the animals on the farm and found great joy in their happy life, despite the hard work on the farm. Michelle, even though she had some tough times, she always looked out for Christy. They both went to school, and Michelle had a boyfriend named Jeff Feesby. However, Michelle had been through something terrible involving her Uncle John, Hal's brother, who had once blindfolded Michelle and assaulted her. Hal and Joan didn't know about it until the police arrested John for attacking another woman from the same town. Due to the disturbing things Michelle had seen, she was very protective of her baby sister. Christy was a bubbling and outgoing girl. She was a cheerleader, loved softball, and was very close to her father. She looked up to Michelle, even though they had their arguments as sisters do. Michelle was sometimes jealous of the attention Christy got from their father, but despite her struggles, Michelle always cared for her little sister. The family faced many challenges on the farm, but Jo was the strongest. She worked long hours at 2 jobs and took care of the family and the animals. She was often exhausted, but she never stopped working. On Friday, May 26, 1989, 36-year-old Jo Rogers and her 2 daughters, 17-year-old Michelle and 15-year-old Christy, went on a long-awaited road trip to Florida. They left their farm in Ohio and were looking forward to enjoying a family vacation. Jo, who worked the night shift at a distribution center, was excited to give her girls their first vacation. They left Jo's husband, Hal, to take care of the farm and drove their Oldsmobile Calais south on Interstate 75. Their plans included visiting theme parks and enjoying the Florida sun. They visited the Jacksonville Zoo, Silver Springs, SeaWorld, Epcot, and Disney's MGM Studios, having a great time away from farm responsibilities. On June 1st, they reached the motel in Tampa and were thinking about going to Busch Gardens. Michelle called her boyfriend Jeff to have a conversation with him. At 12:57 p.m., the family made another call to Busch Gardens. At night, the Rogers women were seen happily dining at the motel's restaurant by a businessman. But after that evening, they mysteriously disappeared. The last photo they took in their motel was Michelle getting ready for their next adventure. Sadly, they never got to see the sunrise again. Hal Rogers anxiously waited for Jo and his daughters to return from their Florida vacation. Even though he hadn't heard from them for days, he tried to stay positive, hoping they were all right. As time passed, his worries grew and he wondered where they could be. On June 4, 1989, the Amber Waves, a sailboat returning to Tampa from Key West, spotted something troubling in the water. They saw what looked like a body of a woman floating face down. Her hands were tied behind her back, her feet bound, and a thin yellow rope was around her neck. She was unclothed from the waist down. Someone on the amber waves radioed the Coast Guard, and a rescue boat was sent from the Bayborough Harbor Station in St. Petersburg. The Coast Guard crew located the body and had difficulty retrieving it. There was something heavy attached to the rope around her neck, making it hard to bring her up. They noted the location and cut the line around her neck, placing her in a body bag before heading back to the station. However, before reaching the shore, they received another distressing message. Another female body had been spotted by two people on a sailboat. This time it was 2 miles off the pier in St. Petersburg. Like the first body, this one was also face down, bound with a rope around the neck and naked from the waist down. The same Coast Guard crew went to recover it. As they were dealing with the second body, another call came in, a third female floating on a short distance away to the east. Once the third body was also recovered, all 3 bodies were brought to the Coast Guard station for examination and to be photographed by the arriving investigators from the Florida Marine Patrol. They were in a state of decomposition, making identification challenging. The women's hands and feet were tied in a similar manner, and the second woman had managed to free one hand before dying. Duct tape covered their mouths, and the second and third bodies had concrete blocks tied to the ropes around their necks. It was believed that the first body also had a concrete block tied to its rope. Detectives suspected that the woman may have been assaulted and then thrown alive into the water with concrete blocks tied to their necks, causing them to drown. The discovery of the 3 murdered women shocked the community, leading to a massive investigation. Divers searched the waters for evidence, and police boats looked for more bodies in the bay. Autopsies were conducted to find out how they died and gather more clues. Since the bodies had no IDs, detectives tried to identify them through their clothing and jewelry. One of the women, the oldest, had long brown hair and was found in a black t-shirt with a gold wedding band on her left hand. Another had medium-length brown hair, wore a peach-colored shirt, and had 3 cloth bracelets with pink, green, and white stripes on her left wrist. The third woman, the youngest, had wavy brown hair and was dressed in a black tank top over a blue bikini top. She had 4 rings on her left hand, 2 gold and 2 silver, 1 on each finger. The struggle she put up allowed her to free one hand from the rope around her wrist. While Joe Rogers' husband, Hal, waited anxiously at the farm, he grew more worried as the days passed without any news from Joe and the girls. He called Joe's friends and relatives to check if they had heard from her, confirmed with her boss at the distribution center about her return date, and reported them missing to the authorities, but nobody had any information. Then, early one night that week, Jeff Feesby, Michelle's boyfriend, called Hal. He had received a postcard from Michelle with a picture of a girl in a bikini and a bull gator and the words "Fun Times in Florida" on the front. Hal asked Jeff to bring it to the house. As he read the postcard repeatedly, he couldn't find any clues about what might have happened. Feeling desperate and determined to do something, he went to his bank on Wednesday and withdrew some money. He had a plan in mind. Hal decided to conduct his own search from the air. He would find a private plane and a pilot, and together they would fly over the roads that Joe and the girls had taken from Ohio to Florida. On Thursday, June 8th, the maid at the Days Inn Tampa noticed something strange about room 251. The guest had checked in a week ago, but the room seemed untouched since then. The beds were neat, the bathroom was unused, and personal items were left behind. The maid became suspicious and shared her concerns with the hotel's general manager. They decided to call the Tampa police to report the guest might be missing, especially given the recent news about the 3 bodies found in the bay. The Tampa police arrived and realized that the room could hold crucial information about the women's identities. They sealed off the room and called for support from detectives in both Tampa and St. Petersburg. The investigators carefully searched the room, taking photographs, collecting fingerprints, and examining all personal belongings. A technician matched the prints found in the room, including those on a tube of an Oral-B Sesame Street toothpaste with the prints taken from the bodies in the bay. It was confirmed that the room belonged to the same 3 women. Meanwhile, the detectives started to make initial identifications using the information found in their purses and the registration from the front desk. Once they identified that the 3 women were Joe, Michelle, and Christy, they now called Hell in Ohio. On that same day, two significant events occurred in Tampa Bay. Firstly, the police started looking for the car the women drove when coming to Florida. They were able to gather information about its make, model, and license plate from the motel registration form. Unfortunately, the car was not found in the days and parking lot, so they expanded their search to the nearby areas and eventually located it at a boat ramp along the Courtney Campbell Parkway just a few miles away. The car seemed untouched since Joe and the girls had left it there a week ago. It was locked and the passenger seat was pushed forward as if someone had recently gotten out from the back seat. Inside the car, they found a Clearwater Beach brochure, a deck of Uno cards, and a puzzle book that someone had been working on in the back seat. On the front passenger seat, there was a piece of days in stationery with directions written by Joe herself, guiding them from the motel to a boat ramp. The direction said, "Turn right, west on 62.5 miles on right side, alt before, bridge." Besides these words, there was one more instruction, blue with white. Now, one thing seemed likely. The individual responsible for this crime probably owned a blue and white boat. The second major breakthrough, which was quite shocking, occurred when one of the investigators received a call from the chief of detectives at the Van Wert County Sheriff's Office. The detective wanted to ensure that the team investigating the homicides knew all the relevant facts about the Rogers family. He shared information about Michelle and her uncle, John Rogers, who was now in prison for assaulting a woman. He had also previously blindfolded Michelle and assaulted her. Although John was in prison at the time of the murders, the investigators couldn't overlook the striking similarities between what happened to Michelle on the farm and the events in Tampa Bay. In both cases, Michelle seemed to have been bound and assaulted. This raised the possibility that John might have orchestrated the murders from behind bars, possibly arranging for someone with a boat to take them out on the water. To get a clearer picture, they needed to learn more about the Rogers family. Understanding Joe, Michelle, and Christy better could lead them to discover how they ended up on the bay that night. Alone was someone who intended to harm them. The very next day after identifying the bodies, two detectives flew to Ohio to delve deeper into the Rogers family. The detectives questioned Hal about his brother, John Rogers. Hal clearly stated that John was a loner, and at the time of the missing and eventual death of the Rogers women, he was in jail. There was no way he could plan a murder from inside the cell, as he had no connections with his prison mates. But during their inquiries, the detectives discovered unsettling information about Hal himself. They learned that Hal had posted John's bail when he was accused of assaulting a woman, and despite later learning about the allegations involving Michelle, he kept his word to support John. Hal explained that he wanted to keep peace within the family and believed that someone was lying. He had also said that he had already promised Joe that he would pay for his bail before he knew about the Michelle incident, and so he had kept his word. Another peculiar incident was a $7,000 cash withdrawal Hal made while the girls were missing. He explained that he needed the money to search for his family in Florida, as he didn't believe in credit cards. However, before he could carry out his plan, he learned of their deaths. After numerous interviews with Hal, the detectives found no concrete evidence implicating him in the murders. They observed his grief-stricken demeanor and accepted his explanation for the bond and the cash withdrawal. When the detectives asked him where the $7,000 went, Hal took them to the back of his truck. Inside it was a bag that had $6,000, and the rest was in Hal's pocket. After interviews in Ohio, detectives cleared Hal and John Rogers as suspects in the Florida murders. In October 1989, lead detective John Capel discovered a crucial lead while going through a bulletin from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. The bulletin mentioned an assault on a 24-year-old Canadian woman off Madeira Beach that occurred on May 15, 1989, just 2 weeks before the Rogers women were murdered. The description of the attacker's bow matched the Rogers women were last seen in. Capel and another detective flew to Canada to interview the victim and became convinced that the same man responsible for the assault was likely involved in the Rogers murder. The Canadian woman had met a man named David Posner at 7 to 11 in Madeira Beach. He was older, had tipped windows on his dark-colored four-wheel drive vehicle, and claimed to own an aluminium company and lived in Bradenton. He offered to take her on a boat ride the next afternoon. When she arrived, her friend decided not to go, so she went alone. After a seemingly pleasant trip, The man's demeanor changed and he assaulted her. He threatened her, bound her with duct tape, and forced her to comply. When they returned to the shore, he even apologized for his actions. The woman was able to escape and provided the detectives with enough information to create a composite sketch of her attacker. Back in Florida, the detectives realized there was no individual named David Posner who matched the attacker's description. They decided to release the composite drawing and description of the man, his boat, and his vehicle to the public. This resulted in 400 tips pouring in, leading to a surge of activity in the investigation. However, despite their efforts, none of the leads seemed to pan out, and the case hit another dead end. As time passed, the number of detectives assigned to the case dwindled. Nearly 6 months after the murders on December 23, 1989, the case seemed all but forgotten until Sergeant Glenn Moore took charge. Though lacking homicide experience, Moore refused to let the case fade away. He sought to reinvigorate the investigation, hoping to finally identify and apprehend the elusive suspect responsible for the heinous crimes. In October 1990, Joe and Steffi, a Tampa resident, saw a newspaper clipping of a composite drawing related to an assault case in Madeira Beach. She believed the sketch resembled one of her neighbors, a man who had recently moved in the area with his family. Despite feeling uneasy about him, Steffi hesitated to report her suspicions to the police, fearing involvement in the investigation. Later, during a chance encounter with a Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputy in her accounting class, Steffi confided in him about her neighbor's resemblance to the composite drawing. She asked the deputy to pass along the information without revealing her identity, hoping to remain uninvolved. Unfortunately, the tip somehow did not reach Sergeant Glenn Moore and his team, who were working on the Rogers murders case. They were overwhelmed with numerous tips and decided to utilize a new software called Holmes to organize their information better. They also sought assistance from the FBI's behavioral unit in Quantico. During this time, they interviewed Hal Rogers again and questioned around 70 people in Ohio to gain insights into the emotional states of Joe Rogers and her daughters. Meanwhile, a local newspaper, the Tribune, published an article pointing suspicions toward Hal Rogers, leading investigators to put Hal through a polygraph test to clear his name. After Hal passed the test, Sergeant Moore held a press conference to affirm that Hal was never a suspect but a victim in the case. It was 1991, around a year and a half passed since Joe and Steffi had shared her suspicions with the sheriff's deputy, but there had been no action taken yet. The man she found suspicious had already moved away with his family, having hardly interacted with others despite being amiable with people around him. The investigation into the Rogers murders continued, with Sergeant Moore sharing information received from Quantico during a press conference. Steffi's tip remained unaddressed as she wondered if the police were conducting background checks on the man she suspected. But again, gradually the case's progress was getting slower and slower. It was the spring of 1992. It had now been 3 years since the investigation started. The investigators had received 1,500 tips in this time, but still were nowhere close to identifying the assailant. However, they made progress in profiling the killer, concluding it was the work of a single man, based on the way the hands and legs were tied. They suspected that the person who gave directions to the Rogers family was the same individual who later lured them out. A distinctive handwriting on the directions prompted them to conduct a handwriting test. Sergeant Moore announced the new theory at a press conference, suggesting that the killers were likely charming, likable, and appeared respectable and harmless. Back in March 1992, Joe and Steffi's sister called the police to say that Steffi knew a man who resembled the suspect's sketches. The police tried to reach Steffi, but they couldn't get through. On May 14, 1992, it had almost been 2.5 years since Steffi had tipped the police about her neighbor. Now Steffi saw the news and Sergeant Moore's press conference in the newspaper and wondered if she should report her suspicion again. Steffi recalled her former neighbor, who was an aluminium contractor, and thought his handwriting might match the one in the composite sketch. She talked to Eileen Prisbys, a civilian investigator, about her neighbor, whose name was Oba Chandler in the contract, his boat, and his SUV. She found the contract in check from when Chandler built a port for her neighbor, Moselle Smith. Steffi compared the handwriting from the contract and the press conference clipping, and she was convinced it was the same. Steffi called the task force again and told Prisbys about the contract and handwriting. She wanted to provide a lead. They faxed the contract and check to the investigators, but the task force was dealing with a flood of tips, so it took time to look into Steffi's information, among the other leads. Meanwhile, the investigators used billboards to seek public help in finding the killer. Joe and Steffi and Moselle Smith had already shared their suspicions, but there was a backlog of tips. Frustrated, they sent the handwriting samples again, which now caught the attention of the task force. Investigator Prisbys reevaluated the writing, but couldn't make a definite match. The lead was handed to another investigator, J.J. Gogan, to follow up. On Friday, July 31st, Gogan visited Moselle Smith in Tampa to obtain the original contract related to Oba Chandler. Upon comparing the contract's handwriting with the directions on the brochure, the task force found strong similarities, leading them to consider Oba Chandler as a new suspect. They quickly gathered more information about him, discovering he was a 45-year-old man living with his family in Port Orange near Daytona Beach. Oba Chandler became a significant suspect in the investigation of the Rogers women's murders. At the time of the murders, he lived on Dalton Avenue, close to where Joe and the girls vanished, just 2 miles from the boat ramp. Records showed that he owned a 21-foot Bayliner boat with a blue and white interior and a dark blue Jeep Cherokee. He had an extensive criminal history, including charges of kidnapping, burglary, armed robbery, and counterfeiting. They compared a picture of Chandler with a composite sketch, and it was a perfect match. After 3 years of relentless investigation, Sergeant Moore was convinced they had their man. Another fact emerged. The man who had assaulted the Canadian woman before also owned an aluminium company, similar to Chandler's line of work as an aluminium contractor. To keep his real name hidden and avoid alerting Chandler, they referred to him as the Tin Man. The task force expanded rapidly, collaborating with the state attorney's office to build a strong case against Chandler. Chandler had a troubled past, with a history of crimes and a penchant for frightening and threatening people. Investigators spread across Florida and the Midwest collecting evidence against him. Born on October 11, 1946, in Cincinnati, Ober Jr. had a tumultuous childhood with his father taking his own life when he was young. He got into trouble early on, stealing cars and facing numerous arrests. As an adult, he faced a long list of charges, including possession of counterfeit money and armed robbery. Chandler married Deborah Ann Whiteman on May 14, 1988, just 10 days after she had divorced her husband. They bought a house on Dalton Avenue, close to Joe and Steffi, who later reported her suspicions about Chandler. Chandler's house had a canal leading to Tampa Bay, where he had a 21-foot bay liner boat during the time of the Rogers murders. He sold the boat shortly after the crimes. He also owned a dark blue Jeep Cherokee during the same period, resembling the vehicle described by the Canadian tourist who was assaulted. Investigators had now gathered enough evidence to consider Oba Chandler as the prime suspect in the Rogers women's murders. In the summer of 1990, as news about the Rogers investigation and its upcoming feature on Unsolved Mysteries spread, Chandler, his wife, and young daughter Whitney left their home on Dalton Avenue. They stopped making mortgage payments, leading the bank to foreclose and sell the house. Chandler moved to Florida's East Coast in July 1990, initially living in Broward County before settling in Port Orange near Daytona Beach. Despite his credit issues, by October 1991, he leased a house in his daughter's name. Chandler appeared normal to his neighbors, although they didn't know what he did for a living. Now, in 1992, investigators confirmed his handwriting and fingerprints matched evidence from the case, leading to surveillance of his new home with phone monitoring. In early September 1992, while other tasks were ongoing, 2 investigators, Detective Katie Connor-Dubina and FDLE agent John Halliday, traveled to Toronto to speak with the Canadian tourist who had been assaulted at the Madeira Beach in May 1989, just 2 weeks before the murders. The woman, now 27 and married, worked as a social worker. They showed her 6 pictures of different men and asked her to identify the person involved in the incident. When she saw the 3rd photo, she became visibly upset and confirmed that this was her assaulter. The photograph featured Oba Chandler. She signed the photo and asked to turn it over as it was disturbing her. A large team of about 40 to 50 law enforcement officers from various agencies, including the St. Petersburg Police, FDLE, and the FBI, were now surveilling Chandler around the clock. They had a command post near his house with a video camera monitoring his driveway. Whenever Chandler left, multiple unmarked cars followed him, carefully rotating to avoid being noticed. The FBI provided 2 small planes that took turns tracking Chandler from above, ensuring they never lost sight of him. They communicated with the ground units using the radio, saying, "Eagle has the eyeball." After setting up surveillance, prosecutors arrived in Volusia County with an arrest warrant for Chandler on the charges of assault. Investigators planned to question him, showing photos of the victim to prompt him to talk to the FBI's Daytona Beach office. It was Thursday, September 17, 1992, the day that police had planned to question Chandler. That morning, just before Chandler was to be arrested, an unexpected event took place. As Chandler left his house in his blue Toyota Corolla, the surveillance teams debated whether to arrest him immediately or continue following him. They decided to keep trailing him, hoping he'd lead them to something significant. Chandler drove for a long time, and when he reached Lake City, the officers faced difficulties due to low fuel in the plane and a thunderstorm. They lost sight of Chandler in the heavy rain, and panic set in. They searched frantically but couldn't find him. Frustration and anger spread amongst the investigators, wondering if they missed their chance. They had to wait, monitoring Chandler's home, hoping he would return. Meanwhile, mysterious calls from Cincinnati and northern Kentucky added to the tension. The fear of Chandler potentially harming someone else haunted them. After losing Chandler for a week, the investigators received a call from Georgia, indicating he was returning. On September 24, 1992, they planned to arrest him without wasting any more time. Police waited for him on the I-95, but he took a different route. At a gas station in Port Orange, officers surrounded his car and arrested him for assault and battery. Back at the FBI office, they tried to make him talk, but he remained calm and asked for a lawyer. On the drive back to Pinellas County, Chandler talked casually with an FBI agent, even offering to provide information about a car scheme. The agent couldn't believe his audacity. Despite Chandler's complaints, his handcuffs remained secure. The next morning, Chandler had his initial hearing in a small courtroom at the Pinellas County Jail. The judge read the affidavit and kept bail at $1 million. Investigators found Chandler's blue and white Bayliner boat with a yellow Volvo engine. Inside his house in Port Orange, they discovered a mint green mesh shirt. The Canadian woman and her friend identified Chandler in a lineup. One of Chandler's many children, Crystal Mays, revealed that he visited her in 1989, admitting he was on the run for assault and possible killings. Her husband, Rick Mays, said Chandler confessed to assaulting women in his boat and throwing one overboard, mentioning he had murdered 3 women. With this new evidence, Chandler was indicted on 3 counts of first-degree murder in November, but the trial would not take place for another 2 years. It was the spring of 1994, several months before the trial was scheduled to begin. The prosecution now had access to Chandler's phone bills. While studying the bills, they noticed something strange. On May 15, 1989 and June 2, 1989, several collect calls were made to Chandler's house at specific times: 5:49 p.m. and 1:12 a.m., 1:30 a.m., 1:38 a.m., 8:11 a.m., and 9:52 a.m., respectively. All these calls were traced back to a special billing number, 813-223-0000, used for marine phone calls. The prosecution wanted to know who made these calls. They discovered that the calls had to be made through a marine phone operator, but unfortunately the records were destroyed. After persistent efforts, they found backup copies and were astonished to see that the May 15th call was made from a boat named Gypsy One, with the caller identifying himself as Oba. The June 2nd calls were also from Gypsy One, with the 5th call identifying the person as Obi. On September 19, 1994, Chandler's trial began. During the trial, the prosecution acted swiftly, calling around 20 witnesses each day. They presented evidence like the directions found on the brochure in Joe Rogers' car, the palm print on the brochure, and Chandler's call from his boat. Chandler's daughter Crystal Mays testified about his shocking confession in Cincinnati, where he admitted to physical assault and possibly murder. In jail, too, witnesses had heard himself incriminate himself, talking about assaulting a foreign woman and mentioning the Rogers case. A laborer, Rollins Cooper, shared how Chandler spoke about a date with 3 women on the day of the disappearance. The Canadian tourist bravely testified about her terrifying encounter with Chandler. Hal Rogers, Michelle's husband, remained strong in court, thanking the brave Canadian woman. In a crowded courtroom, Chandler testified in his defense, appearing calm and composed. He confirmed meeting the Rogers family when they asked for directions to Days Inn in Tampa. He thought they meant a different one at first, but one of the girls clarified and directed them toward Rocky Point. Chandler explained that he was returning from a job estimate when he encountered them at a gas station near Interstate 4 in East Tampa. During his testimony, Oba Chandler denied any involvement in the murders and refuted allegations made by witnesses. He explained a fishing trip gone wrong on the night of June 1, 1989. After finishing fishing that night, Chandler encountered a problem with his boat. He attempted to start the engine, but it only sputtered briefly before stopping. Investigating further, he noticed a strong smell of gas and found that a fuel hose had burst, causing the entire 40-gallon tank to leak into the space beneath the boat's deck. Scott Hopkins, the investigator, noticed something odd in Chandler's testimony about the fuel leak in his boat. Knowing the boat well, Hopkins was certain Chandler was lying. He immediately informed the lead prosecutor during the lunch break, and a mechanic was sent to reinvestigate Chandler's boat. After the lunch break, the prosecutor wasted no time in beginning the cross-examination. Chandler reluctantly admitted to his past felony convictions, and the prosecutor pushed him about the murder accusations made by his daughter and son-in-law, to which Chandler invoked the Fifth Amendment. The prosecutors then questioned the events of June 1, 1989, and exposed contradictions in Chandler's story about the fuel leak and his whereabouts. Evidence revealed that Chandler had made calls from the water before getting help, challenging his claims of being at a different location. The prosecutor also confronted Chandler about his escape to Cincinnati after the composite drawing of the Madeira Beach suspect was released. Chandler tried to downplay his fear, but the prosecutor implied they might have found their suspect. During a crucial moment, the prosecution team informed the lead prosecutor of a breakthrough regarding Chandler's boat. The mechanic had returned after checking the boat. Armed with this information, he cornered Chandler, asking about the broken fuel line. Springfield, Oregon is a charming town tucked away in the breathtaking landscapes of the Pacific Northwest. Just a stone's throw from Eugene, Springfield has carved out its own identity by becoming the beloved sister city that never quite outgrew its small-town charm. And here's an exciting tidbit. Legend has it that Springfield served as the inspiration for the iconic American town featured in The Simpsons. As you wander through the streets, you'll encounter the coolest murals splashed across various walls. Despite this colorful backdrop, the crime in Springfield today surpasses the national average. However, back in the 80s, the occurrence of violent crimes in this region was unheard of. Therefore, when a mother of her 3 children were attacked in this very place, people were left stunned. It still stands as one of the most unsettling tales to have ever unfolded within the city's borders. At approximately 10:48 p.m. on Thursday, May 19, 1983, 27-year-old Diane Downs arrived at the Mackenzie Willamette Hospital ER. The mother pointed towards her red Nissan sports car and screamed out loud, "Somebody shot my kids!" 8-year-old Christine and 3-year-old Danny were struggling to breathe as they lay in the back seat gasping for air. Meanwhile, 7-year-old Cheryl was lying face down on the floorboard in front, nearly hidden beneath the dashboard, covered by a dark sweater. In a race against time, all 3 children were rushed to the emergency room. The mother, Diane, had a minor gunshot wound to her left forearm, which was wrapped in a towel. A surprisingly minor injury, considering the viciousness of the attack. Her children, however, were in critical condition. They had been shot multiple times at close range. Dr. Stephen Wilhite, one of the few board-certified thoracic surgeons in the hospital that night, rushed to the hospital after hearing about the tragic incident. Christine bore the brunt of 3 gunshot wounds, with 2 striking her left chest and 1 affecting her thumb. Due to immense blood loss, she had suffered a stroke. Danny had suffered a gunshot wound to his spine, resulting in paralysis. Although barely, both of them managed to hold on to life. Unfortunately, that was not the case for the other sibling, Cheryl, who had sustained 2 gunshot wounds to her back and was pronounced dead later that night. When news of Cheryl's death reached Diane, her demeanor was calm, a little too calm. She did not even flinch after hearing that the other 2 children had survived after being grievously injured. Her sole inquiry was whether the bullet had missed Danny's heart. The lack of visible emotional response from Diane struck those around her as odd, to say the least. It was difficult for them to fathom how a mother who had just lost 1 child and found the other 2 in critical condition could appear so seemingly detached and unaffected. However, the medical professionals attending to her wounds speculated that Diane might be experiencing shock, a common response to such a distressing incident. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the hospital didn't waste any time in alerting the around 11:15 p.m. 3 officers from the Lane County Sheriff's Office, Dick Tracy, Doug Welch, and Roy Pond arrived at the hospital. Once Diane's initial treatment was complete, she was seated for an interview with the detectives. They began the interview with an introduction and then moved on to ask Diane about the events that had transpired throughout the day, seeking her first-hand account. Diane proceeded to tell the investigators that she left the kids at her parents' house at around 6:15 a.m. before heading off to work at approximately 6:30 a.m. Christy and Cheryl attended school, while Diane's mother looked after Danny. After school ended, the girls joined their younger brother at their grandparents' home. Diane said she got off work at around 3:30 p.m. and went to her parents' house to pick up the kids. She returned to their rental duplex at 1352 Q Street with her children to have supper. But then there would be an unusual change in their otherwise ordinary routine. Diane had a friend named Heather Pollard, who resided outside of Springfield on Sunderman Road. She explained that Heather had previously expressed an interest in owning a horse to her, so when Diane had come across an article about horses available for adoption, she thought Heather might find it appealing. Since the Pollard family did not have a phone, Diane, accompanied by her children, decided to pay them a visit that night. They stayed at the Pollard property approximately 15 to 20 minutes, during which Diane engaged in conversation with Heather while her kids had the opportunity to feed and interact with the horse on the farm. Diane said they left around 9:15 p.m. On their way back home, Cheryl occupied the front passenger seat, with Danny sitting directly behind her in the back seat, and Christy seated next to him, behind the passenger seat, instead of taking the direct route back home. Impulsively, Diane made a spur-of-the-moment decision to indulge in a bit of sightseeing, something she claimed both she and the children enjoyed doing. However, after doing this for a while, she turned back towards Springfield, noticing all 3 children had fallen asleep. She was driving down Old Mohawk Road, outside the city, and Duran Duran's Hungry Like a Wolf was playing on the stereo. Diane said she only drove for a short distance on that dark country road when she encountered a man in the middle of the road. Diane proceeded to tell the detectives that the man pushed her toward the back of the vehicle and then put his hand into the open car window. The next thing she heard was the loud popping sounds, which were directed toward Cheryl first, followed by Danny and finally Christy. He then turned to Diane and once again demanded the car. Diane further continued that she mustered up the courage to fight back, realizing that her children had been shot. After Diane managed to escape in her car, she noticed that her children were bleeding profusely. While Christy was choking on her own blood, Danny was moaning in pain, but Cheryl didn't make any noise the whole time. Diane said she drove as fast as she could, but her own gunshot wound was causing her pain, so at some point she tightly wrapped a towel from her wrist to her elbow to slow the flow of blood. Just like the hospital workers, the detectives couldn't help but notice Diane's seemingly detached demeanor throughout the interview. Despite the gravity of the situation and the tragic events that had unfolded, she didn't display the expected emotional response. Instead, she remained composed, not shedding a tear and even laughing at certain points. While it is true that shock and grief can manifest differently in individuals, the detectives sensed that something wasn't adding up. Diane even went on to say that she prayed for their deaths to spare them from the suffering. There were more red flags. Who goes sightseeing in the dark with 3 young children in the car? Why would someone stop the car and interact with a suspicious individual on a deserted road? And which mother would prioritize tending to her own wound with a towel while her kids were bleeding to death? The hospital workers also shared some of the disturbing comments made by Diane upon her arrival at the hospital. She reportedly made remarks such as, "Boy, this has really spoiled my vacation. And that really ruined my new car. I got blood all over the back of it." These comments were not only bizarre but also deeply troubling, making everyone question the credibility of her story. Despite this, the investigators wanted to give the benefit of the doubt to a grieving mother, so they did not yet rule out the possibility of an unknown perpetrator. Their attention shifted towards gathering more information about the perpetrator, whom Diane had described to them. The police swiftly issued an APB for the bushy-haired stranger, a term Diane had never used, but it summarized her description. Ironically, in law enforcement, the term bushy-haired stranger is used to refer to a person who does not exist and cannot be produced in a court of law. It serves as a cover-up alibi figure for the guilty party to falsely attribute their crimes to. Nonetheless, a composite sketch was made based on Diane's description and was widely circulated to the media. Unfortunately, no witnesses or individuals who had seen the alleged perpetrator or his vehicle came forward to provide significant leads or breakthroughs in the investigation. But as word went out about this horrific tragedy, residents of Springfield were left in a state of shock and fear. The idea that a violent and ruthless individual had targeted innocent children and their mother left people on edge. Children were no longer allowed to alone. Mothers in particular refrained from going out in the evening with their children. The safety and security of the people of Springfield became a paramount concern. Amidst the chaos, authorities continued their investigation. A comprehensive search of the entire area was conducted, which led to a significant discovery. Ejected casings from a spent .22 caliber firearm, the casings matched the bullet wounds inflicted on the members of Downs' family. Investigators at this point didn't have a lot to go on, though they had their suspicions about Diane. They basically did not have any evidence to establish her guilt. That was when they came up with an idea. For the most part, reenactments are not easy for the victims, especially when they have experienced the loss of their loved ones. It is expected that most people would be overwhelmed with emotion and may cry while reenacting the most terrible moments of their lives. However, it was Diane Downs whose reenactment video would forever be remembered as one of the most disturbing ones in history. Alarmingly, not only was she seen giggling and joking, but she was even filmed fixing her makeup during the reenactment. It was enough to make the investigators' hair stand on end. Investigators knew that in order to understand this strange woman and piece together the case, they needed to delve deeper into her personal life. Elizabeth Diane Fredrickson, who went by her middle name, was born on August 7, 1955, in Phoenix, Arizona, to her parents Wesley Lyndon Fredrickson and Willa Dean Fredrickson. Diane would grow up in what appeared to be the typical American family of the 1950s and 1960s, with her 3 younger brothers and 1 younger sister. Although Diane excelled at her studies, she was not at all popular in school. In fact, throughout her education, she was picked on by the other children, mostly because she came from a family with strict conservative values, and her parents forbade her to wear fashionable clothes or makeup. In her early years, Diane was a shy child, but that changed when she reached the age of 14, and she developed a tendency to talk compulsively. Diane graduated from Moon Valley High School in Phoenix, where she encountered her high school sweetheart, Stephen Downs, when she was just 15 years old. Despite her parents' disapproval, Diane continued the relationship with Steve, who was just 7 months older than her. They stayed together for the remainder of high school, but their path diverged when Steve enlisted in the Navy in June 1972. After high school, Diane enrolled at Pacific Coast Baptist Bible College, located in Orange, California. However, her time at college was short-lived, as she was expelled after just 1 year due to alleged promiscuous behavior. Following her expulsion, Diane had no choice but to return to her parents' home in Arizona. Diane had a stifling atmosphere at home, as her parents constantly tried to clip her wings. Desperate to break free from the confines of her home life, she reconciled with Steve, eventually marrying him in November 1973. Diane was just 18 at the time, From the very beginning, their marriage was shaky at best. Additionally, the couple frequently fought over financial matters and accused each other of being unfaithful. Diane craved love and attention, only to discover Steve could not provide it. Diane found solace when she became pregnant, despite the ongoing problems in her marriage. Surprisingly, she didn't consult Steven about getting pregnant. She just stopped using her birth control, and she didn't regret the decision. Diane relished being pregnant, as it seemed to earn her the love and attention she had always desired. In October 1974, Diane gave birth to her first child, Christy. A pregnancy only lasted for a few months, and once it ended, Diane missed the attention she used to receive. So she once again stopped using birth control without informing her husband. As a result, Cheryl Lynn, their second child, was born in January 1976. But as much as she enjoyed being pregnant, she did not derive the same pleasure from actually raising her children. According to Steve Downs, Diane would frequently neglect her children. Their fights would sometimes lead her to take the kids and run away from Steve, but she always returned eventually. After Cheryl's birth, Steve made the decision that he didn't want any more children. He couldn't trust his wife with birth control, so he opted for a vasectomy. However, despite this procedure, Diane ended up getting pregnant again, but she chose to terminate the pregnancy. In 1978, the couple relocated to Mesa, Arizona. It was there that Diane engaged in multiple affairs with her coworkers. One such affair with one of her male friends, Mark Sager, resulted in becoming pregnant once again. This time she decided to carry the child to term, and in December 1979, Stephen Danny Daniel was born. A final attempt to salvage their marriage, Stephen accepted Danny as his own, even though he knew he wasn't the father. Yet less than a year later they got divorced. The children stayed with their mother. When the marriage ended, Diane didn't have a stable job. In her attempt to support herself, she pursued becoming a surrogate mother, but faced setbacks. She failed 2 psychiatric exams, one of which indicated that she was psychotic. Rather than being concerned, Diane found this amusing and would boast about it to her friends. In 1981, Diane finally secured a full-time job as a postal carrier in Chandler, Arizona. During her working hours, she would send her children to stay with various family members. However, concerns were raised by neighbors about the well-being of the children when they were in their mother's care. According to the neighbors, the children would often be hungry and would beg for food. In cold weather, they would not be adequately dressed in coats or suitable shoes. It was reported that if Diane couldn't find a babysitter, she would leave her 6-year-old daughter, Christine, in charge of the other children. One neighbor even mentioned that Cheryl had expressed fear of her own mother. Despite the alleged negligence of her own children, later in the same year, Diane was finally accepted into a surrogate program. In May 1982, Diane gave birth to a girl named Jennifer and surrendered her to her parents in exchange for $10,000. In February of 1983, just a few months before the shooting incident, Diane returned to Springfield, Oregon to be closer to her parents. Despite the relocation, she maintained her employment as a postal worker. Despite Diane's unstable life, nobody could have anticipated the tragedy that would engulf her family just months later. As the investigation into Diane's past unfolded, she seemed to develop a newfound interest in giving interviews. It was evident that Diane enjoyed being in the spotlight and the attention that came with it. Within a few days of the tragic incident, she eagerly gave multiple interviews appearing with full hair and makeup. She would retell her story over and over, emphasizing her pain while frequently downplaying her children's fate. She made this claim even after knowing that the bullet had caused significant damage to his spine and posed a risk of permanent paralysis. Diane may have intended to elicit sympathy from the public through these interviews, but it just had the opposite effect. Instead of garnering support, her behavior and demeanor during the interview began to raise suspicion and doubt among viewers. People noted instances where she appeared to laugh or make light of the gruesome details of that fateful night. These actions, along with the inconsistencies in her narrative, caused public opinion to shift, viewing Diane less as a grieving mother and more as a potential perpetrator. As Diane noticed the shift in public perception, she attempted to counter the growing suspicion by posting contrasting questions. What Diane didn't know was that there was one person who had witnessed the truth she had so desperately tried to cover up. Joseph Inman was behind Diane's car that night and saw something that completely contradicted Diane's story. Diane's story didn't make sense from the start. After all, what would a stranger have to gain by shooting the children? If he had wanted the car, he could have just shot her, the only adult present at the scene, and taken the car. Furthermore, the forensic evidence pointed towards a different scenario. Bloodstains were found on the side door of the front seat, where Cheryl had been shot, and on the rear seat where Danny and Christine had been hit, but there was no blood on the driver's side. If Diane had been shot as she described, it would be expected for her to instinctively grab the wound with her other hand, resulting in blood being present on her hand and the steering wheel. Additionally, the location of the gunpowder residue indicated that the shooter was likely seated in the driver's seat, casting further doubt on Diane's account. However, there was one interview that Diane Downs would give in November 1983 that would send shockwaves throughout the nation. People couldn't believe the level of narcissism displayed during the interview with reporter and Yeager for Kezi News. In a shocking audacity, she even stated that her kids were luckier than her and made jokes about it. Needless to say, it was a surreal experience for the viewers as they witnessed firsthand the depths of Diane's self-centeredness and lack of empathy. The lack of trust and suspicion surrounding Diane Downs went far beyond the media and law enforcement. Diane's own father casted doubts on her account and must have taken him an immense amount of courage to say this about his own daughter. But he too could not shake off the feeling that something didn't sit right. But the case against Diane Downs was still weak. All the evidence was circumstantial. The disturbing behavior exhibited by her and the inconsistencies in her story were not sufficient to directly establish her guilt in the crime. The case hinged on the other two witnesses, Christy and Danny. Unfortunately, Danny, being only 3 years old at the time of the attack, was too young to remember any significant information about the incident. This left Christy as the potential key witness. However, Christy's ability to communicate was severely impacted due to the stroke she suffered. Although there was hope, no one was sure if she would ever be able to speak normally. Yet every time her mother entered the room, Christy's eyes glazed over with apparent fear and her heart rate significantly increased. In light of the overall circumstances and the need to ensure the safety and well-being of the children, the state made the decision to remove custody from Diane. It was determined that the children would be placed into foster care once they were released from the hospital. With each passing day, Diane became increasingly careless and overconfident in her demeanor. She even went as far as challenging the police to arrest her, as she firmly believed they did not have enough evidence to incriminate her. At the same time, the police were still grappling with the lack of a clear motive for the murder. The strongest forensic evidence they had was the 22 bullet shells discovered at the crime scene, but the absence of a murder weapon hindered their progress. Faced with limited leads, detectives decided to visit Diane's apartment in the hopes of finding any additional clues. The first notable piece of evidence that the detectives found at Diane's home was a diary. It served as a treasure trove of information about Diane's life after she had moved to Chandler in 1982. While working as a postal carrier, Diane involved herself in multiple affairs with married co-workers. One of them, however, would alter the course of her life permanently. In July 1982, Diane Downs began an affair with Robert Knickerbocker, a fellow co-worker who was married to a woman named Charlene. At the time, he was having problems with Charlene and was looking for a distraction. Diane never meant anything more than a fling to him, and he had no intention of leaving his wife. However, to Diane, he was her greatest love. In her diary, Diane mentioned how she never loved anybody more than she loved Nick, her affectionate nickname for him. She fantasized about building a life and starting a family with him. She was so interested in him that she rented an apartment and even got a tattoo of a large rose with his name beneath it. That was not the case with Nick. Throughout the 9 months of their affair, Nick's commitment wavered between Diane and his wife Charlene. In February of 1983, Diane's pursuit of Nick reached a breaking point. She began pressuring him to divorce his wife, and he finally confessed that he loved his wife, Charlene, more than he loved Diane. He also made it clear that he had no desire to have children, and he didn't intend to become the stepfather to her children either. In an attempt to manipulate the situation, Diane requested a transfer from Chandler to Springfield, Oregon, where her parents lived. She believed that this move would intimidate Nick and make him run back to her. She even asked her father, Wes, who also worked for the Postal Service, to help Nick find a job in Oregon. However, once Diane left Arizona, Nick gained clarity and realized that he didn't want to move to Springfield or be with Diane. He decided to stay with his wife and refused Diane's mail and calls, marking the definitive end of their relationship. Despite the end of their relationship in April of 1983, Diane's infatuation with Nick continued to consume her thoughts and writings. She expressed her longings for him, both physically and emotionally, even after everything she held onto the hope that he would eventually come back to her. Surprisingly or not surprisingly, her lingering feelings for Nick did not stop her from sleeping with other men, beginning just 7 days after her arrival in Springfield. When the police searched her home, they found that Diane had kept 2 of Nick's pictures with her own pictures on top of the television, but there were no pictures of the kids. The detectives made an observation that Diane seldom wrote about her children, Christy, Cheryl, and Danny in her diary. The majority of her diary entries revolved around Nick. However, on May 11, 1983, just 8 days before the shootings, Diane's focus abruptly shifted. It was as if she had suddenly rediscovered her children and started describing them as fantastic, smart, and sweet. She portrayed her family as a tight-knit group, referring to themselves as the Four Musketeers, and expressing a newfound love for them that supposedly surpassed feelings for Nick. Investigators believed that, at this point, Diane had already made plans to kill him. It was not just another red flag. The detectives believed they had finally found the motive for the crime. According to them, Diane saw her children as thorns in her side. She believed that removing her children from the picture would make her become more appealing to Nick, and that he would then be willing to provide emotional support and comfort in the aftermath of the tragic event. It wasn't the only incriminating evidence police found at Diane's home. They also found a few on-fire .22 caliber shell casings with extractor markings. When detectives asked Diane if she owned any .22 caliber firearms, she denied this vehemently. But both Steve Downs and Robert Knickerbocker confirmed that she did in fact own one such firearm. The detectives approached Nick and requested his assistance in obtaining a confession from Diane. By exploiting her weakness towards him, he agreed to cooperate and made a few calls to Diane. During the call, Diane primarily focused on her own experiences and emotions, particularly her physical pain and the need for emotional support. Yet she failed to express concern about the well-being of her surviving children. In one call, Nick told Diane that he didn't believe her story. Whether Robert Knickerbocker was worth murder to Diane Downs or not, she did not confess to the crime. At this point, detectives were no longer playing on the surface. They confronted her directly and made it clear that she was the primary focus of their investigation. Realizing that sarcasm wouldn't save her, Diane changed her story. She claimed that there was no bushy-haired stranger, but instead it was 2 men wearing ski masks who attacked her and her children. According to Diane, the men knew her as they called her by name. Throughout a 2-hour period, the detectives relentlessly probed her for the truth, and as they neared the conclusion, her frustration reached a boiling point. The tape ended with Diane storming out of the sheriff's office, unable to put up with the questions. A month passed after the shooting. The pressure was mounting on law enforcement to make an arrest. By the beginning of 1984, police had gathered all the evidence pointing towards the prime suspect, Diane. However, they eagerly awaited Christie's recovery, as she was the only person who could provide them with a first-hand account of what truly transpired. Christie's healing process was slow but steady, and she eventually regained her ability to speak. Despite her initial fear, with the help of therapists working tirelessly with her for months, Christie mustered the courage to eventually reveal the truth. It was a truth that would put an end to all the speculations surrounding the case. Confirming what many had already suspected, Christie unequivocally declared that her own mother, Diane Downs, was the one who shot her and her siblings on that fateful night. On February 28, 1984, Nearly 9 months after the shooting, Diane was finally arrested. Diane pleaded not guilty to all charges, and thus the case proceeded to trial. However, Diane Downs was not one to go down so easily. When her trial commenced in June 1984, she shocked the nation by appearing visibly pregnant, leaving everyone speechless. As it turned out, back in October of 1983, while working as a postal carrier, Diane seduced a young teacher and ended up becoming pregnant. Diane said she felt lonely without her children. The prosecution, however, saw it as Diane's way of gaining sympathy. The trial of Diane Downs became a national spectacle, with hundreds of people lining up each day in hopes of securing a seat in the courtroom. Though cameras were not allowed inside the courtroom, the media closely followed the trial. The jury was comprised of 9 women and 3 men. The trial lasted a month. The prosecutor, Fred Hugie, had a solid case against Diane. The evidence against Diane appeared insurmountable. Along with the bullet casings and blood spatter, Hugie called upon a number of witnesses, including Heather Plord, Joseph Inman, Stephen Downs, and Robert Knickerbocker. They all testified against Diane. Defense attorney Jim Jagger made every effort to present Diane Downs' version of events, emphasizing the involvement of a bushy-haired stranger. Diane herself took the stand and reiterated her story, staunchly maintaining her innocence. However, she struggled to provide a convincing explanation for the inconsistencies in her account. Diane also testified that she had been physically abused by her father on multiple occasions, which impacted her future decisions, a disturbing claim that Diane's family denied. The jury viewed this claim as a lie intended to invoke sympathy, and Diane's family denied the allegations as well. The most anticipated witness of this trial was Christine Downs. With utmost bravery, then 9-year-old Christy, still suffering with a speech impediment, took the stand to recount the night of May 19, 1983. Christy's recollection of the events on May 19, 1983 was vivid and haunting. She remembered the moments leading up to the shooting. Let us travel back to October 22, 1984, in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where the city was left in disbelief as 18-year-old Annette Craver vanished without a trace. The police, determined to unravel the truth, scoured the area, but their efforts were in vain, and the whereabouts of the teenage married girl remained a haunting mystery. While the mystery of her disappearance loomed large, the police suspected that it wasn't just a simple disappearing act, but a terrifying case of homicide. This situation was considerably more twisted than initially apparent. A man was at the center of it all, and his twisted mindset would triumph over the quest for justice for an incredible 54 years, until justice finally succeeded. What could have happened to young Annette? Who was this psychopath? And why did it take so long to unravel the truth behind this haunting case? As we delve into this chilling case, we will also lead you through 2 other haunting mysteries intricately connected to this story. Tulsa, Oklahoma is a captivating city with a unique blend of modernity and tradition. Nestled in the heart of the United States, this metropolis offers a dynamic lifestyle enriched by its diverse cultural scene. Tulsa is renowned for its well-preserved Art Deco architecture, thriving performing arts scene, and mouth-watering Oklahoma-style barbecue joints. Additionally, the city holds fame for its significant history in oil production and proudly stands as the birthplace for the iconic Route 66. Despite its successes, Tulsa has had its struggles with crime. In 2020, the city's violent crime rate surpassed the national average, elevating it to one of the cities with some of the highest crime rates in the U.S. Adding to the city's darker side, Annette Craver's mysterious disappearance also occurred within Tulsa. Born on December 7, 1965, in Houston, Texas, Annette Michelle Craver's early years remained relatively shrouded in mystery. However, a significant turning point occurred when her father tragically lost his life in a car crash in 1979. The heartbreaking event took a toll on Annette's emotional well-being. Her mother, Mary Rose, observed a notable change in Annette's behavior, noting that she grew increasingly withdrawn and often sought solace in solitude. Deep within her heart, Mary held the understanding that her cherished daughter had been grappling with immense difficulties following the loss of her father. On September 8, 1981, A significant event occurred as Mary orchestrated a yard sale in Houston to part with her late husband's belongings. Annette, then 15 years old, actively assisted her mother in the sale. Despite her silence regarding her feelings, it was evident that Annette was far from having moved past the profound loss of her father. But Mary didn't realize that Annette wasn't actually feeling lonely. Unbeknownst to Mary, Annette had been involved with a man whose charm was coupled with a significant age gap. He was not only older than Annette, but even surpassed her mother's age. It was during the yard sale that Mary had her first encounter with Annette's friend, 40-year-old Felix Vale. As he approached Annette to engage in conversation, observing the notable age difference, Mary remained unsuspecting, never entertaining the notion that something more was going on. In the aftermath of Annette's father's demise, Mary grappled with the weight of financial hardships. The task of securing employment in Houston proved elusive, prompting her to consider relocating in pursuit of better opportunities to provide for her daughter. Following a series of challenges, Mary's determination bore fruit as she secured a job offer in the state of Oklahoma. However, a significant concern remained. Annette, who had already missed 2 years of school, was on the verge of graduating high school. Mary understood that relocating abruptly to a different state could jeopardize her daughter's academic process. Faced with this dilemma, Mary opted for a solution. She reached out to a friend seeking assistance in caring for Annette, while she made the move to Oklahoma to secure employment. While the plan initially appeared sound, it soon began to unravel for Mary. As time passed, a growing concern emerged. Annette and Felix's relationship seemed to have intensified in her absence. Mary couldn't shake off her unease as she observed the 40-year-old man becoming increasingly intertwined in her underage daughter's life, a situation that deeply troubled her. After Annette's high school graduation, Mary's diligent savings allowed her to purchase a new house. With the dream of living together once again, she registered the house under both their names. However, upon her return to Houston, Mary discovered that Annette had already left. Dashing her hopes of a long-awaited reunion, Mary learned that when Annette graduated, Felix swiftly proposed a road trip to her, and captivated by his charm, she readily agreed to his proposal. Over time, in 1983, Mary did receive sporadic letters from Annette, each from a different location. Then, one day a call arrived from her daughter, who was then in California. Mary felt a surge of joy hearing from Annette, but the conversation soon took a stressful turn. Annette, who was just 17 back then, sought her mother's approval to marry Felix Vale. Knowing that there was a chance of losing her daughter, who was deeply involved with Felix, Mary struggled with the difficult choice that lay ahead. It was clear that saying no would come with its own consequences, yet arriving at a choice was far from straightforward. With a heavy heart, Mary ultimately made the difficult choice to allow Annette to marry Felix. However, the idyllic married life that Annette had envisioned would soon begin to crumble. Shortly after their marriage, Annette confided in her mother through heartfelt letters. She revealed that Felix had undergone a troubling transformation, turning increasingly controlling. Shockingly, she shared that Felix had even coerced her into undergoing an illegal abortion following her pregnancy with his child. Consumed by fear for her daughter's well-being, Mary implored Annette to return home without delay. Eventually, in 1984, Annette found the courage to break free from Felix's hold and found her way back to her mother. However, upon laying eyes on her daughter, Mary couldn't help but recognize that her beloved daughter had changed. Despite the heartbreak, Mary made attempts to mend the situation with Annette, but her efforts were in vain. Annette remained firmly under Felix's influence, impervious to any other perspective. Thus, with a heavy heart, Mary relinquished her share of the house, gathered her belongings, and moved to California. However, that was not the end of the nightmare. As Annette reached the age of 18, she took a significant step by accessing the inheritance left by her deceased father. Shockingly, she allegedly transferred all the funds into Felix's account and also transferred ownership of her house to his name. Upon learning of this alarming development, Mary wasted no time and immediately contacted Felix. On October 22, 1984, upon receiving the missing person report, the Tulsa police swiftly approached Felix Vale in an attempt to obtain any possible information. Regrettably, much like Annette, the police too fell victim to Felix's manipulation. Mary strongly suspected that Felix played a crucial part in Annette's disappearance and was hiding the truth. However, despite her convictions, the police were swayed by Felix's words, leading them to abandon the search for Annette Craver Vale. Left with no options, the mother found herself in a state of helplessness, clinging to a resolute belief that her daughter would one day return. By 1991, a staggering 7 years had elapsed with no breakthrough in locating Annette. Mary tried to reach out to the police by sending them hundreds of letters, but neither the police nor the FBI was interested in responding to her. Even the letters she sent to Felix were left unanswered. Mary came to the stark realization that relying on others would yield no results. Driven by her determination, she resolved to undertake an investigation on her own. Convinced that Felix held a key to Annette's disappearance, Mary initially attempted to gather information about him through the fledgling resources of the internet. Yet during the 1990s, online information was far from abundant. Through her unwavering research, Mary managed to secure a solitary but significant lead: Felix's sister, Sue Jordan. Fueled by hope and the prospect of uncovering crucial information, Mary embarked on a journey that spanned halfway across the country to meet with her. Armed with this darling revelation, Mary swiftly managed to trace the family of Felix's first wife, Mary Horton Vale, in Louisiana during 1993. Her efforts bore fruit as she successfully located Mary Horton's brother, Will Horton, who had been merely 15 years old at the time of his sister's tragic drowning in the Calcasieu River. During Mary's meeting with Will, he fondly recalled his sister as a kind and virtuous individual, speaking of her in glowing terms. However, the sentiment wasn't reciprocated when it came to his brother-in-law, Felix Vale. Will shared that the Horton family held a distinct resentment towards Felix. Born on February 16, 1940, in Eunice, Louisiana, Mary Elizabeth Horton Vale's roots trace back to the southern state. In 1957, she was crowned a Eunice High School homecoming queen and took on the role of the editor for the school newspaper. Her path crossed with Felix's when she was pursuing her education at McNeese State College in 1960. Remarkably, a mere 6 months after their initial meeting in July 1961, the two exchanged vows in marriage. Their union bore fruit, as in 1961, Mary welcomed a son into the world named Bill Vale. However, Felix had a different opinion. With the arrival of their baby, Felix's demeanor underwent a notable change. Similar to his later behavior with Annette, he adopted a controlling attitude towards his first wife. He even used threats, warning her of severe outcomes if she were to become pregnant again. Despite the warning, Mary Elizabeth Horton Vale found herself pregnant again the following year. The news incited a fierce anger within Felix, prompting her to seek refuge from his rage. Fearing his wrath, she retreated to her mother's home, accompanied by her son, Bill. October 28, 1962, marked a tragic event when Mary Horton and Felix Vale were engaged in fishing along the Calcasieu River. In an unfortunate twist of fate, Mary met her demise by drowning. When questioned by the police, Felix recounted his version of events. "We took the boat from the Calcasieu River near Lake Charles," he stated. While Mary was trawling, she shifted her position in the boat and accidentally fell overboard. However, the Horton family remained skeptical of this account, finding it hard to accept as the truth. Felix swiftly became the prime suspect in the case due to suspicious circumstances surrounding Mary's drowning. The location of her death was not suitable for fishing activities. Her body, discovered 2 days later, underwent an autopsy that revealed telltale signs. Bruising on her neck, right calf, and left leg indicated a possible struggle prior to her immersion in water. Further incriminating evidence emerged as authorities found a scarf wrapped around her neck and placed in her mouth, suggestive of traumatic asphyxia, a form of suffocation. Despite mounting evidence and all the detectives being sure that Felix was the murderer, the coroner had a totally different opinion. He believed that evidence was not enough to convict Felix. Moreover, Felix vehemently denied any guilt. In January 1963, a Calcasieu Parish grand jury failed to indict him, resulting in his release. As Will conveyed this information, breaking down in the process, Mary Rose was further inflamed by what she heard. Now, Mary Rose's pursuit extended beyond seeking justice solely for her daughter, Annette. It encompassed a resolute quest for justice on behalf of Will's sister, Mary Horton, as well. However, before justice could be obtained for the two women, and before the police could be fully engaged, Mary recognized the necessity for more tangible evidence beyond mere statements. Fortunately, she was no longer alone in her battle for justice. Upon understanding the complexities of Annette's story, Will gained a clear understanding of the situation and provided Mary with a particularly intriguing piece of information. Will disclosed to Mary that he had been receiving numerous calls since 1975, inquiring about a girl who had disappeared from Sulphur, Louisiana, in 1973. To compound the eeriness of the situation, the girl in question was none other than Sharon Hensley, who happened to be Felix's girlfriend after Mary Horton. Embarking on a new journey in her quest for information, Mary Rose now set her sights on a different destination. In 1994, she traveled to Bismarck, North Dakota to meet with Brian Hensley, Sharon's brother. Sharon Hensley, born on December 20th, 1948, left her home in Bismarck, North Dakota, during the summer of 1970, with dreams of peace and love. She aimed to embrace a new life, joining other free-spirited individuals who were shaping their journey in the wake of the famous Summer of Love. San Francisco beckoned as the ultimate destination for Hensley. She succeeded in reaching her goal. However, the reality that awaited her was a far cry from the picturesque existence she had envisioned in her North Dakota haven. Instead, her path led her to Felix Vale. During that time, following the passing of his first wife, Felix delved into a hippie lifestyle, embracing a transient existence. He even took on the role of a wandering preacher, and during this phase he established his own personal cult, known as the Holy Order of Mans. It was within this period that 21-year-old Sharon met Felix. 2 years after her departure in 1972, Sharon returned to her parents' home in Bismarck, accompanied by her new boyfriend, Felix Vale. However, something had changed in their daughter. The once energetic girl from North Dakota who enjoyed dancing and spending time with friends now appeared to be distant. Her independence seemed to be eclipsed by her new boyfriend's influence, much to her parents' concern. The meeting left her parents uneasy, but Sharon, being an adult, chose to depart with Felix. She held the autonomy to make her own decisions. Nonetheless, her parents' worries intensified. They held the belief that Felix was leading their daughter into a troubling lifestyle, one marked by drug use and reckless behavior. However, even they couldn't have foreseen what lay ahead in the future. Sharon soon became a member of the Holy Order of Mans, engaging with the group for a brief duration. However, her involvement coincided with a stark shift in circumstances. Felix's behavior underwent a transformation, turning increasingly violent and domineering while his drug consumption escalated progressively. Sharon was on the brink of departing for South America alongside Felix. However, before embarking on this journey, she made a final call to her mother to bid her farewell. Yet, her mother couldn't ignore the unsettling feeling that something was amiss. After that last contact, no calls or letters arrived from Sharon. She vanished without a trace in 1973. Felix communicated with Sharon's family through a letter, asserting that he had last seen her in Key West. According to his account, she had left him and set out on a journey with an Australian couple to sail around the world. Yet, just as was the recurring theme in all these cases, the Hensley family had doubts regarding everything Felix said. Sharon's family filed a missing persons report in February 1973, but unfortunately the police did not take any action for an entire year. Even though there weren't immediate investigations or initial police support, an old newspaper report filled the gap. The old newspaper report piqued Brian Hensley's interest. The news article was from 1970, about an arrest report of Sharon and Felix. The report stated that a young boy around the age of 8 appeared at the police station, seeking assistance to be taken back to his home. The child turned out to be none other than Bill Vale, the son of Mary Horton and Felix Vale. The police discovered that without the knowledge of the Horton family, Felix had taken Bill with him when he left for California after Mary Horton's death. From that point on, Bill was compelled to accompany his troubled father wherever he went. The police also learned that Bill had suffered from violence during this time, until he managed to run away and find his way to the police station. Felix and Sharon were arrested for child endangerment. However, how the two got free is not known. Upon learning from Sharon's brother, Mary Rose resolved to meet with Bill Vale. She believed that Bill had valuable information about Felix's location, making him a potential source of crucial details. Driven by this intention, Mary embarked on a journey to Kansas to meet with Bill and his family. At first, Bill was hesitant to divulge extensive information, as he feared the sharing details might inadvertently bring Felix closer to his own wife and children. Nevertheless, his desire to assist Mary and secure justice for his mother prevailed. Bill recognized the significance of this opportunity and chose not to let it slip away. Building up some courage, he revealed the hidden secrets that could prove Mary right. Bill recounted a pivotal moment from 1970, just before he fled and reached the police station. He had inadvertently overheard a conversation between his father, Felix, and Sharon. Following the arrest of Sharon and Felix in 1970, Bill found refuge with his grandparents, which marked a significant transformation in his life. Despite this change, his fear of his father persisted, especially as he was compelled to testify against him in court during the trials. This anxiety heightened as he dreaded the possibility of his father's return. And tragically, Felix did reappear. In 1975, Felix came to Bill's residence asserting that he solely wanted to see his son. Bill was gripped by fear, but what made his fear stronger was the absence of Sharon, who was no longer with Felix. Bill grappled with the fear that Felix might inflict harm upon his family if he divulged these revelations. Yet his determination for justice was more powerful. Tragically, Bill's life was cut short by cancer in 2009, preventing him from witnessing the realization of justice for his mother. However, before his passing, Bill took meticulous steps to ensure his account of Felix's confession was documented. He engaged his local preacher to record his narrative, safeguarding the truth for posterity. After years of relentless investigation, Mary finally sensed that she possessed something substantial enough to urge the FBI to reopen the case. Even though she was aware of the absence of concrete physical evidence, she held on to the conviction that the collective testimony of the Hortons, Sharon's brother, Felix's son Bill, and herself could potentially provide the ammunition needed to fight for justice on behalf of her daughter. Tragically, the agent who'd shown belief in Mary's cause was let go due to budget constraints, and the cold case department bore the brunt of the cutbacks. This unfortunate turn of events left no avenue for Mary's request to be pursued. She found herself right back where she started. However, the families who had faith in her knew she would not stop. Meanwhile, Mary's resolve to fight for justice had taken a toll on her over the span of nearly 30 long years, gradually wearing her down. In June 2011, while listening to the radio, Mary learned about an investigator who had successfully resolved 8 murder cases related to the notorious burning Mississippi murders orchestrated by the Ku Klux Klan. These cases had remained unsolved for a half a century until he managed to crack them. Hearing about this gave Mary another push that she needed. Without delay, Mary embarked on a mission to obtain his contact information. Fortunately, she succeeded in locating his number. This individual, a resident of Mississippi, was Jerry Mitchell, and Jerry's answer was simple. After briefing Jerry on the case, Mary discovered that Felix had relocated to Mississippi. Faced with this revelation, Mary confronted a straightforward decision that she needed to make. In 2011, the two of them journeyed to Mississippi and arrived at the pivotal location, a secluded and desolate trailer park. However, 64-year-old Mary was least bothered. All she wanted was to end the chapter of Felix Vale. As Mary emerged from the house, she and Jerry noticed an individual rushing in their direction. Yet it wasn't Felix Vale. Instead, it was his sister, Kay Faulkner. At first, Kay was incensed by their unexpected presence, but her anger quickly subsided upon learning the purpose of Mary and Jerry Mitchell's visit. Recognizing the rapid progress achieved merely a day into the investigation, Jerry Mitchell capitalized on the momentum without delay. He proceeded to interview the Hortons, Hensleys, and Mary Rose, resulting in the publication of a book titled Gone in 2015, a mere 4 years later. This book carefully recorded the stories and experiences of the families. It quickly gained significant praise and received multiple awards. This development caught the attention of the FBI, who, comprehending the intricate details, made the decision to reopen the case. After a prolonged period of struggle, Mary finally experienced a sense of genuine happiness. The FBI meticulously reviewed all available information and opted to prioritize Mary Horton's case primarily because her death was confirmed, unlike Sharon and Annette, whose bodies were never found. However, the challenge lay in the fact that this case dated back around more than 50 years, causing reports and data to be lost over time. Nevertheless, the FBI persisted in their efforts, even as they sought a district attorney willing to tackle this complex and antiquated case. And they finally found the right person for the job. It was Hugh Holland. Hugh Holland wasted no time and swiftly deployed a squad to raid Felix's residence as the initial step. In the journals, Felix described how he even liked to drink raw blood. However, nothing related to the murders was there. Now Holland decided to find someone who would know anything about the Calcasieu incident in 1962, where Mary Horton had drowned. And surprisingly, they found a man. He was 90-year-old Isaac Absher. During their meeting, as Holland conversed with Absher, who was confined to a wheelchair, Absher handed him an envelope. The contents of the envelope turned out to be photographs depicting Mary Horton's body on the day of its discovery, revealing extensive bruising and injuries. Holland took a hold of the photographs and commenced his examination when he finally got the conclusion. Armed with substantial evidence and the necessary proof, Holland swiftly pressed charges against 76-year-old Felix Vale for the murder of his first wife, Mary Horton. In a fitting twist of fate, the very place where the saga had begun, Louisiana, also became the site where it finally reached its conclusion. In 2014, this marked the moment of reckoning as Felix was apprehended and arrested. Throughout the trial, Sharon and Annette's disappearances were also highlighted. Vale was, after all, the last person to see them both. Recognizing the pivotal role of Absher's testimony in the case, Holland requested Absher to provide his testimony, acknowledging its significance as the most crucial piece of evidence in the entire proceedings. Merely 3 months after delivering his testimony, Isaac Absher passed away on May 17, 2014, due to old age at his residence. Nonetheless, his testimony proved to be a decisive factor that dispelled all doubts during the court proceedings. It just took the jury approximately 10 minutes to get the final decision. Felix Vale was found guilty and was sentenced to life imprisonment. While Felix's involvement in Annette's and Sharon's disappearance was not definitively established, Mary and Brian found a sense of peace in the fact that he was held accountable for his actions and finally received the justice he deserved. With Felix incarcerated and justice achieved, Mary's relentless pursuit was vindicated. Nevertheless, the emotional wound in her heart remained unhealed, a reminder of the enduring pain she had endured. Seeking solace from her lingering guilt of having left her daughter due to work, Mary found a coping mechanism in writing letters as though they were intended for Annette to read, with a hope that one day she would finally be able to forgive herself. In today's episode, we're back in Las Vegas, a city that never sleeps, with anything and everything happening all hours of the day and night, home to over 500,000 people, one of which was Shauna and Castleton. Shauna had grown up in a Mormon family in Salt Lake City, and in 1994, at the age of 28, she decided to make the big move to Las Vegas, 500 miles away. For a while, she worked selling cosmetics at Saks Fifth Avenue and Neiman Marcus. But Shauna loved the fun, glitz and glamour of Vegas nightlife and saw a lot of opportunity for herself in this environment. She started working as a cocktail waitress at the Fiesta before moving to one of the most popular and prestigious casinos in the area, the Palms Hotel Casino. She settled in quickly. Her colleagues became a second family for her. Her customers loved her, and Shauna adored her job. Those that knew her said she was always laughing and living in the moment. Her friends said she had an innocence about her. She was a free spirit and always had a positive outlook on things, no matter the situation. In 2002, Shauna met George TFA at the Palms. George would go there a lot, and he said he was quick to notice Shauna because of how hard she worked. She was always busy running around and keeping guests happy. George was a star athlete and homecoming king at his school, and his family say he was charismatic, funny, and charming, always one to lend a hand to those that needed it. He had trained at the United States Military Academy, also known as West Point, and was now working as a firefighter. The attraction was instant, and the pair hit it off straight away, becoming inseparable immediately. George told his sisters that Shauna was his whole world, and a year later their world got a little bigger when they welcomed a baby girl whom they called Madison. Friends said George was very protective of his new family, and Shauna was besotted with her little girl. A couple of years later, George and Shauna married in a beautiful beach wedding in Hawaii. 2 more years would pass by all accounts with everything staying the same as it had always been. That was until George suffered a huge setback with his finances. He lost a lot of money in the housing market crash, making Shauna the main earner for the family, and the financial stress began to impact the couple. Shauna eventually confided in people that George had become quite jealous and resentful, and wasn't long before his behavior escalated and became more controlling. On one occasion, George said she looked like a slut on her way to work one day, made all the worse, she said, because her little girl had heard it. She told friends things got even more strange when he befriended a homeless man, getting him to do odd jobs around the house and garden. Shauna said she found the man creepy, and whenever he was around, it really unsettled her. Tensions continued to mount in the relationship, and with so much financial strain, coupled with George's sudden and spiteful change in personality, Shauna moved out and into her own townhouse apartment in Summerlin. The pair started sharing custody of Maddie as well as seeing a marriage counselor. Shauna was devastated at the breakdown of the relationship, and although she was hopeful they might one day make things work, she also knew divorce was a strong possibility. She would send George a text that read, "I don't think there's any going back." George was also upset and told people that the complications divorce would bring wasn't something he wanted to go through. After living apart for a while, Shauna was beginning to find a new routine. She was still working long hours and was always busy, but the love she had for her job meant she didn't mind. After one late shift, Shauna returned home to find her apartment had been broken into, and everything was a mess. Several precious and sentimental valuables, including her engagement ring, had been stolen. One item that had been taken that struck everyone as odd were her bikini bottoms. Whoever had broken in had also left some boxer briefs inside. Shauna was frightened and on edge, but did her best to put the incident behind her. Shauna clocked off and left work as normal just after 3 a.m. She lived about a 30-minute drive away from her apartment and arrived home at around 3:30 a.m. She parked up outside and went inside via the door in her garage. George had just finished a long shift at the fire department and picked up 8-year-old Maddie from her grandmother's. They both drove over to Shauna's to collect some of Maddie's belongings. They entered Shauna's home to find that it had been totally ransacked. Shauna TFA was lying dead on the floor. It was clear from the position of the blood and Shauna's body she had been attacked as she had gone upstairs. The injuries to her body indicated the murder weapon was likely a hammer, and she had suffered horrendously in her last moments. Her skull was crushed and her fingers were broken from trying to protect herself. There was a hole in the side of her head that was so deep, at first paramedics believed she had been shot. A neighbor reported to the police that they had heard a thudding sound coming from the apartment between 3:30 and 4 a.m., but as she normally arrived home at this time, it didn't seem out of the ordinary. A little while later, another neighbor contacted police after finding Shauna's phone, health card, and some of her makeup along the side of a road nearby. As is common with most cases, her estranged husband George would be the first to be interviewed. George was at the fire station the day before and had worked a 24-hour shift. After confirming this with his colleagues, detectives were happy with his alibi, but this left police baffled and confused as to where to start looking. They didn't know if the burglary 3 weeks earlier was linked or was a scary coincidence. But as Shauna's belongings were found outside of her home, it was entirely possible that the same person had come back to take more things and not realizing Shauna would be up and awake. killed her, and fled the scene. They also didn't know if Shauna was a completely random target or if she was targeted for a specific reason. This left Shauna's casino colleagues fearful too. With all of them working similar shift patterns, could one of them be next? They wondered. But Shauna's sister, Paula, and her husband, however, believed there was a lot more to this than a random robbery gone wrong. Despite George's alibi, they still wanted to ask him some questions. Paula decided to give George a call and find out what was going on. George then passed the phone over to a grief counselor who was at the scene, and Paula just said exactly what she was thinking. After this, Paula and her husband hung up and booked the first flight out to Vegas, their minds going 1,000,000 miles an hour. Paula said she would forever be haunted by the way in which her sister died. She said the excruciating pain she must have endured and the terror and realization that she was going to die. Just 24 hours after Sean's body was found, police received a tip-off that would blow the case wide open. A man that went by the name of Big Will told detectives he had a homeless friend that he knew only as Greyhound. Greyhound told him he had killed a woman with a hammer. Big Will recalled he wasn't scared. He wasn't upset or traumatized. He was laughing and happy as if he'd just completed a mission. Big Will told Greyhound that the second he saw anyone on the news that had been killed in the way he had told him, he would have to report him. And as word spread that Shauna had been murdered, this confirmed to Big Will that Greyhound had been telling the truth. He went straight to the police. Greyhound was homeless and currently living in a tent on the outskirts of the city. Big Will said he would frequently go to a store called Albertsons to steal food and sell drugs in the gas station across the road. Authorities teamed up with Big Will and drove to these locations, believing this would be the best place to find him. They didn't have to wait long before they spotted him. When officers approached Greyhound, they found he had drugs on him and were able to put him up on drugs charges while they looked into Big Will's claims. Greyhound's real name was Noel Stevens. He was actually well known to police already for various reasons, including theft and drugs-related charges. While he admitted to selling drugs, he vehemently denied having anything to do with Shauna's death. Noel was a low-level criminal, and it was definitely a surprise that he would have traveled so far to commit such a huge crime without really leaving with anything he could have sold. Something wasn't making sense to the interviewing officers. There also didn't seem to be any connection between Noel and Shauna. Police managed to find out where he was sleeping, and when he was in custody, began searching the area near his tent. The area was remote and very secluded, way up into the desert, away from everyone and everything. Officers worried that because the area was so vast, they could be searching for any potential evidence for weeks. But Noel had not dumped anything far away, and just a short walk away from his tent, they found a pair of his trousers, covered in blood, a price tag belonging to a hammer, and bloody pair of underwear. Back at the station, detectives were checking through his phone, and they soon found a single contact that seemed to tie everything together for them. George. When asked who George was, Noel said, "That's my friend, the firefighter." Noel Stevens was the man George TFA had befriended, the same man Shauna had been wary about since the moment she met him. Police used the barcode for the hammer to find out where sold that particular make. And from this, they got hold of some CCTV that left them shocked. Camera inside the store clearly showed George TFA and Noel Stevens shopping together and buying the hammer that would ultimately be used to kill Shauna. Officers now felt very strongly that George was at the center of what had happened to Shauna. Back at the station, officers presented Noel with all the evidence. Finally, Noel admitted to being Shauna's killer. But just as police already suspected, Noel said it was her estranged husband George that wanted her dead, and he had paid him $600 to carry out the crime on his behalf. Noel claimed that he and George had spent ages planning it. George had gotten a key cut for Noel, paid for some dark clothing for him, and had asked him to stage a robbery weeks before she was killed, almost like a practice run. Noel said that on September 29th, after he broke in, he hid in her closet for a while. He then moved into the living room and waited for her there as he heard her pulling up. Shauna was on her way up the stairs. Noel followed her up and began his attack there. He said she cried and begged for her life, screaming, "Why are you doing this?" over and over as he struck her a total of 17 times. He then said the hammer broke and he continued to hit her with the hammerhead until she stopped moving. After retelling the shocking story, he offered to take detectives to where he had buried the hammerhead in the desert. Finally, they had the murder weapon. It had now been 9 days since Shauna was discovered that early September morning. And on October 8th, detectives informed George's mother and sister that he was now being investigated in relation to her death. They were horrified and adamant that he had nothing to do with it. A matter of minutes later, George's sister called her brother and told him. George jumped straight into his truck and set off on a fast and dangerous drive around Vegas. This would end in George going head-on into a concrete wall at the end of Summerlin Parkway and the Las Vegas Beltway. He was going more than 80 miles per hour. Authorities noted that there were no marks on the road, showing he hadn't tried to brake and stop the car. And this was an intentional crash and an attempt to take his own life. George survived thanks only to his seatbelt and was treated for his injuries at University Medical Center. 2 days later, officers arrived at George's hospital bed and informed him he was now under arrest. George's reply was simply, "Okay." He then asked if he could call his attorney, take a shower, and brush his teeth. Authorities felt they had a strong case and enough to bring charges forward against both men. Just 3 months later, Noel Stevens would plead guilty in exchange for the death penalty being taken off the table, and said he would also testify for the prosecution as their star witness. He was sentenced to 42 years to life in prison. In August 2015, George, who was still pleading not guilty, entered the courtroom ready to begin his trial. Shauna's family were there for every single day, wearing her favorite color, pink. Her family gave lead prosecutor, Mark DiGiacomo, Shauna's lucky poker chip, which she kept with him as a good luck charm. George would never take the stand himself, but an array of witnesses, including his sisters and close friends, would testify about the man they said they really knew. A man they said was kind, compassionate, and hardworking, and would have no part in such a heinous crime. The prosecution felt their case was exceptionally strong. Alongside the CCTV and everything Noel had told them, they also had numerous phone records that showed that George had called Noel 87 times in the month of September 2012, and 5 times the night before the murder, an unbelievable amount of times for someone that just occasionally did the odd job here and there. The defense would argue, however, that the CCTV proved nothing. They were simply buying tools so Noel could continue to do work around the house. The star witness Noel took to the stand and told the court the same story, in all its detail, that he had told the police several years prior. He said alongside the $600 cash from George, he also made some more money off of Shauna's engagement ring, which he stole and then pawned. Noel also claimed that he was actually promised tens of thousands by George after the murder was carried out, and detectives believe Noel called George from the gas station phone the day after, which was possibly to arrange for the rest of the payment. This meeting, however, would never happen because that's the day the detectives made contact with Noel and he was taken in. Noel also testified that George had told him to use a fiberglass hammer because a wooden hammer might break during the attack. He said he took both hammers to the house but ended up using the wooden one, which did in fact break. Although the prosecution argued that everything Noel had said could be backed up by CCTV, phone records, and the time frame of events, while he was being cross-examined, Noel admitted to often having auditory and visual hallucinations. In the defense's eyes, this gave them enough reason to put forward the idea that Noel could have simply made the whole thing up. They weren't disputing that he killed Shauna, but the idea that George was involved was a lie. Robert Langford, George's attorney, said it was a good story, but nothing more than that. If you put it all together just the right way, that's what you get. But there's a lot of reason not to put it together that way, he said. It was said that Noel adored George, seeing him as a close friend and looking up to him in many ways. And the prosecution said that's all it took to be able to manipulate him very easily. They said George was the only one with a reason to want Shauna dead. They also believed that George may have been intending to kill Noel, as he had recently purchased a gun. If Noel had been killed, George would likely have got away with the crime completely. They, along with Shauna's family, felt George was someone that was so used to getting everything he wanted all his life and having vast amounts of success. After the couple's marriage began to spiral, and he was losing control over this as well as his finances, it was all too much for him to handle. Both teams finished presenting all their evidence, and the jury would spend 3 long days deliberating. As they announced they had come to a verdict, it was extremely tense in the courtroom, and no one could be sure which way things would go. Before they went in, Mark DiGiacomo said he put Shona's lucky poker chip in his pocket. He was also given an additional 81 years for convictions of conspiracy, burglary, and robbery. The judge said in part, "My sentence today is not based upon holding you to a higher standard. My sentence is based upon the fact that this was just pure evil." Shauna's sister Paula was happy with the result, saying, "George is a controlling manipulator, and I think the worst hell for him would be standing in prison for the rest of his life and not being able to control anything." George decided he wanted to appeal the verdict. His 107-page appeal included handwritten notes from George himself. He wrote about himself in the third person, saying in part, the prescriptions altered his mind and removed his ability to know right from wrong, to the point that he thought God directed him to perpetrate a crime to protect his child. It appeared that, for the first time, he was now admitting to orchestrating the crime, but said it was because he was under the effects of prescription medication. An online fundraiser was set up to try and garner money to fund George's appeal, but his appeal was lost and his conviction upheld. George then claimed his lawyer, Robert Langford, was ineffective, ignored his mental health issues, and failed to request a psychiatric evaluation. He said he had suffered an injury years ago and took various painkillers and medications, including prescribed hormones and Adderall. Robert Langford said, "He never indicated any kind of psychosis or any kind of abnormal behavior and led me to believe he was anything other than competent and able to assist in his defense." He has since withdrawn from the case. Shona's family went on to found Justice for Shona, a group that raises awareness about domestic violence and abusive relationships. Her family would also later move her grave from Las Vegas back to her home state of Utah, so she could be next to her father. Maddie is now living with Shona's mother and spends a lot of time with her Aunt Paula. Paula says whenever she talks about her mother, she smiles a lot, and it's clear that their relationship was always full of laughter and fun. Paula said the loss of her sister profoundly affected so many people, but the biggest tragedy is how her daughter will grow up without a mom that was so devoted to her. The judge that sentenced George said, "Why you of all people would do something that you know would be so cruel to so many people beyond just Shona." It said that Shona's biggest and purest joy in life was being a mother. And Paula would say, "I have no doubt she was thinking of sweet little Madison as she took her last breath." Vancouver is a city in Clark County, Washington, on the north bank of the Columbia River. It is known for its scenic views. Vancouver is sometimes referred to as the Hollywood of the North because most neighborhoods there see very little violent crime. While most people agree that Vancouver is a safe place to live, there are still some dangers there. This brings us back to a terrible incident that happened in 1974. Born in Eugene, Oregon, sometime in 1956, Martha Murray Morrison grew up with her sister, Reba. Despite their mother's deafness, the two girls got along well, and Martha devoted many hours to learning sign language. This allowed her to help her mother during the majority of her childhood. While residing in Lane County, Oregon, Martha was placed in foster care for a period of time. She went to Corvallis Farm School in Corvallis and Roosevelt High School in Portland. Martha had a past of drug abuse, drug use, and running away from the Corvallis Farm School, as well as her foster and biological family's residence. By 1974, Martha was a pretty 17-year-old with long brown hair and hazel eyes. She went to Arizona to take part in a job program there, where she met a boy who was also a student. The two moved to Portland together. In middle of 1974, the boy was thought to be Martha's boyfriend and worked as a welder at the shipyards. While they did not argue frequently, on September 1st, 1974, Martha stormed out of their apartment with a suitcase after giving up on him following an argument. Tragically, this was the last time Martha's boyfriend saw her alive. Martha never came back home. The following month, there were reports of a foul smell coming from Dole Valley, a heavily forested area of Vancouver in eastern Clark County. On October 12, 1974, a search party was formed to investigate the issue, and while in the valley, they found the remains of two women arranged side by side. The bodies had just been left on the ground, and wildlife had taken its course on them, making it difficult to determine the cause of death. Nevertheless, the authorities were called to the scene. Still, the police believed that the two women had been murdered and they had sufficient proof to declare the case a homicide. Following her husband's August 4th report of her missing on that same year, dental records quickly revealed the identity of the first body to be 18-year-old Carol Platt Valenzuela. When Carol failed to arrive home that evening, as planned after being last seen hitchhiking in Vancouver, Washington, on August 2, 1974, her husband became concerned. Over the course of the following few days, he searched for Carol but was unable to locate her, so he reported her missing to the police. After learning of the discovery and being questioned further, Carol's husband was freed on October 25, 1974, following his successful completion of a polygraph test. Carol had left behind twins who were only 10 months old when she vanished. All inquiries yielded no results regarding the identity of the second body. Still, the age of this unnamed woman was initially estimated to be in the range of 20 to 25. An anthropologist from the University of Washington was tasked with examining the remains. It was difficult to determine the precise time or cause of death due to animal activity and natural decomposition, but examination revealed that the victims had been dead for at least 2 weeks before their bodies were found, though it was possible that the women were not killed at the site where they were discovered in the months that followed the murder, and they might have been killed at different times. Sadly, the public failed to recognize the forensic facial reconstructions of the unidentified victim that were made from frontal and profile views and published in a newspaper. Detectives even disclosed physical attributes of the woman, mentioning her curly textured hair and poor dental hygiene. An extensive investigation was initiated to track down the murderer and identify the remains of the second woman discovered at the crime scene. However, the detectives' efforts proved fruitless as no clue or piece of evidence discovered at the scene could point a finger at the murderer. Although serial killers such as Ted Bundy and Randall Woodfield were identified as persons of interest in the murder cases of these two women, no concrete evidence was found to connect them to the incident. In the hopes that it would one day help solve the case, a DNA sample of each woman was collected and stored. The second woman's identity remained a mystery for several years despite the forensic department and law enforcement's best efforts. After many years, with no fresh developments, the case grew hazy and was ultimately put on hold. Nikki Costa, an operations manager at the Clark County Medical Examiner Office, found in 2007 that the unidentified remains from the 1974 case had been mislabeled. The name Carol Platt Valenzuela, the girl whose body was discovered next to the unidentified woman, was written on some of the bone fragments belonging to the unidentified woman. Though it was thought to be a clerical error, they had to spend decades trying to identify the woman using false evidence, which cost them a great deal of effort. The case of Martha Morrison, who vanished from her Portland apartment on September 1, 1974, was taken up by Reba Morrison and her half-brother in 2010. Recalling that her family had submitted a missing persons report for Martha, Reba was disappointed upon revisiting the report. It turned out that no one had ever reported Martha's disappearance to the authorities, and Reba found no evidence of a missing person report having been filed in 1974. The woman's remains, whose identity is still unknown, were sent to Bobby Cellmark Forensics in Lawton, Virginia in 2012, so that DNA could be examined. Eventually, a DNA profile was created and added to the DNA database. Following up with Reba in 2013, the detectives inquired about the possibility that the unidentified remains might belong to Martha Morrison, Reba's sister who had gone missing. After the successful collection of DNA samples from Reba and her half-brother, the researchers optimistically forwarded the samples to the University of North Texas in an effort to gather additional data. Subsequently, a genetic profile was created by comparing the samples obtained from Reba and her half-brother with potential matches. Some similarities were found when the samples and the unidentified remains were compared, but a definitive match could not yet been made. Eventually, Martha and the victim who was not identified were added to the National Missing and Unidentified Person Database, which is dedicated to finding missing persons and identifying human remains. In order to conduct a more precise DNA analysis, the Clark County Medical Examiners needed DNA samples from additional members of Reba's family. As a result, they requested a sample of Martha's mother's DNA and conducted tests on it. The The results again demonstrated consistency in the DNA but were inconclusive regarding the identity of the woman. Following earlier ineffective testing, forensic investigators desired to test one more family member, Martha's father. However, since he had already passed away, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children promised to cover the cost of exhuming Martha's father so that DNA could be recovered and compared to the unidentified remains. The final test result in 2015 verified that the remains belonged to Martha Morrison. Ever since, the Washington State Police have been examining evidence from cases involving suspected serial killers in an attempt to link them to the killings of Martha and Carol. While sifting through the evidence, the detectives discovered a woman's DNA sample that had been unidentified and discovered on the grip of an air pistol that belonged to a serial killer. When this DNA sample turned out to be an exact match to Martha Morrison's, the detectives hit the jackpot. In her testimony, a forensic scientist from the Washington State Patrol Lab in Vancouver stated that there was a 1 in 30 billion chance that the partial DNA profile she created from the weapon and Martha's remains matched. Warren Leslie Forrest was identified as the serial killer whose gun contained Martha's DNA. Warren was already serving a life sentence in 2017 for the July 11, 1974 murder of Krista Blake, a 20-year-old who was last seen getting into his blue Ford Econoline cargo van close to downtown Vancouver. On October 2, 1974, Warren was taken into custody for the murder of Krista. This was only 10 days prior to the bodies of Martha and Carol being found in Dole Valley. In an effort to gather more information that would strengthen their case against Warren, investigators kept probing his past. Upon being finally questioned about this accusation, Warren refuted having killed Martha and Carol. Warren was charged with Martha Morrison's murder, though, after a forensic scientist from the Vancouver and Washington State Patrol Lab testified that the partial DNA profile she created from the weapon matched the partial DNA profile from Martha's remains. Prosecutors used this fresh evidence to file a new murder conviction against Warren in 2019, but he would still be serving a prison sentence for the previous killings. In January 2023, Warren's trial got underway and over 30 witnesses who had testified against him appeared. The family members of 16-year-old Jamie Grissom and 14-year-old Diane Gilchrist, as well as the other 6 girls and women who were allegedly killed by Warren, were among the people who attended the trial. In order to prove that Warren, who was now 74, had a pattern of kidnapping, abusing, and killing women in the early 1970s, the prosecution called Norma Jean-Louis to the witness stand. In the year that Martha vanished, Norma Jean-Louis, another victim of Warren's, was only 15 years old when she managed to escape Warren's kidnapping and assault. After Warren had bound Norma to a tree and abandoned her for dead back in 1974, Norma was able to slither out to a road and seek assistance. When Warren was on trial in 2023, Norma gave testimony in court, saying that Warren had approached her as soon as she had left the Oregon Environmental Council after work to go to her next volunteer job. Warren approached her and inquired about her availability for a modeling job. Norma agreed to go with Warren and got into his blue van since he was very convincing. After that, he allegedly drove her to Portland's Washington Park, where he attacked her with a knife and attempted to choke her. According to Norma's testimony in court, Warren had led her out of the car with a noose around her neck, bound her in his trunk, shot her multiple times with an air pistol, which was used as evidence in Martha's case, strangled her until she passed out, covered her with logs, and abandoned her for dead. Regarding the crimes he committed against Norma, Warren was never charged. Norma stated that her sole purpose was to provide answers to the families who were still in the dark about what had happened to their loved ones. Many of the parents of the young girls that Warren killed passed away without knowing what became of their daughters. Norma, the lone survivor of Warren's victims, claimed to have known what those girls' final moments would have been like, and that all she wanted was for Warren to face justice for the killings and provide some closure to the families of his victims. Warren's defense lawyer, C. Downs, stated that there was no proof of how or when Martha had passed away. He also brought up the fact that no one had ever kept track of the precise day she vanished. Kean clarified that all of the accusations made against Warren regarding Martha were purely conjectural and that Warren and Martha were total strangers. He went on to say that there were a number of distinctions between Warren's earlier assaults and Martha's case. The the site where the remains of Warren's other victim Norma were discovered and where Martha's remains were discovered were not the same. The location of Martha's crime scene had nothing to do with the parks in Clarks County, where Warren had previously worked in one of its departments. Lauren Boyd, the Clark County prosecutor, stated during the closing arguments that Warren's plan to kill Martha was proven beyond a reasonable doubt by the DNA evidence and his history of kidnapping, abusing, and abandoning young women in rural Clark County in 1974. Lauren testified in court that Martha's blood was not accidentally on Warren's air pistol. She continued by saying that there was no other explanation because Warren's killing of Martha was the only way the blood could have ended there. A Southwest Washington jury on February 1, 2023 found suspected serial killer Warren Leslie Forrest guilty of first-degree murder in connection with Martha Morrison's cold case death. On February 17, 2023, he was rightfully sentenced to a further life term for the horrible act he had committed in 1974. The families of Warren's known victims breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that justice would have to suffice for the time being. They were relieved that the truth was at last publicized, and that Warren would bear the consequences, even though nothing could ever bring back the loved ones Warren had stolen from them. Moving forward with their lives and cherishing the memories of the ones they lost would be their next steps at this point. Michael Morrison, Martha's half-brother, stated that more investigation was necessary for Warren's other possible victims. For him, the issue went beyond his sister's murder to include the years of suffering that all the families had to endure. At least 5 other homicide cases still have Warren as the main suspect, and the investigators will not stop until they have conclusively connected him to the crimes he committed. On December 1993, a homeowner in Choctaw County, Oklahoma, discovered human remains in her backyard, so she called 911. Deputies with the Choctaw County Sheriff's Office responded to the home. They contacted Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation and requested assistance in the investigation. An autopsy performed by doctors in the Oklahoma Chief Medical Examiner's office determined that the remains belonged to a male baby. It was also determined that the baby had been born alive. The medical examiner ruled that the baby boy's throat had been slashed. Investigators conducted numerous interviews after the discovery of the baby's body, but the case went cold. Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation agents obtained and stored DNA evidence from the scene for possible future use. In 2020, law enforcement took another look at the case, trying to finally identify the boy. They submitted the DNA evidence they had collected to Parabon Nanolabs. As many of you will know by now, Parabon specializes in providing phenotyping services to law enforcement agencies. The results from Parabon Nanolabs came back in April of 2021. After reviewing the results, the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation team began pursuing new leads. That led them to 53-year-old Mouney and Michelle Allen. On Wednesday, June 15, 2022, an Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation agent met with Allen at the Durant Police Department in Oklahoma. During the interview, Allen agreed to submit samples of her DNA to be tested to determine if she was the biological mother of the baby doe. Shortly after providing the DNA sample, Allen admitted that she was in fact the biological mother. During a follow-up interview a few days later, Allen confessed to cutting the baby's throat shortly after his birth. At the time, Allen worked at a daycare center. According to investigators, she said that she did not tell anyone about her pregnancy or delivery. She also told no one what she did to the baby. Allen was booked into the Choctaw County Detention Center and is being held without bond. It has not been made public yet why she did what she did or who the father is. Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation Director Ricky Adams said in a statement, "The synergy between our agents and criminalists to solve cold cases, especially those with an unidentified victim, is to be applauded. Identifying the use of genetic genealogy as a tool and the work of Parabon and our internal genealogy specialist provided significant leads in this disturbing case. Baby doe can now be properly laid to rest, and Allen will be held accountable." 22-year-old Rashid Young lived in Pottstown, Pennsylvania in 2019. Pottstown is about 40 miles northwest of Philadelphia. He shared the home he lived in with his boyfriend, Keishan Sheffield. Keishan was 17 years old at the time. Rashid vanished on August 19, 2019. Shortly thereafter, his family and friends received text messages from his phone cutting ties with him. Just over a month later, unidentified and decomposing remains belonging to a male were discovered by landscaper at the Aubrey Arboretum in the Philadelphia neighborhood of Germantown. At the time, a post-mortem examination was unable to identify the victim. Keishan reported Rashid missing in December 2019, 2 months after he had been last seen. The link between the body found and Rashid's disappearance was unfortunately not made initially. For more than 2 years, the body remained unidentified. Montgomery County investigators recently increased their efforts in finding Rashid. His family also hired a private investigator to look into his disappearance. The investigation found through the use of a confidential informant, cell phone records, and other investigative means that Rashid had been dating Keishan for 2 years by the time he disappeared. Investigators had not known about Keishan before this. Investigators then went to interview Keishan Sheffield. He just told them he was no longer in contact with Rashid after a fight they had. Investigators believed he wasn't telling them everything he knew, so they continued investigating. A witness finally came forward saying that he helped Sheffield dig a hole at the Aubrey Arboretum for Rashid's body. Investigators had to make sure there's truth to his story. They were able to confirm that the unknown man who was buried in the Arboretum was in fact Rashid. Now they had to see if Sheffield really was responsible. They found that Sheffield made numerous withdrawals from Rashid's $2 million trust fund. He was also driving Rashid's car. Investigators also found that the messages to Rashid's family and friends cutting ties actually came from Sheffield. Even more damning, investigators discovered that Sheffield flooded Rashid's house to get rid of possible evidence. On June 1, 2022, Keishan Sheffield was arrested at his home in Philadelphia in connection to the case. Sheffield is in custody at the Montgomery County Detention Facility. He's being held without bail. Investigators gave a summary of what took place in their press conference. According to them, Sheffield fatally stabbed Rashid at his home on August 19, 2019. He then later intentionally flooded the home to destroy evidence. Sheffield stuffed Rashid's remains into a recycling container. He transported the container to his mother's house. Sheffield then contacted the witness and the two of them buried Rashid at the Arboretum. He then accessed Rashid's social media accounts to give the appearance that Rashid was still alive from August to December of 2019. Investigators have not released a motive, but described the crime as domestic violence related. Sheffield has been charged with taking Rashid's life, theft by unlawful taking, receiving stolen property, possessing an instrument of crime, and access device fraud. Atlanta, the state capital and most popular city in Georgia, will be our destination for this case study. Here, on July 2, 2020, Jermaine Ranmayan Carter, also fondly called Baby Ocean, was born into the loving arms of Zakiya Morris and Jermaine Carter Sr. being a very happy baby. He was known to bring his family endless happiness with his contagious smile. Unfortunately, his promising life was taken from him before it had a chance to fully begin. When Baby Ocean was 6 months old on February 2, 2021, he was taken to Easter Seals Center Sylvan, a daycare center in southwest Atlanta. It was discovered that the child was not responding after a few hours. An ambulance quickly arrived after a 911 call was placed. The child was taken to the hospital immediately, but sadly he did not survive. Natural causes were initially assumed to be the cause of Baby Ocean's death. But in 2023, almost 2 years after the terrible event, Zakiya, the mother of the child, called the police. The precise nature of this conversation is still unknown, but it sparked a fresh look into Baby Ocean's death circumstances. Following the tragic incident involving Baby Ocean, law enforcement officials contacted the Georgia Department of Early Care and Learning in an attempt to identify the staff members who were present. After this investigation, 2 people who were in the facility when the child died were found. Stephanie Thompson was the name of one of the women. Important information regarding what happened on that fateful day started to come to light as the investigation progressed. Stephanie revealed in the interview that on the day in question, Baby Ocean had fallen asleep in her arms. She then took great care to place the baby on a bobby pillow, making sure he was facing up, and she went on to work on her laptop. The other employee was not in the room where Baby Ocean was sleeping at that particular moment. Two other kids in Stephanie's care woke up from naps while she was still working, so she took care of them. When Baby Ocean was last checked on by Stephanie, he was still asleep. But soon, when left alone, the 6-month-old started to make noises. The child lifted his arm and Stephanie thought he was just adjusting his posture. Stephanie went back to check on Baby Ocean after finishing her tasks with the other kids, and she was horrified to see that he had stopped breathing. Immediately after, a 911 call was made and CPR was started in an attempt to save the baby's life. But sadly, it was unsuccessful. Following Stephanie's interview, officials thoroughly examined the training materials, and they discovered something significant. It was discovered that boppy pillows were not listed as acceptable safety materials for use when a baby was sleeping. It was evident from the official records that all infants were to be put into a crib or car seat for naps. Lena Barber, the daycare director where Baby Ocean died, made it clear that boppy pillows were only for kids who were awake. The U.S. Consumer Safety Commission released disturbing information about the inherent risks of boppy pillows, especially with regard to suffocation hazards. Remarkably, the federal department records specific boppy pillows 7 months after Baby Ocean's untimely death. The tragic deaths of 10 babies across the country served as the impetus for this recall. If infants were able to move, the CPSC made it clear that they ran the risk of suffocating or getting into positions that inhibited their breathing. The possibility of babies rolling off the pillow surface adds even more serious safety concerns. Essentially, it was determined that Stephanie and the daycare center had violated state laws by failing to provide sufficient supervision and by putting a child in a dangerous sleeping environment. Following these discoveries, Stephanie was taken into custody and accused of second-degree murder and second-degree child abuse. Stephanie was not granted bond during her first court appearance on June 13, 2023. Stephanie's future is currently uncertain due to the uncertain final result of her legal proceedings. Donald Oakey and Vicki Felton were both members of the United States Army. The couple met while serving in California in 1977. On August 21, 1979, Vicki gave birth to their first daughter, Lee Marine Oakey, on a military base in Honolulu, Hawaii. Just 2 years later, Vicki and Donald got divorced. Donald relocated to Germany, but remained in contact with Lee, who sometimes visited him in Germany. Vicki settled in Tupelo, Mississippi with Lee and a new man, Julian Barney Yarbrough Jr. Vicki and Julian got married too, but separated in early 1992. On the morning of August 27, 1992, Lee, then age 13, was left at her home at 105 Honey Locust Drive when Vicki departed for her job at approximately 8 a.m. This was the very first time Lee was left at home by herself. Lee was going to be picked up later in the day by her grandmother and go to a school open house and then to Taco Bell for dinner. Shortly after arriving in her office, Vicki was notified that a storm related to Hurricane Andrew was headed for their town. She had retrieved a radio out of her boss's office so she could listen to the news for the weather. She called the house to let Lee know about the storm. Vicki knew that Lee was very afraid of thunderstorms. Lee failed to answer the phone, so Vicki became worried and went back home. According to Vicki, when she returned home, she found the garage door open and the light on. Entering the house, she noticed blood smeared on the side of the wall. When she went through all of the rooms and could not find any sign of Lee, she called 911. Law enforcement found additional pools of blood in Lee's upstairs bedroom, as well as significant portions smeared in the hallway, bathroom, and on her bedroom door. From the evidence found, it appeared to investigators that the perpetrator attempted to clean the scene. The only items missing from the house were Lee's shoes, reading glasses, some of her underclothes, and a sleeping bag. Investigators launched organized searches, mainly through the wooded areas surrounding the house. Donald went to Tupelo to start searching for his daughter as well. He was quoted as saying, "It felt like someone punched me in the stomach. Initially, I thought that she may have run away, so I did not go to Mississippi right away. Donald was told by several locals that they believed Vicky was responsible. There was also rumors going around that Lee's stepfather Barney Yarbrough was abusive towards Lee. Yarbrough was however ruled out by law enforcement after providing a substantiated alibi and passing a polygraph examination. 8 days after Lee went missing on September 4, 1992, a worker at McDonald's in Boonville, Mississippi told law enforcement that they had seen a girl resembling Lee in a car in the restaurant drive-thru. Boonville is a little over 30 miles from Tupelo, where Lee is from. Investigators followed up on the lead but determined that the little girl the worker saw was not Lee. Then, 5 days after that, on September 9th, a package containing Lee's glasses was mailed to their residence. It was addressed to Barney Yarbrough. The package was postmarked from Boonville, Mississippi. The FBI then became involved after the latest development. They performed DNA testing on the stamps that were adhered to the envelope in which the glasses were mailed. The FBI determined that the person who sent the glasses used water and not saliva on the stamp. Investigators felt that the glasses were mailed as a distraction. Tupelo Police Chief Bartigary said, "There was no ransom letter or anything like that came with those glasses. It was just those glasses. You would think if it was an actual kidnapping, you would have expected a little more to come along with that." On November 9, 1993, it was reported in the media that a Monroe County coroner had positively confirmed that a human skull found in a soybean field was that of Lee. Several days later, this statement was retracted, however. It was then stated that the medical examiner would perform further forensic testing on the skull that was found. It was subsequently determined that the skull belonged to 27-year-old Pollyanna Sue Keith. Pollyanna went missing in March of 1993. Investigators were running out of leads as they couldn't find Lee. They decided that Lee's mother, Vicky, should take a polygraph test. She was administered 3 separate examinations, 1 with the local law enforcement and 2 with the FBI. It was determined that Vicky showed deception on all of them. Vicky disputes that she had any involvement in her daughter's disappearance. Responding to 3 failed polygraph tests, she said, "I couldn't tell you why. They measure changes in your body, and when your daughter has gone missing and they strap you up to those things, I can't imagine anyone's body not reacting." She has openly stated that she believes a man named Oscar McKinley Kearns was responsible for Lee disappearing. 9 months after Lee disappeared, Kearns kidnapped a 15-year-old girl he had met through a Tupelo church. For this crime, he was sentenced to over 8 years of incarceration, but served only half of this sentence for some dumb reason. After being released, Kearns then kidnapped a couple and assaulted the woman. He was convicted for this crime in 1999. Investigators have found no concrete evidence linking Kearns to the disappearance of Lee. Lee's disappearance has been covered by Nance Grace and was also featured on The Geraldo Rivera Show. In 2017, the disappearance was the subject of a 6-episode podcast called The Search for Lee Oki. The case was also featured on an episode of True Crimes podcast Crime Junkie and The Trail Went Cold. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children created an image showing what Lee might look like if she was still alive today. If you have any information concerning this case, please contact the Tupelo Police Department at 662-841-6491. 17-year-old Gladys Arellano lived in Boyle Heights, Los Angeles in 1996. She was beautiful, intelligent, and had big dreams for her life. Gladys was last seen on January 28, 1996, leaving her home. When she failed to return home later in the day, she was reported missing by her family. 2 days later, her body was found off a main road in a ravine in Topanga Canyon. She had been assaulted and strangled. Serology evidence was collected from her body, and a DNA profile of the unknown offender was uploaded to the state and federal DNA databases, but a match could not be found. An extensive investigation was completed by the investigators at the time, but it led nowhere and the case went cold until 2019, when Los Angeles police arrested a man by the name of Jose Luis Garcia. Domestic assault. During the booking process, DNA swabs were taken from Garcia and processed. Investigators then realized that his DNA matched the DNA that was taken from Gladys Arellano's body. Detectives visited Garcia and questioned him about Gladys. The crime took place when he was just 19 years old. They obtained a second DNA swab from him. The Los Angeles crime lab was then able to confirm that Garcia's genetic profile matched the unidentified sample taken from Gladys's body in 1996. 43-year-old Jose Luis Garcia was arrested by U.S. Marshals on September 29, 2019 in Dallas, Texas. He was extradited on October 14 to Los Angeles County, where he was held on a $1 million bail. Detective Hugo Rienarga said this case is typical of the type of unsolved cases that the detectives are faced with on a daily basis. We are gratified that we are successful in bringing this tragic case to a close. Rienarga confirmed that investigators were looking into the possibility that Garcia was involved in other crimes as well. Gladys Arellano's niece and goddaughter, Samantha Moreno, spoke movingly of the need to remember her godmother as well as all other women who were victims of violence. Recognizing her life is important. Beautiful Latina souls from Boyle Heights should never be forgotten. Moreno said acts of violence against women should never be forgotten. Samantha Moreno thanked the detectives who never lost sight of finding justice. Gladys Arellano's case was worked on by retired detectives Joe Purcell and Sean McCarthy, who both work part-time on the Sheriff's Department's Unsolved Case Unit. Thank you for not giving up on our Gladys, who was a loving daughter, sister, aunt, and godmother. Gladys was only 17 when her life was taken. She had a beautiful soul. She was beautiful, intelligent, gorgeous, and she had a radiant smile. She had such big dreams for her life. My grandparents would have been so proud of her, Samantha Moreno said. She was grateful Garcia was off the streets after nearly a quarter century. We want nothing more than for him to pay for his brutal crime, she said. We recognize that this will not bring Gladys back, but we are relieved to know that there will be justice for Gladys. This is a victory that we acknowledge in her honor, and we look forward to more victories. Jose Luis Garcia was found guilty of all the charges against him on July 18, 2023. It was a day the loved ones of Gladys Arellano had been waiting decades for. It is never enough for having taken the life of such a beautiful soul, said Elizabeth Arellano, Gladys Arellano's sister and best friend. She told the court what Garcia did nearly destroyed them as they wondered for more than 25 years what happened to her. It was tough, but it felt really good to finally get it off your chest and actually like seeing him and, releasing it and having some kind of comfort, said Vanessa Orellano, Gladys Orellano's younger sister. Janet Ramirez, Gladys' close friend, said the plea deal gives her some comfort, but it is not enough. 19 years is never enough, but I have comfort knowing now she can rest, that the perpetrator is going to be behind bars because for 25 years, I've lived with the guilt of not knowing what I could have done different, Ramirez said. Jose Luis Garcia was sentenced on August 15, 2023 to 18 years and 8 months in prison for taking Gladys Arellano's life. Garcia pleaded no contest to voluntary manslaughter, kidnapping, and domestic assault. According to the district attorney's office, he waived his credit for the just over 1,000 he has spent in jail since his 2020 arrest. Retired Sheriff's Detective Joe Purcell, who handled the cold case investigation, said, "The fact is that we can give justice to people and to society. It is really important not to let these cases go unresolved. We need to have people pay the debt they owe to society." Catherine Scott Eggleston was born in Redmond, Oregon on May 4, 1971. She went by the nickname Katie. She graduated from Oregon State University in the spring of 1993. Katie earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in English. After graduating from college, Katie went to live with her older sister Janet in Gresham, Oregon. Gresham is a suburb of Portland. Katie took a job as a salesperson for AllNet Communication Services. They were based in Lake Oswego. On the morning of August 2, 1993, departed from her office to attend a business meeting in Portland. It was her first day of making sales visits alone. She went to the Port of Portland building located at 700 Multnomah Street. Katie was seen making phone calls in the building lobby, and 5 individual witnesses who saw her there said that she appeared preoccupied and worried. At approximately 2:15 p.m., the client with whom Katie had an appointment witnessed her exiting an elevator in the lobby with a man wearing a blue blazer. The client described the unknown man as having dark hair and a dark complexion. This would be the last confirmed sighting of Katie Eggleston. Her absence was first noted when she failed to return to Alnet's Lake Oswego office, where she was supposed to meet an advisor at 5 p.m. When Katie failed to return home, her sister Janet notified their father, who traveled to the Portland area. In the early morning hours of August 3rd, the day after Katie was last seen, a security guard at an industrial complex located at Northeast 122nd Avenue and Airport Way discovered Katie's Volkswagen Golf parked in the lot. This location is about 9 miles from the Port of Portland building where Katie and her car was last seen. The doors of the car were unlocked and all the windows were rolled down, with the keys still in the ignition. Her purse and its contents were still in the car. The only thing missing was her passport. Katie's parents told investigators that Katie retrieved her passport from their home in Redmond while visiting 10 days prior. This made investigators believe that Katie might have disappeared on purpose. Her family disagreed. On August 6, 1993, fields located nearby were searched by volunteer searchers. There were a lot of theories going around at the time. Katie's parents suspected that her boyfriend was involved. Law enforcement cleared him after confirming he had been in Central Oregon at the time she disappeared. The second theory was that she simply ran away, possibly to avoid testifying a potential court case against her sister Janet for tax evasion. Janet and her husband Jeff were accused of failing to report around $190,000 in business income between 1986 and 1987. By October 1993, police had received hundreds of tips in the case, but none proved fruitful. When investigators again announced that they believe Katie ran away, her family decided to hire a retired Oregon State Police detective to further investigate the disappearance case. This produced several leads. One of the leads regarded a security guard who possessed keys to the Port of Portland building's parking garage. To further find leads, Katie's employer, Allnet, funded a tip hotline dedicated to tips in Katie's disappearance. Flyers were also distributed in Oregon and Washington area, hoping someone with useful information would come forward. One anonymous call placed to the tip hotline was by a man who claimed to have abducted Katie. He said that he took her life 2 weeks after her disappearance. The caller spoke with a southern dialect. He stated that she would never be found because she's not alive anymore. On May 4, 2001, it was Katie's 30th birthday. Her family set up another hotline seeking additional tips. One man who called was a former attendant at a gasoline station located at 122nd Avenue and Stark Street. He claimed to have seen Katie near the time she disappeared. This gas station is located about 4 miles from where her car would be found. The man claimed to have given Katie directions to the airport. He said that she departed in a vehicle whose make and model he could not recall. According to him, Katie returned to the gas station a short while later in a different car, a blue-green Honda hatchback. She was accompanied by 2 black men. According to the attendant, Katie appeared disheveled, partially undressed and crying. Lastly, the man also noted that when Katie first arrived alone, he noticed a thick, black book on the passenger seat of her car. This resembled the sales binder she had with her that day. Law enforcement's belief that Katie ran away changed in 2004. A man by the name of Joel Courtney became a suspect in her disappearance. He was responsible for taking the life of Brooke Wilberger. He lived in the Portland area at the time Katie was last seen. Katie's parents passed away in 2011 and 2017 respectively, without ever learning what happened to their daughter. One fateful night on July 22, 1957, 2 young couples were in a parked car at a lover's lane on Van Ness Avenue in Hawthorne, near El Segundo, California. They were doing what was typical of teenagers. All of a sudden, their vigorous petting came to an end when they were accosted by a young man who was pointing a gun at them through the car's window. All the 4 teenagers in the car were compelled by their attacker to exit the car and form a lineup. The attacker was predicted to be in his early 20s, then ordered the terrified couples to remove their clothing after taking their money and jewelry. At that point, the teenagers could tell that the attacker was not a local by his accent, and it was clear he had been drinking. The gunman obviously wanted the teenagers' 1949 Ford sedan. Sadly, that wasn't the only thing the 20-something drifter was after. He also sexually attacked one of the girls after tying the hands of 3 of the victims behind their backs. All 4 victims anticipated being shot because they could all clearly see their assailant's face. Fortunately, the attacker just sped off in their vehicle. The teenagers were alive, but visibly scared to death. Shortly before 1:30 a.m., the stolen vehicle sped through a red light directly in front of 2 on-duty police officers, Rosecrans Avenue and Sepulveda Boulevard. The officers, Richard Phillips and his partner Milton Curtis, immediately overtook the sped-up car and forced the driver to come to a stop. The police were not informed of the crimes that the driver had committed since the car had not yet been reported stolen. Officer Richard Phillips prepared to give him a ticket. The perpetrator ought to have simply accepted the summons and left. Instead, when Officer Phillips turned his back, the driver fired 3 shots at him with the same gun he had used to rob the teenagers. Before Officer Curtis could bring out his firearm, the perpetrator fired another rounds of 3 shots through the window of the patrol car where he sat, striking him. The criminal then left the area, but not before Officer Phillips was able to shoot the fleeing car 3 times with his own gun. 28-year-old Officer Richard Phillips and his 25-year-old partner, Officer Milton Curtis, both passed away before the ambulance Officer Phillips had called for could arrive. Officer Richard Phillips had served with the El Segundo Police Department for 2 years. He was survived by his wife and 3 children, while Officer Curtis Milton had only served with the El Segundo Police Department for 2 months. He was survived by his wife's son and daughter. Both victims' family was inconsolable. Jane, Officer Curtis' wife, could not stop professing how much she loved him. According to her, they had a misunderstanding before he left for his work shift. Till today, she regrets not having sorting out their issues and saying goodbye properly. Numerous police officers from across the county turned out to try to find the offender, but it yielded nothing. There was not much evidence at the crime scene. The incidents led to the biggest manhunt in California's history as the culprit appeared to have vanished into thin air. Later, the stolen car was discovered nearby, abandoned. In the car, the police only discovered 2 bullets from Officer Phillips' gun, making the police believe that the 3rd bullet likely struck the attacker. A single thumbprint was collected from the steering wheel. This print failed to reveal a culprit for many years. 3 years after the murder, in 1960, Doe Tooley, the owner of Manhattan Beach, a residence close to the crime scene, went to the police station to submit 2 watches and a .22 caliber revolver he discovered while cleaning his property. It was discovered that the watches belonged to the teenagers who were robbed in 1957, and the revolver was the murder weapon. That night in 1957, the attacker is believed to have dropped those things while leaving the stolen car behind. These pieces of evidence discovered provided a vital lead. The serial number of the revolver led police to a Sears in Shreveport, Louisiana, where G.D. Wilson was documented as the buyer's name. The gun, which was the cheapest one the shop sold, cost $29.95. Investigators found that George D. Wilson had rented a room at AYMCA close to the Sears store, but had provided a false Florida address. Police investigated every George D. Wilson they could find for years, but nothing came up. Many years later, in 2002, a certain woman reported to the El Segundo police that her dead uncle had once boasted of killing 2 police officers, although the claim was a dead end. It reignited interest in the police officer's cold case. The fingerprint from the teenager's car in 1957 was examined by investigators using the recently released automated fingerprint identification system. Surprisingly, there was a match to a man named Gerald Fighton Mason, who was found guilty of burglary in Columbia in 1956. Due to that incident, he had to serve a 1-year term in prison. In addition to matching fingerprints, the evidence also included identical handwriting, which connected him to the murder weapon he used to kill the police officers in 1957. Handwriting analyst Paul Edholm determined that the signatures he had on the IMCA receipt and Sears documents in 1957 were identical to the handwriting on his 1999 South Carolina driver's license application and on a bill of sale for a car. It hadn't changed at all. This was another glaring evidence for the investigators to get to the root of the matter. After the murders, Gerald Mason was a law-abiding citizen for 45 years, never receiving even a parking ticket. He was a wealthy retiree. He was married, had 2 daughters and 6 grandchildren. He lived quietly in a suburban area with his family. He owned 2 gas stations. Friends and neighbors regarded him as being amiable and helpful. Without even the slightest regret for the officer's family, who had lost their loved one so long ago, Gerald Mason was able to enjoy a long and successful life. In the long run, friends and relatives were horrified to learn that he had committed such a heinous murder. On January 26, 2003, the police who had been watching Gerald Mason for weeks and had seen him playing golf with friends and engaging in other benign pastimes eventually knocked on his door. Gerald Mason was said to have been shocked and asked them where they were from. The police officers introduced themselves and told him that they were there because of the murders of 2 police officers in 1957. A horrified Gerald Mason responded with, "My God, you're here for that. That happened so long ago. I can't believe you're here bothering me with that." Gerald Mason's scar from a bullet graze wound caused by a gunshot fired by Officer Phillips in 1957 was used to further identify him as the culprit after his arrest. Following Mason's arrest that January, officers executed a search warrant at his Columbia house and discovered another unique 9-shot .22 revolver similar to the murder weapon. Investigators also discovered 3 witnesses who recognized Gerald Mason as the man they had seen the night of the murders based on a photograph taken in 1956. Due to the overwhelming amount of evidence, Gerald Mason confessed to the cops that he had been drinking when he came upon the teenagers. Then, in an effort to hide the rape, robbery, and car theft, he shot both police officers. "I really don't have an explanation for why this happened. I wish I did," Gerald Mason said. When asked about the teenager he had raped, Gerald Mason said he no longer remembered the reason why he had raped the 15-year-old girl. Following his arrest, Jerry Mason Whitaker, Gerald Mason's daughter, said in an interview, "There really aren't words to describe the range of emotions we've gone through. I could not have had a better father." Gerald Mason professed his regrets to the families of Officers Phillips and Curtis during his sentence hearing. "It's impossible to express to so many people how sorry I am. I do not understand why I did this. It does not fit in my life. It is not the person I know. I detest these crimes," he said. The surviving families of the victims did not feel any iota of sympathy for Gerald Mason as they pour out their pains in court. "Your cowardly act shattered our lives forever. You caused our mother to become a widow with 3 babies to raise alone," said Carolyn Phillips, Officer Richard Phillips' daughter. The other slain officer's son, Keith Curtis, claimed outside of court that Gerald Mason's in-court apology had not touched him. "Mr. Mason is sorry now, and we heard his apology speech. He wasn't sorry for 45 years, and the only reason we're hearing that apology now is because he got caught," Keith Curtis said. Gerald Mason was given 2 consecutive life sentences with a minimum of 7 years after entering a guilty plea. As part of the agreement, the rape, robbery, and grand theft charges were dropped, sparing Mason's family from hearing about how he had raped a teenage girl, as well as the living victims from having to testify. Gerald Mason's application for parole was denied in 2009. He won't have to appear in front of the panel again for a maximum of 15 years until March 2024, when he will be 90 years old. Prosecutors in California were adamant that he would never be freed. His plea agreement allowed him to serve his prison term close to his family. Thus, he was detained in South Carolina. However, on January 22, 2017, 9 days before his 83rd birthday, Mason passed away in prison. He had served 14 years behind bars. His next parole hearing was 7 years away. Melissa Recuba lived in Lackawanna County, Pennsylvania in 2013 with her husband Bruno Recuba. On August 6, 2013, Bruno called 911. He told the operator he shot Melissa in the head inside their home but claimed it was an accident. Melissa was taken to the hospital but sadly succumbed to her injuries 4 days later. At first Bruno was saying that they were fighting but it was simply an accident. Then later he said he was playing with the gun and it went off. According to the police, Bruno changed his story 7 times in just the first 24 hours. Investigators looked at surveillance footage depicting a heated argument between Bruno and Melissa. Authorities also learned about a family inheritance Melissa's mother won at a casino in the Atlantic City for $1.5 million. This was seen as a potential motive. Despite investigators believing Bruno meant to fatally shoot Melissa, they did not have enough evidence to charge him. Pennsylvania State Police reinvestigated the case. Melissa's sister and daughters told the police that Bruno had pulled a gun on Melissa inside their home on previous occasions. Investigators also learned more about the $1.5 million family inheritance. The remaining payouts of those funds was supposed to be split between Bruno and his two daughters. Police learned that Bruno has been stealing over $100,000 of those funds from his daughters since 2013. Investigators also used new technology to prove that Bruno meant to shoot Melissa. They didn't elaborate as to what the new technology is. 56-year-old Bruno Rukuba was arrested on June 3, 2022. He was charged with taking the life of Melissa and theft. Trooper Robert Urban had this to say, "When it comes to investigations that are open, we always investigate them and try to uncover new leads." Well, in this case, we interviewed more people, we used different technology, different audio devices to make other interviews clearer. In the past, we've, through more investigatory leads, we've seen the stories have been changed and the counts of what Bruno said then we found to be, dishonest and prove him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It's great when you can have closure with a case like this. You have a lot of family members and everything else will make sense about what deep down they may have thought would have happened. But they were never sure. Now we're actually able to investigate this the whole way and prove Mr. Rukuba as being guilty. And I think this adds closure to the family members and friends in the community. 30-year-old Sherry Herrera lived in Tulare, California in 1993. She was a mother of 4. Sherry was a prostitute and a known drug user. She was reported missing by her family members on March 25, 1993. 5 days later, on March 30th, Sherry's body was found on the Hayfield Road on-ramp to the I-10 in Desert Center. It is a rural area situated between Los Angeles and Phoenix. Sherry had been assaulted and strangled with a belt. There was also a bite mark on her body. Investigators collected all the DNA evidence they needed. The DNA samples were entered into the FBI's combined DNA index system in 2002. Then, in 2004, DNA from a different code case was also submitted into the combined DNA index system. The case is that of Shanda Denise Hayes. She is from Titus County, Texas. Her body was found in April of 1992. She was assaulted and strangled with a device made of wire and cord in a manner to control the victim. Her body was discovered near an I-30 rest area in Mount Pleasant, about 100 miles east from Dallas, Texas. Shanda is also a prostitute like Sherry. When DNA of her attacker was entered into the codes in 2004, investigators realized that the same man was responsible for taking Shanda and Sherry's lives. Even though they could come to this conclusion, DNA technology was not advanced enough to identify the unknown man. They could only determine that he was African American and most likely lived in California or Texas. Recently, in September of 2020, Texas and California officials worked together and ultimately conducted genealogy research in the matching of DNA found at both crime scenes. In May of 2022, 67-year-old Douglas Thomas was identified as the person responsible for taking the life of Shanda Denise Hayes. He was arrested at his home in Waco. After his arrest, officials with the Riverside County Regional Code Case team traveled to Texas to question Thomas about Sherry's case. After DNA testing, it was confirmed that Douglas Thomas was indeed responsible for taking the life of Sherry Herrera as well. Thomas is currently in McClinton County Jail, where he is being held on a $2 million bond. He will first face prosecution in Texas, then he will be taken to California to face the charges against him there. Thomas was a truck driver for over 40 years. He traveled extensively around the U.S. and only recently retired. Investigators are definitely looking into the possibility that he is involved in other unsolved cold cases. Authorities in California are asking anyone with information about the case to contact Riverside County Regional Cold Case Homicide Team at 1-951-955-2777. Sherry's son Adrian, who was only 6 years old when his mother's life was taken, had this to say following the arrest. I don't know if I really believed it because it's like, man, this has been so long. I remember coming home from school and my stepmom told us the news what had happened. Me and my sister were there. Obviously, we started bawling our eyes out. Armin and Lorraine Pelletier lived in Frenchville, Maine in 1985. It is a small town near the Canadian border. On December 7, 1985, Armin heard their Siberian husky named Paka pound on their door. He went to look and could not believe what he saw. At first, he thought it was a rag doll in the dog's mouth, but then realized it was a frozen little baby. The child was Caucasian, female, and still had her umbilical cord attached. Armin immediately called police. Detectives were able to track the dog's path to about 700 feet from their home, where the baby was born in a gravel pit. It was determined the baby passed away from the cold she was left in and not from being carried home by Paka. Investigators couldn't find any sign of the woman who delivered the baby, just blood and placental material. They collected DNA from the scene and stored it so they could use it later. No one in the town knew who the woman could be, so the case went cold. Detective J. Pelletier was working at the Maine State Police Unsolved Homicide Unit and decided to take up the case. He was quoted as saying, "Having been from the area, I remember the media coverage initially. With the addition of DNA and genealogy information, we felt that this was a case that could be worked on at this time." Detectives worked alongside Identifiers International to identify 58-year-old Leanne Daigle as the mother of baby Jane Doe. Police say that Leanne was 21 years old when she went to the gravel pit in Fritchville, Maine to deliver the little baby girl. On June 13, 2022, Maine State Police traveled to Lowell, Massachusetts to arrest Leanne Daigle, formerly known as Leanne Jarrett. She is currently being held without bail at the Aroostook County Jail in Holton, Maine, and has pleaded not guilty. Police interviewed Leanne's ex-husband John Daigle. They asked him if she had been pregnant when they met in the summer of 1985. John was a 23-year-old college student, and the two met at July 4th celebration, 5 months before she gave birth. John was stunned when he learned about the baby, because he did not know she was pregnant back then. He said, "I fell to the floor. It shocked me that she had delivered a baby all by herself at -30-degree weather, drove herself home. I'm sure she bled." John was also told that the DNA showed that he was not the father of the baby. The man who was the father lives in an assisted living facility in Florida and cannot communicate anymore. John told police that Leanne is a survivor of childhood violence at the hands of her alcoholic father. He also said he now wonders if Leanne feared that he would end the relationship and leave without her for the new life they had begun planning in New Hampshire if he knew about the pregnancy. In an interview with the Press Herald, he also said that he would have wanted to raise the baby had he known about she was protecting the relationship I had with her because she thought I would have dumped her lickily split. Leanne told her daughter Kristen that she believes she may have been assaulted on the night of her 21st birthday, which was 9 months before she gave birth. She has no memory of the night at all. Leanne said that she was unaware that she was pregnant in 1985. Leanne told Kristen that she was driving home from work, felt a strong urge to urinate, and then gave birth to a baby she believed was not alive anymore, on the side of a road near a gravel pit. Kristen said, "My mom thought it was a stillborn. It didn't cry. It didn't move. To her, the baby was not alive. So to her, it was some freak miscarriage and something that she wanted to leave in the past. People have miscarriages all the time." Police are asking anyone with information they believe may be relevant to the investigation to call Maine State Police at 207-532-5400. When Etten Patz disappeared on his way to school, his family were unaware of what had happened to him until after school hours were over and he never returned home. The search for Etten Patz began and parents around New York became alarmed in such a way that they started changing the way many of them watched over their children. Now, almost 40 decades later, a man has been identified as the perpetrator. Ethan Khalil Patz was born on October 9th, 1972 to Julian Stanley Patz in Manhattan, New York. He was the middle child. He had an elder sister and a younger brother. At the time of Etten's disappearance, he and his family lived in the Soho neighborhood of Lower Manhattan. Soho is an acronym for South of Houston Street, a name that was first used by renowned developer Chester Rapkin in 1962. Today, south of Houston Street is famous for its boutiques, art galleries, and loft living spaces. Famous celebrities like Dakota Fanning, Alicia Keys, Daniel Craig, John Legend, Justin Timberlake, and Samuel L. Jackson are known to reside or have resided there. The neighborhood might be safe for habitation now, but it wasn't always like that in the 1970s. It was much rougher. The overall appearance of New York City was substantially different back then than it is today. The city had been tainted by a financial crisis from which many believed it would never fully recover. There were high unemployment rates, a significant flight to the suburbs, and attacks on the subway. Times Square was known for its prostitutes and pimps, and Central Park was feared for robbery and rape. Abandoned buildings were occupied by drug dealers and the homeless. Tourists were not left out of attacks and robbery back then. The Council of Public Safety, decomposed of police, firefighters, and other unions, published a pamphlet titled Welcome to Fear City with a large skull on the cover. The pamphlet advised tourists not to go outside after 6 o'clock, not go out of Midtown. They must make a taxi call before leaving their hotels. They should never take a subway ride, and they should leave no belongings in the hotel safe. At the time, when a visitor or tourist come to New York and see such pamphlet, they would undoubtedly turn around and leave. Consider what Etten Pat's neighborhood may have looked like then. Boarded up buildings, shadowy alleys, no security cameras, and no cell phones. The morning of May 25, 1979, which appeared to have been a Friday, the final day of school before the Memorial Day holiday, was a chaotic one in the Patz household. Julie Patz, Etten's mother, who operated a daycare in their home, had her hands full that morning. She had two 2-year-olds to care for, her younger son and another kid who had spent the night. Also, Etten's older sister had resisted getting out of bed. Etten, on the other hand, woke up with a positive energy and was eager to start his day. According to Julie Patz, Etten had been attempting to be more independent, and in the midst of the chaos that morning, he saw an opportunity. He told his mom to allow him walk to school by himself. His mom recalled he pleaded, saying, "It's fine, Mom, I can do it." With some hesitation, Julie accepted. He then crammed his favorite toy cars into his tote bag, which was given to him by a friend's mother. Before leaving home, Etten donned his favorite headgear, an Eastern Airlines cap, after which his mother led him outside. He reportedly left with a $1 note in hand because he intended to get a soda on the way to school. It was the last time Julie, his mother, saw him. When Etten didn't return home that afternoon, she called around and discovered he hadn't made it to his bus or school. Julie claimed that she was shocked when she learned that Etten was missing. The Patz family house had been transformed into a command post where the press, volunteers, and police investigators had gathered. Etten's photograph was extensively publicized, appearing on television newscasts and the front pages of the city's newspapers. The city was covered in missing posters that featured an image of his hair poking out from under a cap. He was reportedly the first missing kid to appear on a milk container. The way he vanished, the ensuing search, and the anxiety it caused engulfed Lower Manhattan. Residents recalled police officers going from door to door, showing his photos and questioning people about where he could possibly be. Etten's disappearance caused a huge stir even outside his neighborhood. President Ronald Reagan declared May 25th, the day of his disappearance, to be National Missing Children's Day, and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children was founded in 1984, in part as a result of his disappearance. His case received a lot of attention, but there were no solutions. Numerous theories were put up, and a number of suspects came to light, including Jose Ramos, a man who had been convicted of abusing children and who the police had been hunting for years. Jose Ramos was romantically involved with a woman who had once been hired to accompany Etten home from school. As time went on, investigation refocused interest. Officials had searched the basement of a Lower Manhattan building for 8 hours in the year 2000. That building was where Ramos had previously resided. Investigators discovered pieces of bones, but it turned out that they belonged to animals. In the year 2012, after authorities discovered that a man by the name of Othniel Miller had laid a concrete floor soon after Etten vanished, they launched a search and dug up his workshop. Othniel Miller was a handyman who reportedly knew Etten Patz. Etten often visited him at his workshop. In fact, the $1 note that Eaton carried the morning he was last seen was given to him by Othniel Miller. However, the search, which sparked a fresh round of news media attention, failed to find Eaton's remains. But after a few weeks passed, a guy from New Jersey named Josie Lopez got in touch with the authorities and said that he thought his brother-in-law, Pedro Hernandez, might have something to do with Etten Pat's abduction. Back then, on May 25, 1979, Pedro Hernandez was an 18-year-old high school dropout who had recently relocated to Manhattan from Camden, New Jersey. He worked as a stock clerk in a bodega near Etten Pat's bus stop on West Broadway and Prince Street. Shortly after Etten vanished, perhaps within days, Pedro Hernandez went back to New Jersey and took a job in a clothing factory there. Not long after, he suddenly began telling people that he had killed a child in New York City. At a spiritual retreat, he confided in an elder from his church group and confessed before a prayer group, breaking down in tears. He also confessed to his previous wife before they got married. However, their testimony indicated that the accounts varied. Pedro Hernandez's childhood friend thought he had killed a black child. His former wife, after hearing Muchacho, thought he had killed a teenage boy. Investigators questioned Pedro Hernandez after his brother-in-law dialed 911. The police claimed that after spending many hours with the detectives, Pedro gave in. He claimed that he had asked Etten Pat's if he wanted a soda in order to entice him down the bodega's basement. The little boy, who initially intended to buy a soda with his $1 bill, innocently followed him and was immediately attacked. In a segment of the interview that was captured on camera, Pedro Hernandez said to the detectives, "I grabbed him by the neck and I started to choke him." He refrained from claiming that he had killed Etten, explaining that the little boy was still alive when he had placed him in a plastic bag and then placed the bag inside of a box, which he then discarded about a block away. Pedro Hernandez's words have served as the foundation of the prosecution's case against him. Prosecutors have had little to work with in the absence of Etten's remains or any crime scene from which they could gather evidence. In addition to presenting the testimony of the investigators and the people he had confessed to decades before, they also played video recordings of the interviews Pedro Hernandez made to the police shortly before his arrest. The main focus of Pedro Hernandez's defense has been to cast doubt on his credibility. His attorneys contend that 56-year-old Pedro Hernandez has low intelligence as well as a personality condition that impairs his ability to discriminate between truth and fiction. Therefore, they claim just because he admitted to what he thought he had done does not indicate he actually did it. Becky Hernandez, Pedro Hernandez's youngest child, testified about her father's strange conduct, including his claims of seeing angels and devils, watering a dead tree limb to make it grow, and how she would catch him talking to himself. The defense, however, claimed that the initial suspect, Jose Ramos, the child molester who had been found guilty, had the chance and the incentive to have been accountable for Etten Pat's disappearance. Members of the jury were in doubts after hearing their arguments. There was a deadlocked jury after 18 days of deliberations. In 2015, the judge declared a mistrial. Only one member of the panel who didn't think Pedro Hernandez was guilty held out. However, following a 4-month trial on February 14, 2017, Pedro Hernandez was found guilty of murder and kidnapping. He was then sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. Why do you think Pedro Hernandez committed such evil atrocity? Was he truly possessed by a demon? On August 30th, 1991, Donna Lane Sanchez left the Four Seasons Motor Lodge in Los Altos, California with her boyfriend, Bernardo Bass. This would be the last time anyone saw Donna alive. She was reported missing by her family in October of 1991. A witness came forward. He told investigators that he drove with Donna and Bernardo to a junkyard in Sunnydale, California. There, Donna Bernardo got into an argument that ended with Bernardo fatally shooting Donna and fleeing the scene. The man refused to testify against Bernardo, so investigators had to try and find more evidence. Bernardo's sister claimed that she sold the car the couple drove. The weapon that was used to take Don's life could not be found anywhere. Investigators searched Bernardo's home with cadaver dogs. The dogs smelled human remains inside a closet. This was unfortunately not enough evidence for an arrest to be made. But then NASA stepped in. In 2009, police officials made their way back to the junkyard looking for anything useful. Digging up the entire field was cost prohibitive, so they needed to find another way to see what might be underground. Metal detectors wouldn't help, because the lot was already filled with so much debris. The Menlo Park District Attorney's Office then called NASA engineers. The engineers then deployed a Sensita Max 5 rover to perform magnetic surveys. The rover is an autonomous ground vehicle. It is designed for Earth science missions to map ground magnetic data and survey points of geological interest underground. The rover did a detailed sweep of what lay beneath the old junkyard, looking specifically for old car parts and possibly the remains of Don Sanchez. It didn't find the victim's body, but it was able to analyze data provided by the rover to give the district attorney's office some very promising points of interest that might be the evidence it sought. Once the points detailed by the rover were excavated, it did indeed reveal old buried car parts that belonged to a 1979 Pontiac Grand Prix that once belonged to Bernardo Bass. Once tested, they revealed that Bass took the victim's body into his car and possibly held her in a closet at his home near the junkyard for some time. Bass was arrested in connection to the case in 2010 and initially pled not guilty when he realized all the evidence against him. And if he was found guilty, he was facing 25 years to life in prison. He changed his plea to no contest. This resulted in a 6-year sentence for manslaughter. It's not really an ending that brought justice for Don Sanchez. The bodies of 3 women were found floating in Tampa Bay, Florida on June 4, 1989. The first body was found when several people on board a sailboat crossing under the Sunshine Skyway saw an object in the water. The second body was seen floating on the pier in St. Petersburg, 2 miles north of the first. While the Coast Guard were recovering the second body, a call about a third body was received. The body was seen floating 200 yards to the east of the second body. All 3 females were found floating face down, bound with a rope around the neck. Autopsies show that all 3 victims had water in their lungs. This proved that they had been thrown into the water while still alive. They were identified as 36-year-old Joan Rogers and her 2 daughters, 17-year-old Michelle and 14-year-old Christy. It was determined that all 3 of them were assaulted as well. Investigators decided to create a timeline of events leading up to their bodies being found. On May 26, 1989, Joan, Michelle, and Christy left their family farm in Wheelchair, Ohio for a vacation in Florida. It was the first time they had left their home state. They stayed in Orlando, Florida for a few days. They were last seen alive at a hotel in Tampa on June 3, 1989, and the next day they would be found on June 4th. Marine researchers at the University of South Florida estimated from currents and patterns that the victims were thrown from a boat and not from a bridge or dry land. Joan's car, a 1984 Oldsmobile Calais with Ohio license plate, was found at the boat dock by the Courtney Campbell Causeway. Inside the car, investigators found notes written by a man on a brochure. The man wrote down directions and a description to his boat to Joan. So far, investigators knew roughly when the crime took place and that the person responsible owned a boat. Local police decided to post images of the note on billboards in the Tampa Bay area. They were hoping someone would recognize the man's handwriting. They tried their best to catch the man as they believed he was planning his next attack. Fortunately, their efforts paid off. Someone called police saying their former neighbor's handwriting looked exactly the same as the handwriting on the note. They had a copy of a work order their former neighbor had written. Through handwriting analysis, the 2 samples were matched conclusively. The man whose handwriting it was is Ova Chandler. A palm print found on the brochure was also matched to Chandler's. He had sold his boat and left town with his family soon after the billboards appeared. Chandler was found in Daytona Beach, and he was taken into custody. Chandler was born on October 11, 1946 in Cincinnati, Ohio. When he was 10 years old, his father took his own life. At the funeral, Chandler reportedly jumped into his father's open grave. When he was 14 years old, he began stealing cars and was arrested 20 times as a juvenile. As an adult, he was charged with a variety of crimes, including possession of counterfeit money, loitering, burglary, kidnapping, and armed robbery. Later on in life, Chandler found work as an unlicensed aluminum siding contractor. At his trial, Chandler said he met Joan, Michelle, and Christy Rogers and gave them directions, but he never saw them again. Chandler admitted that he had been in Tampa Bay that evening. The police had evidence that telephone calls were made from his boat around the same time. Chandler's daughter testified that her father had talked about ending the lives of 3 women and that he was afraid of returning to Tampa Bay. On November 4, 1994, Chandler was found guilty. It was decided that he has to pay for the crime with his life. Chandler awaited execution of his sentence at the Union Correctional Institution. On November 15, 2011, Chandler was executed at the Florida State Prison in Rafer. Investigators always believed Chandler was responsible for a lot more crimes. You do not just commit such a heinous crime and then be done. On February 25, 2014, investigators revealed that DNA evidence identified Chandler as the man responsible for taking the lives of Ivelisse Barrios Bigueres in Cold Springs, Florida on November 27, 1990. Ivelisse was a 20-year-old newlywed who was last seen at Sawgrass Mills Mall, where she worked at a sporting goods store. When she did not return home, her husband went to the mall and found her car, a 1985 Ford Tempo with the tires slashed. It is believed that Chandler, after watching the victim for 2 days, slashed the tires, arrived in the guise of a helpful stranger and offered to help. 3 hours after she was reported missing, her body was found under a residential mailbox in a local neighborhood by 2 men returning from a fishing trip. Investigators are still working to see if Chandler had involvement in any other cold cases. Janet Christensen grew up in a Mormon family in Virginia. In 1998, she met Raven Abaroa, who was also a Mormon. They met at Southern Virginia University, where she played soccer. He was a fellow soccer player who instantly swept her off her feet. In August of 2000, after 2 years together, Janet and Raven married at the Mormon Temple in Washington, D.C. They then settled in southeastern Virginia. Her friends and family thought that the life for the newlywed couple was perfect. Soon after their wedding, a job opportunity took the couple to Durham, North Carolina. Both of them took positions at a sporting goods company. Not long after that, Raven told Janet he wanted out of the marriage. He told her that he had been cheating on her with several different people. Before they separated, Janet learned that she was pregnant. Janet did not want to raise the baby as a single mother, so the couple tried to make things work. To friends and family of Janet, it seemed like it was working when they welcomed their son Caden on October 17, 2004. Raven told Janet that he would no longer cheat on her, that she was the only one for him and that he would make it work. Just when it seemed things were getting better, their marriage suffered yet another blow. Raven was caught stealing from the sports apparel company where they both worked in December of 2004. He eventually pleaded guilty to 5 charges of embezzlement, but avoided serving any jail time. Janet was mortified and resigned from her job. This now meant that, on top of all the other problems, they also now had financial problems. On the evening of April 26, 2005, Raven called 911. He told them that Janet was not alive anymore and she had been shot. According to him, he left the house at 8 p.m. to go play soccer with his friends. He said that Janet was getting ready for bed then. He goes on to claim he returned home after 10 p.m. and then found Janet's body in their bedroom. Although Raven said that Janet had been shot, Durham police, who arrived on the scene, quickly realized she had been stabbed. Investigators took crime scene photos and all the evidence they thought might be useful later. As they were working on the case, Raven moved to Salt Lake City, Utah with their son, Caden. There, he met Vanessa Pond. She was a single mother whose daughter was in the same daycare program as Caden. They soon started dating. Raven mentioned to her that his wife passed away, but did not elaborate. After moving in with him, Vanessa decided to go online to find out more about what happened to Janet. After seeing that someone took Janet's life, she questioned Raven. He had an answer for every question she had, and she believed he was innocent. In the summer of 2008, 3 years after Janet's life was taken, Vanessa and Raven got married in the backyard of her parents. When Janet's sisters learned of this, they decided to reach out to Vanessa to warn her that they believed Raven was responsible for what happened to Janet. After Vanessa was informed by Janet's sisters of their suspicion, she again questioned Raven. This time he began acting in ways she did not understand. According to Vanessa, he could say the most horrible things, and then moments later he would apologize. The outburst then became physical. One day he grabbed Vanessa and threw her up against the wall and she fell. Raven tried to convince her that she merely tripped. Just 4 months into their marriage, Vanessa feared for her safety. The couple separated and the marriage was annulled. She went public in 2009, saying that she also believed Raven took Janet's life back in 2005. Also, in 2009, Durham Police Detective Charles Soule was assigned to Janet's case. He looked at Raven's initial statements and found that they were contradictory. Then, as he was reviewing the crime scene photos, something stuck out to him as odd. He noticed the contact case on the counter with the top off. This indicated that the contacts were probably not in there. This would be contrary to her going to bed, or as Raven said, in the bed going to sleep. When police interviewed Janet's family and friends, they said that Janet was consistent with removing her contacts before going to sleep. Charles Soule found this detail to be suspicious. Charles also found it strange that there was no disturbance in their bedroom. A stabbing is usually violent with a struggle. Raven was arrested on February 1st, 2010, and was charged with taking Janet's life. Then, in July of 2010, Janet Abaroa's body was exhumed so that the authorities could determine if she had been wearing contacts when she was buried. Dr. Charles Zwirling examined the remains. He was able to remove fragments of contact lenses from Janet's eyes. Dr. Zwirling then conducted lots of tests using sets of pig eyes and contacts to prove that the contacts he found on Janet's eyes were ones she wore before her life was taken, and were not ones that would have been placed on her eyes for some reason at the funeral home. Raven Abaroa's trial began in 2013. Prosecutors presented him as a controlling husband. Vanessa also testified against him and talked about his aggression on the soccer field and how his aggression turned on her. In May of 2013, the jury failed to reach a verdict. 11 people said he was guilty, but 1 person believed Raven to be innocent. The judge declared a mistrial. Then, before Raven's second trial could start in March of 2014, Raven decided to enter a plea deal for voluntary manslaughter. A judge sentenced him to a pitiful 95 months to 123 months in jail. He was granted credit for the 4 years he had spent behind bars before and during the trial, which was applied as time served. Raven did not testify at his trial, but he spoke in court after being sentenced. I would just like to state that I didn't receive a fair trial the first time. I don't think I'd receive a fair trial a second time. I don't think it's worth risking the possibility of spending the rest of my life in prison for something I didn't do. I take this plea deal to ensure that doesn't happen, and that's the only reason. Raven was released from prison on Christmas Day in 2017. Serving less than 3 years, he now lives in Utah. Janet's brother Mark Christensen had this to say about his sister. The world should remember Janet as an amazing person. Somebody who was kind. Someone who was loving. Someone who would just show you how to be a better person. Someone who can make you laugh. Someone that can make you happy. On Friday, August 13th, 1982, around 2 p.m., 17 years old, Yunula Luciani was playing the summer hit single, Forget Me Nots by Patrice Rookins on the stereo, filling her family's London home in Hampstead with the smooth, cheerful rhythms of the American soul singer. Lucy was enjoying having the home to herself. Earlier that day, she and her mother had visited her father at the shoe repair shop he owned in a strip of stores in Fairhazel Gardens. They had taken his lunch to him. Around 1:30 p.m., her mother, Ellie, had given her the go-ahead to return home and start preparing the family's dinner while she promised to join her soon enough. Lucy walked the short distance home, arriving a little while later, and got to work. As her favorite song played, she took a lamb leg out of the fridge and started making dinner for the family. She paused her task when she heard a knock at the door. She set the lamb leg on the kitchen counter and peeked out of the window. Whatever the person outside said persuaded her to go open the door. At the doorstep stood a man in his early 20s. Being short and skinny, his hair was blow-dried and buff in such a way that he resembled his favorite actor, John Travolta, from the movie Saturday Night Fever. Lucy was a bit surprised to see a strange man standing in front of her home and wondered what he needed. A neighbor passed by and spotted Lucy and the man at her doorstep. They seemed to be having a conversation, and Lucy was said to have been at ease with the stranger, laughing even. However, 20 minutes after the neighbor spotted them, he heard a scream but did not pay much attention to it. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lucy's parents George and Ellie arrived home, expecting to find their daughter busy making dinner as she had been instructed. But they were surprised at how silent everywhere was. They checked the kitchen and there was no sign of her. 2 pieces of Lucy's jewelry, a broken ankle chain and an earring, were scattered about the stairs and the floor. The leg of lamb Lucy had brought out of the fridge was still sitting on the kitchen counter when they called out for her and she didn't answer. They knew something was wrong. They started to panic because it was unlike Lucy to leave the home without prior notice. They rushed into her bedroom in search of her, but she wasn't there either. However, as they entered their own bedroom, they were greeted by a sight beyond their worst imagination. On their bed laid a partially naked Lucy's dead body. Her t-shirt and bra had been cut right through the middle, exposing her bare chest. She was also naked from the waist down. Her hair and clothing were drenched with water. Words could not describe how horrified and devastated Lucy's parents were. They called in the police, who made a thorough round at the crime scene. Investigators discovered that the bath in the bathroom at the top of the home had several inches of water in it, and the door to another bedroom, the only one with a lock, had been forced open. Lucy's autopsy results revealed that she had suffocated, probably as a result of having her head restrained in an arm lock. She had, moreover, been bitten, punched, and ultimately raped. According to the police, the murderer forcefully barged into the home and chased Lucy up the stairs. The broken chain, which was discovered on the carpet, suggested that the killer may have grabbed Lucy's ankle as she ran. It is believed that Lucy tried to hide in her brother's bedroom, as it was the only room with a lock on the door. Investigators discovered a footprint at the bottom of the door. Killer had forced his way into the room, breaking off the locks. More of Lucy's jewelry was discovered upstairs, including a damaged ring and a bangle, indicating that she fought and raced from room to room in order to escape her attacker. Since her clothes and hair were completely drenched, the police suspect that the attacker finally cornered Lucy in the bathroom as she tried to hide in the bathtub. Lucy's murder horrified the neighborhood and spurred a massive manhunt, but it took decades for the case to be solved. Evidence such as semen was found on Lucy's body, but as DNA testing was not available in 1982, the sample was useless at the time. Unknown finger and palm prints were also removed off the bath's rim. The murder of Yanela Luciani generated a lot of media attention. A week after her murder, Lucy's sister Maria bravely recreated Lucy's final movement as she walked home from the shoe repair shop for the television program Police 5. In Belsize Road, a mobile police station was set up where more than 1,000 people gave witness accounts and fingerprint samples. No one was able to identify the individual who had knocked on the Yanni's door, despite the intensive police investigation and community help. Investigations showed that Lucy, Maria, and their mother, Ellie, were followed twice by a guy close to their home 3 months prior to the murder. He was described as being between the ages of 22 and 25, standing at 5 feet 6 inches with a Mediterranean complexion and having black hair that was combed back. On the 1-year and 2-year anniversary of Lucy's murder, further appeals were submitted. In 1984, on BBC Crime Watch, a composite sketch of the man Maria and her mother had seen was displayed. The case was once again featured on BBC Crime Watch in 2000, however. This time, there was no resolution. In 2003, 5,000 appeal flyers were distributed to nearby homes and a £10,000 reward was offered for anyone who had a vital lead that could pinpoint the culprit. Metropolitan officers and scientists have routinely examined Lucy's murder case over the years to see if advancements in forensic science would offer some clues. An incomplete DNA profile for a semen stain on the bedspread where Lucy had been discovered was taken by a scientist in 1999. Additional testing revealed that it matched the fragment of DNA retrieved from Lucy's body. In 2003, a near-complete DNA profile of the semen stain on the bedspread was acquired using a more advanced profiling approach. The DNA profile was checked against the National DNA Database, but there were no matches. Even though the case was reopened, it could not progress any further. 12 years later, in December 2015, a man named James Warnock from Camden, Northwest London, was arrested by the police for having pornographic photographs of children. Police had no idea they had caught a killer. As a routine, Warnock offered a DNA sample that was entered into the national database. Surprisingly, his DNA was a nearly perfect match with the semen discovered on the bedspread where Lucy was discovered. The likelihood that the sample may have come from someone else was assessed to be 1 in a billion. A break in the case came when police had started to believe that Lucy's murderer was either dead or had relocated overseas. Investigators had looked into Australia and Cyprus, not knowing that the perpetrator remained in the neighborhood the entire time. On January 12, 2016, officers tracked James Warnock down and discovered him waiting for them while quietly drinking beer in his underwear. Aside from the police matching his DNA and fingerprints, they were able to confirm that the sketch created from eyewitness accounts of the culprit was startlingly close to photographs of James Warnock that had been taken at the time. James Warnock was taken into custody first for a murder investigation and then for rape. Warnock, who was 22 at the time he killed Lucy, lived with his wife, a little more than half a mile from the Yeaneys family home, and had been working as a tiler in a nearby street. When questioned by police about the murder, Warnock claimed he liked to chat and have a laugh and had a similar appearance to John Travolta at the time of the crime. He denied raping and killing Lucy. He said to the police in many interviews that he had been seeing Lucy in secret after she drew his attention when he allegedly brought some boots into her father's shoe repair shop. He claimed Lucy had a lovely smile. He went on to tell investigators that he and Lucy happened to run into each other by coincidence in another store and struck up a conversation. According to him, they subsequently met 6 or 7 times, and their relationship quickly became intimate, and that explains why his DNA was found on the bedspread. Officers were able to quickly refute Warnock's assertions because a medical examiner and Lucy's family had revealed that she had been a virgin before being raped and killed. During the trial, despite evidence to the contrary, James Warnock insisted that he used to visit their home to have sex with Lucy, forcing Lucy's brothers, Rick and Petros, as well as her sister, Maria, to sit through his arguments. They wept and hung their heads as he told jurors of fictitious sexual encounters, saying, "It was always nice. It was not, vigorous or anything. We didn't go mad. It was very quick. It was gentle." The prosecution maintained that in the months leading up to the murder, James Warnock was allegedly stalking Lucy on the street because he had seen her and was attracted to her. However, they had never been close, and when he saw her coming home alone that day, he simply knocked on her door and saw a chance to carry out his evil deed. James Warnock, who compared himself to his favorite actor, John Travolta, saw himself as an irresistible young man who thought every woman would fall at his feet when he asked. When Lucy rejected his attempts to charm his way inside, he was probably hurt by her rejection, and so he broke down the door to get inside and pursued her up the stairs, where he eventually accomplished his horrible task. The trial lasted for just 2 hours, and a jury at the Old Bailey found James Warnock guilty of murder, and Recorder of London, Nicholas Hilliard QC, sentenced him to life in prison with a minimum of 25 years. James Warnock was also given concurrent sentences of 20 years for rape and a 4 to 5 year sentence after pleading guilty to 6 counts of disseminating pornographic pictures in 2013. Lucy's brother, Rick, claimed that the incident had left the family forever damaged. The magnitude and horror of what happened that day is indescribable. "We never gave up hoping and are truly grateful to the police for finally bringing him to justice," Rick said. 80-year-old Antonio Rodriguez and his 77-year-old wife Luz lived in Cleveland, Texas in 2005. Antonio was a World War II veteran. The couple had been a beloved fixture in Cleveland and were known for their kindness. They operated a small Mexican food restaurant from their home to serve shift workers at a local plywood mill. On April 14, 2005, the couple's daughter Carolina Tejeda went to their home to make lunch for them. They didn't answer the door, so she thought they might be asleep, but still entered to make them lunch. Carolina then found her father's body on the floor of their bedroom and her mother's body in their bed. They had both been beaten and strangled. Police dogs were able to track the scent of a suspect across some railroad tracks to a nearby apartment complex, but were unable to lead investigators any further than that. Blood from an unknown suspect was found on a large rug in the couple's home, and the DNA was entered into the FBI's combined DNA index system. But there were no hits at the time. For years, the case went cold. Then, in March of 2021, when investigators again entered the DNA sample into Cody's, they found a match. The DNA was linked to Shelley Susan Thompson Lemoyne. She was serving time in a Texas prison for an unrelated drug offense. Lemoyne denied knowing the Rodriguez family and having any involvement in the crime. Another DNA sample was taken from her at the prison, and it was matched to the DNA found at the crime scene back in 2005. She was arrested on the 8th of July of 2022 outside her parole office in connection to the Rodriguez case. Cleveland Police Chief Daryl Brassad had this to say after the arrest was made. Sometimes such small pieces of evidence can solve a case. And in this case, it was that piece of carpet that was found inside the home that had a speck of blood on it. For the couple's family, it was a welcome development in the case that has continued to haunt the family. Their daughter, Carolina Tejeda, who made the horrific discovery, said, "I knew it would come. I didn't know this long, but I knew this day would come. The community has always kept our parents in their prayers, and we're just very thankful, and God is good." She also said that she believes more people could have been involved in the slaying, and that she did not know and had never seen Thompson Lemoyne. Martin Rodriguez, another one of the couple's 10 children, said that he believes the arrest is the first step in helping the family heal from the tragedy. "I have seen the hand of God at work today. Our family is extremely relieved that there is activity in our parents' case. We are grateful for the efforts of the Texas Rangers, particularly Ranger Bess, Cleveland Police Department, and the Liberty County District Attorney's Office. They have shown that they do care about what happened to our parents. They have restored our hope and faith in the justice system." 12-year-old Laisha Michelle Jackson lived in Montgomery County, Texas in 1979. She left her home on September 7th to spend the day at a community pool in her neighborhood. When she did not return home, her family got worried and called 911. The following day, her glasses were found at a local intersection, but no other sign of her. 6 days later, on September 13th, 1979, an oil-filled worker found her body in a heavily wooded area near a pipeline in Montgomery County. An autopsy report revealed that she had been assaulted before her life was taken. Investigators collected DNA that belonged to the suspect from her body and stored it to be used later. Detectives began an extensive investigation into her case that lasted for years, and while all leads were explored, the case eventually became cold. In 2021, investigators decided to take another look. They made use of a new technology called MVAC. The NVAC system enables investigators to solve more crime through better DNA collection. It expands potential evidentiary items by collecting DNA from porous and rough objects or surfaces. Montgomery County Sheriff's Office Cold Case Squad utilized this new technology in October of 2021 to successfully extract unknown DNA from Laisha's clothing collected at the crime scene. From there, the unknown DNA was sent to Texas DPS forensic scientists, who were able to develop a DNA profile of the person that took her life. In 2022, investigators submitted the profile into the FBI's combined DNA index system. Cody's determined that it matched with a man named Gerald Dwight Casey. Casey had been executed in 2002 for taking someone else's life in Montgomery County in 1989. Casey, who was 34 years old back then, and his accomplice, 36-year-old Carla Smith, tried to steal guns from a man named Daryl Pennington in 1989. When they arrived at Pennington's home, they instead found his roommate, Sonia Lynn Howell. Casey beat her with a home telephone and went on to shoot her 9 times. He then dumped her body in a wooded area. He was convicted in 1991. Before ending Howell's life, Casey had been in and out of prison for multiple convictions, including burglary and multiple drug charges. The Montgomery County Sheriff's Office has noted that this marks the oldest cold case solved by their department to date. 54-year-old Nora Sheehan lived in Cork, Ireland. She was a mother of 3. Nora was last seen when she attended a medical appointment for a dog bite at the South Infirmary Hospital on June 6, 1981. When Nora did not return home after her appointment, her family reported her missing. The National Police Service of the Republic of Ireland, or the Gardaí, as they are more commonly referred to, started searching for Nora. 6 days later, Nora's body was found by forestry workers at the viewing point in the Chippewa Woods. It's about 18 miles from where she was last seen. It was not revealed how her life was taken, but the investigators simply noted that it was violent. Despite the Gardaí investigating the case, they could not identify the person that took her life. In 2016, the Gardaí Serious Crime Review Team reopened the cold case and spent several years examining all details associated with it. In June of 2022, detectives arrested 73-year-old Noel Long at his home in Maubancork in connection to Nora's case. He was then taken to Bond and Garda Station. A short hearing was held where it seems that Long will take a guilty plea. His attorney Eddie Burke said that his client was a 73-year-old man in receipt of a state pension. Burke also requested that Long will receive all necessary medical treatment while on remand because he has severe medical issues. Detectives have not made it public what exactly led them to Noel Long, because it is still an ongoing investigation. On July 16, 1980, Jeremy Stoner was born in California. He had 3 siblings. Justin was the younger brother and Jason and Joshua were the older brothers. Their home was in Vallejo, California, a charming and picturesque community in its own right. Jeremy was a contented and lively youngster. He was devoted to both his friends and family. Attending school and picking up new skills was something he cherished. He also enjoyed watching cartoons, playing with his toys, and riding his bike. He had a huge heart and a bright smile. It was February 21st, 1987, on a Saturday morning when 6-year-old Jeremy and his 2 older brothers, aged 11 and 9 years, were playing outside close to their home. A relative was keeping an eye on Jeremy and his brothers while their parents were at work. Their relative had to abruptly depart to take her sick daughter to the hospital. The boys were instructed to wait at home for their parents to return. Rather, they made their way to a neighbor's residence. While they were there, a neighbor scolded Jeremy for spilling ketchup, and they left right after. At 5 p.m., the boy's mother came home to find the house unoccupied, leading her to believe that the boys were playing at the neighbor's, as they frequently did. However, when the 2 older boys returned 2 hours later without Jeremy, the family initiated a search. They contacted the police since Jeremy was nowhere to be found. It didn't take long for Vallejo police to conclude that Jeremy had been abducted. He was last seen, according to reports, at a Dairy Queen on Springs Road, which is roughly 5 minutes walk from the family's house. Around 7:30 that evening, a worker there reported to the investigators that he had seen Jeremy with an adult guy. 4 days later, on February 25, 1987, Jeremy's body was discovered on Sherman Island in Sacramento County. For people heading along Sherman Island, road in the Delta became bogged in the mud. In search of something to put between the tires, the driver got out. What she rather found was a small boy's body. He had been beaten, stabbed, and choked. They contacted the authorities and informed them of their discovery. Investigators quickly made their way to the crime scene and gathered all the evidence they could and stored it for later use. In Vallejo, word of Jeremy's passing traveled fast. The people were horrified by what had happened to him and were devastated. They wanted to do everything in their power to help his family since they felt bad for them. They hugged them and handed them flowers and cards. When Jeremy vanished, they looked for him. They held a candlelight vigil. They offered prayers for him and his family as well. Terry Curtola was Vallejo's mayor at the time. He claimed that for 4 days, the residents of Vallejo joined the Stoner family. He restated that they had looked, prayed, and wept for him. It wasn't long until a suspect walked right inside the Vallejo Police Department. Approximately a week after Jeremy's death, Sean Quincy Melton, an unemployed security guard, informed authorities he could have information regarding the case. Melton acknowledged that he tried to dazzle police with his rudimentary research. To use his own words, he aspired to be a big shot. However, Melton's gradual change from a swaggering detective to a confused crime suspect was captured on camera. Throughout his interrogation, he had a terrible past and a disturbing mentality, as indicated by his authorship of The Wolf's Den, a book about child exploitation. Despite his insistence that it's a work of fiction, others questioned whether it was completely unrelated to his personal experiences. Sean Melton willingly went to the police station to give details about the case. He mentioned that he had heard tales and seen certain things that could help identify the offender. The police, however, suspected that he was involved in the crime. There was good cause for them to be skeptical about Sean Melton. Prior to his appointment, Sean Melton's psychologist reported to the police that he had admitted to having unsettling ideas about young boys. The doctor voiced worries that Sean Melton might be dangerous and might be connected to the case of Jeremy Stoner. Sean Melton was the target of a lengthy 30-hour interview by the police, during which they tested him with a polygraph and asked a lot of questions. They also drew a sketch of him and contrasted it with the kidnapper's description provided by a witness. Their aim was to gather intelligence and possibly determine his connection to the case. Sean Melton adamantly maintained his innocence, stating that he was unaware of the situation and denied any role in the crime. The polygraph test was successfully completed by him, and the sketch of him did not match the witness's account. He insisted that his only goal was to help the police crack the case. Still, the police continued to pursue Sean Melton and proposed a fresh theory. They claimed Sean Melton had numerous personality disorders and speculate that the crime may have been committed by one of his alter egos, John Wolfe. They asserted that Sean Melton did not recall committing these acts. In retaliation, the police detained Sean Melton and accused him of kidnapping and killing Jeremy. However, there was insufficient evidence to convict him. There were 2 trials, but the jury were unable to come to a unanimous decision in both cases. The judge was forced to dismiss the case as a result. Sean Melton died in 2000, but he never acknowledged having anything to do with the terrible end of Jeremy Stoner. Because there had been no development and no new leads or evidence, the Jeremy Stoner case was labeled a cold case and went unresolved for several years. However, there was a noteworthy advancement in Jeremy Stoner's situation in 2023. Thanks to cutting-edge technology, the authorities were able to obtain a fresh lead through DNA testing. Jeremy's remain samples were compared to those in a criminal database by the police via DNA testing. This development promised to throw fresh light on the enduring enigma surrounding Jeremy's terrible end. When the police discovered a match, they eventually located the offender. The name of the perpetrator is Fred Kane III. 69-year-old Kane was taken into custody from his Central Point, Oregon residence. District Attorney Krishna Abrams expressed gratitude for having cold case investigators who are so committed to solving these horrifying murders, regardless of the passage of time. According to 1984 media accounts, Kane, who was 30 at the time, was allegedly accused of attacking a 17-year-old in San Bernardino County. On suspicion of attacking the teenager at knife point, Kane and his roommate were taken into custody. Kane was charged with forceful assault and weapon usage, with enhancements for 4 previous jail terms, but a jury ruled him not guilty later that year. Because the investigation is still underway, the District Attorney's Office for Solano County has stated that it will not be providing any more information. But Martinez police have probably noticed Kane's arrest. From the start, Jeremy's case and Eric's decoys were frequently brought up in the same sentence. Just 1 month before Jeremy's disappearance, on January 19, 1987, 9-year-old Eric rode his bike from his Martinez home to a relative's house. Eric rode the trip frequently and knew it well. He left his house at about 11 in the morning, knowing that once he got to his relative's house, a few blocks away, he would call just like he always did. After he failed to return home, a search was conducted. His remains were discovered not far from Martinez Junior High School. After receiving about a dozen stab wounds, he passed away from his wounds. 25-year-old Lori Houts lived in Mountain View, California in 1992. She worked as a computer engineer. On September 5th of same year, Lori's body was found in her car in Mountain View, near a garbage dump about a mile away from her workplace. Rope was used to strangle her and was still around her neck. Police found footprints on the inside of her windshield. Investigators quickly identified a prime suspect, John Kevin Woodward. He was allegedly openly jealous of Lori. Woodward had developed a romantic attachment to Lori's boyfriend, who was also his roommate. In the late 1990s, Woodward was tried twice in the case, but it was unsuccessful. The case was dismissed by a judge for insufficient evidence after a jury could not reach a verdict after the second trial. Woodward's fingerprints were found located on the outside of Lori's car, but investigators could not prove he was inside of the car. Woodward moved to the Netherlands after the trial. Later on, he would become the president and CEO of the Bay Area company, ReadyTech. It is an online training company. Investigators did not give up on Lori's case and still followed up on leads and searched for evidence. In late 2020, investigators resubmitted all the forensic evidence they had for further analysis. Over 80 latent fingerprints that were collected at the crime scene were re-examined by the Santa Clara County Sheriff's Office Identification Unit. This resulted in even more fingerprints matching Woodward. His fingerprints were found in places only the person who took her life could have touched. John Woodward was apprehended by police at JFK Airport in New York on July 9, 2022 after arriving from Amsterdam. If convicted, Woodward faces life in prison. Deputy District Attorney Rob Baker of the Santa Clara County's DA office had this to say: "I'm thrilled that we have a second chance to seek justice for Lori after nearly 30 years. It's so rare that new evidence is discovered decades after it is dismissed, giving us another shot at holding Mr. Woodward accountable." The arrest of Mr. Woodward is a testament to the advances in forensic science. Without those advances, we never would have been able to refile this case. The fact that police didn't start regularly collecting DNA evidence until maybe 20 to 25 years ago makes cold case investigations very challenging. For example, Lori's purse and wallet might have had a lot of DNA on them, but testing was impossible because they were contaminated with fingerprint dust. Lori's family issued a statement: "Lori and Houch was a beloved family member and friend to many. Although she was only 5 foot tall, she had a huge heart and her humor and spunk were endearing to all. The way Lori lived and treated people was a stunning example of what was right in the world. She was a gem to so many, but her bright life was taken from us at the age of 25. We are hopeful that justice can finally be served for Lori, and incredibly appreciative of law enforcement agencies who have never given up on her." To keep her memory alive, Lori's family established the Lori House Memorial Girls Athletic Scholarship, whose donations go to graduating female seniors. 37-year-old Lena Reyes Geddes lived in Youngstown, Ohio with her husband Edward Geddes. On April 8, 1998, Lena left her home on a trip from Ohio to Dallas and then to Mexico to visit her family. That would be the last time anyone would see Lena alive. 6 months later, with no sign of Lena since she left their home, Edward reported his wife missing. Investigators found it a bit strange that it took 6 months for Edward to report her missing. He was named a suspect, but investigators couldn't find enough concrete evidence against him. Edward was interviewed by police in October 1998. During the interview, he claimed his wife had planned to fly from Pittsburgh and dropped her off at the airport. On April 20, 1998, an unidentified deceased female was located along State Route 276 near Maiden Water Spring in Utah's Garfield County. When investigators arrived, they found a woman in her late 30s to mid-40s, covered with plastic bags, wrapped in duct tape, tied with rope, and placed inside a sleeping bag before being wrapped in a carpet. The woman had been shot. Her hands were cut off, which made identifying her really difficult. Sketches of the woman were shared around, hoping someone would recognize her. Despite an exhaustive investigation by the Garfield County Sheriff's Office and the Utah State Bureau of Investigation, the woman was not identified, and the case went cold. Since the woman could not be identified, she became known as the Maiden Water Jane Doe. In 2018, Ohio updated Lena's missing persons file and obtained a picture of her from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, Immigration, and Customs Enforcement. A private citizen in California who enjoys researching true crime cases then linked the Maiden Water Jane Doe case to Lena. The internet sleuth noticed the mole in the right ear. and told Utah authorities to call Youngtown's police about the missing case involving Lena. Lena's sister traveled from Mexico to offer DNA swabs. Not long after, investigators were able to confirm that the Maidenwater Jane Doe is indeed Lena Reyes Geddes. The question now was who took Lena's life. They interviewed a lot of people that knew her. They wanted to talk to her husband Edward Geddes, but he had taken his own life back in 2001. Another man police looked into was Scott Kimball. He took the lives of at least 4 people and is suspected in many other cases. Kimball was ultimately ruled out as a suspect. Investigators decided to try and find DNA on the plastic bags, rope, sleeping bag, and other items found at the crime scene. They were able to find DNA belonging to a male on the rope. They wanted to compare Edward's DNA to see if it belonged to him, but he had been cremated, so they couldn't exhume him. After family members of his were tracked down, their DNA samples were obtained. Finally, in 2022, it was confirmed that Edward Geddes' DNA matched the DNA of the unknown man found on the road. Investigators announced at a press conference in June of 2022 that they have enough evidence to say he was the one who took her life and to close the case. While it is frustrating that Edward is not alive anymore to face the charges against him, we at least know he was miserable, because he took his own life. Investigators have found no sign that Lena traveled anywhere and believe her trip was a ruse by Edward. They don't know why Edward drove across the country to dispose of his wife's remains, or why he decided to take her life. Utah State Bureau of Investigation agent Brian Davis said at the press conference, "There's a lot of ups and downs in law enforcement, but I would put this case at the top of just making you feel good. At least there's some closures. At least there's answers." Davis also mentioned it's not just the DNA that they have as evidence against Edward, but also other circumstantial evidence. Lena's sister Lucero, who had given her DNA to help identify Lena, said, "I felt like for 20 years no one would listen to me, but now I know what happened. I'm here to bring her home, not like I expected, but I'm bringing her back home with me." Subir Chatterjee lived in Houston, Texas in 2002. He was originally from Sri Lanka. Subir owned and operated the Coastal Gas Station convenience store. On February 15, 2002, around 12:50 p.m., officers with the Oak Ridge North Police Department were dispatched to Subir's store because witnesses heard gunshots. Officers who arrived at the scene found Subir's body in the office area of the gas station. He had been shot in the head. It was also discovered that someone had taken $160,000 in cash from the store. Investigators collected forensic evidence at the crime scene, including DNA that belonged to the person who took Subir's life. The DNA was found under Subir's fingernails. There was also blood from the suspect found. It was stored so it could be used later. At the time, law enforcement had few leads. The witnesses' descriptions were vague, and with no surveillance footage, there were no suspects. The case went cold for almost 20 years. Detective Kent Hubbard, who was the first one to arrive on the scene, persisted in investigating the case. He worked various leads all the time before coming across an article outlining how law enforcement in California used genealogy and DNA to solve cold cases. Hubbard then reached out to Parabon Nanolabs, an organization that uses genetic genealogy, phenotyping, ancestry, and kinship analysis to assist law enforcement in developing potential suspects for cases where DNA evidence is present. With the agreement of the Oak Ridge Police Department and the assistance with the Montgomery County District Attorney's Office, Hubbard requested and received funds to pay for the testing. In 2018, Parabon told Hubbard they identified 3 possible men whose DNA might be a match for the DNA sample found at the crime scene back in 2002. In 2019, investigators followed one of the men to a restaurant. There, they collected his DNA sample from a fork, coffee cup, and a piece of toast. After more DNA testing, on December 4, 2019, it was announced that the DNA from the crime scene matched Martin Isaac Tellez's DNA. On December 10, 2019, Tellez was arrested for the crime. Following the arrest, Tellez confessed to taking Subir's life while robbing him. He explained that his blood was present at the scene because Subir struck him in the head with a telephone to defend himself. While the case was pending, Tellez was out on a $500,000 bail. He cut off his GPS monitoring device and fled to Mexico. Fortunately, agents from Homeland Security and the U.S. Marshals successfully tracked him down and brought him back to the U.S. His trial started in 2022. On June 28th, he pleaded guilty. Tellez was sentenced to 60 years in prison. Assistant District Attorney Donna Hansen said, Martin Tellez lived more than 20 years of his life with his family and his loved ones around him. Meanwhile, members of the Chatterjee family were left with an empty chair and aching hearts, believing they might never know who was responsible. Detective Kent Hubbard never gave up on this case, and it was my privilege to be able to assist him in bringing justice and closure to Sabir's family. Every life taken creates a wound in our community and in the lives of the victim's family. Some of those wounds, like the loss of this beloved father and husband, are very deep. In this case, those wounds were laid bare for decades. District Attorney Brett Lejon said, fortunately, a relentless instrument of dog justice in the form of Detective Hubbard made what was wrong right, and we hope that this measure of accountability will bring some relief to his grieving family. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.